ببلاش.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي تي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي تي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع الكي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الأقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيتي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرسه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه ابكي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرسه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 لا، مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرسه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 لا، مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي تي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي تي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرسه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 لا، مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي تي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرسه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه، القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم.
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 لا، مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Hello guys and welcome to the Riyadh Masters 2022 hosted by Gamers8. In this tournament, we've decided to gather some of the best Dota teams in the world to duke it out for $4 million. We thought, what better place to host an international LAN than in the middle of an arid desert? Because that way they can't go outside. They're forced to play Dota all day for your entertainment. And that's what they're here to do. We're so excited to get to know some of these teams, both the invited ones and the ones that qualified. but we have a team of experts that have been studying these teams for weeks on end, as they usually do, and we're gonna go talk to them to see if they have any interesting opinions to talk to us about. So take it away, studio production.
Ten teams, $5 million, 5 days of intense action. Welcome to the Riyadh Masters. I'm your ever faithful host and companion, Killer Pigeon, and here to join me on the desk to open up the show is the wonderful faces of Danog and Seek and Strike. Boys, how are you enjoying Riyadh so far?
It's pretty good. Damn hot though. You know, we're making sure to make use of all the great air conditioning coming through, but very hospitable so far. Been enjoying it, and I'm gonna enjoy seeing some great Dota as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the weather may be hot, but I think the Dota we're gonna watch is gonna be even hotter. We've got some teams we haven't seen internationally in a long time. We got some NA representation as well. We've got a local team, and of course Nigma. So, I mean, I'm really excited to get started with the Dota. Right, it's exciting group stage, and yeah, just can't wait.
I mean, talk about sweaty, the right place to do it in the middle of a desert. And you know what? Let's talk a little bit about this event, because Riyadh Masters kind of came out of nowhere. One of the biggest events. I believe it's the 8th largest prize pool all time in Dota 2, only being beaten out by the Internationals.
Damn. That's a lot. That's a lot of moolah to be able to play for. And, you know, there are some teams that are obviously being able to take this a lot more seriously. You've got teams that have either already qualified for TI. You've got teams that aren't going to be at the next major, so they don't need to save any of the strats. Really, only 2 or 3 teams are going to be in that little middle ground where they're like, well, maybe we want to hold back something just so that we're not revealing everything. But I think these teams are going to be going all out because of that huge prize pool.
Yeah, and of course, to get to that prize pool, there is going to be a little bit of a breakdown. I believe first place is going to be getting $1.5 million. 1.5.
That's a lot of money.
But let's talk about the format first, because of course they need to get there. And we are going to start off with the groups, which are going to be round robin, best of 2s, leading into a single elimination format. All best of 3s, even the grand finals, which I found an interesting twist here.
Yeah, exactly. The cool thing is that with the round robin best of 2 group stage that we have, 2 teams going home from each group. Next 2 teams.
That's not cool.
Second and third, right? Second and third teams are going to be going into the first round of that single elimination bracket, and the top teams from each bracket actually get seeded into the semifinals. So there's a lot to play for, and that, Mr. Danog, is what I think is going to be really cool about this event, because there's everything to play for in these events. Every single point is going to really end up mattering. So, you know, even if you get crushed in game 1, I don't think we're going to see any really team hold back in game 2. They got to reset and get going here, because as we said, a lot of money on the line.
And talking about that money, let's have a look at exactly what you can win here. Because, of course, there was a slight incentivization. We threw 100K to each of the teams to come out here to start them off. And from there, it just goes up. $5 million total prize pool. First place will walk away with $1.5 million. I believe that's almost 8 times what you get from winning a major.
Yeah, I think it's what, 250,000 from winning the majors. So it's a lot of money, and you know, even last place, 100K, in addition to the 100K that the team's got just for coming out here. So, you know, a team like D-Boosters, for example, the local representation, not to say that they're guaranteed to fit into that last spot, but they've got a lot of tier 1 competition that they're going to be coming up against.
Are you suggesting you just like turn up, pick Tinker, lose, go out?
Pick your favorite heroes. Why not? But I mean, it's a lot of money to leave on the table, though. So you gotta be try hard. You gotta be sweating in Riyadh every single match.
And speaking of those teams, let's have a look at who's going to be participating here. Some very notable names. You did mention one of our less known names, D-Boosters. One of very few teams that actually have a colored logo here. They are made up of 3 members from the MENA community, and then backed up by, I believe it was Pleb and
Mastermind.
Was it Mastermind?
I believe so.
Originally it was meant to be Funnick, right? But
yes,
that's correct. Yes, one of the 4 teams that we have here currently with stand-ins, of course. Those stand-in teams being Liquid, being, let me see here, Tundra Esports, as well as Secrets. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
With ISI staying over in Singapore.
Yep, we get to see Rezo, we get to see Dahak play for Tundra, and my boy Ana coming through from Liquid, who is part of this first series that we're going to be covering.
We kind of just always love seeing this, right? When someone comes out of retirement from OG and ends up on the other team from OG, it's like Jerax, now we get Ana. Like, who else do we need to go for at this rate?
I think, you know, the OG retirement it's just, you know,
it's temporary.
It's a fake. It's a trap. You know,
it's the China retirement.
OG says they go into retirement, and all of a sudden, you know, you got the quote-unquote washed position 5 coming back and hitting all these shackles at the major,
Winning
right?
majors.
Winning the major through the lower bracket. I mean, you know, it's just incredible what these kind of last-minute stand-ins can achieve. So don't count out any of these guys.
And let's see where these teams are going to lie. The first thing we're looking for straight away is OG Team Liquid in Group A. So we will very early on see Anna go up against his former org.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty damn exciting for sure. And I mean, there's a lot to be able to play for. Like you see, you talk about the American representation, TSM, they're going to be the ones holding the flag. You've obviously got a couple of Chinese teams as well. First time that we've seen them play on LAN for a long time. Obviously, they're both going to the Arlington Major as well, but maybe not the full rosters. Here, they're all here. So I'm going to see them play at their full strength, and I'm sure a lot of the teams that are going to the major, and hell, even the ones that are going to TI, are going to be able to take a lot of learnings from that, to be able to understand a different meta than what they're used to.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you even look at how the groups have been seeded and selected, right? You've got some spicy matches. TSM OG, Stockholm Major rematch, right? Absolutely. That's later here on this stream. Over in Group B, just to name one. TI 10 final rematch, Spirit LGD. I mean, like, you know, so many matches are going to be popping off in the group stage. Best of twos, sure, but again, I mean, it's still going to be amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
And let's not forget, this is going to be the first time in a while we're going to see the Chinese Dots on the international stage. In fact, I believe we're going to get treated to a little bit of that today. Let's check out the schedule for the first day here, because although it's not going to start off with some Chinese representation, by halfway through, RNG are going to be going up against some of the Westerners.
So I think...
have we been baited?
Maybe that graphic's a little wrong. From what I understand, it was TSM Liquid first, then we have Tundra Secret second, and then OG RNG is third.
That is correct.
That does sound right. I was thinking RNG to round out the day.
Yep,
so
you are
we'll fix that one up. By the way, guys, there is 2 streams. Keep in mind, it's not just stream A, there is a stream B. So if you want to catch the action, you're already here on Gamers8 GG. They want to keep it simple for people like me. Just put an underscore and B next to it, and you'll find your way across to Moxie, Jenkins, and Nomad that will be taking you through the action across on the B.
Just have both streams up. Why not?
Yeah.
You get to see more Dota.
And the match that's actually going on the B stream right now is going to be RNG versus Nigma. But stay tuned here for Liquid and TSM.
Man, I'm hyped for that Liquid TSM as well. Like, you know, TSM, how are we feeling about their form? Because they were looking pretty hot at the major. Not so hot in the regionals.
I think they weren't taking it completely seriously, to be honest, right? I wonder how much of that is like North American patriotism, because they're already qualified for TI. They're set. They're locked in. They might want to see a few of their friends be there as well.
Can I just chef's kiss the guy who quickly did that together?
Very,
very
beautifully
nice.
fixed so quickly. So TSM, Liquid open up, as we're talking about. Then Tundra versus Team Secret should be an interesting one. Team that was on top versus one that didn't make it the major. And then rounding out that OG RNG we talked about. Hyped to see some Chinese, though, especially you, Dano, right? Been representing that region.
Oh, I love RNG, man. My favorite player of all time, X-Nova, is going to be playing. I love to see it. And my boy Ghost as well. He's had, you know, some parts, some involvement with some Australian Dota when they tried to venture in, not too successfully, into the Southeast Asian scene, but he was certainly a big part of that. So I'm keen to see how they go. And OG, what a test, right? And this is going to be one of Misha's first big lands as well. So it's not like this is the OG that won the major.
And no OG over here, but this is Stream B that Seek was kind enough to mention for a moment. D-Booster is going to be an exciting one to see going up against the TI champions for their first match.
That's going to be rough. That's going to be rough for sure. But, I mean, a lot of the things that you see, like, I believe D-Booster's the match when they're going to be covered on Stream A. I think it's either on day 2 or day 3. It's going to be against LGD. So it's like, oh, it seems like every single team that you're coming up against, you're like, how the heck am I going to beat these guys?
I wouldn't count them out, guys. I mean, come on. Even if you look at their first opponent, Spirit, they're the ones that made the run from the open qualifiers, the closed qualifiers, pardon, in TI. They made that deep run all the way. People, you know, they were like, Collapse Magnus, sure, okay, the Shard. All of a sudden, they're in Game 5 versus LGD, and people are going, holy crap, this team's really doing it.
And even like, maybe Team Spirit on LAN is a little bit different, like we saw at TI, of course, but, you know, at the major, they themselves admitted we didn't play to our fullest potential, and they had to go through tiebreakers for ordering of first, second, third for Eastern European region. They got stomped by both Na'Vi as well as outsiders. So maybe they're going to be reeling a little bit from that. Maybe that was the kick up the butt that they needed to be able to, you know, bring it to the next level.
Yeah, and of course, this whole tournament can come together without the assistance of our sponsors. So just want to start off by giving a big shout out to VOV that made this possible. And of course, Aramco, another of our prestigious sponsors that brought this $5 million tournament together. I just love saying it, man. It just excites me every time.
$5 million eaters, that's a lot. What would you do with that much money?
I'm going to be the typical gamer, unlimited energy drink, upgrade the PC,
I'll go on vacation, holidays, all the time.
See, you're too social for me. You're a Dota 2 talent. You got to be in the basement, you know, just like 8 hours a day, straight off.
I need that vitamin D. You know, I need to get outside occasionally.
Good amount of creams, you know.
Oh, absolutely, ice cream. Give me that 24/7. How about you, Seek?
With the money?
Yeah.
Start a Dota team, I think.
Ooh.
There it is. Not with me. No. Not with me on the team or involved in any capacity other than just...
Dude, I can see it now. Like the logo, it would just be Seek and Strike,
There we
right?
go.
Like, yeah.
That is actually a pretty cool logo.
There we go.
All right, well, looks like we are going to hop into a short break, but don't go too far, because before long, we should be ready to get underway with our first series of the day between TSM and Team Liquid. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
And we are back live from the Boulevard studio in Riyadh. Welcome back, folks. It's almost time to get underway with our first series, TSM versus Team Liquid, the classic EU versus NA. Ooh, I'm looking forward to it, boys. About this. How are we feeling?
Do you think this is going to be the near airport representation coming through?
No! How are you guys still saying this?
Ouch.
How many majors in a row does NA have to finish in the top 2? Yes, we still have not gotten that top, but just wait, just wait. How many times we got to finish in the top 2 before everyone stops with the NA memes? I can't believe
When they
it.
win.
The disrespect on this region, I will not stand for it on this panel, lads.
Okay,
Well, too bad.
Speaking of the first place losers, I think we've got some words from them. Let's check in with TSM and see what they had to say about this event.
How does it feel to be here? It feels good. I've enjoyed my stay so far. I never imagined myself coming to the Middle East to play video games, and I guess it happens now. So it's cool to see how games have progressed, and now you get to see all over the world. Well, it's really hot, being as a novice one, but it's still pretty shocking. Every time I go outside, yeah, it's really hot. Hospitality is nice. I like my room, I like the hotel. People have been very nice. My flights were really nice too. It's something very important because as a player, when the flights are bad, it tends to affect you a lot, especially the first days. So having a nice flight was really good. After the major and like the past year since like last TI, I had to learn how to like control my ego as a player, not as a person, because like I go around and I tell you, oh yeah, I got second place, you know. But it's more like I felt like I was really good and I wasn't playing well, and I expected myself to play well by default instead of realizing that I need to play. I need to do the things that make me play well. I'm not just gonna play well. That's gonna become the focus for us. I like to believe that everyone just focus on taking the next step as a person to achieve those things. I mean, my name is out there and people know I'm from Peru. Like they know that I grew there and I started playing Dota there, and most of my career has been in Peru. So it definitely shows that people have the potential to like, you know, people from Peru, I mean, like to go to another team and perform, you know, and just because they're like from a weaker region, because throughout history it's always been a weaker region, doesn't mean that there is a potential to have good teams, good players. But I think it does help, like indirectly, but it does help. My expectation for this event, they're the same as any event. I just play my game. I believe I practice a lot, but I believe in my team, I believe in myself. So I know that if we do our usual game that we've been practicing, we'll see how far we can go. No expectation, just whatever happens, happens.
Really nice, really nice, really nice. From a really nice guy. Tomato thinks everything is really nice, but Seek, RTSM going to be looking really nice here at this event.
For sure. For sure. I don't know, like, you know, sure, you know, 4th place finish in the NA Division 1, not looking too great, right? Their loss to Nouns was pretty stunning, even to me, who's a pretty big fan of these guys. But, you know, the roster themselves still, I think, speaks for themselves. Even when they had the stand-in with Quinn at the major, they were looking good. They made that run in the upper bracket, knocking down a lot of teams that people wouldn't have even given them the light of day, and I think they're going to really impress us here, for sure.
Yeah, you have to say like how much to things like the nerf to Enigma, it really felt like that was a key part of their success at the Stockholm Major. But I mean, if you're going to go ahead and pick things like Arc Warden mid and Pudge mid in the NA DPC, you're going to lose a few games, and that's exactly what they did. I mean, it felt like they either stomped a team or they got stomped. There was no middle ground.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with the NA Division 1 especially is, you know, NA's got 2 slots, right? Mm-hmm. As soon as you lose your second game...
They should have 3.
I mean, listen, I'm not going to make that argument out here, but as soon as they lose, you know, that second game, things start looking pretty bad for them in terms of, oh no, now we're actually not going to be able to qualify to the major, right? The games for them, especially at that point, because they're already qualified to CI, don't matter that much. So yeah, sure, Pudge techies, why not, right? When you're beating the cut, absolutely. That'll do, as we can see them loading into the shuttle here, live from the hotel.
Yeah, they're going to arrive at the venue not too long. There's my boy Misery. I love that guy.
Rasmus, what an addition this guy has made to the team. I mean, seriously, him showing up over at Stockholm for the guys and lending him all of his leadership. I mean, this guy is a TI finalist, right? He's able to bring so much to this team, especially when you come to these major events and you're playing versus the LGDs, the Liquids, the OGs. I mean, what an addition this guy has made, absolutely.
Yeah, especially for, you know, let's say they were less experienced. You know, they were Team Undying for a while. They got signed by TSM. They've had some really good showings like at the Stockholm Major, but I don't think they've really experienced that, like, inter-regional competition too much outside of that TI, right? So that's where someone like Misery is going to come in real handy, because you come up against someone like LGD, for example, it's the opposite bracket, but it doesn't even matter. Like, they're going to break you down if you play the same stuff over and over. Gamers8's going to look at your draft and say, this is what we need to do to beat it. Can you adapt? And Misery is the one that's going to be able to enable you to do that.
Well, an EU boy is the coach, but we're going to have to talk about the EU team. It looks like it's time to check in with Team Liquid and see what they think of Riyadh.
Our team tends to always have some up and downs. I think it's always been the natural flow of our team. I do think we always perform when we need to. So when our back's against the wall, I think that's usually when we shine. I think at Stockholm we had some. It was our first LAN together, and we had some pretty unfortunate drafting issues, and then we had some gameplay issues. So I think it was a little bit of everything fell apart at different times. So yeah, for sure. I mean, I know what our team is capable of, and I know we can perform a lot better than we have been. I'm really excited to play Dota 2 with Zaha, our stand-in. He's a 2-time TI champion, and it's a really nice opportunity to get to play with him. I think that's a little bit what's cool about our team. I think all of our players, kind of Zai, Boxy, Mickey, they all have the ability to be the X Factor. I think recently, Mickey's been really hot. He's been pretty fired up, so if I had to say someone, I'd probably say him. Our team's biggest strengths is our ability to drink a lot of water.
Personally, always love to check in with Insane. He has such a positive attitude, such a strong mental fortitude. And you know what I was thinking about this whole series actually on both sides? They have that kind of fun, playful atmosphere. People like Sableye on one side, and then you got to talk about the triangle of support here. Boxy, Mike, and Insania being together for so long.
Yeah, they're really a stable roster, you know, and like they were saying, they feel like they have X Factor in so many different areas. You know, it's like you don't need to go all in onto one person. Some teams, you shut one guy down, they're not going to win. Team Liquid, they don't give you that sort of opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, you speak about X Factors, what about the stand-in X Factor, right? I mean, quite the stand-in, right, with this one. I mean, we've seen already what a 2-time TI winner could do for OG last minute over in Sweden. The question is, what can Anna do here for them here in Riyadh?
He's just going to be like, yeah, I'm going to come, I'm going to play some Dota. He is probably one of the least vocal people in game that you'll ever meet. Like, he will make just a noise, and that's, you got to try and decipher that as to what that means. Like, if he gets a kill that he wasn't expecting, it's like, oh. But if he gets denied a few times that he didn't feel like he needed to, it's like, oh. Like, you just got to decipher. There's an English to Ana dictionary that you kind of need to discover.
Well, the problem is he spends all his time playing MapleStory, right? That's a chill MMO, you're grinding for all hours, you're not being that social. My joke is he's come to this event because he's clearly used all his money up on MapleStory already from both TIs, so he needs to get ready to go. But you know what? I think we are about ready to get the boys on the stage. Let's head across the arena and introduce the teams to the crowd.
Teams are ready, and we hope that you're ready to welcome them. One of the first teams is going to be playing today. They come from mystical land, North America. They got top 2 at the last major, and they're one of the most promising teams from this region. Please give a warm welcome to TSM FTX!
فريق TSM وصل عندنا في المسرح، لكن خصمهم في المباراة الافتتاحية معنا في رياض ماسترز خصم أبدا ما يساهم فيه. جايين لكم من أوروبا. أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، رحبوا معنا بتيم ليكويد.
we know both teams, and they've both found their positions despite a little bit of difficulty. We get to talk about them, and we get to experience the knowledge of the analysts we have prepared for you so they can break down the complex intelligence of this encounter.
كل هالدقائق بسيطة والمباراة الافتتاحية راح تبدأ معنا إن شاء الله، وزي ما احنا عارفين 5 مليون دولار الجائزة الكلية لبطولة رياض ماسترز، وكلنا بنشوف مين الفرق اللي راح يتأهلون للمباراة الافتتاحية. أبدا ما هي بسيطة، فخلوكم معنا كل هالدقائق بسيطة ونبدأ على طول. لكن قبل كذا خلونا نروح على طول مع المعلقين.
Well, I hope they're better at Dota than they are at finding their spots on the stage, boys. I'm sure they are, though. We've seen quite a high level of skill out of both these teams.
Come on, man. It's only the second LAN in a while. You got to cut them some slack, right? They got to get used to this thing again. Walk in and not just playing Dota all day.
It's normally just walking between the PC and the fridge.
Yeah,
be doing all of this time.
Now you got to stand in the line.
You want to go to the bathroom as well, Dano?
No, absolutely not.
There's a bottle for that.
Yes, absolutely. A water bottle. But we get to see the teams take their space on the stage. I mean, how great is it to see, TSM again coming off that second place with Daddy Misery sitting in the background, and then of course Ana, he's going to be on the Liquid side, and he's joined by a very established and cohesive roster that's going to be able to bring out the best in him.
Yeah, I'm just really happy to see Misery getting a shot. We had him as a cast for a bit, which was a blessing, but I know he was hungry to get back into the competitive, whether it was as a player, as a coach.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he was on Hellbur Smashers for a while, right? He was actually playing a lot of these guys that we're going to start seeing, a lot of these younger players, right? I mean, that's certainly going to be one side of the coin. Misery up and coming on, not up and coming, but playing with a lot of up and coming players on Hellbur Smashers, playing versus your creep waves, playing versus a lot of, the Fishmen, the Crystal stacks. And now we've got, for example, Matumba Man. You said maybe this is his last season, who knows? Got a new blood, kind of coming in to replace him. Ana maybe coming back. Crystallis on Secret. Coming back as well. And, that's kind of the new sign, I think, of the new age of Dota here, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Matumba Man with maybe being like this year as his one last ride. Even Moon Meander has said a few times he likes to feel like he's a playing coach, basically. He just wants to find a replacement that's going to be good enough to fit into the team to allow him to transition into that coaching role. I don't know how Misery feels about that, but it just means that he just hasn't found the right fit. And as for right now, they're doing a pretty good job with him playing that full role.
Yeah, and we should talk about this whole concept of Matumba Man possibly retiring, someone coming in to replace. Ana, maybe this is kind of a test of the water, because Matumba Man, we talked a little bit earlier about how he's one of the most kind of flexible, dynamic carries that could fit in any team. Does Ana strike you that same way?
Well, he's played both mid and position 1, so I feel like he certainly can, but also you've got other free agents like Thompson, for example.
He wants to play.
He wants to play. He wants to play at TI this year if he can. Obviously, Matumba Man's not going to give up his spot before TI, but it's one of those things where you talk about flexibility. Boxy has played multiple roles. Zai has played multiple roles. Mika has played multiple roles. 1, 2, and 3 across his time. So he could just very easily move back to the position 1 role. Thompson goes mid. That's your new Liquid right there, and that's a pretty formidable roster.
And I think the nice part about Liquid is, the rest of their cores are very used to kind of changing win conditions between the heroes. Whenever Matumba Man, he wants a short game, he picks the lone druid. All of a sudden, they're going to have to switch some things up in the mid lane, and that's totally fine, right? They did that in the tiebreakers versus OG, and they completely crushed. Yeah, I mean, they look great, right? So being able to, kind of mimic that while bringing a new player does change a lot of things within the team. The mentality's got to change. The atmosphere is a little bit different. The vibes are, take some time to settle them. It's a team that already can kind of switch around on the fly between games, and they've got the flexibility to do that.
Yeah, even just like item builds within a certain hero. We're seeing a lot more mid-tiny, for example, this patch, but Mikke plays it a slightly different way. A lot of people get like boots straight into that Blink Dagger. He gets Echo Saber first item almost every single time, making sure that he's not going to be falling off if a few of those gank attempts aren't successful. He is successful about 90% of the time, so it doesn't matter anyway. But it's like Echo Saber into Blink Dagger into something like an Aghanim Scepter next, because he really wants to be that consistent damage output coming through.
I love that tree volley. I mean, speaking of like just kind of the tactics and the game sense and the theory, over on the side of TSM, you got one of, in my opinion, the best supports still, right? One of the position 5, Dubu, you know, whenever you want to see what's the right build on a support, you go and check his Dota buff. That's what I would do, honestly.
Yeah, I'd say Dubu, like obviously one of the highest position 5s, like dedicated position 5s, even in pubs. So like, watch his streams if you need to know. Same sort of thing with like Melody in the Eastern European region.
Yeah,
he is
like
like
top 10.
He is 12K as a position 5, dedicated. It's ridiculous what these guys are able to do, and it really says a lot to their potential for being able to carry games. And I've seen Dubu carry games from the position 5 role for TSM.
And talk to me about like the overall kind of team dynamic, like how they play off of each other, because I feel like Saberlight, you know, I love this guy. He comes in, he lays the smack talk, he's not ashamed if he fails. Do you think that's kind of a booster? Do you think they play off of that and that kind of always keeps them morale high?
I mean, you would have seen the clips of him playing that Enigma, right? Where he just missed like 4 straight black holes, and the vibe in the team was just laughter every single time. Maybe because they were playing a slightly easier opponent that they were confident that they were going to win regardless, but it's just great to have that positive vibe on the team. And I feel like almost every member of the team has that mentality of, it's just Dota, we're going to have a good time. Maybe it'll change at TI and this event because they've got a lot to play for, but I think it's just that light-hearted nature that makes Dota fun.
Yeah, I mean, I think as our draft is getting underway at the opening bands, I think like overall, if you kind of look at maybe the atmosphere between the two teams, you know, I think TSM, they are going to be a little bit more calm about this one, right? Liquid, maybe they've got to prep. They're not quite yet there for TI. They've got to perform at Arlington to get there. TSM, one of the, 3 teams here that are already qualified. So they, you know, they don't have to really worry too much in this offseason.
Speaking of positivity, no toxic gameplay coming out of Viper. First ban straight away. Boys, talk to me about what we're expecting to see. We've already got insta picks into Marcy winner Wyvern.
I haven't seen that Marcy pose.
Me neither.
Yeah, she was hidden.
I was like, what is that? Is that Broodmother standing up? No, that is Marcy.
Yeah, Marcy. And my hero, the Winter Wyvern, coming out. I mean, it's just solid, right? The buff to the laning stage. Previously, it was one of the weakest supports in the game. Now, just an extra couple of seconds on that Arctic Burn. You're so much more effective. BKBs are at a premium because of the longer cooldown on it. Winter's Curse, position 5 ability that interrupts that. Oftentimes, it's worth just dropping it to make BKB effectively half as good. And it's just really good at responding to a lot of this early on aggression. I love the Night Stalker pick, though. It's something that Wyvern hates to play against you.
That's the thing. Wyvern, you know, she wants to be standing back in these trees, kind of ready with the Blink Dagger. Sometimes even Aether Lens, it gets that bad, just so you can get that fight-changing reset. It's one of the few position 5 heroes in the game that has this big reset button in the team fights, you know, like a Faceless Void, Chronosphere. You need heroes that are going to be able to shut that down instantly, give you the vision with the Night Stalker, and Tiny's going to be able to follow up with the Blink damage. I like the opening here from TSM.
Even just the bans, right? It's very a lot of respect, coming through. Like, Dubu Phoenix is next level, and that's why Team Liquid are getting rid of it. Zai Razor, they first pick it a lot of the time. Same sort of thing with a puck, and then they snipe the Tiny themselves, making sure that Mika is not going to get it. So I feel like both of these teams have put a lot into this first draft because it's the only one of the series. Like, the first series is the one that you can extensively prepare for. Everything else you need to adjust
on
the
his
fly.
screen?
What's up?
I saw like a Pudge right there. He was like front and center.
On whose screen?
I didn't quite see. I hyper focused onto that screen there, but I saw a Pudge.
Okay.
Yeah, they had one of those custom hero setups, so that looked real good. We'll see, because that is something that we've hinted to. TSM have pulled that out a couple times in the NA DPC, so you know, and it can work out for them.
So have Liquid in the Western European.
It might be a contested hero.
I mean,
that's absolutely true.
Ana was playing position 1 Pudge when it was terrible, and he was winning games on it in pubs. So it's like the sort of thing where who knows what he's going to do. He's been playing a little bit more in the past week or two ever since he found out that he was going to be playing for them. We're seeing like some Nature's Prophet come out. We're seeing Chaos Knight. We're seeing Slark. We're seeing Spectre. I wouldn't hate to see the Spectre this game, to be honest. I feel like Wyvern's one of those heroes that's going to be able to secure the lane for you. And if you go into the Aghanim Scepter against the Night Stalker, as long as you're using the Shadow Step, I believe it's called, onto the Night Stalker when he's Dark Ascension, you get all of his vision. Like, if you use Spectral Dagger onto Night Stalker, you get his vision during the Dark Ascension, which is going to give Wyvern so much more freedom to be able to play with confidence.
It's not a bad idea. Something I like about this Night Stalker pick is, as Liquid are going to be needing an offlaner themselves, I expect a couple of bans here up from TSM maybe on this next ban. The Beastmaster, right, so far uncontested. Night Stalker, his shard allows him to eat creeps, whether that's going to be the Helm 2 upgrade that someone like a Beastmaster would want to carry. Kind of makes it a bit weaker.
You can't pick it anymore.
Exactly. Kind of makes it an effective ban with this pick, while still giving you a bunch of the strengths of the Night Stalker. It does make your laning stage a bit scarier, right? Because he's very weak, obviously. You get like 2 points in Hunter in the night during the daytime. So they're going to go ahead and ban out a couple very strong laners, right? TA with the minus armor makes a lot of sense here.
You might even
have a lot of kill potential onto him.
You might even see something like an Alchemist come out from Team Liquid. Paired together with a Marcy, it is a very strong lane. You just lay down that Acid Spray. 2-2-1 build is typically the offlane style of building the Alch. And, you know, against this tempo that's going to be a little bit slower, like Night Stalker needs, let's say, 15-20 minutes until he's able to really have that impact, right? So Alchemist is going to have that farm. He's going to be able to give that Aghanim Scepter to someone else from that offlane role.
Night Stalker very much one of these like 2 to 3 item heroes where it does really feel like he needs like the Blink BKB +1 to really have impact in these team fights, especially when you get into the mid game. I completely agree with you there. Chen ban and the Ench ban, so some position 5s, Chen players on both sides. You spoke about the Alchemist here, Dan Ogden. I like that a lot because TSM, they've been running a couple of Alch drafts themselves. Dubu, in his pubs, I think he's been whispering to the carry players, you know, I'll pick Dazzle, you pick the Alch. They got that dangerous minus armor in the lane. They've got the Shallow Grave as well during his really strong timing, so you can kind of, you know, on second ages just bust high ground with Shallow Grave. That's something that TSM might decide to go for as well, to be honest. I think this Alchemist could very well be contested, but for now it's the Dawnbreaker.
Now, talk to me a little bit about this Dawnbreaker, because Dawnbreaker's win rate isn't looking too great. I think it's 44, 45%, one of the most picked heroes. Like, why are we seeing it maybe fall a little bit flat at the moment?
Are we talking about a specific region? Because in Western Europe, for example, Gaming Gladiators just keep picking it as a top priority, and they didn't do too well because they're just playing the exact same way over and over again, not winning a lot of games off of it.
Right.
A lot of the other reasons is people have found out how to be able to counter it out. You know, it's just playing this like kiting style of gameplay, or getting righted on top of her and bursting her down, or picking something like the Wyvern in response to it. This time, Liquid have the Wyvern, so they know that they're not going to get counterpicked because it's just so easy to set up for a bunch of kills.
It kind of protects it compared to a couple of other different global heroes that we've seen rise to prominence, for example, like the Furion, like the Underlord, like the Wisp. Dawnbreaker is very telegraphed, like extremely telegraphed, right? I mean, it gives her position 5, what, like 3 seconds time to set up and time to get ready with the blink. I'm gonna precast. Like it can be quite punishing, right? And in that sense, it's a lot harder to use because my kind of big thing with her is she feels best when you're using her as some sort of like counter initiation, right? Like,
absolutely.
You've got your Tidehunter up front who's threatening to go with the Ravage. Someone blink hexes him, all of a sudden the fight kicks off. That's a little bit harder to do, I think, when Dawnbreaker's like your carry or your mid. It kind of conditions the rest of your draft. It can be difficult.
Ooh, a Keeper of the Light and a Bane coming out. Okay, I mean that's again a good way to be able to interrupt and be able to kite around this this Dawnbreaker. Coddle, of course, incredibly fast. They don't have amazing catch on Team Liquid right now, so this could very well be a mid Coddle coming through here. The only thing I'm a little bit confused about with Team Liquid's draft is most of the time it's Boxy in that position for playing the Dawnbreaker, and they do go with the Spectre. Let's go. I mean, it's an Ana hero, right? This is an Ana specialty. He won TI off the back of his
what I think of when I think of him.
Yeah, and let me tell you,
Spectre PL, like that's Ana for you.
This is looking kind of scary for TSM. I got to be honest with you, because like, you know, obviously, haha, and a buyback Spectre, but like, think about how powerful the buybacks this game are for Team Liquid right now compared to TSM. TSM have no mobility around the map, right? Like, whatsoever. Meanwhile, Liquid, they can buy back on 2 of their cores. Like, they can take some really brutal fights. If, for example, if they're like, if they find themselves in a position, which they might, right? Because they're up against like a Coddle, a Night Stalker who've got this like early game punch, and it's really hard to contest Roche with the Night Stalker vision. They can kind of just throw some bodies into the pit to really disrupt that timing and buy back on these S-tier hero buybacks immediately back into the fight. That is super valuable this game for them.
The only thing that's, sorry, not the only thing, the other thing that's confusing me about Liquid's draft a little bit is it goes away from how they played the DPC a lot of the time. They were playing very heavily around this, like, pick one hero off or make them useless in a team fight and then use that to snowball for the rest of it. And I would have thought coming into this that the big way to be able to beat them was out team fight them. But they've got a pretty good team fight lineup coming through, so it's
their
like...
team fight's incredible. And the one concern I have as well for TSM is it seems like they're trying to go for a bit of a faster tempo, and I don't really really like that when I see like a Wyvern. She's great at slowing down the game. She's not as great as like a Train Protector, but she can sit really far behind towers, spam out the Splinter Blast, you know, and clear waves. The push as well for TSM is just not that good. You've got these tanky strength melee heroes up front against Arctic Burn.
Yeah.
Like, TSM really need to win fights to push objectives.
I mean, it makes the Bristleback ban really valuable for Team Liquid coming through. Like, that is the one that's going to be able to give you the tempo to be able to make these early pushes convert into something more.
So my concern right now is TSM, you talked a little bit about the Night Stalker and how he's going to be enabled in this game, how long he's going to need to get his basic items. Do we need something that kind of feeds into that go find kills constantly, or something that benefits the Night Stalker and enables him on the lane?
You need both, honestly. Like, the Keeper of the Light might be a position 4 here. That enables the Night Stalker on the lane, right? It's still not one of those heroes that you can really leave alone, but I feel like the net worth lead that you're going to get out of, like, I think like 2 months ago, Spectre Wyvern is, in my opinion, the weakest lane in the game. But Wyvern got buffed. It's not as bad.
Yeah.
It's against a Night Stalker who, for the first 5 minutes, doesn't have that greatest level of effectiveness, so it goes back the other way.
Yeah. Wyvern's kind of a boss on this lane, right? 2 strength heroes, Tiny with 0 armor, that percentage-based damage. It's going to be pretty brutal.
Might be Tiny mid, though. We don't know.
That's,
we don't know 100%.
That's a fair point. Yeah,
because that is what you would need to be able to make the tempo to make Splus.
There you go.
TB?
I was actually about to say the TP. I mean, it's a tomato special, but again, it's something that they've...
items.
Look at what they've taken away. They've taken away the Chaos Knight and the Bristleback. They need something else that's able to come online pretty early, that's able to get a good amount of farm. And if you have a look, like you were saying before, Team Liquid's buyback and counter initiation, incredible, right? But they don't have people that seek out the Terrorblade, and I feel like that's the big weakness of the TB. You're going to go back to the jungle. You've got a lot of armor. You can get a lot of farm in that way, and then push when you're ready to do it.
I agree.
So I think this is probably going to be a pretty slow-paced game for like the first 10, 15 minutes, because both teams need, like, Night Stalker needs 2 items. Tiny needs at least the Blink. TB will want 1 or 2 items. Spectre, of course, very slow-paced. So I think, I'm just trying to think what Liquid might be trying to finish this up with.
They need something that can get on top of this TB, like something to play with the Marcy, right? Because like you're saying, the team fight that the Spectre, the Dawnbreaker, and the Wyvern do enable you with this game, it's not going to really cut it when you need to kind of slow down this TSM timing, because they're going to be pushing like a truck, I want to say.
Could
like
they Ember Spirit this game?
Is that dangerous with the Night Stalker in play?
I feel like Night Stalker's focused on Wyvern. That's the issue. So you can't focus a Tide Hunter instead. Okay,
Wow.
so is this a mid Dawnbreaker?
Seems to be, right?
Or a mid Wyvern perhaps, but I feel like that's still a little bit risky. You're going to buy Witchblade if it's a mid Wyvern and makes it at least have a little bit of armor, but it certainly is scary.
Yeah, there's a little bit of flex potential as well, right? Because we also don't know if it's to be Tiny mid or Coddle mid, right? That's a very real flex these days. Imagine tuning into your first Dota tournament for 2 years and hearing the caster say Coddle mid. No, but I mean, he's very much a flex.
Well, just thinking in my mind when you're talking about that, like back in the old days where you just had to have Spectre mid all the time as well. Imagine if you've just been dusting Dota off after a few years, like, that's a Spectre mid, right? But hold on a second.
That's Bryle playing the Tiny. You can see that.
There we go.
Yep.
This is how we get the info ahead of time. We kind of tease ourselves a little bit. You saw the teams. You got kind of a feel for it. Like, which draft do you like more?
I mean, I'm always going to back my boy Ana. I'm going to back Ana playing his Spectre, and they've got a Wyvern, so how can I not go past Team Liquid?
I don't know if this Tide is going to give them enough catch. I think the Tide gives them a lot of team fight, but now my concern for them is they're a bit cooldown dependent. So I'm not sure if that's going to quite be what they need into this Terrorblade, as we see our very lovely casters. Just a sneak peek.
We have to wind them up, right? That's, so Gareth, you can't see the guy behind him. He's just twisting and turning him. He's getting ready to go. He's our little energy bunny. We love him. So that kind of teases where we're going. But you know what? Let's send it across them. Gareth from Lacoste, why don't you tell us what you think of this game? Let's get underway. First game of Riyadh Masters. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you, KP. It's Gary and Larry back on LAN, and here we are with our first game of the tournament. We saw that smile, right? Ana and Insania sharing looks across the bench and like, give me Spectre,
Beautiful,
buddy.
some bonding before the game starts. This is exactly what you need. I mean, the first game of today, of this whole tournament, is gonna be a banger. Looking at 2 of these drafts, we have Team Liquid, a lot of global presence. You know, having this Dawnbreaker, having Spectre. I'll be honest with you, Gary.
Yeah.
Kind of expected that Ana would play Spectre here.
Yeah.
You know, you were calling for it.
It's like Ember Spectre, please.
Give me one of those 2. And yeah, looks good, but on a lot of cooldowns on their side.
Tomato already down to half HP, and even lower is gonna die. First blood's gonna come straight out for Liquid, and Ana's the one to get it. What a return to the pro scene for him.
You could not ask for a better start. I mean, they just got him a first blood. He's using the courier already, bringing some tangos for himself. Not gonna go for anything greedy this time around.
Yeah, just get that extra bit of regen. We've also got Circlet, Magic Stick Quelling, and get a bit more of that regen as well. As Liquid set themselves up after that double team, basically 5-man smoke from both sides, collapsing into the river, but Liquid getting that upper hand early days. And they had a very flexible draft all the way through as well, right? We were thinking, you were calling for the Wyvern mid, we weren't sure where any of these heroes were going, and in the end, it does end up being that Mickey Wyvern in the mid lane. A bit of a scrap down the bottom rune. Insania charging forward with the box in Ana, coming back in towards Moon Meander. Oh, they're going to get the body blocks from Bryle. Beautifully done.
That was such a nice play from Insania going in. Dawnbreaker, level 1, level 2, like level 3. This hero deals insane amount of damage. You have a stun, like coming out from position 5, and your carry is off to a really good start. And look what Anna's building. He's like, I didn't check what the new builds are. I'm just gonna go do my own style. I'm gonna get that Blade Mail. I mean, it's a decent Blade Mail game against Tiny, against Keeper of the Light, even Terrorblade. Historically, it's a good matchup for Terrorblade against Spectre, because I don't know if they have enough burst, and we're talking about like BKB piercing abilities as well later on. The only one that they got is pretty much Wyvern ulti, and I'm not sure if that's gonna be enough, because Terrorblade will get sundered. They do have like 2 saves. They're not typical saves, but having Nightmare and also having Tiny Toss is something that could change things around.
Yeah, get that TP out of trouble. That's something they're definitely going to have to look towards, right? You mentioned the global presence from Liquid. They've got the ability to set up with, you know, a Blink Ravage, the Winter's Curse, even Marcy just running in and disposing someone can cause issues for TSM. So they've got plenty of heroes who kind of want to play from Fog or like to play that surprise game. You want to smoke with Bane, you want to play in the trees as the Kotl, jump with the Tiny with that Blink Dagger as an element of surprise. That's what Liquid are going to be very good at, is reacting, responding to those initiations from TSM with the reset tools the panel was talking about.
Absolutely. Like they have 2 like probably best abilities. I mean, we can add Elder Titan, which is not a popular hero right now, or a Shaker, but having Tidehunter and Wyvern to be able to counter initiate, and also bringing numbers with the Dawnbreaker ulti, another one of those abilities that can turn things around, but coming in with the Spectre. It's going to be difficult, but as we said, it's going to be cooldown dependent, so they're going to need to take fights like every 2 minutes.
So do you think this is very much an indication that Liquid want to slow the pace of the game and kind of build Ana up here, first game of the tournament? Because they seem like a very reactive team. Not necessarily one that wants to go out. You know, their lack of stuns is maybe an indication of that as well. They're not a ganking squad, right? They are reacting to what TSM will be bringing to the table rather than making their own moves.
Absolutely. They don't have that like classic initiator. It's difficult to also curse into, like they don't have that setup, like curse into Dispose, curse into Starbreaker doesn't seem as strong. I'm looking mostly at the mid lane, how this is going to go. Tiny, super strong mid laner. Vryle has been on point with his gameplay, I'd say even in the last year and a half. Every single game he plays, he just keeps getting better and better. Dubu, a bit of a turnaround potential there with the stick.
And Zai taking a beating up top as well. Terrorblade, of course, does pack a punch. And Tamado will be looking for a bit of vengeance after losing his life as that first blood. Currently sitting at 5 CS. So TSM so far doing very well with all 3 of their cores top of the board. And yeah, just that point about Bryle. I've seen this a lot, you know, from them when they were Undying, now as TSM. They love these little snipe picks where, you know, Bryle has an amazing hero pool, but they love taking heroes away from their opponents. Oh, they get him. Down he goes. Zai, oh, he's going to lose his life. No, he's not. Boxy just disposes the Terrorblade back. And Zai, hiding in the tree, is going to be perfectly fine unless Tamado can get a couple of hits and he went back to die.
If he can get a return kill, that's going to be pretty big. Do we have a jump?
Rebound. What's he got left? He's got a bit of mana regen with a mango and a stick, but he doesn't want to keep going for it. Metamorphosis too much to handle.
Yeah, sitting at 10 armor on Terrorblade, those right clicks early on, especially from a hero like Marcy, is not going to do the trick. Sableye bottom.
Yeah, Ana and Insania just battering into this Night Stalker, but he's pretty tanky, right? Lots of armor, so after the magic damage is dealt, he's able to withstand most of that damage coming from Liquid. But yeah, they love picking Bryle, these heroes, to steal a hero away from their opponent mid laner. Like they did it, you know, like TI with Storm Spirit, they would steal it away from Fnatic. Now Tiny, of course, we were really excited to see a Mickey Tiny as he's been popping off recently with that. Giving it to Bryle, of course, Gonna be a great play there for TSM. Zai contesting. Beats away the Terrorblade.
There's always going to be a kill threat on this DB, especially if they keep him at like 70% HP. With, I mean, minus armor is okay. I mean, you still play into Terrorblade, but there's decent amount of magical damage that can come out.
Especially as the game develops, you know, they get that Witchblade on the Wyvern as well. Some good ways to deal with a TB. They are still going to be relying on those big ultis. Saberlight getting battered now by Insania. Great, just aggressive move forward onto that NS. It seems like Liquid here, in this laning stage, they really are just bullying TSM, spamming out their spells, winning out these regen trades. We've got a lot of tanky heroes. You don't want to be fighting into a Dawnbreaker, Tidehunter, Spectre, naturally tanky and able to withstand a lot of that early pressure.
Yeah, they're playing very aggressively on the lanes, and now Insania bottom, trying to pull the lane back. Dawnbreaker, as a support, does consume a lot of mana. He's buying a stick. Seems like he's going to go back to base, trying to keep up with the Courier. Courier a bit too speedy.
Should be able to mount the Courier, jump on its back and speed home. Give us a mount in Dota 2 as Mickey getting tossed around. Will fly over a little cliff there. Still had stick and fairy fire, so very unlikely he was going to drop.
Insania might need to TP mid and refill his bottle because Ana on the bottom's full HP, so Mickey, they're playing around him, like they're trying to shut him down, and this is not that good of a matchup for Wyvern, where he, like, you don't have enough right-click damage to be able to... Oh, I'll shut up. Let's see what happens here.
He's doing a lot of damage into Boxy, and yeah, over-aggression now from Liquid. Metamorphosis came back up, so Terrorblade's able to fight back.
It's a bit of a difficult matchup for Wyvern. You can't match Tiny's farm, because Tiny just has much more damage compared to you. Bottom, Moon.
Good silence. Saberlight stops the Starbreaker from coming out in the first place. And I guess Wyvern not very good at clearing small camp either, is she? Very much focused on the lane itself.
It's a lot of mana, because you use 135 mana just on level 3 to be able to clear the small camp, and the first one doesn't even get hit, so you still need to do right clicks, and you just don't have enough damage, pretty much. Yeah, you need to stay in the lane and get the XP. Now on bottom, TSM, FTX, they will start to put a bit more pressure.
It's nighttime!
It is nighttime. I mean, do they want this to be nighttime or daytime? They have a guy called Saber Light, and they also have Keeper of the Light.
Well, yeah, there's also the ban on Luna, right? They don't want that double nighttime, but Boxy is rotated down to bottom, looking to make some action and find a pick onto Moon Meander. That's nice to see from Boxy. He's been a real great player transitioning into this position 4. Honestly, his Dawnbreaker, his Marcy have been spot on, and very good at rotating into these lanes to offer the kill threat and alleviate some of that pressure from some of his core players as well.
Timato is using that info because Boxy showed bottom, and now he's getting levels, being level 6 on the Terrorblade because he got that one kill alone. It's pretty good. I mean, just getting the levels on Terrorblade, because he will soon probably be pressured out of the lane, and then you can go with the levels into the jungle. On the bottom lane, they're trying to keep up with the pressure that Team Liquid is doing. Night Stalker's only level 4, a bit under-leveled.
Yeah, it's been rough. His Kotl hasn't really given him that safeguard, because Moon Meander just keeps getting jumped straight back in onto the Kotl, and you're not speedy enough to slip away from Liquid, who are now making up a tri-lane down bottom. What's that lane like if TB's left alone, if Bane wants to try and transition out of this top lane? Will Tide start edging out the TB coming out on top?
They want levels on Tidehunter. He was also a bit under-leveled, and now he's keeping up. 35 CS, same CS as Wyvern from the mid lane. Like, I also want to see what happens when Bryle starts to make rotations. He also found a really good item. Tumbler's Toy on Tiny gives you mana, gives you ability to close the gap. One of the better, if not the best, tier 1 item in my opinion.
Yeah, go straight on top of some of these heroes and bring them down with your combo. Saberlight now backed up by Dubu, so they do move that Bane down towards the bottom lane. It looks like Kotl's sitting in behind mid as well, so TSM kind of setting up this with a defensive bunker around some of these core heroes in the mid and the bot lane. It looks like Tiny wants to get a little more active though as they smoke down towards bot. Liquid They don't see Broil. He's hiding and waiting. Nightmare comes out. Insane are going to have it transferred across to the Marcy. Getting blown up though. And TSM bring the full force. And the 4 men into this bottom jungle and chasing in towards Insania.
Nice time by Saberlight to be able to silence him and gonna get another one. Dubu gets the double kill. I mean, it's good for Dubu, but you would want to give it to either Tiny or you want to give it to Night Stalker.
Got money for boots now. There we go.
All abilities pretty much for Team Liquid are available. All 3 big ultis. We're talking about Wyvern, who does have haste in the bottle, and also Tidehunter getting the solo levels. Tide's going to be very difficult to pressure out of the lane. And if you look at what Zai decided to go for, it's 4 points in Bracket Shell. Like, this guy's not dying. It's super defensive.
It's incredibly tanky. And onto Tomato they go. He does have Sunder leveled. They are going to ravage him, though, and he can't get it off. Down goes the Terrorblade. Maybe should have left the lane a little bit earlier, but a dive onto tier 1 onto Moon Meander now. Ana going to come in with a Haunt, and a Slate will arrive. Moon Meander down and out in this tier 1 tower. Not long for this world.
This is the power of Team Liquid's lineup, being able to fight every 2-3 minutes, especially on like a Spectre level 1 ulti. It's literally 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be very, you know, like it's probably the longest cooldown in the game, if I'm not mistaken. Is there Black Hole? Is Black Hole higher?
It's definitely one of, right? It's like top 3 longest cooldown. I mean, Wraith King's ulti is super long as well at level 1.
Yeah, Enigma's 200. And now in the bottom lane,
yeah,
Zai.
nice Stalker, Dark Ascension. But like you said, Zai has these Kraken Shell points all skilled up, so they'll turn and face into Mika instead, getting the mid laner a much juicier kill.
Some tips coming in. I don't think you can kill this Tidehunter. He doesn't even have any magic resistance. Let's see.
I know he's got no Ravage.
Full combo.
I'll go into the backlines instead. On Insania, Avalanche stunned. Saberlight and Brawl making the absolute perfect read there, knowing, understanding, like you said, they can't go on the Tide. Find the supports, rather. There's a lot of room for Ana, though, who went up top, got involved with some kills, got the tower, and now gets that free farm all along that lane. But how important are these moves for TSM? Because looking at these drafts and thinking about how this game's going, it feels incredibly important for them to pick up the tempo.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, TSM, they are making the moves. They are 1k gold ahead. They did lose a tower, but they got something in return. I think TSM has pretty good understanding, like when they need to mirror the movement of the enemy team and just when they need to decide to fight and where. Also, this is something that has been like relatively popular lately. We're talking about the Night Stalker item build, not going for Shard anymore, but instead going for the Aghanim Scepter build to be able to have AoE Void, which is pretty good, and also another mini stun. It's most importantly, yeah, it's just an ability to stay on top of the network with the Night Stalker.
All right, keep on scaling. Whenever you've got a hero with a passive like Hunter in the Night, something like that, where you are a right-click physical damage dealer or can build into one, having some kind of farming tool always feels incredibly good. As it looks like it's Liquid's turn to go for a smoke play.
One thing we didn't mention is Keeper of the Light using Chakra Magic on Terrorblade to be able to lower the cooldown on his real ulti. We're talking about meta here.
Yeah, give him a way better uptime on it. On TSM, a long move up towards top. They see Ana. Haunt on cooldown for 15 seconds. Liquid, they know something's not quite right here, and Zai's TP top will reveal that smoke move and give Ana the safety he required. Still potential for them to move forward, take control of this top jungle again, but they are under dire vision. Well placed by Dubu to keep tabs on them as Bryle chucks the combo onto them, the grip there as well. Ravaged from Zai, and the Haunt comes in. They're focusing down the Bane. Will get the pick up there. Bryle stuck. Starbreaker landed. Good damage onto them with a Keeper of the Light blast, but it's not enough. They can't turn that fight. Not without their TB, who is nowhere to be seen.
Every single time their ulti they are available, they will definitely go for these P.E.K.K.A.s. And this is also a fight without Wyvern ulti. When they grouped up, pretty good Ravage from Zai to be able to hit all 4 of them, actually. And yeah, the global presence coming up from Spectre, revealing where they are. And the turnaround protection from Dawnbreaker is pretty nuts. Like, DSM doesn't have that much burst potential. If Tiny is shut down, if he uses his combo, like the damage output from their heroes is pretty limited. Unless they're sitting inside the blast, Night Stalker goes Sam. Because Terrorblade right now, he's a completely different hero than Spectre. Like, he wants to be able to farm his items, while Spectre will always join. Whenever the Haunt is available, she's going to be looking for the fights.
Yeah, he is looking for that critical mass, perfect item timing. When the Manta's done, he can be that. You know, almost burst damage, physical right-click attacks coming in the long drawn-out fight, and there is that replay back. Beautiful Ravage from Zai, and that Starbreaker connecting. Unfortunately, Saberlight couldn't quite get there with the silence. But you're right, when Liquid are there with numbers, they are all together grouped up.
It's easy math, Gary. 4 heroes / 5 heroes are much stronger than 3 heroes.
Today I learned.
Boo. It depends which 3 heroes we're talking about, but usually it is like that.
That's a good generalization. And Dubu trying his best here to drag out his inevitable death. Tiny arriving, doesn't get a pick with his combo, and now might have put himself in harm's way. Marcy looking to unleash a bit of damage on him.
They saw the Chakra Magic. They're going to respect another Tiny combo. He's looking for it. He might burst Zai.
It's so scary, isn't it? This Chakra onto TB, Chakra onto Tiny, the continual damage output that they can offer. They don't have vision high ground, but they're still making the move up here. Straight on to Boxy.
Brawl was thinking about going in and killing... Oh, Curse Top.
And there's Saberlight.
Will drop.
Yeah, Ana helped out by Mickey. They did have vision in that bottom jungle from TSM. That's how they made the jump in onto the Marcy. So I stand corrected there as they toss the Tide now. Zai gonna have the Solar Guardian arriving, so he's safe and sound. Still that threat though. Nothing's easy for Liquid. They are perpetually being offered these engagements from TSM.
Yeah, but still, Tomato on top of the net worth, he knows that he needs to farm up. The rest of the team will need to play 4 versus 5. Keeper of the Light will be allowing Tiny to use his combo earlier than expected. But yeah, looking at the item build, Ana changed things around a little bit, going for Aghanim Scepter as his next item after finishing Blade Mail. So that will give them like another opportunity to jump the back lines, find this Keeper of the Light, and just play the map more aggressive.
Yeah, just keep that ball rolling. They've got that Wraith Pact on the Tide now, as we see. So in these team fights where they've got the big ultis landing onto TSM, the Wraith Pact going to mitigate a lot of damage, which could turn things around, and then move straight onto Bryle now. Easy haunt forward, connect into this. Well, are we watching a replay? It's a bit of deja vu there.
Yeah,
same part of the map.
Like it's same spot, and Ana gets the kill. I mean, Mickey did get the kill, but he is going to go back to farming.
Yeah, back we go. Finish off that Ags.
Also, this build on Night Stalker, he did go for the shard first to be able to sustain himself in the fights a lot more.
He's all right. He's actually going to turn on the Saberlight, curse him up, and Boxy arriving with the Unleashed Dispose. Down goes the Night Stalker. Saying goodnight. Nightmare the Zai Tide, but I don't think he's too bothered about that. And one of the biggest things here, honestly, for me, looking at the net worth chart, right? You've got, yes, Terrorblade up at the top. Here's your single carry on TSM, but this Tricore of Liquid are farming incredibly well.
Yeah, they're looking really good. We also didn't talk about Vibrance items. You mentioned the Witchblade that the mid Vibrants do go for, so that's their extra burst damage, like overtime damage as well. It's a super good item. Now having Boots of Travel as well as a second item on Vibrant will allow him to like be even more active on the map. It's always been like that, Gary. You know, playing against the global presence is very difficult.
Yeah, there's so many moving parts you've got to consider. And it's so difficult to play as a TB and farm safely and efficiently at the same time. I think Tomato's done a great job avoiding a lot of these team fights. Of course, his team is setting up that space for him to be that big one-hit carry in this kind of game. He's been hiding away, safe and sound, as Boxy attempts to jump on Bryle, but
Tumbler's
toy.
Yeah, too good. Looking at the quick buy, seems like everyone wants to get Aghanim Scepter in this game, pretty much. Like even Dubu on Bane wants to get it. Has 600 gold. It's gonna take like another 25-30 minutes until he can get it. Saberlight needs to be a bit more careful. They're thinking about jumping in, and yeah, they're gonna close the gap.
Yeah, they've got the gush there from Zai. Arrives just in time, but under that tier 2 tower, they don't want to dive too far.
Like, yeah, I can't reach him, but at least I can do something. So uses Trusted Shovel and digs up a mango.
I need to press buttons. Got to cast my spells. Well, they knew that Tier 1 mid lane was definitely going to be under pressure if they continued diving too far. Roshan a potential as well.
They're waiting for Scotty on Tomato, and then he's going to be able to join these fights. Right now, he's been AFK pretty much farming, and it's going to be available in 400 gold.
That's what makes the matchup against Spectre much easier, right? He's delaying the Manta, yes, as Dubu dies up in that top jungle. But TB kind of, maybe not skipping, but delaying the Manta at least for now. Getting that Skadi a little bit earlier allows him to fight and battle back against Team Liquid.
Zai, after finishing his Raid Pact, which is going to reduce a lot of damage coming out from Tiny, Keeper of the Light Blast, like overall, they don't have that hero that's going to come in and kill the Raid Pact, other than Night Stalker. And I'm not sure if he wants to be that guy, because he doesn't have a BKB. He's the only one with the attack speed that can actually bring it down. Both of the supports are not going to do it. Tiny doesn't have it, and Terrorblade does not want to waste his hits for it.
Yeah, but Bane wants to be standing there gripping someone. Kothel wants to be illuminating.
I like that Zai is going back to Hood, because he understands that most damage is going to be magical, and he also sees Night Stalker not going for the physical damage, instead going for that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's not really his job to deal with a TB. He's got Kraken Shell, which can help mitigate some of that damage. That's going to be down to the Wyvern.
Yeah, he wants to be that big body in front that they cannot deal with. Just be very annoying. Also, he's not... Oh, Saberlight again. One more time, getting chased.
Yeah, Mika and Ana, again, pairing up to kill off the Night Stalker. Every time they see him on this side of the map, he's being hunted down. And a good indication there is some pings come out of Liquid, and Sanya knows he's got some dewarding to do in that bottom jungle now. It's one of those games, though, that it doesn't feel like either team has a great way to speedily take Roshan down. They want to take a team fight first before they go into the pit, right?
Absolutely. I mean, Terrorblade can do it when Spectre gets Manta style. They do have more damage. Dubu thinking about getting the grip on Spectre, but Ana having a really nice read what's going on.
Yeah, he's so good at that. He's never one of those players that pushes that one extra wave, that one extra creep. He always knows his limits. Superb at towing the line.
So far, perfect game from Ana. 1, 0, and 8. He knows positioning is the key, and also choosing when to fight with Spectre, and so far he's been really on point. Aghanim Scepter is done, so now having a Shadow Step, 40-second cooldown ability, like he wants to be able to join anything that happens on the map, Ana will jump.
Actually, Ana Spectre, right? We've not seen his ability to buy back yet, because he's not died. Maybe something that will come out a little bit later on. A good old Spectre buyback haunt.
Turnaround potential from Team Liquid is pretty nuts, especially if we talk about the buybacks, taking the Roshan, Dubu. No backup.
Jumped in there with a Shadow Step. And the rest of Liquid. Ana just stays up top, doesn't even move across to the illusion. And Sanya defending these ward spots with his life, making sure that there's no real way for TSM to gain any traction on the map.
TSM did not get a kill in like 10 minutes, pretty much.
It feels like they're always running back.
No, but they're still ahead. It feels like they're not going to go with the just Scotty timing on Terrorblade. Instead, they're going to wait until BKB is done, because you will disassemble the Dragonlance, and then still, it's going to be a good timing. Like, he just farmed a full BKB in pretty much 2 minutes.
Yeah, we saw the Scotty timing there. I think it was 4 minutes 40 ahead of average. That's, of course, down to kind of skipping out the Manta style for now. Yep. There it is.
That's pretty good timing.
One. Yeah, it's incredible.
And also Aghanim Scepter on Night Stalker. It's coming out in 100 gold, so he will be good to go.
At this point in the game, as Liquid, do you want to be waiting for TSM to make the move, or do you, as Liquid, want to be going and casting your ultis?
They don't have that much tower damage. There's some coming out from the Raid Pact on the heroes when they group up, but yeah, I feel like they feel much more confident if TSM is the one who's initiating on them. And we talked about the item synchronization. Aghanim Scepter on Night Stalker done, BKB on TB done. I want to see them make a move.
Look at that, another one, 4 minutes faster than this patch average. Speedy Tomato.
Look at the difference.
In we go.
3,000 gold more than Spectre.
He's already pre-gripped as well. Dawnbreaker can't even save it. Wyvern dead. And now Dawnbreaker being slapped around by the Tomato TB. A couple of quick kills there for TSM, and we thought Liquid maybe would be a bit more comfortable waiting for that aggression and initiation, but you've got to be together. If you're spread out, getting picked one by one.
Ooh, that was so close.
Unexpected.
You got the stun off. Tiny would be able to connect with the team, and now inside the pit they go. 25 seconds without Wyvern. Mika does not have a buyback.
Yeah, team fight victory into Rochelle. That's what TSM were absolutely dreaming about. Liquid will still be ready to go and give it a good shot, though. They'll have a smoke. They'll have all their ultis ready outside of Solar Guardian. So still able to take a 5v fight even into Aegis, which I feel like over the past year has become more and more common. A team understanding this Aegis is going to be used to farm, pressure towers, and being able to fight into it.
I guess
that
they
teams
never
are really much better.
felt too worried about Team Liquid going inside the pit, and it's a smoke time. They do have Ravage available. They do have Winter's Curse. Also, Blink Dagger on Wyvern, plus a haste in a bottle, so Mika should be able to position himself well for a really good curse.
Yeah, you see Tomato. He's going to send Illusions up high ground. Looks like he's read the situation pretty well. Got to be careful with the trajectory he takes, and he will be able to just skip and dance away from Liquid's initiation. And Boxy unleashes, but there's no targets nearby. So that will come to a close. And a lot of scribbling on the map there. Mid and top lane signaled by TSM to get the shove on. So they know Liquid are all down bottom. This is, Liquid MO. They want to be together as 5 for these big wombo combos. So you see one of Liquid, there's going to be a lot there.
Also TSM, they are holding hands together. Right now, they're just going together, replenishing the meta on Terrorblade with Chakra Magic. And Ana might be in trouble.
Let's see.
Nightstalker ulti not available for 15 seconds.
Liquid starting to arrive, filter through into this top lane. Glyph will slow things down from TSM's side. They'll still be able to get that tier 1 tower quite easily, though. It looks like Liquid not making any rash decisions. They're just very calmly sitting in this dire triangle. They've got vision there, so they're playing around the wards that they've already got up. And they know that Ana can potentially join in a fight that kicks off bottom with a Haunt.
He's very close to Manta style, so there's going to be a bit more damage, more confusion. He actually has enough money to buy it. But he has 2 Manta styles queued up. Probably going to go for only 1 on Spectre.
2 Mantas, Ana? That's ridiculous. Can't get away with that. Well, very calm here. Well, this is kind of what we expected. Going into late game, you've got Spectre, you've got these big team fight ultis. There's no real rush for Liquid to go out and force team fights or to try and break out of the rhythm that the game's currently in. You are somewhat happy with where the game state is, understanding that TB is going to be the be-all and end-all of the damage from TSM.
Pretty much, because Bryle got shut down. Like, he's in the middle of the pack. Nightstalker has more farm than him.
Oh yeah, he does.
Yeah. A couple of those deaths, and they gave him Aegis. He's trying to look for an opening.
The silence on Desai. Not helping him out there. He can't get the Ravage off until he does now, and they turn it back onto them, but Zai being hounded by this TB. Brawls the trade out, and they curse the TB during BKB, but Tomato is going to break out of it and focus into Ana now. Another combo in, and the Brawl Tiny finding Ana Spectre. Liquid being broken.
Saberlight still chasing.
And Saberlight with his silence again up is just diving back lines, looking for the supports. Mickey trying to stand his ground, but he can't fight back, and a 5-man wipe comes through.
That was a beautiful team fight from TSM FTX. I mean, we were expecting a big curse, but it only lands on Terrorblade, who does have a BKB on, and no one is around him. They understand that they need to position themselves further away and not give them like any openings to come back into the game.
And now it's high ground time. All of that
I'll be honest, like, this is not a fight that's gonna like end the game, but it's very close. It's not looking good for Team Liquid. Also, they used
all cooldowns.
Yeah, absolutely. Zai.
I mean, these AoE silences from the Nightstalker, honestly, fight when game defining. The fact that he stops the Ravage coming out early, he stops the supports from getting spells off. Kraken Shell doesn't help Zai against it.
And also Moonmeander realizing that he needs to be able to replenish Nightstalker, just giving them this silence that, like, Tidehunter was not able to get rid of it immediately, then he walked away, but that's a good way to deal with it. And Ana using Manta style, and then Solar Bind comes in. Like, this is one of the best abilities in the game, and then you get Scotty slow on top of that, and a full tiny combo.
Yeah, giving Aegis to Brawl was such a smart idea, right? You know that TB is super farmed. He's not really at risk of dying.
Like, they cannot burst him from 100 to 0. There is no way.
So Brawl coming back up with another combo to just keep that fight going and having these long extended team fights so you can withstand the initial team fight ultis out of Liquid.
And now it gets even more difficult. Like we talked about the Terrorblade against Spectre matchup, how it was always like a TB favored, and now with the addition of Terrorblade, can actually build a Silver Edge. Like it's a good item because things changed. Oh,
Mickey blinking away from Brawl.
And now you have, sorry Gary, now you have break ability against both Spectre and Tidehunter.
True.
So Spectre's definitely not gonna feel as good. Brawl will pick it up.
In we go. Brawl and Saberlight straight onto the Tide. Zai just disappears. They'll throw the Spectral Dagger down towards them. Boxy on the run. But Saberlight's keeping tabs on this Marcy. They're tossing Tomato forward. Let's see if we can get a Scardy slow in. And rebounds a pretty damn good spell, jumping into the tree line.
He wants the big one.
They're looking for Spectre and they found her. Ana thought he was safe, hiding in these trees, tries to go to the horn play, but he's solid stop. Mandastar's there, it's a tanky Spectre sure, but Tomato laying it onto the Spec, and down we go. Unstoppable Terrorblade. Perfect game from Tomato.
Saberlight silences have been on point. Like he's waiting until something happens. Like we talk about, like not allowing Tidehunter to use his abilities, stopping the Starbreakers, and now even on top of the Spectre, he managed to get the ulti off in the end. But they all grouped around the top lane, so he had nowhere to go.
Absolutely worthy of a first phase pick. That Saberlight Night Stalker. And now Liquid. We were talking about how potentially comfortable they're feeling with the game.
Now look at that Chad camera. I don't know.
Zoom it in more. He's going to press the button. Zoom it on his face.
He's quite a character.
I mean, if there's anyone who I would call a cheeky devil in Dota 2, it is Saberlight.
Oh, most definitely. And you would call him that.
Yeah, he's a funny
sounds
lad.
Like something you say.
Well, yeah, I thought Liquid would be reasonably comfortable 20, 25 minutes in, but TSM have just come out incredibly strong around the, you're saying these TB timings, the items he's picked up, and Saberlight again with his silence, stopping the aggression from Liquid. Might still die, he's got the backup of Dubu, silenced and caught.
Not even close.
But they can't kill him.
Using the Hunter in the Night Shard.
They'll try and aim for the bait instead. Spectre comes in and Dubu falls. But TSM perfectly happy with that to get Saberlight out without a scratch. Oh, yeah, Boxy attempting to jump Moon Meander, but that's never going to work. Speedy old grandpa on his horse, too fast for you.
This is a big item that's coming out for Insania right now. Having the Aghanim Scepter on Dawnbreaker, 60% miss chance.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be pretty big if they can get it off, but we'll see. Even Moon Meander, like he's massive. We didn't talk too much about him, but having this Force Staff, having Spirit Vessel, a lot of heals, and also
12,000. Is that 12,000?
And it is.
Bloody hell.
It reminds me of Moon Meander's Mirana. Anything with the moon inside,
moonlight, celestial things,
pretty
right?
much. Like he plays it really well.
Oh, he's incredibly good. And here we go, smoke time again. They're 16k ahead.
Triple BKB on side of TSM FTX against Tidehunter, against Wyvern. I don't think there's enough damage. Like Team Liquid will need to have buybacks. We just mentioned that Insania invested all of his gold, which he should definitely. But Tidehunter, he's very close to Aghanim Scepter, so a lot of that gold is unused. If you talk about like 16,000 net worth, and there's a courier flying, trying to get the full Aghanim Scepter on Tide,
yeah, so if he can
which he doesn't have enough gold for.
It flew over a dire ward, so they know it's going. Liquid. They are coming out of their base. Oh, they're going to start a fight here. Maybe they can jump Saberlight. They get the Blink Ravage onto the backline supports. Blowing up Dubu and Moonmeow. That's a good start. Saberlight tries to swing back, but now he's a little afraid with no backup. BKB wearing out, and a quick little retreat there, trying to hide in the tree lines. He's actually battling there. The Solar Guardian required to fight back. Brawl arrives, looking to blow up Mickey. Cottle buys back as well. Liquid yet to lose anyone, but Brawl and Tomato still ready to come back in. Night Stalker finally dead after a long-ass time running around that battle, and Tomato.
1 versus 5, pretty much.
He's used his BKB already, so Liquid might have a chance here to break back up the high ground, find the Terrorblade, but he's found himself a spot in the Ancient Camp, and with his illusion, to find the Boxy Marcy. Another buyback comes out. Anna's in as well. With Zai's help, they want Moon Meander, but Will-O-Wisp will slow them down. Brawl dead to Insania at long last. And Moon gonna heal himself on the retreat. Dubu, I don't think he can save his buddy there. Moon dead for a minute and a half. Dubu Tomato on the run now, and Liquid. A sniff of a comeback. Dubu disposed back into Mickey.
And inside Roche pit they go. It's Aegis plus a shard, so that's gonna be pretty big. Like, I don't know, Gary. They were a bit disconnected on side of TSM FTX. Night Stalker went in, tanked a lot of damage, bought a lot of time, went into the Ancient camp, used Hunter in the night to be able to get some HP back, but it wasn't enough, so he comes back in one more time. I'm not sure where Tiny was. Was he controlled on the right side?
Yeah, I didn't see. I was just like, all eyes on Saberlight, right? He's the one
Saberlight
jumping
was
in.
tanking all the damage in that fight.
He was like 1v4ing, going wild, and Bryle came in, Tomato came in a little bit later on. But if that had all been synchronized together with that team cohesion we expect from them, it would have been beautiful from TSM, but
yeah,
it's a great showing by Liquid still.
Graph's looking pretty wild.
What's it doing? Going up and down everywhere?
Oh yeah, it's going back up. This is like crypto pretty much in the last couple of days. Ana, look at that. He stole shard from Moon Meander, and he has a Moon shard right now on Spectre.
Oh wow. Yeah, very nice.
I guess he wants to have like extra vision as well
during
when you play against the Night Stalker, and like having that insane attack speed with Desolate. You can delete people.
Oh, poor Dubu. Yeah, Desolate, Illusions. Gosh, to slow him down. And Liquid, 35 minutes in, is starting to get into Spectre territory. Aegis in hand, of course. You mentioned the Moon Shard. And Tidehunter. Aghanim Shard with that increased, or improved Anchor Smash. So nice to hit into buildings. And pretty damn good against TB as well.
It's good. I'm not sure if he can allow to get close to the TB immediately.
Oh, find the Dawnbreaker. Is that it? Oh, they get the catch on to the Tide as well. Drag back into the Will-O-Wisp. Zai stuck here. No way of escaping. They do have buyback on the Tide, but Liquid have always got to come back and maintain that middle lane over and over again.
No need to use it right now. I think Team Liquid got what they wanted from the previous fight. It showed that they can still play this game. It looked very one-sided when TSM FTX decided to go inside the base, get the mid barracks, but yeah, second row Sean. Still, this Terrorblade is huge. He's massive. He does have a full Bloodthorn on top of that.
Oh, look at that. Two of them come bottom. They're like, let's have a bit of a poke at Ana. Nah, you can't touch this Spectre right now. I'm going to go with a Shadow Step. Where are we headed? Just giving vision. Scouting out Dubu. No longer giving vision. He's going aggressive, forcing reaction out of Saberlight and very quickly jumping away. And Ana toying with them now. TSM are all grouped up together, though, around that bottom jungle spot. Under Radiant Vision, but yeah, not for long. Dubu's there to clear it out.
Also, very interesting talent choice from Saberlight. I guess he wants to perma-silence people with Chakra Magic, because usually people do go for 20 strength, because it gives you damage. It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of just like tankiness. Yeah. And yeah, because -5 seconds brings it down to 10, and 7 is duration during nighttime, and then he gets refreshed. So, Gary, we're talking about perma-silence.
I mean, at this point, it's still good against the Tidehunter, but you've got the Wyvern with BKB now. You're going to have this Blink Dagger and Marcy, so she'll be playing from Fog. We'll see who can utilize it against with that almost permanent silence. Again, still a 14,000 net worth lead for TSM. Looking like they're still somewhat in control of this game, but Liquid ever present with that threat to fight back. And now they can start playing the more natural Spectre style, right? Ana can play one of these side lanes, push it all the way out. The rest of the team can smoke, and then they connect together with a horn to the Shadow Step.
Especially with this Aegis still up and running for another minute, they would definitely love to take a fight. Let's see, they know. Team Liquid has a pretty good understanding where the enemy is. And Insania inside the base, they only need to smoke with 3 heroes, because rest is global.
Invis Tiny got his own Shadow Blade. Probably working on the Silver Edge himself. TSM just sat around down bottom, and knowing that Liquid are probably lurking somewhere in the shadows.
In a bottle for Terrorblade. We're getting into level 25 territory as well. Spectre about to hit it after this wave.
5% extra dispersion, so even more damage spilling out to the rest of TSM and their teammates. It looks like, yeah, Dubu going to scout that high ground observer ward with his courier. Illusion sent across. Try and clear out that vision, but Mickey, thankfully for Liquid, does kill it off just before the wards will die. It still feels like pressure's coming Liquid's way, but I don't know, in the back of my head, I'm just like, teamfight ultis, high ground advantage, defender's advantage with buybacks as well.
Buybacks are going to be crucial for Team Liquid. How are we standing right now? No one besides Ana has buyback on their side, so everyone investing into items.
We'll see what they do. I mean, right now, TSM very, very casually just sitting here. They don't want to make any rash decisions. They want to play around vision. They want to get the upper hand in these team fights, and they absolutely need to see where this Winter Wyvern is.
Also, Timaro decided to go for Boots of Travel.
Split
Level
push
2.
then?
Split push, and also to be able to TP to hero. So he can be anywhere, kind of play what type of a game Spectre is playing right now to be able to match it.
The pseudo Spectre. Maybe even solo kill threat. If he spots Ana out on one of these side lanes alone, maybe he could TP back, and with this Silver Edge Bloodthorn offering a lot of damage against her, right?
You can delete anyone with this type of a build. You have break mechanic, and you also have like everyone critting, and also a silence leveler as well on him. A lot of attack speed is going to come out from this TB.
It's huge.
I think you on Liquid, you need to have buybacks to be able to come back into the fight, to try to kite this Terrorblade's BKB. You know that people are going to die. Like, he's going to kill at least 2 heroes in a team fight.
Yeah, it's almost as if you kind of want some of your heroes to die first, not use their ultis, and then buy back to have your ultis.
Yeah, potentially
afterwards.
Bait a BKB or a big ulti.
Yeah, it's like Zai can go in, not Ravage, bait BKBs, die, buy back, and it's like, hey, I've got Ravage now, and you've got no BKBs. Might be a plan there for Liquid. There we go on Zai.
He's ready for the 4-staff.
Oh, it's Insania that's dead. Zai was nearby, getting silenced by Saberlight.
And another one.
A break as well. Oh, they've got the Solar Guardian coming in. The rebound, jumping about. The Winter's Curse on the Terrorblade now. Zai, Cold Embrace will heal him up, still holding Ravage. And now the BKBs are wearing out for TSM. Tomato might be in trouble, but he gets a big Sunder back. They do keep tabs on him though. Tomato half health. Terrorblade making a swift escape off to the side and keeping the damage flowing. Insania blown up. 4 heroes down on the side of Liquid as TSM are just snowballing and steamrolling through Team Liquid.
That was beautifully done. The way they controlled the Tidehunter in that fight, even though he had a 4-staff, another layer of silence coming out, and he could not get the Ravage off. Good decision from Tomato to hold that Sunder for a very long time. And yeah, buybacks are coming in. That's the first one that they got.
Well, before the throne falls, Ana will buy back on that Spectre.
And that's the only one that they got.
No Tide, no Marcy, no Dawnbreaker, so no team fight ultis. What can Ana do? Hit creeps, clear waves, and hope for the best, because look at Bryle coming straight in with Saberlight, tossing the Wyvern back and into the Will-O-Wisp. Down you go, Mickey. Force a buyback out of the Wyvern as well. TSM come in quickly, claim another lane of barracks and the core kill. And looking in great stead now to just push this one to the end, finish off the bottom lane. You've kept this Ana Spectre down under your boot. And Tomato incredibly strong, 40,000 net worth now. He's doubling up on a Spectre, 40 minutes in.
Performance by Tomato, understanding what needs to be done.
1,000 GPM.
Only 1,000?
1,036.
Oh, what did he buy? He just bought something. I believe it's a full Moon Shard. Yes, it is. And he popped a BKB as well.
And then drops it on the floor.
He's like, yeah, I'm not going to use this BKB. I don't need it.
He's going to bring it back to himself. Eats the Moon Shard up. He's just testing, making sure the BKB was working. Well, Liquid are all alive again. Very close to having all their cooldowns ready, but a Nightmare and silence from Saberlight. They've caught him out again. Tidehunter just can't catch a break as Zai getting controlled so beautifully by TSM and blown up by Brawl. He gets the Ravage off for the last second, still alive somehow, and Ana really pumping it towards the Tiny, but the Shadowblade gives him the safety to slip away from danger. Tomato's TB opening up on the Spectre. They can't kill off Ana, and Saberlight finally does fall. Liquid, good showing here, but Brawl's back in, tossing Mickey into the arms of the Terrorblade. Tomato able to stand his ground up on his cliff top. No one can make their ways up the staircase.
Tomato does have a Sunder. He's thinking about it. He needs a big target. He wants
Ana.
Spectre.
If Ana comes nearby,
Silver
absolutely
Edge.
getting sundered. That's Dubu down. Ana still charging forward. The Sunder from Tomato on an illusion. Zai comes in with the Anchor Smash. Damage reduction. Tomato dying. Ana with a triple kill.
He got baited. He got baited by the illusion.
Sucking them towards these illusions and barring them back.
I'm a little surprised that Tomato decided to buy back because Rest also had buyback. Well. Yeah, Brawl bought back, but Night Stalker was the first one who died, so he didn't buy back immediately. A little bit of a disconnection there.
And what's that about? They think Roshan could potentially be up, so they really want to secure it. He's 30 seconds away, and we know that. But he could have instant spawned, which is what TSM are probably thinking about.
If they're keeping the track on Ravage, but they still don't know. Like this is the only thing that casters know better than the players. We know when Roshan's gonna respawn.
Yeah, thanks to the timer. We know everything. And there's a DD in bottom as well. Let's see if Tomato can get his hands on that. Still holding the bottle that was gifted to him.
He didn't have BKB because he gave it a test. He wanted to see if it works, and they're gonna blow up Zai.
Yeah, Tide gone. Buyback is available for him this time. I see we've got one there for Boxy as well.
Problem is only one barracks is left. One melee barracks, so still not playing against the Mega Creeps, but TSM FTX, they want to get it.
Base in trouble.
Like, what are these illusions, Gary? It's like 6 illusions, if I can count.
There are a lot of them.
And that's the power of the Keeper of the Light, reducing the cooldown, not just on meta, but also Conjure Image, so all the lanes are going to be pushed in. Roshan is up. What do we got? We got Refresher.
So who's that going to be for? Not just for the TB, double BKB, double meta. Oh, here's our replay, watching it back. Ana just comes in, clears them.
Maybe the blinding light from Keeper of the Light there made a difference. Like, maybe he knew what the real target is, and then they got bounced back and he used it on the wrong target.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Tomato definitely getting tricked somehow. We'll just say Ana played the mind games on him. Some Jedi mind tricks.
Dota players would say, you know, it's Keeper of the Light's fault, Gary. You gotta blame someone else. Like, you don't give credit to other players for playing well.
It's just Ana being Obi-Wan, you know? It's like
Nah, he juked. He definitely juked.
These aren't the heroes you're looking for. They've got a lot of work, though. A lot on their plate, Liquid. And with Zai being tossed again back into the silence, they need all the heals in the world to keep him running. Boxy in the thick of things. They're aiming for this TB, and they just ravage and slay him. Now moving on to the Night Stalker. Saberlight caught and slowed. The Arctic Burn doing a hell of a lot from Mickey.
I thought they were going to give Aegis to Terrorblade. I mean, Tiny at this moment...
He bought back.
Yeah, he did buy back. So did Tiny, but I would still give it to Terrorblade. A little worried. 100 seconds, still no Mega Creeps, so they can push out the waves. They're not the best at pushing out the waves. They do have Aghanim Scepter on the Tidehunter plus the Anchor Smash.
Yeah.
Wyvern with the Splinter Blast. That's okay-ish. It's nothing spectacular.
And Wyvern buying a Deso, it looks like. Mickey has absolutely come to the realization that they have very little tower damage. Zai frontlining. They're going to try and move into them here with Bryle and Dubu. Nightmare from the Bane, the Abyssal Blade comes, the Undisc popped, but with Boxy and Ana on his tail, Bane is not long for this world. Dead for a minute with buyback available, while you see Moon Meander just shoving out bottom lane, absolutely where he needs to be.
He's trying his best, and also Bryle, he did kill a creep that Mickey was steeping to.
Okay.
Yeah, Mickey, he killed one creep.
On a courier now as well, Etherland's in the drain. Bryle, he's been found by Mickey though, has to BKB, might have to try and TP, but there's that curse, right? They've got the cancel on TP if need be, and now Boxy's arrival with the Solar Guardian from Insania. They can kill him once, and if they can do that, they can kill him twice.
He looks very dead.
Oh, this is going to be him dead for like 100 seconds plus, 125. So you just had the TB dead for 2 minutes. He's about to respawn, and now Tiny's gone for 2 minutes.
So that's like 4 minutes of Liquid doing whatever the hell they want, pretty much.
It might be time to go just bull rush towards this TSM base. I mean, the line is now drawn by Dubu. Bunker down, hold high ground, don't leave these protective tier 3, tier 4 towers.
It's still a very long time, 100 seconds. Ana gonna TP back to base, replenish his mana, and also he does have a Mindbreaker, so he jumps someone, silence into Abyssal Blade, into another bash. It's a lot of control, especially for the backlines.
And TSM still doing a very good job, being pinged out now by Liquid, the Saberlight, and Moon Meander still stuck down there. And they'll have Ana able to clear out the waves and then jump back in.
Oh, instant bash.
Going straight for the bash on Saberlight. Boxy's arrived as well, so another hero dead, but thankfully for TSM, he does have the buyback ready.
Gotta hype it up, you know, it's not an instant bash, it's just the Abyssal Blade, but it sounds cool if it's a first hit bash. There's no way he TPs out there, not with the attack speed. Even if Abyssal is not ready, like, you're gonna land 7-8 hits in that time.
You'll get one eventually. Now, that kill does mean slows down, delays the push towards high ground from Liquid. But TSM are, you know, hemmed back.
I mean, they do have Spectre with the Night Vision, also Moonshard on top of that, and also Wyvern, so they can see Night Stalker approaching, especially if they, like, pop the ulti on Spectre, so they will know where everyone is, and that's a good way to start a fight.
I'm still wondering if TSM actually want to move out of their base at all. They are just waiting for, at the very least, Tiny to respawn. They've been sat back here for a good minute by their own tier 3s, and this, like you said, Liquid given the opportunity to do whatever the hell they want for a good 4 or 5 minutes now, allowing their ultis to come back off cooldown, allowing the Spectre to, you know, try and catch up to the Terrorblade in terms of net worth.
And big item. Zai does have a full refresher. He also does have enough mana. Like, even potentially double Force Staff might save him. Does have a Flicker on top of that, so doesn't need to care too much about the Night Stalker initiation anymore.
He's got a lot of items, right?
He does.
Boots and hood in the backpack. His inventory completely full. And have you seen what Ana's got queued up, by the way, Lacoste?
Is it time? It is time. It's a Divine Rapier territory.
He's got it queued. Just need to save that money up towards that beautiful investment. A weapon of mass destruction there for Spectre.
Timato also realizing where the threat is coming from. We're talking about Wyvern ulti and also being able to lock him down with the Abyssal Blade, so he changed his item build a little bit, putting out Mantis style and also buying a full Lincoln Sphere.
Yeah. And of course we talked about that Rapier on Ana. He did finish a BKB as well, which got delivered at the same time as him queuing up the Rapier. Zai gonna blink back to his squad. Misses out on the smoke, sadly. Just gonna be Mickey and Boxy. And a Radiant Scan does tag on to TSM. Again, always very good at holding on to this high ground vision. Dubu, you know, one of the best at getting wards down and telling his team to play into that vision.
Absolutely. And Moon Meander, also big item. This Ethereal Blade.
Oh, look, yeah.
Oh, there's a cheese. Someone is lactose intolerant. Pretty much everyone from Team Liquid, they're not picking it up.
Yeah, need some of that lactase. Boxy just jumping out, scouts him, and realizes that's not where he wants to be. Marcy gonna go in with the help of Mickey, just straight up cursing the Night Stalker. Expending that BKB duration, now blinking back in towards the Tide, who's silenced up, and he's about to die. Oh, he's healed though, Tomato. He's gonna refresh and BKB again, but the Ravagers, where are they? He's got 2 of them, and he's holding, waiting for his time to shine, but he dies before the second one could come out. Terrorblade still so incredibly tanky, just standing there and wailing away at Insania. Another toss back, Broyle sends the Spectre Spectre into the middle. Tomato with a triple kill clears them up. The Rampage is coming. He's not going to find it though. It's stolen by Dubu as TSM holding their
he's picking
jungle.
it out. Yeah, he got the cheese as well. Saberlight tanking all the damage in that fight, getting E-bladed by Moon Meander, saves him. He comes back into the fight, so that means that they wasted pretty much everything, while Terrorblade sitting on the high ground, doing whatever the hell he wants, and they're also fighting underneath the vision. This whole time, TSM FTX, they did have a ward on the high ground. This is going to be mega creeps. Buybacks are coming in.
Yeah, but there's no buyback on the Tidehunter, right? He's 400 gold away from it, so that second Ravage unused. A really sad state there for Liquid as they get on top of Ana. Spectre tossed in, losing a lot of HP. The Cold Embrace is good, but Saberlight, the reinitiation out of this Night Stalker, perfect for diving the back lines, and Ana's just pummeled into the ground, dead for 2 minutes. And TSM looking like they're going to claim game one here.
Still not going to die.
The E-Blade now from Moon Meander, but dragged back in. TSM not going to let the man die. Diving back in towards Mickey. 2 cores gone for over 2 minutes, and game one in this best of 2 going the way of TSM FTX.
I mean, Gary, this is the first game of the tournament, and if we're going to have games like this, I'm pretty hyped
Oh, look
up.
at him. Saberlight so pumped. It was a spectacular game for him. That Night Stalker, the target prioritization, the silences.
Absolutely, and also Moon Meander playing with him. Like when they had when there were no team fights, he was also replenishing first Terrorblade, and in the fights he was going for Night Stalker to be able to get those multiple silences off. Pretty good stuff.
Yeah, we were talking with Seb about this over dinner the other night, and talking about some players want to play efficiently and they want to have that efficient farming from their own side. But you've also got to think about, Dota as having a finite amount of gold and the pieces of pie you're sharing around to yourselves, but also the enemy team.
Absolutely. I mean, farm distribution in this game was pretty crazy on side of TSM FTX, because Bra was kind of playing the sacrificial mid while Night Stalker was getting the farm, and also Moon Meander. Like, he had a really good performance on the Keeper of the Light. But yeah, I think for me, Tomato, MVP, couple of mistakes, not just from him, but from the squad when they try to go for like one last push, made a couple of mistakes, but other than that, like pretty solid. Like, they understood the timings that they need to go for, and his itemization was really on point, and yeah, breaking some records as well on TV.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Great back and forth game one here, so we can head back to KP and the panel.
Well, that was just game one here, the Riyadh Masters. If that's anything of a preview of what we can expect game after game, boys, we are in for one heck of a tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, we really felt like anyone could have won that game. It was just so back and forth. It came down to these incredibly minor decisions. Do you use the Cold Embrace to stop the Tidehunter from being able to Ravage? I think that was this team fight, where Zai was just caught a little bit out of place. They didn't get the Ravage onto the TB before he was able to Sunder, and then that was the real big team fight that allowed TSM to transition their big lead that they already had into some objectives. We just see all the buybacks not available for Team Liquid, and a big part of it comes down to the itemization. You pointed out the Bloodthorn to us in the back room, Richie, and it was a great response to that Dawnbreaker Axe.
Yeah, the Dawnbreaker Axe came around 30 minutes, which is, bottom 50 percentile.
For a pos 5.
For the pos 5. No, but that is of supports as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's bottom 50 percentile. They're not terrible, right? But still not as fast as they could be. Granted, sometimes you get around the 4, so not the best stat. But by that time, right, the farm on Tomato was just immense. I mean, to me, the true highlight here was kind of just Saberlight through and through. I think you follow him, and you kind of get the story of the entire game. He's getting caught out early, and Liquid are getting these more or less free kills. They're diving, really abusing the downtime of the Dark Ascension, and all of a sudden, you look at the peaks instead of TSM, as you can see how hype he was really after this game, and for good reason, because during his peaks, he was carrying these fights.
Yeah.
He was locking down this Wyvern. He was getting on top of these heroes with the perma silences, just slowing everyone in the area.
Enabled by Moon's
the
call.
Ags. Yeah, I mean, it looked really good for him.
And the other thing as well on top of that is with him being able to get on top of the Wyvern in particular, I was saying all throughout that first 20 minutes, like, Mickey needs to live. Mickey needs to make sure he's not the one getting caught out. And he did a great job for that first 20 minutes, but then it was just like a couple of times that the Tiny was able to find him on the back of Saberlight using his Dark Ascension, and it actually forced Mickey to go into an early Blink Dagger. I think he got the point booster and then the Blink Dagger. And that's not what they wanted. They wanted him to be able to go early Ags so that they could get that ability to kite around. You saw that team fight at Tier 2 Radiant top tower, where he just, as long as he pressed Q, he was fine. He kited out the BKBs, and he was just able to right-click occasionally, stop the Blink Daggers coming through from the Tiny, for example, to be able to get it onto the backline. Same sort of thing with the Night Stalker. It was all around Mickey, who played a pretty good game, but again, just these very minor mistakes, and like 1 second of being late using a Cold Embrace or 1 second too early, that was the big difference maker. So 2 Tier 1 teams, great Dota.
Yeah, I think the concept that you proposed is that he was obsessed with survival over just accepting that if you are caught, the fight is done. There's no way to kind of salvage it. So you want to see him just maximize for his output rather than his survivability.
Well, they had no push, right? That was the other big aspect.
Yeah.
You know, it was a lot of it is on the back of being able to counter-initiate the ganking style that TSM have. And I still think it's the way to do it, right? You just need to pick a heavy amount of team fight around these more single-target lockdowns that TSM had. But the thing is, if you won the team fight, then what? You know, we saw very, what was the kill score? Like 15-7 or something like that super early on into the game. But they were 2-3K behind in net worth because they were all focused on one thing, whereas Tomato was just spread out on the map and farming.
Liquid never held the net worth advantage once this game. It got pretty close, but the closest it got was less than 1K 600 for TSM early on, and they never really gotten it back. I was talking about this earlier, like having a Dawnbreaker, Spectre kind of always needed to be near each other. I think you just lose a bit of the effectiveness on either one of those heroes, and it should be the Dawnbreaker, right? Hence the later Ags. But yeah, I was also impressed. We just were looking at items for a while, right? That's Tomato decision to go for the Bloodthorn, right? Of course, because the Ag Scepter upgrade on that, eventually when it came out for Insania's, Dawnbreaker, given the evasion, really does make a big difference. Oh, you know, eventually you can overcome the healing, even with the Holy Locket. Like, you can get through the healing on someone like a TB with Eye of Scotty, right? Like, it's very doable, but it's more the evasion that was the problem. So we would just wait for the Nata to come out, and then they were instantly on top. Obviously, there was the one mistake. Good micro by Anna, right? Still showing up that he's a beast on the Spectre, but TSM, they had their number this game.
And it meant that they had to commit the Cold Embrace and the Solar Guardian at the exact same time. So they only had that one way to kite out these BKBs, and the BKBs were just still long enough. Like a couple of seconds is all they needed to be able to dodge out that Ravage, for example. So I think it was just a really solid performance coming out from TSM.
Was it maybe a little bit over fixation onto Tiny here? Because you talked about him as maybe kind of the guy with the key to the game for TSM. But could you have ganked the Terrorblade? Could you have pursued him a little bit more in this game?
You could, but I think, again, it's just about unlocking the Wyvern's potential. And I think until you had that Aghanim Scepter, you don't play this mid-Wyvern to its full effect. Like, you don't take towers, you don't take map control, you can't find the Terrorblade because, you know, if all of these towers are up, you go and gank the Terrorblade inside of his own jungle, then what? You know, you've got all these different avenues to get pincered by the rest of the team. So I think they really just needed to put even more onto the back of Mickey. And again, he played pretty well, just not good enough to beat TSM.
And I think like the Wyvern had a pretty big problem, right? Like we were talking about the Wyvern maybe as a support, the Night Stalker good against him, obviously the Tiny, the same reason. Like when you have multiple of these heroes that are able to get in your face to nullify that Ag Scepter advantage, when it's delayed especially, right, it's going to be pretty bad and look pretty bad as well and be difficult for the Wyvern to play into. But the fact that you had two of these pretty hard counters to try and deal with, it just felt kind of impossible. You had the one save, Marcy not really cutting it, especially because the Will-O-Wisp applies the constant sleep, which means that Force Stabs don't get you out of it, right? Cold Embrace sometimes having to be committed as well, which is going to freeze you in place and make sure the Force Stabs don't get you out. It was really hard to get to the cores of these games, even with a Dawnbreaker. It felt like the save just wasn't enough. I think TSM drafted and played very well around that.
But it was still so close. Like, the dieback on the Terrorblade. Like, TSM didn't play perfect.
No,
Tomato, I was like, what the hell are you doing, man? You're going inside the base with no buyback. You didn't take the Aegis after buying back. It felt a little reactionary. Maybe just they felt that they had enough of a map advantage that they could afford to do that without dying too easily.
Is it because I think Tiny didn't have buyback either, right?
That's
so maybe
right.
it's kind of a case of, oh, the TB can win us the game, but the Tiny can't?
Yeah, I think it's because you can reset around a Tiny dying a little bit easier, basically. You know, he respawns, he'll be coming back probably with some spells, a BKB on his second life. Obviously, when he lost his Aegis, it was kind of chain feeding in TSM. But that's just the NA way, right? Making the game, you got to give the Europeans a bit of a chance, right? Yeah, otherwise, you know, NA comes in a little bit too strong and they got hard countered. But now, you know, there's a chance.
But you just saw the difference in like that early team fight. It was like, what, 20, maybe 25 minutes in, where TSM won one team fight and took a lane of Rax immediately because they had the Terrorblade, they had the Tiny, they had all of this, even the Night Stalker, Dark Ascension. You do a lot of damage. And the thing is, even when they won that big team fight, even when Tiny didn't have buyback, even when the Terrorblade didn't have buyback, even when Tidehunter had an Aghanim Shard to assist with the push, and Wyvern had Desolator, they were so slow at pushing. They couldn't take advantage of the fact that TB/Tiny were on the deck for 2 minutes.
Did that come down really to the way that TSM manipulate the map as well? Always keeping those creep waves pushed in?
Yeah.
I guess it's partly the advantage.
That was part of it, right? Like they had the one building down bottom that they just really had to babysit, otherwise they'd be forced to turtle. Like the net worth lead was still pretty unfavorable. Bryle's still like a beast on the map. He can go hunting and pick off almost anyone except for probably Zion Ana at that stage of the game, right? Or force some pretty heavy ultis. So they were still very much playing from behind at that stage. But yeah, I think TSM do well to hold, to cut a couple of waves. The damage is tier 2s is very minimal, and they're able to just get a good fight around Roche and take that game.
Absolutely.
And looking forward to the next game, I feel like this one we saw maybe quite a lot of pressure put on Mickey to perform. The Winter Wyvern kind of had to do everything. Do you want to see him given that type of role again, or maybe a little bit less pressure on his shoulders?
Mickey's a star. I think this was just TSM out-executing as a team in terms of the macro gameplay. But at the end, it's also just two really even teams, man. Like, it could really go either way. It comes down to the draft and whether one's able to get an advantage. Maybe Liquid go back to the style that was so successful for them, getting second in the Western Europe DPC, where they play more of that pickoff style. They play TSM style that was able to get them the win, push these towers, get map advantage early on, and use that to take super creeps.
Yep. I mean, I'd consider a ban to the Saberlight Night Stalker, to be honest. I think the hero suits him very well. He plays this like insane mode heroes. Guys, I'm just going to blink at them. The Night Stalker with the shard, which came in handy a lot of times this game, just giving him more sustain. Even if he wasn't able to like eat ancient creeps or anything like I was talking about during the draft this game, he still was able to find pretty decent.
It's even just a farming tool.
And it's a farming tool. Very good point. The regen, he was right back in, right when they kind of finished off the game, for example. He was like in, and then he went out, and then it was almost like a Slark, right? Except in Night Stalker form with a Blink Dagger and a BKB and an AoE Silence. It was just impossible to fight into.
Constantly getting Chakra Magicked as well, so
yeah,
it's even lower cooldown.
Permanent as well. Yeah, I mean, making it impossible for Mickey. You were being like, just press Q. Mickey presses Q, the fight is winnable, and that was certainly the case, but I mean, at some stage, Mickey's got to come down. You know, what goes up must come down.
True.
There it is.
Unfortunately, they go down with a throne in that first game, but I guess the other thought in my mind, kind of around this a little bit, is Ana. How do we feel about his performance? It's been a while.
He was solid. Like, you know, we were talking about those little outplays, you know, the Manta bait with the illusion saying, hey, it's under me, and Tomato fell for it, you know. There's only so much you can do with the Spectre, right? It's not really solidly in the meta. Again, it's not one of these heroes that can get their timings and push early on. We saw, you know, Bristleback banned out, Chaos Knight. These are the heroes that can really look to push their advantage. And Spectre just can't do it. So I feel like if you're doing that, you need to play, I don't know, a mid laner that's capable of making plays, but also able to take towers, like a Dragon Knight, a Death Prophet, something like that. Even a Tiny.
I can see that. I think, you know, the problem more for Liquid was the hero that they gave Mickey wasn't really one he could make a lot of plays on, right? Especially naturally this game when he's playing into his hard counters. I think the Spectre Ana pick was pretty good, even if it's just like a mental win for Liquid, because it shows they could have won this game.
Yep.
It was very much winnable for them, you know, even though I'm the NA fanboy here. I mean, TSM, you know, they kind of made me shake a little bit in my seat there. I had this Aussie guy in my ear telling me, oh, they're going to get it done. I went, no, they're not.
I said, he's back, on his back, let's go.
I mean, so I think, you know, you get him on a comfort hero, you give him a hero, and you give him a draft where he gets his time to farm, because this was a farm race between the two cores for the first 20 minutes of the game.
Tomato was winning.
Yeah, and Tomato was winning on the TB. I think he expects to. So I don't know. I think he did just fine, to be honest. I think this is more of draft than anything else. Maybe even you have to give some props to TSM and Saberlight for playing really well in the fights, honestly. Yeah.
Well, TSM definitely flying high after that one. If you want to fly high, make sure you check out Saudi Air, one of our sponsors of this event. And also big shout out to Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. I love that name and I love that I got it right. But what we're going to do now is go throw it to a quick break. When we return, we should be ready to get underway with the draft of game number 2.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر بالاسم.
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. Of course, we just had an amazing game one to kick this off between TSM and Team Liquid. But these are best of twos, which means we've still got another one ahead of us. EU can still make it right with their assistance of Australia, of course.
Can they? Oh, I mean, they've certainly got a chance, right? I mean, TSM, they could pick some, you know, techie pudge and, you know, maybe have a little bit of fun here. But I think TSM, I think they're really in the zone. I think winning that game and honestly getting close to losing it is probably, like, I think one of the best ways you can enter the tournament, right? Because it shows you're not unstoppable, you have your weaknesses, but you can still kind of overcome and close out the games when you need to.
Yeah, you think about, you know, late game turnarounds, people that have that clutch factor. Ana's one of them. And he got to that stage where he was potentially able to do it. You know, he was getting triple kills when no one was expecting him to, and it still wasn't enough. So I'm sure TSM was going to be like, damn, we just beat Ana at like his own style of game.
And it was late game. They had a huge advantage, right? We should say, right? So maybe not like even footing for Ana like he would really like to be. But TSM, they fought well and they drafted well and executed to get to that stage, right? And that's what I mean. They've got that confidence, and I think they can carry that into draft number 2.
Yeah, I think it's going to all, again, come down to the draft. I want to see if Liquid go that different style, because a lot of that style, you know, I was talking about the early tempo that you need to be able to snowball something. CK, Bristleback, blah, 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 blah. Lone Druid's the one that they do it with when Matumbaman's playing, but Ana is no Lone Druid player. So I wonder if they might see something different, like a Nature's Prophet, for example, because I know Ana. Ana plays a lot of Nature's Prophet. It's like his go-to position 5 hero as well, where he literally does not take part in a single team fight, and all he does is push. He like goes...
Sounds like my kind of boss 5.
He goes like a Blightstone, he goes Agshard, and he goes Solar Crest, and he's just TPing, pushing, pushing, pushing constantly. So if he can have that same kind of mentality, while also farming and pushing and farming, it's like really good, right? You can be at all of these team fights, you still have that global potential, but you're not suddenly really weak against that early push style that's taking away all of your map.
Yeah.
20, 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I really wouldn't mind seeing that as well. It gives you like another better source of initiation. You can pair that NP with a couple different heroes over in the mid lane, maybe in a little bit more offlane initiation. I wasn't the biggest fan of this Tide pick. You know, like I said, all I said at the end of our last panel was like, it doesn't really hunt the TB very well. The lane is obviously very good, right? And that's why they picked it. TB like does not kill a Tide in lane. That's not doable. But the Tide doesn't really do much against him other than offer the Ravage, which I must say, Liquid, you know, some misplays there, sure, but TSM also played very well around that too.
There's that, but there's also like, I feel like they were trying to make the Marcy work in a game that wasn't really suitable for Marcy. You know, you saw the build that Arna was going as well, like Moonshard before the Basher coming through, because he just wanted that extra attack speed so they could use the sidekick to be able to do more damage in these team fights. Whereas I feel like if there's no Marcy there, you're not buying that Moonshot. You're going something that's giving you a little bit more tankiness. Maybe you get the Abyssal Blade earlier, maybe you pick off one of these targets before TB's able to Sunder, for example.
I quite liked the Marcy 4 in the early game, right? And obviously no one really likes Marcy for the late game, let's be honest, no one says that, right? She's not very strong for reasons you just brought up. But I think the Marcy 4 was pretty decent there, and ended up kind of getting them a lot of early momentum that was pretty scary for TSM. You know, Tomato, sure, he was farming the entire time, but they were taking down the Saberlight quite a few times kind of solo. The Ag Scepter came up online super quickly as well for Anna, so I don't know. Do you prefer like the Marcy on a 5, or do you just not like the hero?
I like the hero. I think it needs to be paired together with something in the laning stage that really takes advantage of it. Like
the sidekick?
Yeah, well, everything. Like Razor, for example, loves all of the abilities. Ursa loves all the abilities. Alchemist is even pretty decent with it too. So I feel like those are the sorts of ones that I like personally pairing it with. Even against a Skywrath mage, it's not too bad because you've just got the Disposer, the Mystic Flare, stuff like that. So I think it certainly has a place. I just didn't quite see it in this draft, and it felt like they were trying to make the cores work around this support rather than the other way around.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, did it feel like it's that kind of case of, you know, they opened the Marcy, I believe it was a Wyvern as well. At that stage, you know, you move in with the Dawnbreaker, and we've been talking about how that's the best counter to it. They kind of got obsessed on maybe protecting the Dawnbreaker pick and what came later instead of complementing. I guess the other thing, like I noticed when you were talking about Ana heroes, kind of global present heroes you were mentioning there for them. Do you like that idea for someone who's maybe not got the experience with the existing 4 members, giving them that hero that can go off and do their own thing and then show up whenever?
Yeah, I mean, Nature's Prophet, in my opinion, is the king of doing that more than Spectre, just because you can do it so much more frequently. You know, you could pick a faster lineup. To me, Dota is still about who's able to farm more, who's able to farm quicker, who is the more efficient team at taking towers, taking map control, enabling you to farm further. Because obviously taking towers is important, but you're taking them to enable you to farm. You're not taking it, like, what's the purpose of taking a tier 2 tower at the end of the day other than taking an outpost, right? It's to open up that extra few camps or that extra, you know, 300, 500 units to be able to farm in, like that one extra creep wave. And it's just this snowballing effect that goes further and further into things.
Yeah, and another reason, very quickly as our draft is starting up, but another reason I actually quite like this suggestion is I like Ana on these global heroes. His Embers, you know, especially back then, right, in the day, was very much a safe laner. But very many, a couple times this game, last game, pardon, he was caught, you know, farming on the other side of the map from his team, and he couldn't haunt out because all 5 enemies were running towards
him. Good map
him.
presence by TSM.
And they really played the map well, right? Utilizing the vision, and they were bullying the crap out of Ana. You know,
because they had no towers to play with.
Exactly, right? And that all stems, right? Dota's a cascading event, but having the NP does give you that kind of mobility on the global sense. But it also kind of opens you up to sometimes you're just going to TP back and continue farming Ancients, which allows you to continue being efficient without really having to waste too much. So yeah, maybe they'll go for it this game, as they will actually go again for the Marcy.
And the puck gets through this time, but there's a tiny change in the bans. Tiny itself won't make it through. Is this kind of targeted that idea we were talking about earlier, that Team Liquid usually goes to these drafts that are designed to pick people off versus the big team fight we saw from them in game 1?
I mean, Mika is just a beast on the Tiny. That's the thing, right? Like, and Zai, he will first pick the Razor if you give him the opportunity to. I'm not even that confident in like an off-lane Razor. Again, I was saying Razor Marcy is a great combination, but this is basically like not completely swapped, but swapped enough style of draft. And I do like the Night Stalker as a response to both the Wyvern and the Puck here, but you're going to need something else. You're going to need some other ability that's going to lock down this puck. I need more magic damage. I'd be really surprised if they didn't ban out the Skywrath here.
Right, and there was the Void Spirit, right? While you were kind of talking some more magic, reliable catch against the puck, Void Spirit generally is one of the go-to solutions. He does still struggle. Puck is still very much the champion of the mid lane right now. I think is kind of uncontested, I would say. Maybe the meta develops. Yeah,
Tiny's good, man.
Could be. It could be. I don't necessarily disagree. I think we can go back and forth on that one. But
even Ember Spirit, honestly, into a puck isn't that bad. I mean, we were talking at the very start of this series about Liquid's flexibility. Could this be one of those games where Mika goes pos 1 and we get to see an Ana Ember Spirit in the mid lane against the puck? It's a pretty good matchup.
Yeah, that's true.
So how do you really kind of address the puck? Because we're kind of seeing it be the de facto king in the mid lane. Like, are you looking for a hero that can potentially dominate it, or are you thinking wider? Do I help the outer lanes, or am I simply there to survive the laning phase?
I mean, the ideal is both, right? Like, you want something in the laning stage that's going to deal a lot of physical damage. So your Kunkers, your Tinies, your Ember Spirits are like premium. But then later on, you need something that's going to be able to catch this damn hero because you're so mobile. You've also got a Winter Wyvern that the Night Stalker is going to have to deal with. So they need some kind of damage that's going to be able to lock him down. That's why I wanted the Skywrath, because it gives you that burst damage and it gives you the extra silence that you're going to need. It also makes Cold Embrace pretty useless.
Yeah, a lot of these heroes, and some even like the DK, the Leshes, who would like do other things like push towers, they don't feel super great in this patch, which is one of the biggest reasons why Puck feels so first pickable in general. But yeah, generally that's the way to go against it. And having at least a Night Stalker to threaten for like not super free, you know, phase shift into blinks, phase shift into jaunting out, like that is going to be at least a big tool.
Yeah, and you can't even pick a Coddle against it, right? Because Coddle's big issue if you're playing it mid is that if you get caught, you're done. Like, you've got a lot of movement speed, but you're so damn squishy, and Puck is one of the best heroes at being able to catch people. That Dream Coil, such a high level of effectiveness, so...
Liquid actually now take their turn to ban out the Dawn Breaker.
Interesting. Bristle, once again, not going to be seen here. Did we expect this kind of focus on banning the Bristle so frequently?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, this hero is pretty... Yeah,
it just comes online quicker than almost every other hero in the game outside of Alchemist.
Yep. And then like you can like do kind of some cheesy stuff there with like a Dazzle. I see a lot in the Immortal pubs kind of taking over. That healing amplification on the Shallow Grave means like you don't even need to use it like an Oracle would for like the last second save. You just use it for sustain. Because I mean you get like 400 heals on every Shadow Wave when he's like quite low on the HP. And how do you stop him? You can't push him back. It's too much HP.
Yeah, I mean, you basically, when he hits level 25, he basically gets a Divine Rapier for free with his talent. Dazzle, if you get to level 6, you've got minus armor as well, which with Bristle, all of his abilities, physical.
Juju.
So it just means that he's going to be doing even more damage. So, yep, good that they got rid of it. So now we just need to think what they're going to be able to do in response to this. So they've got decent pick-off on Team Liquid. I feel like Marcy's one of those heroes that, I mean, maybe this is going to be a 5 Marcy this game, because like 2 melee heroes, not the easiest, right, to be able to play into. You can just pick like, maybe this is going to be a pos 4 Wyvern instead of a position 5, and then you pick like a Treant Protector or something like that, and then a hero that loves to brawl like a Monkey King. I love this Monkey King pick.
Yep, there it is. No Viper ban, but with the Night Stalker already being picked, it means that the lane at least is going to be very playable for the Monkey, which is going to be at least one, box checked towards enabling a Monkey King kind of carry. They can still potentially flex this over to the 4 for TSM if they decide that is going to end up looking better. Very much a thing that can be done, so that's why they're going to pick it here, and they still have 8th pick overall to decide where they want to take things. Just a quick note, right? The Luna and the Faceless Void still both in. We were looking at Anna's Dota 2 Pro Tracker, and he was playing a couple games on that Faceless Void, right? Not really a hero we see too much. So
not bad against a Puck,
That's what I'm saying.
Well, people view it different ways. People are like, oh, but if you get Dream Coiled, then you're screwed because you can't Time Walk away. But then conversely, we're seeing a lot, particularly in China, and Ame from LGD, which we're going to see this tournament, I'm sure, is one of those people that he goes like Maelstrom, second item, Aghanim Shard, for the time dilation aspect, because you're just jumping in, time dilation, jump out. And someone like the Puck that's all about just frequently using the spells suddenly becomes completely useless. So against Pucks, against Coddle in particular, they're the big two. Expect to see a lot more Faceless Void come out.
And I quite like the sound of that, because a lot of the Pucks these days, the hero goes generally pretty unchallenged in terms of counters in the draft.
Hey, my Skywrath.
There's the Skywrath, another counter that, you tend to not see. Even BKBs quite rare on the hero in the top level pubs and even professional Div 1 games. On the Puck, yes. Sometimes not even Kaya and Sanj is like a 3rd item as well, so you don't even have that status. You're quite squishy on this hero. Pretty easy to kill if, of course, you can catch it.
But the question is, Where are they laning?
Going? Yeah, is this like a pos to or maybe carry Night Stalker?
Carry Night Stalker is probably, like, you really don't want to lane into this Monkey King. Monkey King will crush you in the laning stage. So I think maybe it's going to be like a 5... I don't even know. Like, the Skywrath can very easily go together with the Beastmaster, for sure.
That's what I was thinking. That's pretty good on lane against the Monkey King, right? That's a lot of pressure coming out towards him.
Yeah, but, like, again, it would just mean double melee in this top lane, so maybe this is the game that TSM themselves go into something like a Tidehunter, because, again, how are you going to be able to lock him down completely? It's basically entirely around that crippling fear. So, you know, against double melee, going to be pretty decent. I really wouldn't hate to see them go down that route.
Yeah.
Or an Underlord. Underlord's not terrible.
Underlord actually sounds pretty good, yeah. It's a little bit of global mobility on your for your team with the Dark Rift. You've got a nice pit as well to catch any of like a Night Stalker, right? Kind of AoE
it's a Saberlight hero.
As well. Yeah, that's always going to be super useful. We saw how much they struggled really to lock down Saberlight in the fights and how important that really is towards kind of getting a semblance of control in team fights and making sure your guys aren't silenced all the time. TA for TSM. Okay, so I think they are probably flexing the Monkey. I'd expect this to be a carry.
They're just making the Monkey King follow the Night Stalker around.
Yeah, pretty much.
They're just saying, well, we're not going to give you the flexibility to put this Night Stalker 1. There's a reason it's not a 1. The only time that I've seen it be successful is against in an SEA game where it was against a Beastmaster, sorry, a Lycan position 1. And then you just got the Aghanim Shard, and then suddenly he didn't have any items other than a Quelling Blade because you're just eating that Helm of the Overlord creep. So I think this is really good drafting by TSM. It's going to need to be a banger of a last pick by Liquid to be able to recover this.
Yeah, and now because like you flex this Monkey to support, which sure you can still cut down his tree, and that's all fine and good. Of course, I think
it could be a 3 Monkey as well.
Really?
It could. What's stopping him? You want to trade against this Night Stalker.
There's that little ban you were talking about. How do we feel about the damage composition in both these teams? It feels like there's a nice balance between physical and magical damage right now. Do you see anything that's exploitable in that?
The only thing exploitable on Liquid's lineup that I see damage-wise is that it's almost all single target. So if you're able to have some kind of like force stuff to be able to break up the Mystic Flare, it's going to be great. As long as you get off the Cold Embrace, then suddenly like, what do? You don't have any AoE damage basically outside of... If you go the Aghanim Scepter on the Night Stalker like we saw last game, you'll get a little bit, but not enough in my books. So I think that's an area that Liquid really need to address. They need some kind of AoE damage. Is it an Ember Spirit game? I'm still thinking it might be Ember. You're not terrible against a TA. You know, the Flame Guard gives you some AoE, good in the lane against the puck. You can still do damage through the Cold Embrace. It's not bad.
It's not. Yeah, it's a consideration. You can scout break trees for the Monkey King no matter what role he goes into as well. Your team probably likes longer fights, right? More spells from Skywrath Mage, more fights, or more spells and axes coming out from the Beastmaster until you decide to commit the Primal Roar. Yeah, I wouldn't be completely opposed to it. Meanwhile, Liquid are going to go ahead and ban out that Underlord you were talking about as well.
Do you think that they have a bit more flexibility to those spirits you just mentioned because the puck seems somewhat addressed by the Night Stalker, the Beastmaster, the Skywrath? So he doesn't get maybe a kind of carte blanche free pass on any move in this game as the puck.
The Skywrath is still really hard to deal with. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at these bans still.
Yeah, me too. I see Slaughter, I always think AM.
Well...
But
no, but the thing is, like, just look, it's still the Night Stalker, position 1, right? So they're just like, okay, well, what ruins the game even further than it's already been ruined? And it's going to be Underlord that is able to prevent you from right-clicking at all.
Are we getting the Pudge from Liquid?
Is this an Ana Pudge? Is this the
carry
boxy Pudge? Is this a... I don't know, man.
They've hidden it really well, right? Like, you look at 3 of these heroes, that they all seem like they'd be offlaners, if you look at the history of Dota, right?
This might be a mid-Pudge, then. You know, going up against the puck, again, Pudge, one of the highest right-clickers in the entire game. If you get off the right hooks, it's decent, but against the puck, not quite so much. Against the TA, the refraction charges melt with the rot, so that's nice. At least you've got something
bounty
now.
Hunter.
Wow,
what the heck? New hero?
I mean, just something to abuse Pudge's low armor. You know, again, if you're going to play this rot style where you get the rot talent at level 10 instead of the armor talent, it's just so much physical damage that you're able to output into this Pudge and make his life pretty damn horrible. I'm going to go TSM this game. I think they've got the better draft, they've got the better split of magic and physical, their lanes are better, and they've got the potential to push up into the high ground much easier.
Yeah, I'm not really in love with this Pudge pick. I think it could be done, but I think you need to play pretty pitch perfect. The bounty pick now as well, I think, is going to be kind of sent to tail the Pudge and always give intel about his movements in the early game. I mean, Pudge is never going to hook. Full stop. He never hits a hook if he's tracked. I mean, no one should ever be hooked by Pudge if he's tracked. You've got vision on him. There's kind of no excuse.
You haven't been in my pubs.
I have not.
There's
I
moments
just,
when you forget there's even a Pudge in the game, right? Because he hasn't hit a hook so far. Maybe
I also, like, I'm not confident on this Night Stalker and the win condition, even in this game. Like, yes, it can be good versus the Puck. Yes, you can kind of run this monkey down and try and break his streaks, but I'm not really seeing it here. I think that they've got good push, but the deep push against the Wyvern, it's going to be tough. I'm going TSM as well.
All right, TSM fanboys on the panel, but let's check in on Cast, see how they feel. Bounty Hunter, only 8 games played since May. Let's see if they can get some wins on the board. Let's throw it across to Gareth and Lacoste. Game number 2.
Yeah, here we are, a lot of interesting heroes. Bounty Hunter, Pudge, Scarth Mage, tons of annoying stuff from both sides, Lacoste.
Yeah, what year is this again, Gary? Is it 2022?
2022?
Bounty Hunter being the last pick and
Position
also having
3.
a Pudge. Usually I'm a big hater of the hero. I think it's going to work out really good in the lane unless they decide to throw lanes a little bit differently, because you're going to be able to steal a lot of his gold and be super annoying in the lane. Let's decide. Let's see how Team Liquid decides to
set it all
lane
up.
this one. Exactly.
It looks like Boxy is going to be going up top. That's Scarth Mage for him, so yeah, it should be the Insania Marcy. And Zion the Beastmaster, something that was ignored in the previous game. Would you say he is the best offlaner this patch?
Night Stalker?
Beastmaster.
Or Beastmaster. Oh, yeah, because, Beastmaster's... yeah, I'd say top 2. Maybe I'm a bit biased here. I would say Night Stalker in a lot of these situations works really well, especially in this one. Like, it's a good Night Stalker game. Like, he could potentially ruin both Puck and Wyvern, because it's difficult. And not just Night Stalker, you also have this Skyrat Mage. Puck gets in, gets silenced, and you're done. So I like how TSM approached the draft, because when they saw this Night Stalker, they did shift Bounty Hunters, sorry, not Bounty, Monkey King's priority. And they also want to have a Vision hero. So he's going to be that hero, and also having a Bounty Hunter. It's a bit of a wonky draft when you look at the TSM FTX, like in terms of team fighting, it's pretty okay. It's nothing spectacular, but having a Monkey King ulti on top of Puck ulti, like Wyvern's Curse, should be okay. I'm looking at this Pudge. Like this is a hit or miss, Gary. It can be really good. They did play Pudge.
Hang on, I'm just going to set
the
a timer.
other day when they were playing against OG, I believe, and they did stomp it. But yeah, Ana on Pudge. Let's see how he does.
I just need to figure out, set a timer and see how long it takes you to start mentioning the -HA hook accuracy in this game.
Oh yeah, well, we'll see. Yeah. Production will take care of it.
Absolutely will. Now, how important or how focused do you think TSM's draft is here around item timings? Because I kind of feel like Liquid can do a lot with no items, just levels, cast their spells, get kills. Is TSM aiming for a certain period in the game, certain items they need?
It's going to be one item on Puck. Usually Pucks do go for Witchblade into, like, he might need a defensive item. Like, whether we're talking about Yule Scepter, I don't know if he thinks that he can get away without getting any defensive item, if he can get away with Witchblade into Blink Dagger, and maybe, like, because you still are playing against Pudge, you have Dismember, you have Roar, so it's going to be very difficult to itemize, even if you have, like, a BKB. Maybe he thinks he can get away with that, because I've seen Pucks being really greedy and not getting a BKBs or Yule Scepters in these situations, and they get it, like, super late.
And, like, not even buying boots, right? Just, like, Witchblade, Blink. That's their arm timing. And of course, TA, one of those heroes that is absolutely always focused on those big item hits coming out. Dragonlance, Desolator, Blink Dagger. We'll see how quickly Tomato can farm on this one, because he had a cracking game on the TB in game 1. And as Liquid set themselves up in that top dire jungle, and Mickey scouting out for a bit of vision in the mid lane, might have figured out that there's a ward down. It is pinged. Yeah, Boxy goes in for round 2, but that's Dubu giving a bit of vision for them there as well. And difficult to really get that echolocation, that sonar, whatever you want to call it, to really focus in and zone in where that ward is going to be.
Gary, you're using a lot of fancy words.
They're all wrong, though. They're all
sonar.
wrong.
Yeah.
They're all to do with sound, but they're using vision. They're just using their eyes, aren't they?
Saberlight, let's see. Steals his gold. First money in the bank.
Oh, yes. And saying you're not happy about that. Chucks him across the river. Lands a little bit of a splash there, Saberlight. But yeah, it's going to be Moon Meander, Saberlight, this Monkey King, Bounty Hunter down bottom. Here we can see Boxy up top. And Moon Meander already playing pretty forward. Always a little scary trying to press past the Monkey King, who's potentially zoning you out of lane. They might miss a CS here.
Oh no, a miss CS. It's one of the worst feelings for me.
First
if you have
wave.
a first wave, you miss first CS, it's like, oh no, I'm going to have a really bad game.
Yeah, like not even kidding. Gets under your skin, but these are pro players. They know how to sort it out in the right mentality, in the right mode. Of course, Anna going to be in hook mode. Already attempting to get a range creep deny, but Moon Meander's there with the level 1 boundless. Insane, drops the whoops because he wasn't involved.
He did get that CS.
This is going to be pretty cool, right? Because you've got Dispose into Hook on this Radiant bottom lane where it's kind of easy to drag people under tower, so we could see that kill threat on the Bounty or the Monkey King.
If they go for it, Moon Meander should have Boundless Strike ready. Oh, the Hook.
Well, he lands the first one. Good start from Anna. And a Dispose on Monkey King. Incredible damage from Liquid early days. Boundless Strike back. And Saberlight just continuing with these Janada hits to try and steal the money away.
Pudge right clicks are insane. 78 with the 2 branches and gauntlets. Big wave approaching, so they need to be a bit more careful. Insania does have a stick and a Fairy Fire, but once they hit level 2, there is a kill threat. Also, Moon Meander does have a point in Jingu, and now they hit level 2 as well on side of Liquid.
Yeah, gotta fall back and heal. What kind of item build do you expect to see from this position 3 Bounty Hunter?
I mean, he already knows what he wants to go for. He's going for Phase Boots into Hood.
Well, those are boring items. Where's the fun one? Does he go Aghanim Scepter? Is that something we look towards?
He might. I also wouldn't mind seeing Lotus Orb. I think Lotus Orb, great value against Kyrat Mage, against Beastmaster and Pudge, like even Marcy. So it's going to be a really good way to...
He's got him.
He got it.
Under tower, Boundless Strike. He's not going to save him. Moon Meander tries the mischief, but the tower hits follow. First blood given over to Liquid, and they're going to rebound forward, dispose back the Bounty. Looking for the bonus kill. Anna with this level 1 rot has a hook coming back up in a second. Insania, get out of the way. Move, buddy. The hook is coming, lining it up and landing it perfectly.
What a play from Anna. Like, he's back. He's definitely back.
3 out of 3. And a big wave here. 7 seconds for Bounty to respawn. Moon Meander trying to hold that wave for Bounty to really connect with it, losing a lot of his HP in the process.
He wanted to die.
But he wants to turn onto Anna. Moon Meander chasing back on Purge. The rot, of course, can't deny himself. Wanted to walk into the creep camp, but does give his life over.
It's a huge wave for Saberlight. We mostly are focused on the bottom lane because it's a Pudge lane, and this is where camera. Yeah, I mean, this is where camera needs to be. But let's check what's happening in the other lane. So we have a Night Stalker who's doing really well. His attack animation and attack damage is pretty nuts against Puck. He even has 9 denies. This is
oh, wow.
I didn't expect it to go this way. So if you ask me, I would either lie that I expected it to go this way, or I would just say, you know, Puck should do better.
Yeah, I've peeked in a couple of times, and Mikke's been using this Crippling Fear kind of aggressively to stop the Puck. You know, you kind of know it's telegraphed when Puck is hitting a melee creep, hitting a range creep, putting them in range for an orb to kill 2 or 3 creeps at the same time. And Mikke is just like, silence, deny, deny, doing very well in controlling that lane. Now what about top? Beastmaster, Skarath Mage. Boxy's already left the lane. He's going to gather up some runes. But Tomato's
Tomato having a free farm, yeah, absolutely. I mean, he did have it in the previous game as well, and yeah, now 26 CS, 3 denies, getting some extra levels. They need to pull the lane back. Dubu's trying to go for it, but Boxy already very annoying, and he gets pulled back. Like, this is the ability, Hurricane, that always surprises me. I'm like, what?
Oh, man.
A 4-staff? No?
Just getting dragged all over the place. I've seen some pretty cool clips of, you know, Chens with double Wild Wings, using them as a defensive tool to save people, get them out of danger. But we've also seen there was a Chaos Knight clip where he was pushed down to low ground in the middle of 3 people. Spooky stuff can happen. Yeah, Boxy playing this kind of floating Skarath Mage now. He's not sat in a lane. He's getting some wards down, got the Bounty rune, collected the Water rune. So that's pressure on the Puck, of course. And the threat of the Sky being off map is always incredibly scary.
Absolutely. He is level 3, doesn't have a point in Ancient Seal. Like if he wants to gank the mid lane, like one value point is definitely good, but Night Stalker has one. He's also getting very close to level 6, so the damage output's gonna be pretty nuts.
Back on bottom.
Another good hook,
Yeah.
just to keep them in place, but the Boundless Strike.
Well done by Moon Meander. Always able to help out his buddy Saberlight, get some good damage onto Insania. Well, it's a pretty nice combo this with Sidekick and Rot, right? Because you're doing damage to yourself, but you're kind of healing it back up when you're hitting and life-stealing off that Sidekick from the Marcy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Marcy as a position 5 is super strong in the lane, especially if you decide to put more points in the Sidekick. Insania was trying to find an opening, does have 2 mangoes.
Yeah, gives it a good old shot. I just realized he's got Tiger's Instagram as his sponsor tag there. Good shout out to his ex-teammate. Well, it's always nice to see that, right? The love between players when they leave the team, there's still that brotherly
hook right in
there.
between.
Threads the needle.
You miss a hook like that, you immediately need to go back, because the enemy team might go and start to play aggressively.
There's a large part of your damage, and of course the displacement that it gives with that and the dispose. It looks like they're going to try with Dubu in that mid lane just to try to... Oh, they're going to go back in. Insania jumps back on the Saberlight, and Ana cleans it up. Now, Moon Meander does have a couple of Jingu stacks remaining, but with no Boundless, he's not going to do a great amount of life stealing off like a creep wave or a big hit.
Insania using the opportunity every single time Janata's back off cooldown and he wants to steal his gold, he gets disposed, and this is when Liquid safe lane is going to play aggressively. Night Stalker is missing. Brawl pinging it out.
Straight up towards top. Dubu's Wyvern, a cold embrace, yeah, it's just going to slow them down, but that is an inevitable death from him, surely. Oh, he's going to get over the cliff and force the Dark Ascension, diving under tier 2. Mika and Boxy, desperate for this kill on the position 5.
I'm pretty sure Dubu knew that he can TP out. Void was already used on Night Stalker, and the Scarlet Mage does not have anything to stop it with.
Ana attempting the
Speaking of the TP out.
Very wise decision.
Yeah, I think Dubu just wanted to bait haste from the Night Stalker so that someone else doesn't die, and he's fine with that death.
Yeah, baits the ulti, baits the haste. Using a lot of resources there as Liquid to get that kill as they do coil up Zai. Roars back on the TA, Mickey with the crippling fear, just trying to slow down their advances, but Braille with a quick orb forward, and Tomato, even just the level 1 meld, takes out the Midnight Stalker.
A bit too aggressive there. I'm looking at Pudge, what are we seeing? 3 flesh heap charges, about to hit level 6.
Straight into mid. They're not done. TSM, really nice chaining of moves there from the Puck in particular. Finding a regen rune as the treat at the end as well. Getting rewarded for his aggression.
And Puck decided to go for Tread's first item. Like you mentioned that Pucks don't usually get boots at all. They go for the Witchblade. I think he wanted to have a little bit more like attack speed, more damage in the lane, because he knows that he's playing against the Night Stalker, and it also gives him a little bit more tankiness if needed.
Switch it over to strength. So if you silence up, you're able to potentially just stand your ground, hit people, and then get away with an orb and a shift. Ana hooking creeps around. Very efficient farming, just clearing out a jungle camp and back to lane. Well, Zai up here, just going to plant himself, has the helm of the Dominator already. It's a little awkward though. TA, one of those position 1 carries that's so good at defending towers just with the traps. So they're trying to wrap around and find her, connect with these 2 supports back into the top lane after a kill.
You also have one of the better 5s that can, besides Tree and Protector, to defend the tower, and they found him.
Yeah, I mean, Tomato. Meld, Refraction, ready again. Gonna go for the TP home. Have they got the damage to burst through? Not quite. Tomato, by the skin of his teeth, just gets to Fountain. And a coil down bottom. They are going to go under this tier 1. And look for the Ana Pudge. Primal Spring leaping across the canopy. Moon Meander shows his face. So the move by Liquid looked decent. The move by TSM was decent. Way better.
It looks like the best item in the game is TP Scroll, because we've seen it like 2 times. Very successful, and yeah, we mentioned it during the previous game where TSM FTX, they have a pretty good read when the enemy team wants to go aggressive and take a tower, so they mirror the movement, and it's going to be taken pretty much at the exact same time.
Just put Beastmaster in a good spot now. You know, Radiant side loves playing this top lane. Just keep shoving it out and cause problems for your opponents. But again, just going back to that TA trap point, so good at clearing out waves very, very defensively. The hidden ghost D-push without showing your hero.
Trying to hype up a trap.
It's so sick, man.
You know what was hype about the traps? When they were 1 gold, you got 1 gold for killing a trap.
Oh.
It's like, you buy a sentry to get 1 gold back.
Pathetic. Now they give real money.
Honestly, I'm really impressed.
Well, Liquid looking to try and convert that push up top into something a bit more. Zai's Beastmaster arrives on that mid lane. I was going to clean up towers, force the glyph, but in comes TSM.
Coil.
Coil in and Bryle bursting through Insania. And what can they do to turn this round? Liquid just running and hiding, tail between legs, and Saberlight with a massive thwack to the back of Boxy's head steals his goal twice. And look, he's got Aghanims queued up on Saberlight. We love that.
Huh? Is he bringing the hood? Yeah, it's a full hood coming out to him. He's going to be super tanky. Like, Bounty is also very annoying, and they would definitely want to take these fights relatively early on. And now, scanning Beastmaster, he needs +1.
Free money for me. 5 heroes, 5 bounties. Zai, there's no way, right? Even with the back of his team. Moon Meanders leaping across. They're going to turn back on the Saberlight. Boundless and Primal Spring jumping back in.
On level 5.
You don't have the Mystic Flare, and you've got this Unleashed on cooldown as well, so the aggression from TSM there doesn't net them a kill, but they also don't lose anyone yet anyway, because Mika spotted the puck in the back lines, and that is just a massive amount of damage. The Cold Embrace, it keeps Bryle alive though, and the Winter's Curse, beautifully placed, allows the puck to skip away. And these shurikens, massive damage onto Insania. Balance strike there from Moon, trying to delay the retreat from the Night Stalker.
What a play from Dubu. First he uses Cold Embrace to be able to save the puck, then sets things up with the Winter's Curse. Problem is Skyward Mage, he is level 5. Like, they didn't have enough burst damage. Like, even with the ulti, I'm not sure if they can burst Bounty Hunter with the hood and also infuse Raindrop.
Hey, he's so tanky against all that magic damage. Where's the Tome? Where's the Sky's level 6? Desperately needs a couple more creeps, and a coil snapping on the mid lane means Night Stalker in trouble. Another track kill coming the way of TSM. This money just keeps stacking up. Pudge? What's he dismembering? I can hear him get into... Oh, it's creeps.
The classic Pudge. The rest of the team going for, you know, any type of a play. And
it's like dismember with the global sound. Something must be happening. The Mystic Flare finally there for Boxy, Scarth Mage, and Monkey King. Position 4 out of TSM obliterated with that ion cannon from the skies. There are a lot of tanky heroes on this map though. Like Beastmaster, Night Stalker,
type of lineup will fall off. We're talking about Night Stalker as a core. He's going for the Echo Saber, so wants to be able to scale. But your other core is Pudge. So I feel like Team Liquid needs to be ahead. Like, the next couple of fights, they definitely need to win them. If we're talking about the late game, like, this position for Monkey is going to scale. And, yeah, look at what he's got. Like, he's probably going to go for... what's it called? The Mage? Jesus Christ, my...
Bloodthorn?
Yeah.
Mage Slayer?
Mage Slayer, yeah. Gonna slay the mages, but... he can also turn that into Echo Saber. Yeah, it's gonna actually be the Echo Saber. Nice. So he wants to scale.
Yeah, all these problems you're saying are kind of compounded by the fact there's track on TSM's side.
Free money.
Easy money. Down goes Insania. Bryle also connects the coil onto Zai's Beastmaster. This is meant to be the part of the map that he loves playing, but TSM FTX bring the numbers. Another Cold Embrace saves the life of Bryle. And it doesn't seem like anything that Liquid can really do to combat this. And TA is
just... up the creeps as well, so extra 200 gold for Bryle on top of that.
And TA, in the meantime, just freely farming again. Tomato having the perfect game.
Pretty similar to what happened in Game 1, where Tomato is farming and the rest of TSM FTX is playing as 4. But this time around, it's going to be different, because Templar Assassin does come online much faster than the Terrorblade. And we're talking about Blink Dragonlance Deso being done in the next 2 minutes. And then this also opens up to Roche. Like, this is going to give them the damage. So it's pretty... I'd say easy to expect what kind of move they're gonna make, especially when you see like Templar Assassin holding a Mithril Hammer, and you know that the second one is coming pretty soon. So that means they're gonna try to go for a smoke play near the Roche pit, near the mid lane, so they can easily connect.
Yeah, it's very, very telegraphed. But it's also very kind of easy to execute, very systematic in terms of what TSM want to do on the map. And Saberlight scouting forward about halfway towards his Ags. He's going to spot out Boxy and Mickey deep on this Radiant side of the map. And if you want Liquid to be playing aggressively and applying pressure, it doesn't feel good to have two heroes sitting so passively farming jungle camps. Especially when the majority of their vision, I mean, I guess they've got two wards top, two wards bot. They do want to be playing together.
You also don't have really a hero that benefits from the sidekick that much other than the Night Stalker. Like if we talk about the Pudge in the laning stage, it was
nice.
okay. Yeah, it was nice, but Beastmaster doesn't, Skywrath Mage doesn't. So like the scaling on their abilities is not going to be as good. He was thinking about it.
He's going to coil him. Insania unleashes, found a strike connecting though. And Wukong's command will absolutely secure the kill on Insania. Asserting dominance there, Moon Meander. Pudge farming not too far away from there, closing in on his Aghanim Scepter as well, so even more magic damage being built up by Liquid. And then you really do start to worry about the BKB timings on this dire side.
One thing I like particularly about Moon Meander is that he understands when he can play aggressively and when he can go like for greedy type of item builds. I already mentioned his Mirana, one of the better Mirana performances during the Stockholm Major. And now you have this Echo Saber 16 minutes in on top of Orb of Corrosion. So he's going to be scaling into the mid and late game pretty nuts.
Yeah, it's so nice when he's got that option to, you know, go Orchid, go Mage Slayer, go Echo Saber.
He has AC queued up.
No,
like,
he doesn't. Oh, he does.
Going AC next.
Fair enough. Scale. I mean, he's got track on his side. Why the hell not? Keep that cash flowing. It looks like Liquid want to try and break out of this a little bit. They have been stuck in the mud for a good 10 minutes or so. And with Mickey and Boxy aggressively storming across this top jungle, I'll try and find the wraparound in towards them, but it's a perfect read there. You see the drawing on the map. Moon Meander saying, hey, they're all up here. Prep yourselves for this tier 1 push around Tomado. Protect the TA. And Dubu's positioning with Moon Meander right now is spot on perfect. If Liquid come, they will be caught.
Teams like top tier Dota teams got better at understanding where the other teams are positioned. So a lot of the times you're gonna see like two teams just like holding the high ground position and not wanting to take a fight because they know like high ground vision is what is gonna win you the fight. And now Moon Meander wants to give them provide some vision for the team.
Yeah, it used to be in Dota 2 that vision was like what you see is what you get. If you see someone, you see someone. Now it's process of elimination, figuring out where they were, where they've gone, how fast they can get there is Insania. They're going to pummel into the Wyvern, a quick and easy one on to Dubu. Aurora as well, finding the Monkey King as Bryle looks to jump away with the Orb. Mystic Flare is there again. And a good couple of kills from Liquid. But what can they do off the back of this? They got a tower. Can they Roche? Can they go mid?
With the Beastmaster, 20 seconds might be a bit too difficult. There's just not enough damage, I would say. They do have, but it would take a while, and I don't think they want to risk it.
Yeah, they'll lose out on the map, especially against the Templar Assassin. You know, you see Tomado, hey, he's just sprinting down to bottom. He wants to clear waves, keep that lane shoving in, and causing problems for Liquid, while also farming that bottom jungle effectively. Well, they do burst through Boxy. Dubu's there, putting the Arctic Burn onto the Pudge, dismembering Saberlight. Well, they're all getting tracked up now. Moon Meander arriving, the Silence out of the Night Stalker, but that's an Essence Ring on the Puck and a Great Winter's Curse. Saberlight did die, but Pudge is about to drop, and Dubu comes out with a double kill. Disposing Puck, but no real follow-through, no crippling fear. Waning Rift out of there, Bryle looking to jaunt off the Orb as well. 2 for 2 so far, but it looks better for TSM, killing that carry Pudge.
Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Tomado is finishing off tier 2 tower. He still is not joining the fights, has 0 stacks on Desolator.
Well, you can get involved whenever he wants. We're at 240 CS, 20 minutes in. Do you remember when 10xing, like 10 CS a minute used to be like god tier, you know, burning level, oh my god, he's farmed so much. Now there's so many neutral creeps and so much efficient farming and the patterns they've got.
One of the reasons why like Blink Dagger is considered a farming tool for Templar Assassin, because you jump between the camps easily. I don't know if they should let them do this. It's daytime. Night Stalker doesn't have ulti for another 20. And it's Insania on position 5 Marcy trying to kill. Like, he's the damage dealer for Roshan. They do have drums, which he's going to pop immediately, and Helm of the Overlord.
He is the right clicker. You've got double boars in there. Also the Ancient Shaman whacking away at Roche as well. And Ana finally arrives.
Oh, Ana's going to pick it up because he gets easily kited. Does have Aghanim Scepter, reducing the healing coming out from the Wyvern, from Monkey King, and just huge AoE. So he's going to be inside these fights. Can they burst him down? What's his armor at? Sitting at 16 at the moment.
Well, he's a pretty tanky boy. But it still feels so difficult for both teams, honestly, to try and find picks, try and find fights without using smokes or without having preset vision, because you're against Track, you're against Hawks of the of the Beastmaster. You've got Night Stalker with that night vision, and he's got the Dark Ascension going. Even a hero like Puck or TA, Traps, the ability to jump in and out, scout people naturally just with your body. That's going to come down to that first point of contact, whoever they can hook, whoever they can roar. Get the numbers advantage off of that first pick.
Whenever you say first point of contact, I think you're talking about aliens.
Take me. Who's the leader in this one? Take me to your leader.
What would we even do if the aliens show up? The first thing I would do is like, yeah.
Kneel down, bow.
No, definitely not. I would just show them like my top tier memes, and that's how you make friends. Yeah.
Well, I guess it depends what they are. You know, if you think of aliens, you think of like the blue aliens with like the triangle faces, you know, but they could just be slugs. They could be crabs. Could be anything you want.
He's isolated.
Yeah, they're going to take him down. Pudge will die the once. Liquid were hunting for the TA, but she is long gone. And Aegis claimed up there by TSM as Liquid completely lose track of where the Pudge was standing.
Now he's trying to dodge it. Let's see the hook.
Nah.
Not ready yet. Ooh, that's a bit
greedy.
Greedy, yeah.
Half HP, and he's been burst down. Ana, way out in the open, no man's land for him, and the rest of Liquid disjointed.
I think the big reason why this happened is Timato drew 3 heroes to him, and then TP'd out with the Aghanim Scepter, so they knew exactly where they were standing. And now, Bounty Hunter being super annoying.
Yeah, the hunt is on, tracking everyone.
Oh, it's on.
I see everything Liquid are doing. And they don't have any dispels yet, do they? There's no Lotus Orbs, there's nothing like that to try and clear off that track. Can't even go out and smoke across the map. Double wards from TSM watching this mid towards bot lane as well. It feels like quite a simple way. Again, the way that TA drafts usually play, quite straightforward, and TSM following that rule book perfectly. And they will finally smoke Liquid. We need to get some more of these raw Mystic Flare combos going. Now looking towards Bryle in the mid.
Looking at Timato's item build in Game 1 and Game 2, he does go for, like, he went for Boots of Travel 2 in the previous game, and this time around going for the Aghanim Scepter. So he prioritizes items that allow him to be anywhere on the map, but also get a ton of farm. And you can see the difference. 5k ahead of Carry Pudge.
Yeah. So
every single time I say Carry Pudge, something's in my brain says, like...
Wrong.
Yeah, it's definitely wrong.
Like you're sort of internally cringing, like, did I really just say Carry Punch? Yeah. That's the reality of things nowadays. Everything's viable.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say everything is cringe these days.
Everything is cringe these days, that's true.
Even me saying this was kind of cringe, not gonna lie. Bounty Hunter going for Aghanim Shard. Look. Fake grenade on top of that, so he can provide vision with multiple things. But yeah, Aghanim Shard, 35 damage reduction, and also allowing you to stun for 1 second. Not a bad shard, it's just the hero is not as good as it used to be.
It feels like TSM are just toying with Liquid at this point. Liquid are so desperate to get some kills, get Raw, get Mystic Flare, and TSM are just like, ha ha ha, can't catch me.
They understand that if they're not taking the fights, they definitely have this game in the late game.
And just draw it out, delay everything, wait for next Roshan, fight around that. Liquid are the ones that are kind of running around, keeping all the plates spinning. As soon as one of those falls, could be losing a lane of barracks against someone like a TA. It looks like Puck's going to finish off a Lincoln Sphere very soon as well. Did go for that early tread, Switchblade Blink, Lincoln Sphere to protect.
Needs some kind of defensive item against Pudge, against Kyrat Silence.
Yeah. Guys like instant silence from the Ancient Seal, right, which we do see come out. But the lack of damage and the big jump in caught the two supports completely off guard. Night Stalker arrives with a TA Sideblade splash, clears through them. Insania, Boxy both dead. They do dismember the Bounty Hunter now, so something going the way back towards Liquid, and a hook on the Wyvern. The curse there, but Ana held in place. Moon Meander being clicked down by Mickey. 3 for 2, so not bad here for Liquid, especially if they can get a little bit more. Puck, silenced by the crippling fear, can't jaunt to the orb, and looking dead on my screen. Mickey with a triple kill.
It's a 7-second silence duration, pretty like. We talked about the itemization on Puck, that you need, like he was thinking about the Force Staff at one point to be able to push himself out, use his abilities, but the game was going well, so Wyvern did manage to farm the Force Staff, and now you're in a spot. Like, how much gold did Mickey get for that kill? And it's like 1,000 gold total.
Man, 1,500 off that fight. I felt like that was entirely the Mickey show, right? They lost the Sky, lost the Marcy. All comes down to that Night Stalker just pummeling them into the ground.
Like the way fight started, it was pretty much 3 versus 5 because none of the supports did buy back. Puck at half HP, and then Pudge shows up. Like the damage with the Aghanim Scepter, like you get close, you die. And Night Stalker, if he isolates the target, that's pretty big. Lands a hook, and they're gonna get more. They're gonna get actually 4 kills out of this.
Ah, it's beautifully done.
Their chase potential is pretty strong. I want to see what the next item on Puck is going to be. Okay,
well,
so now he's thinking about the Force Staff. Hype it up, Gary.
Oh, Insania destroyed by that TA meld. I've got the coil onto the 2 as well. Zai and Boxy both dropping quickly. Monkey King is found by Ana's Pudge, though. No trouble being Saberlight with these bouncing shurikens. Stealing gold, doing extra damage, and picking off the squishies on the Liquid side. On Bryle, nothing to cancel TP until the shuriken arrives, but not in time.
Next Roche will respawn in a minute, potentially. I like that Tomato is like getting Aghanim Scepter, getting the shard for himself on Templar Assassin. He's not waiting for second Roshan and wants to be able to silence people, to stop. Like just one instance of a trap is going to be able to silence the Dismember, and also like having an extra layer to controlling the backlines, these 2 squishy supports, is pretty big. Like, it also gives you solo kill potential. And again, Tomato, his items have been on point so far in both of these games, going for the Nullifier next, because he wants to be able to deal with the Ghost Scepter that is on Skyrat Mage, and just to be able to connect onto him and kill him instantly.
It's great realization of what he needs, because it could be so tempting to buy a BKB in this game against Sky, against Pudge. You want something to protect your refraction against the magic damage over time. Well, he just goes Lincoln, this goes Dragonlance, Blink Dagger. He's playing very safely on the outskirts of the fight, so never really in range for the Pudge to do that DPS. I do just want to draw your attention back to the Monkey King, because we've been talking about his item progression. BKB's up for Moon Meander now. So you've got this Monkey King able just to stand in the middle of the fight. They're going to have BKB shortly over on the Bounty as well.
And I mentioned the Mage Slayer, but he decided to go for Echo Saber, farm up with it, then disassemble, get a BKB, and now he wants to go for Mage Slayer, potentially a full Bloodthorn to synergize with the Wyvern ulti. Like, it's a lot of farm, but if you get it eventually, you know that whoever gets cursed dies.
Yeah, I mean, both Dire supports right now, they are really outrunning, outstripping the Radiant supports in terms of net worth.
And net worth keeps increasing, because Tomato is a beast on Templar Assassin. He's causing a lot of issues on this bot lane, because it's constantly pushed in. And doesn't need to care about initiation from the Beastmaster, nor Pudge does have that Lincoln Sphere, so he can say, whatever, I'm out.
Just keep that pressure on, force Liquid to come back, maintain the lanes. Moon Meander spots the Sky Courier, so they know the fact it's heading over towards this top jungle. Liquid are going to be setting up base camp around the top outpost. The vision again, though, from Dubu could be the aspect that turns it back in their favor, but both teams playing under their aggressive wards very carefully. And now they're in this position where nobody wants to make the first step, really. They both want to wait for the opponents to come to them and then react with their spells. Saberlight's going to start chucking tracks out onto people.
He wants to be able to see where they are. So, anything big coming up? No, Templar Assassin did decide to go for the full Hurricane Pike before getting the Nullifier, so another way of protecting against the Beastmaster, against the Night Stalker's Silence, and he's off to a high ground.
And you have to make this move, right? You see the TA bottom, so you get on top of the Wyvern, blow her up, and now Moon Meander, next one on the docket. Monkey King out of here, and Roshan has just respawned. TA Trap scouts it, but Liquid is still hunting for more and more kills. The hook to save Insania drags him out of danger. K with a silence, stopping the puck from getting away, and the roar from Zai connecting means 3 kills the way of Liquid, and Roshan is wide open for them.
Look at the bottom lane.
Bottom lane, Tomato's down there, he's hooked in. Well, where's he gone? He's trying to project himself astrally across the map.
He knows that hook is already used, and with the Lincoln Sphere, he can protect himself. Let's see if Team Liquid can and feels comfortable going inside the pit, because Podge's bottom, he can't easily connect with the rest of the team. So this is a good move from Tomato. Like, he did sacrifice 3 of his team members, but he got the tower and almost got the melee barracks.
Yeah, now both supports have respawned. It's just the puck that's dead for 40 seconds, so still a decent amount of time here to rally around Roshan, maybe make a smoke play out of the top lane. It looks like Doobie wants to get this D-Ward going as well. Keep Liquid's vision limited, knowing you'll always have this advantage with track and traps. They've been so good at finding the Hawks as well. There's just been sentries everywhere from Dubu's Wyvern.
Yeah, especially when the Shard is bought by Beastmaster, then you want to get rid of those Hawks, because it's not just vision, it's the stun.
A dive bomb initiation.
It's such a weird concept.
A little bit silly, isn't it? There's just another global spell. Liquid. What are we doing here? We've got the War Drum's Aura on the Ancient Rumblehide. So a little ancient creep there for Zai. Trying to move towards the pit, but Bryler's in, and Boxy, the one to get hit, does have buyback if they want to contest this Roche, but it looks like they are desperate to do. Moon Meander gets off his BKB before getting hooked and dismembered. Moon down and out. Anna with the Shiva's Guard, charging towards them, but the curse holds them back. Zai with his BKB up,
He's looking for a hook, and he gets it.
And Duba hooks the Wyvern back in. The Mystic Flare clears out another. Mickey's in, aggressively diving with his BKB, silencing the TA, and they burst through Tomato. Dead for 100 seconds. Roshan firmly in the hands and control of Liquid.
Some really nice hooks from Anna.
And they found him. Bra's been caught again. Mickey just has his number time and time again, but the TA trap and the potential for Saberlight to show his face, well, Mickey is completely alone. Means he'll have to back up. The rest of the squad.
And inside the pit they go. Yeah, absolutely beautiful fight from Liquid. Boxy does have a buyback, does have a TP ready, goes in, baits a spell. Full Wukong's command. They do reset, and the nice hook on this Monkey King during the BKB. They still have enough damage, and now things are kind of changed, because this Podge is massive. Like, he does have a Paladin Sword on top of that, so some extra spell lifesteal on top of his level 15 talent, and he did pick up the Shard, so reducing the cooldown, and also it's a save potential.
Yeah, and then we come back to, oh, hello, Zai. They're just going to raw Saberlight. Can he solo kill him? Not when the BKB comes up. Swift TP home.
They inflated the gold. I mean, with this tracks, a lot of gold went on TSM side, and now Team Liquid, they are getting the kills.
They pop the
Another
Lincolns.
silence, he's dead.
Ancient Seal into dismember, he's gone. He doesn't have buyback, but yeah, the pinata effect, right? They've stuffed themselves full of candy and goodies, and Liquid with a big old stick. Get the broom handle out and start whacking it out.
Everyone talks about pinata. Have you ever been to? You did. Okay, I've never been. It's just not a thing where,
I don't know.
Where I'm from.
I mean, where was it? It must have been here. When I lived in Saudi, there was a lot of Americans, so they loved having these, you know, birthday parties with a pinata and stuff like that. You know, put all the candy inside it.
How are we looking in the defensive department on side of Liquid? There is a couple of these Ghost Scepters. They do have... I saw someone queuing up a Lotus Orb.
Now, I was going to ask about this TA, right? Because we talked about her decision to not buy BKB. Now she's going back into it. Do you think Looking back, do you think it was a mistake to not buy it? Or is it just the way the game has changed and Liquid has found ways to get on top of her that now forces her to buy it?
Now at this point, like, you still feel there's a need for a BKB, because even though you have Lincolns, it's like one Skyrat Mage ulti, Shiva's Guard slow. Without a BKB, you're not gonna be able to move in the fights, and you don't have boots. That's also the problem. Like, your move speed is 305, so you're probably looking to get like some movement item from the neutral ones, and they're coming out in a minute and a half.
I'll see what they can pick up. Liquid.
I mean, they could swap things around because there is spider legs on Bounty Hunter.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, maybe she could do well with those. Just holding on to that Mind Breaker for now, as Liquid claim the bottom tier 2. Looking to plant themselves in that dire triangle, but also TPing back.
Ooh, that was close.
They
Hawk
tried.
providing vision.
And Mickey with his gem, still lurking around top. Going to find himself a sentry ward. No real observers from the dire in this area, though. And the vision, which we've been praising from Doom, it's all been cleared out. They've got not a single observer ward out on the map. So Liquid can start using this. Again, they are very good if they see an individual target to find that pick-off, especially if Zai and Boxy play together, holding hands like they are now. They're very deep. Not going to spot anyone, because Saberlight, well, he's hunting couriers. What's that going on?
You know, when Bounty starts doing this stuff, you know you're in a bad spot. We're talking about the early game where you're super annoying and got nothing better to do, or you need to play this kind of guerrilla warfare.
Yes, the maybe next time strat, right?
Oh, yeah.
The old ad finem, we're behind, we didn't do too well in laning stage, but we've got a bounty hunter who can snipe couriers.
They're still 6k gold ahead, but it definitely doesn't feel like it. I feel like Liquid is controlling this game. Coil misses.
Well, they're trying to stop the TPs back, because bottom lane is trying to be pushed in. They'll focus Ana, but he's got Shiva's E-Blade, Hook misses, BKB out Saberlight, turn it back on his half HP Pudge. In comes the rebound, the help with the Lotus Orb, but Ana, he's going to lose that Aegis regardless. Bottom lane was defended by the rest of Liquid now, as they will move into position to protect the Pudge.
It's a lot of commitment. You see how tanky he is. One good thing for TSM FTX is they planted a deep observer ward inside their base.
Refraction was up, so he gets the blink out, the hook not on the mark. They miss out on that one.
So yeah, this observer ward inside the base is gonna allow them to split push more efficiently. And yeah, he got the ninja gear, some extra movement speed, not too much, 25, but also a lot of agility.
And give himself some safety with that self-smoke away from Hawks and the such. Roche Pit, 3 minutes until fast spawn on him. Saberlight just goes in, one taps Mickey. Hello there. And runs away. Well, it looks like they've found Ana down bottom. I don't know about this. Moonmeander and Tomato are struggling to do enough damage with the Force Start, the Hurricane Pike, the trap will be there, and Ana finished off. Liquid not able to respond in time.
He tried to get rid of Boxy. He used the Witch Bane to get rid of the track, to get rid of the vision, and maybe it would be enough, but yeah, big kill for TSM. How much gold is that? 700 for Tomato.
Yeah, 400 for Moonmeander, a good grand going into their pockets. Back up to a 9k lead. They see the monkey who BKBs, jumps off the trees. Insania with the Unleash, not going to do too much there as TSM bring everybody to surround him. And a coil on Boxy immediately snaps, so a good couple of kills for Bryle. One after the other. 3 in a row for TSM as a whole. And now, is this an opening to actually go push high ground, concerted effort to take some barracks?
It's 50 seconds. They definitely want to poke. But yeah, we're going to see this one. He's super tanky.
How long it takes.
Look at Boxy trying to remove the silence. He did remove it, did remove the track, so they didn't get the extra gold, but they still managed to kill him off. And Tomato now going for the high ground.
Yeah.
No response from Team Liquid. They don't want to invest into buybacks.
This might be 2 lanes, or what's stopping them right now?
It's 2 lanes if they don't buy back. This might be... there's not. Never mind. There's a tier 2 tower on the top.
Yeah, can't quite be mega creeps. This should be 2 lanes, and Roshan still about a minute and a half out from the quickest spawn. Tomato just going to astral projection out across a psionic projection. Sorry, astral projection's a D&D term, isn't it? Psionic projection.
Only 33,000 net worth on Templar Assassin. Did eat the Aghanim Scepter, bought the shard for himself, now going for the Swift Blink. 8 stacks on Deso. Oh, like we're getting closer to level 30 territory. Getting the Melt Hit Bash and also these refraction charges, they're pretty nuts. Unless there's Pudge on top of you, like they're gonna have a hard time dealing with it.
Yeah, I mean, this series has been a great showing of Tomado's prowess as a top-tier carry player. Incredible scenes and getting his net worth into kind of record-breaking territory in a lot of these heroes. 6-1-3, only 1 death to his name. But that's a game changer now. BKB on Anna's Pudge. That's something which just allows him to get straight on top of heroes and not care about the magic damage coming out of TSM.
They cannot go in and straight up kill him while the rest of the team is around him, so they will need to deal with the rest and then go for the Pudge. So that means that he's going to be surviving in the fights, dealing a ton of damage, slowing people down. Like, burst potential is pretty insane. Having E-Blade, having Shiva's Guard, and the full combo, like, use just Dismember into Rot, you can kill anyone.
Yeah, what, like 170 strength, 4,000 HP? He's a beast on this Pudge. But another one of those games where it feels like both teams kind of content to play a little slower, a little more passive until they feel like it's the right time to strike. Gentleman's agreement to get their item timings before they clash, potentially around this Roshan, who has come back up.
Full Bloodthorn about to be done on Monkey King. Yeah, using the courier, it's going to be there. So that's a good way to deal with the Pudge. And also great way to amplify damage during the Winter's Curse.
Yeah. So incredibly potent. And Liquid. Here we go, As5. Smoke across the river. Scan is there and connects on to a couple of members of TSM. Dubu in position to tank the gank. He'll give his life
Try
gladly.
to go for Force Staff, but got nullified. And Roshan is up. Let's see what it is. Refresher shard, same as in the previous game.
Wow, Dubu, is he going to buy back for this? They try jump boxy, but we have the old in and out, jump about. Anna just focusing Roshan, but Mickey, he wants to battle. Going and diving on Saberlight, everyone forced to BKB up. And Winter's Curse, a good one there. They're trying to turn it back, and they do in fact with a Lotus Orb. They've killed off Dubu, no, not quite. Gets off the Cold Embrace now. Liquid trying to retreat away though.
Good dispose there to be able to get him away so that no damage can be done during the Winter's Curse, just close enough so that he doesn't get into the curse as well. Buyback from Dubu was used.
Yeah, but look at Liquid's base. They've got to make a choice here. Contest Rosh or def your base. It's going to have to be Roshan right now. But they're not going for it. They're not committing. Tier 4s are starting to get chipped away at and are dying. So Liquid just have to allow TSM to get Aegis. And now Anna's been left isolated, alone out in the cold. They come back in with a nullifier on Insania. Anna looking to retreat, still holding his BKB. But Insania in an awful lot of trouble here. The Shurikens are bouncing. Anna getting demolished.
Can BKB off?
Gets
Yes,
the
he can.
BKB out. Mickey's back in. Takes down the Winter Wyvern. Monkey King next one on his list. Does heal back up to full though, as the Mystic Flare lands on the Bounty Hunter and they take down Saberlight. 3 heroes, their lives all claimed. But TA still holds the Aegis.
A bit too deep. The problem is for Team Liquid is that Tomato played this split pushing game for a while and causing a lot of issues for Team Liquid, and now they need to play against 2 super creeps from the mid lane and bottom lane. So those lanes are going to be pushed in. They didn't use refreshers, or they did. I think Monkey had it. Maybe he refreshed it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. It was that. Nobody else. Oh, there it is.
Oh, it's in the courier.
Because Monkey had the cheese. He healed up pretty quickly.
Like, one of the reasons why Puck is such a good hero right now, first pick material, first ban, is because he scales so well into the late game. We're talking about, you know, Octarine, getting level 25, Dream Cold, Pierce's magic immunity. So that's a good way to execute the combo from the Monkey King. It's pretty nuts what this position 4 Monkey can do, like with just the Wukongs.
And Puck doesn't even have the shard yet, right? I could see this Revenant's Brooch with Aghanim Shard on the Puck do a tremendous amount. Insane, you're just going to jump away from that TA. Zai
that
tries,
was close.
Nearly had him with the Wild Wing Tornado. The Hurricane.
Interesting choice. Puck deciding to go for Revenant's Brooch.
Yeah.
This is the item that it's pretty good in the late game, but not as good against the Pudge, I would say. You know, having that, well, maybe. I'm just thinking, Gary, how much armor does he have? 35, and he has 25 magic resist, so.
How do you kill him?
We need someone to do math. What's better? But I guess he also wants to be able to attack people when they have a Ghost Scepter if they're not nullified. If Templar Assassin doesn't connect onto the same target.
So you've got Boxy with one, Pudge has that E-Blade to put on to somebody. So you want to be able to try and burst through them when they use these saving tools. But TSM still in good stead here just to keep pressing forward, forcing Liquid to defend their lanes. And Mickey, again, wanting to break out of this rut, goes for the Dark Ascension, BKB up, and the Cold Embrace onto Saberlight. Keeps him in perfect
Another
pace.
coil.
And the coil on Night Stalker snapping on Mickey.
Can he save him? Can he hit him? Yes, he can.
Member.
Double coil used to be able to hook him out and save him. That's nicely done by Ana.
Well, I didn't think there was any way out of that, but Ana proving me absolutely wrong. Wonderful stuff. And now TSM, what do? You've got Aegis for a minute and a half, but you've spent your Puck's double coil.
Templar Assassin about to hit level 30, and seems like he wants to commit to it. He's gonna go for the full Divine Rapier.
Oh. Here we go.
Getting rid of the Desolator.
Only had a couple of stacks on anyway. That early game Deso. Replaced. And they'll take the outpost down bottom. It's just so annoying to play in one of these games where you know as Liquid they want to fight, they want to brawl and have these kind of chaotic, messy scraps. But they have to keep coming back and defending, and that leaves heroes out in the open. Insania disposes Purge out, but snaps the coil in the process. Ana BKB'd and whiffs the hook. Moon meanders in, Tomato with a meld strike, but look at Mickey diving onto the Puck, looking to solo down onto Bryle, and the Roar, yes, it's returned, and the Cold Embrace heals him up, so Mickey can't get the job done. The curse holds him in position, and TSM just turn back and fight into them. Ana wants to stick on Saberlight, but the BKB of the Bounty Hunter as Boxy finds a double kill. Saberlight keeping these tracks going, and Tomato isolated. Does lose the Aegis, but Moon meanders here with the Wukong's command, disposed out of it by Insania though, and TSM are being picked apart. Tomato has to BKB up.
He needs to kill him. That's Divine Rapier, Lotus Sword plus Lincoln Sphere.
They get the Raw turned back on him. Now Saberlight silenced again. These crippling fears are so bloody obnoxious. Nothing TSM can do to combat that. Once the BKBs are down, Mickey has free reign in these fights.
And Tomato, he's out of there. Like, he had Aegis in the previous fight, but they still managed to control him. Like, one buyback, I believe, only coming out from Team Liquid. They're super tanky. Like, Curse only connects on the Night Stalker, so they get no value whatsoever from it. And you said it, these crippling fears on Puck especially. Like, he has one item to protect himself, but 7 seconds in the late game, especially when there's a nullifier on top of that, is a bit too hard to deal with.
But it's always going back to the core focus, right? You look at bottom lane, you look at mid lane, there's a tier 4 already destroyed, only one defending the Ancient now. And Liquid, yes, getting some good team fights, but every time they make 1, 2 steps forward, it's 3 steps back to come and defend your base. Always having to maintain these lanes. Mickey, looking for a solo kill, finds it on Dubu. He's going to BKB and turn on to Bryle as well. Tomato's arrival, though, with that Meld hit bash and the rapier damage. It's a tanky Night Stalker though, and the jump in puts him in danger. The crippling fear not quite in time. Bryle jumped on again and he's going to be found. Boxy dominating now. As Liquid come and connect
he
with
bought
the
back
Night
in the
Stalker
previous fight.
so
6.5 minutes. It's time for Team Liquid to go and see what happens on the mid lane. Bottom lane is going to get pushed in by Tomato, so you got to be careful. I mean, he does have psionic projection and also does have a rapier.
Can't be losing your TA. What does she do? Does she try and go for tier 4s? It's so risky. You need vision, you need knowledge of where Liquid are. I guess Zai now is TP'd back, so the Templar Assassin will feel a little safer to move out of that bottom area of the map.
Zai just bought a big item, Heaven's Halberd. That's another way to kite, especially if he can get like pre-BKB, then he uses BKB on Templar Assassin. Yeah, you can see it. It's a very slow Heaven's Halberd, 17 minutes slower.
But well timed nonetheless.
Oh yeah, perfect timing.
Liquid gonna preemptively clear out these lanes so they don't crash up against their base anymore. They were also looking for Tomato. They expected the TA to go and farm that bottom jungle, but instead she's up towards top, where Boxy is hunting Monkey King. BKB out of Moon Meander, not going to save him against Ana and Mickey, who also offer a lot of physical damage now as well.
Boxy can beat that Blink initiation now with the Hex pickup. It's not looking good for TSM FTX anymore. Like, I think they are ahead since like minute 12, 15 maybe, and extra gold, but that also means that Team Liquid is getting more gold for their kills.
It feels like we've not kind of felt Saberlight for the past 20 minutes. Like, yeah, he's been there tracking and shurikening, putting Lotus Orb onto people, but outside of that, he is not a brawler. He is not someone who is team fighting.
No, he's not tanky. He's not that, you know, classic offlaner that provides you with utility. You have one Lotus Orb and you have ways to steal money. It's kind of greedy, but they made it work in the first like 20-30 minutes. They were so far ahead.
Yeah.
Can we see the graph?
There it is.
Yeah,
you
always
like it?
ahead.
Is it a pretty graph?
In terms of gold, at least, but gold doesn't matter that much at this point.
Saberlight spotted. Immediate dismember. Ana and Mickey.
Well, you said we haven't seen much from the Bounty Hunter, so there you go, Gary. Enjoy it.
Another 80 seconds without him. We see him for a flash, a brief moment, and then he's gone. And Liquid looking to snap into action immediately, smoking with Sky, Beastmaster, and the Marcy. And Mickey, he did use that Dark Ascension with an Arcane Rune, so it's going to be back up in 15 seconds. Almost no downtime whatsoever. And look at where Tomato is. That is the Rapier carrier. Again, game 2, same as game 1, he is the carry of TSM. Little Cyclone coming out of the Wyvern. Jumping away with a Blink Dagger.
He's top. They already pinged him. Someone will need to go and address this potentially, because the damage that Templar Assassin does at this point is pretty nuts, and she can be anywhere. Setting up the traps for potential TPs for the next time.
What does she get rid of to buy this Hex, though? Is this a case of like swapping BKB in and out, or?
When you have Rapier, I feel like you want to have a BKB.
Yeah.
Oh, going inside the pit.
Ooh.
Ballsy move from Tomato. I don't think they're going to get a good read on this.
But he's not got enough slots, does he? He's got 3 slots and there's four items in Russia.
What do you think he's going to leave? Cheese.
The
He's like, yeah,
axe?
nah. He's like, oh, take the cheese, guys.
Yeah, forget the cheese. Brawl's here now. He'll be able to pick some of the goods up.
Hey, Cheese.
He left everything. He didn't pick up a single item, Tomato.
Cheese in the late game is so underwhelming when we talk about like Spirit Vessel, Shiva's Guard, Scotty's being built. Like, you just don't get the value from it.
That's pretty pathetic. Just sell it for the 500 gold. Give it to your Wyvern. Here you go, buddy. Oh, Liquid. Doing a great job still cementing their position in this dire triangle. Going for a double movement onto these lanes, keeping them near the dire base, so that split pushing effect from the TA is at least halted for now. But maybe a breath of life there with that Aegis steal from TSM. A way for them to get back into these team fights. Bryle has been ruthlessly focused by Mickey every single time, having a second life here. Might give him the safety he needs against the crippling fear. And another long game.
It is a long game, 55-minute game, Gary. We're getting closer to tier 5 item territory.
What's the big one? What's the one we're looking for? Giant's Ring, Giant's Ring. Give Pudge the Giant's Ring.
I mean, that's a big one. If they want to go for the split push, maybe on side of the TSM FTX, I would say get the Necro Book, or like potentially Deso 2.
Or maybe like an Ex Machina for double BKB onto somebody.
I mean, Ex Machina is the best neutral item.
It's just goated item.
I mean, things like Mirror Shield also are pretty good, especially when you play against Skyrat, against the Pudge Beastmaster.
Yeah, the amount of Lincolns and Lotus Orbs we've had absolutely shows that.
On side of Liquid, what do they need besides Giant Ring?
Well, Mickey, he needs to jump in and find this Monkey King. Cold Embrace comes, so he tries to change target. Realizes that with the coil there, he's got to focus in, but Boxy's been blown up, and TSM, they are swinging this one back. Insania caught out by the Shuriken Boundless Strike. Buybacks available over on both of them.
Top lane is in a good spot if they want to go for the push.
We'll see if TSM make that aggressive move, because we have got double buyback, and Liquid are preparing themselves to use both of them. Mickey clearing out the top wave. Zai and Ana biding their time and waiting for TSM to make that move.
Like, Templar Assassin looks so underfarmed. Has a Moon Shard, has a Ethan Aghanim Scepter, and a Shard.
50k.
51,000 net worth in a 56-minute games.
Has to be KB.
Let's see the hook. Can he land it?
He was looking for it. And Bryle with his Aegis, just the freedom to go up towards high ground and not really care about anything. Yes, Templar Assassin closing in on 1,000 GPM again, 2 games in a row. Spectacular stuff from Tomato. But still no close to this game. TSM not comfortable going back up to high ground in a 5v5 scenario with that
just wait for the next
advantage.
Roche. They just killed it. Wait for another 5, 7, 10 minutes. Get tier 5 items. T.S. been running out of slots, Garrett, for like last 20 minutes, I would say.
Oh, there's a gem on the floor there as well. Whose is that? That the one Boxy was holding, maybe? Must have been. Nobody's grabbed it.
Radiant are scanning.
But yeah, when's Dota 2 going to add the option to go to the shopkeeper and say, hey, here's 10,000 gold, let me buy an item slot?
That'd be too powerful. Imagine having an extra item slot. Right now, having something like Daedalus for Templar Assassin.
20,000 gold.
I'm down. I'm down for like 15, 20,000.
Yeah.
Could make things more interesting.
What if you could pay to swap one of your spells?
What do you mean? Like, you take Puck's spell? Well, you're like, yeah, I need a phase shift on Templar Assassin, so you pay 15,000.
Yeah. Or Sleight of Fist or something like that, you know?
You play too much turbo and ability draft.
We're definitely going to get a boot slot next patch, though, aren't we? Everybody needs boots. Everybody needs boots. Hello, Tomato. That's a big one.
Has a refresher.
And the blink away. Doesn't even need to refresh and BKB again. Now Ana gets his own BKB off. Faces off against Moon Meander, who's trying to Wukongs, but can't really figure out whether he wants to or not. Went to Ivan in the meantime, being cleared out by the Night Stalker. And they found the Monkey King too. Mickey
what a
continuing
game.
This beyond
what a series so far.
Incredibly close between these two teams, just back and forth.
You don't know who's going to win. Like, one team has 20,000 net worth lead, but that doesn't mean anything at this point of the game. Nullifier.
Yeah, they found Mickey now. Again, just swings and roundabouts.
And they found another gem. Saberlight holding 2 gems, hoarding gems at this point.
I don't know what's going on. Are we just completely wrong every time we open our mouths? Or is Caster's curse? We're like, they're comfortable, they're ready, they're not ready, they're ready. And the opposite happens. Everyone just brawling and fighting when we least expect it. Bryle He's going in solo. Tomato going to try and join him now. The two-man coil will snap onto Zai and Ana. They do get Puck out of there. Bryle escapes. Tomato slipping away as well. But I said Bryle escapes, and he's just diving back in aggressively. Look at him go. Well, in the meantime, the tier 4s are taking a beating from the creeps. Liquid.
Slow death,
once
I would
more.
say. Next Roshan may respawn in 2 minutes. We need another big item on Saberlight. He is going for the Hex. 2 Shuriken toss charges as well on top of that. So gonna be a lot of damage, gonna be a lot of mini stuns.
A deadly Shuriken. Bouncing out all over the place. I've got a BKB on Wyvern as well, I think I saw. Oh, there we go, some tier 5 items.
Buyback cost for Templar Assassin at this point is 4.4k gold.
What?
So like he's close to getting full refresher and buyback.
Giants ring on the wrong team. It's over on the dire side, sadly. Book of the Dead and some good stuff there. Liquid yet to get any. Need to kill some ancient creeps.
I mean, Book of the Dead is pretty good. When you go for a fight, have a BKB, summon it, go for the towers, try to kill a tier 4. They're always gonna have something to play with, because you have Aghanim Scepter and Templar Assassin, Book of the Dead. Team Liquid will need to be ready to defend the base.
Oh yeah? Do you think they know that? Has the past 40 minutes been enough for them to realize they've got to keep coming back and defending against creeps? Wait, even Puck has a rapier now. That's some substantial right-click damage. We might just see them rush towards tier 4s and say, right, that's it, time to end the game. Hit buildings.
Sold the 4-staff. He doesn't think he needs defensive items. It's all about the offensive right now.
Yeah,
Saberlight with the Giant's ring. He's like, yeah, you want this?
Coil.
You want this?
They found Boxy. Dead with buyback. Nice Stalker, the next one to target, but the Dismember eats him up. Goblin and jumping away. They try the dispose play to move Ana out of danger, but they've got Saberlight and Moon Meander tracking back. Nice Stalker back in as well. Silencing in onto 3 of them, but the BKBs, the shiny golden gods of TSM, able to stand their ground and burst through Mickey. Insania will follow him into the grave.
Oh, the knockback.
And TSM just charging straight into the Radiant base. Ana dead to the side blades in from the TA. And 2 buybacks come out of Liquid. Insania doesn't have one, and that hook landing might catch Bryle, but they don't have the follow-through. Mickey trying. He's looking and hunting. Gets the rapier and picks it up, but he's dead for 2 minutes now. Ana with a lot on his shoulders, unable to withstand the damage out of this Templar Assassin.
The time has come. It's time to close out this game, Garrett. 62 minutes.
It's taken a while, but Liquid are running out of options. No buybacks remaining. Zai and Boxy will give it all they've got, but Tomato proves indomitable. The impregnable base of Liquid has been taken over.
And they call it GGs are dropped in the old chat. Yeah, I mean, what a wild series. Back and forth, TSM since minute 10, they had a gold lead. I mean, they did have a bounty hunter. They did have Tomato being extremely... He's been overfarmed. He's... I think at the end of the
Tomato
game,
had a
he had like...
series.
Yeah, pretty much. He had 60,000 net worth on his hero.
Absolutely.
And Saberlight's like, yeah,
stuff.
this bounty hunting hero, never pick it for me again. Like, I had fun first 15, 20 minutes of the game, but this time around, like, if you can win with bounty hunter, you can win with anything.
Yeah, and imagine though, 2 games in a row for Tomato, over 1,000 GPM. He had like 1,060 in game 1 as the TB, 1,015 here as the TA. Beautiful stuff from that TA. And TSM, what were they, 4th in NA, and Liquid was 2nd in EU?
Yeah,
Does this
that
prove
means
anything?
NA stronger than EU.
Ooh, that's a bit spooky, isn't it? And they're the representation of NA, the whole region, aren't they, the TSM? Showing a great first performance from them.
Yeah, TSM on land, they seem pretty strong during the Stockholm Major, getting that second spot, ramping up, losing to OG, and also here, they came here to play. Good opening.
Yeah, well, what about Ana, right? I think we've got to talk about that. The stand-in for Liquid. Did he impress? Was he all right?
I don't think there was anything wrong with the gameplay. Like, he played two heroes that usually we don't see as much. Pudge is a skill hero. He lands some really good hooks in the early and the mid game. Those couple of saves on the Night Stalker once he decided to pick up the shard. Good stuff, I would say. But overall, like this is sometimes something that Team Liquid does from time to time, where they tend to be like victims of their own draft.
Sort of waiting, delaying the game, trying to push it to 60 minutes. They're probably giving the admins heart attacks. They're like, guys, we're on a schedule here. We've got 2 games going an hour long. Yeah, Liquid putting the fear into them. But yeah, some good stuff out of these teams early on. What do you reckon? Do we see more Pudge, more Bounty Hunter? Do you think?
I feel like we're going to see more Pudge, but more from a mid lane, maybe off lane. That's the feeling that I got of watching the previous DPC tour.
So not carry?
As a carry, like, you still feel very strong. You always have a kill potential, but I feel like when it comes to the late game, like, you do get outscaled.
Okay.
It's pretty similar to what happened during the previous DPC tour for Team Liquid when they had who was it? They had carry Pudge. I think it was the first opening series against the Goon Squad, and they lost it.
Yeah, it didn't look particularly good. And what about kind of both of these teams? Do you think there were any glaring mistakes? It felt like they were both playing perfectly within their own idea, their own game was pretty snappy, right?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Hello, guys, and welcome back. We're here with the coach of TSM FTX, Mizrin. Hello.
Hello.
And we will be asking him a couple of questions here about the game. So let's see what Mizrin has to say about these. We'll start with the first game. I know you guys are very big fans of the Night Stalker, Saberlight especially. Did you plan the Night Stalker Axe combo with Coddle, or was that a response to the draft by Liquid in that game?
I think the Night Stalker Aghanim's is something that's been, kind of popular recently. I think it was Entity who started doing it, and we kind of just copied it because it looks pretty good. Then, yeah, Coddle Night Stalker used to be a combo back in the day, but it wasn't like planned out necessarily. It was just like Coddle looks good, and we have Night Stalker too. This type of thing.
طبعا قاعد معنا الكوش حق فريق تي اس ام. كنا نتكلم بشكل سريع عن الجيم الاول وش اللي صار فيه النايت ستوكر واختيارهم على الكرل في الايتمز. ما ادري وش اللي كان السبب حقهم، فحبينا نسال استفسار اكثر انه ايش كانت الفكره الاساسيه. جوابه كان انه كان مجرد خيار كويس انه ممكن ناخذه، والنايت ستوكر كان معنا بنفس الوقت، فقلنا ليش لا خلينا ناخذه بعد ونشوف ايش اللي ممكن نطلع فيه، وفعلا قدروا يفوزون كل الجيمين.
Let's talk about the second game. I was curious about your Bounty Hunter pick. That's a pick that's not seen any play at all. Yeah, you guys brought it out towards the end. Was that a response to the Pudge carry that I know is very annoying, or was it a pocket strat once again? Wait, let him translate first for the art.
Sure. Yes. So على السريع أعزائنا المشاهدين، السؤال الثاني كان بيتكلم عن باونتي هانتر اختيارهم له. هل هو كان يعني كاونتر بيك للشامبيون اللي أو الهيرو اللي هم أخذوه، ولا ممكن إنه يكون بس مجرد خيارهم فضلوا إنهم يأخذونه، ومع إنه ما نشوفه كثير الباونتي هانتر أبدا.
Yeah, so the Bounty Hunter is a hero that Saberlight likes a lot, and it's a hero we've been looking at recently, and yeah, it just looked like a good last pick there. You can steal Pudge's gold and like maybe stop his farm early game, and then you have extra vision against Night Stalker, and with TA, it looked really good. And I think we expected the lanes to go better probably, but I think it was successful. Yeah.
كان جواب الكوتش يتكلم عن بوج انه بما انه موجود مع الفريق الخصم شفنا انه اختياره كويس كلاس بيك انه ناخذ باونتي هانتر، بما انه يقدر انه يتعامل مع بوج بشكل كويس سواء يسرق الجولد حقه، او احد الاسباب الكثيره اللي ممكن انه يخليه يصير يطلع طريقه كويسه. ولكن كان عندنا فرصه اننا نشوفه باللين يطلع بشكل افضل، بس حتى مع انه باللين باونتي هانتر ما كان كويس الا انه قدرنا نفوز الجيم كله حالتين.
Now, the whole series had two very exciting games going quite long for you guys. As a coach, how do you live those late game moments, those exciting team fights from the sidelines?
نقطة بسيطة بس أعزائي المشاهدين، إنه نتكلم عن السؤال الثالث اللي هو كيف الكوتش في مكانه وهو يعني مع إنه الجيمين كانوا جدا طوال وكان في كومباكس من كل الطرفين، كيف قدر الكوتش إنه أو كيف يتأقلم مع كل الضغط اللي ممكن يجيه طول المباراة إلى النهاية؟
It's very hard to be on the sidelines watching these games because normally I can hear them talk and communicate and everything, and it's more calming because I know what they're thinking and what's going on in the game, how the atmosphere is. But when you're watching these like long games and like, you don't know what they're saying, it's I don't know, it's awful. It's much easier to just play the game actually, like then you're focused on that. So yeah, it's very hard.
شعور جدا متوتر. يقول الكوتش انه دائما احنا يعني ممكن ان نسمع اللاعبين هم قاعدين يتكلمون، ما كان عندي فرصه اني اسمعهم ولا ادري ايش اللي قاعدين يفكرون فيه، وهل هو الشيء هذا بيكون من صالحنا ولا مو من صالحنا، هل تفكيرهم كان والمنتاليتي حقتهم طالعه بشكل كويس، كلنا حرفيا ما ندري. فالشيء هذا مخليه في وضع مره متوتر، بس في نفس الوقت قدروا انهم يخلصون الجيم بشكل كويس.
Well, Misri, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your insight as well. For now, we will be throwing to a small break, and then we'll come back with the next series of the day. So stay tuned.
أعزائنا المشاهدين راح ناخذ فاصل بسيط بعد ما خلصنا من المباراة الأولى. شفنا تي اس ام بيقدرون انهم يتألقون بشكل جدا كويس، لكن خلونا نشوف ايش ممكن يصير في المباراة الثانية. فخليكم معنا على طول فاصل بسيط ونرجع لكم.
TSM might need to change their name to TSS for Team Solo Safe Lane, because this series was dominant from Tomato. On Killer Vision, joined back on the desk by Danog and Seek and Strike to break down our best of two between TSM and Liquid. I think I kind of just led into what we want to talk about first, which is Team Tomato.
Tomato was pretty good. I mean, the farm the man gets is insane. You know, the Rapier pick, a little shaky. Probably didn't need to do it. You were up by so far. His rat game just meant, again, it was another one of these times where Liquid, they wanted to push. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that they were coming back into this game, but they just couldn't. He was constantly keeping those lanes shoved in. It was a really good purchase of the Aghanim Scepter for that psionic projection.
Yeah, he was all over the map, and he played very well around it as well. I think plenty of tomatoes were being spammed in chat for him to power
hideous
him
set,
up.
though. Absolutely hideous.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, we can discuss the merits of the set, but I think as far as the valuable plays that he made, you know, I think he played excellent, right? The bottom lane, let's talk about this second game. It was a bit of a disaster, so we can see a couple of the highlights here. The Humble God hitting a couple of hooks with that Marcy lane. Ended up being a bit stronger than I thought it would be. I'm not going to lie, that Marcy Pudge lane. Mostly because I think Anna hit some very clutch hooks and did hamper the start of this bounty.
Yes, but there's also the aspect of, I was talking pre-game, Pudge was one of the heroes that slipped my mind of heroes that combo really well together with a Marcy. Ursa, Razor, Pudge is another one. Just rebound level 1. 5 seconds of 45% extra movement speed where you're just rotting someone down to death when they don't have that great, disengage, I guess you can call it, is just way too strong. You're going to get a bunch of kills. Bounty Hunter, he's just stuck.
Yeah, I think the fun part to watch about that is against Monkey King, a melee type hero, maybe it's a bit more predictable because when you're a Monkey King, you've got those free hits, you're predictably going to move with the fourth. And we saw that, I think that was one of the first kills in the lane. Anna was like, I'm just going to take that, bring you under. But let's talk about a different lane. How about mid? Pug versus NS, a little bit more exciting than we expected?
Yeah, I wasn't really sure where the Liquid picks were going to end up going. The Night Stalker, I thought it was going to be carry, like you suggested, but it ended up going mid, and it looked pretty darn good. A lot of the Night Stalkers, you blast it with the Void and basically do nothing else for the first 5 minutes. But what was kind of cool about this matchup between the Night Stalker was he was able to accrue like a huge denied advantage because he kind of just denied, right?
You bully the Puck.
The Puck space, right? You have the silence up, and Puck cannot nuke the wave in front of you. Puck either takes a lot of harass, which cannot sustain, or you get free denies. It was pretty good.
Yeah, really, really good. I mean, we also have seen just some great plays going over with the replays here. I mean, there's a reason we called it the Team Tomato this time around, just because the presence of mind to be able to place the trap down, expecting the fact that there's going to be some 4-stars coming through just to still be able to get those right clicks off. He just played a fantastic game, fantastic series, and giving himself a bit of a clap there.
Deserves to. And, let's focus in on the kind of pattern here, because I feel like game 1 and game 2 we saw kind of a recurring theme here. TSM on top, get to that late game, maybe a little bit less stable. Looks like Liquid might be able to make a comeback. Are they just teasing, or are we seeing maybe signs, room for improvement for TSM in that late game?
I think they certainly draft for the mid game, right, is what it feels like both times around. Liquid with some kind of outplays. They didn't completely dominate any lane, I would say. Mid lane,
Bot lane, I'd say Liquid dominated.
That's true, actually. You know what, I think that's fair, that second game, but like game 1 especially, I didn't really think that either lane went too one-sided.
Yeah.
And I think, TSM, they managed to make, a decent amount of space, especially for Tomato in this series, and he ends up paying back the favor. Game 1 a bit more clear, game 2 was a bit all over the place and messy, but they got there eventually.
This is not again, I said it after game 1, I said it before game 1. Team Liquid, when they're successful, play this aggressive style, and they do it very well.
Yeah.
This was not it, you might be able to go around and get a bunch of kills, but my question is always, and then what? When you're playing with Matu, you've got the lone druid, you win a team fight, you take a tower. That happens. It felt like so late where they were able to use that early advantage that they had, bunch of flesh heap stacks, and it was just slow to take towers, Well, all the while, Tomato's farming, building up this massive net worth lead, and it's just too much to deal with.
I think, think back to some of the bans that still come out, things like Jakiro, things that maybe would have slotted in and filled that role a little bit.
It does a bit of pushing, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. I think Insania especially likes to build into the Aether Lens and then immediately into the Aghanim Shard after that, just because you've got double ways to push. And well, there he is. Look at the man.
Could we choose anyone else in this game? Perfect last hits number, by the way.
Looking very, very good.
Nice amount. Yeah, I mean, he played very well, right? Over 1,000 GPM, nearly up there on last hits. A couple of really good outplays as well, right? When he caught Anna the one time, and I think killed him through Aegis.
Yes, and tier 3 bot being able to use the 4 stuff with the Mindbreaker to be able to get away before he's able to dismember him. Like, so many good clutch plays that Tomato was there. And we saw the interview that he had pre-series, and he was like, look, I know I'm good enough. It's just I didn't perform to potentially my standards at last TI. At the major he did, and so far here, he absolutely is representing himself in the best way possible.
For sure.
And in some ways maybe set up a little bit to have his game, because I think the pattern we saw in game 1 and game 2, Team Liquid, seemed very bloodthirsty for Bra. I think we were talking behind stage about, especially in game 2, he didn't really even get a chance to have a game.
No, absolutely not. I mean, you could put a lot of focus onto that because it makes tempo for your slightly slower style of lineup, because again, it's going to be the offlaner, it's going to be the enemy mid position that's going to be putting that aggression onto you. So if you reduce their net worth, then you've got more freedom to be able to get what you feel is strong. But Tomato, again, I hate to be a broken record, but he just balled out of control. He was able to farm ridiculously fast, and it meant that his farm was more effective.
Yeah, and I want to like look at the other side of the coin as well, right? That puck, a lot of the times you'll see a mid laner start to get dominated like that, and they'll lose their confidence a bit, right? They won't really shove waves. They wait a little bit more. They'll yield more map control, generally speaking. He did not let up. Like, sure, he did take a couple deaths here and there, and eventually was getting caught all over the place because Liquid played well around him. But he did all that for the hero we see here, right? The TA. Eventually was able to carry him right back. A cheeky little Divine Rapier towards the end, right, with level 30, just to blow up a Skywrath Mage. Why not?
He had an Ag Shot as well, just for an extra attack.
Ag Shard. He had the Revenant's Brooch. Yeah,
It's a lot of damage that you're able to output in that right-click pattern. And yeah, for Liquid, I want to see them go back to tried and true. You know, pick your Jakiros, pick your, well, I think a big kudos needs to go to TSM, right? Because they banned out the Tiny and they banned out the Razor as well. Two real linchpins of a lot of Liquid successes. So maybe a lot of other teams can take note of that and say, well, we just get rid of the Tiny in particular, and suddenly Liquid don't feel anywhere near as strong.
Yeah, only the first series for Liquid, but plenty of notes that can be taken for what was probably going to end up being one of our longest series actually for the stage of the tournament. But you know what? We should probably get ready for the next game. So first of all, let's give a big shout out to some of our sponsors. We couldn't, of course, have done this event without Saudi Telecommunications Company, as well as Pepsi and Doritos, which I'm kind of a little bit hungry, a little bit peckish after watching this long series to get into some. So what we're going to do is make sure you can go get yourself some Pepsi and some Doritos. We're going to hop into a break, and when we return, we should be about ready to start warming up for the second series of the day.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to the broadcast. We're back here in the studio, almost ready to get underway with the second series today. That's right, you heard me right. First series did take a while, which is why, we decided to give one of our panels a rest. The other one has to venture on. I'm joined once again by Daniel, but I'm gonna stop now.
I was wondering if you were gonna go for it or not.
I could just fill the entire segment just going, right?
Just a long Seb. Your battle pass levels are out of control,
But good to have you here, bud. We've got a hype one here, Tundra versus Team Secret, the first team to make it from the EU regionals to Arlington, and the first team to miss out on it, coming in 5th.
Wow, the best of the worst is what you're saying, basically.
That's one way to present both teams and the matchup, but no, I mean, super happy to be here, excited for the games. I think, big tournament, big stakes, big teams. So yeah, I think we're gonna get some great Dota today. We already got some, and I mean, Tundra Secret should be pretty hype.
And you know what? I'm sure Tundra's feeling pretty hype about everything, prep for Arlington. I want to see how hyped they are for this event, so let's check in with Team Tundra.
It feels very nice to be here at the Gamers8 Riyadh. We actually got business flights to here, which was pleasantly surprised because most Dota events were on economy flights. It was a very pleasant experience, despite it being almost like a 12-hour journey. I don't really have any expectations for the Riyadh Masters because I think we definitely have a stand-in, and it was very short notice. We didn't get very much practice in, so we're just going to try our best. I'm not sure if there's anything I would have done differently. I think all of us are just trying to play our best and improve day by day, and I think that's what you should just focus on the process rather than the results. You can take joy in both taking the games at home in the back of your own chair and also playing in the LAN setting. I think for most players, I think they're definitely more comfortable playing at home just because they're always playing from home. They're used to the environment. But I think at LAN, it's definitely going to be a lot different, and you're not going to be as comfortable. But with the crowd cheering and seeing everyone, it makes the game feel kind of completely different, and I enjoy it a lot. I think it's good to get a mix of both environments. I think I would describe our team's playstyle as greedily aggressive, because we are very greedy players in nature, especially myself included. But when we find spot the weaknesses in the enemy's defense, we'll always take the opportunity to strike, and then we would optimize afterwards. It's so hard to have international LANs these days, so it's hard to know where we really stand amongst the crowd. We just hope that we'll get some good games in against all the Chinese teams who haven't played in God knows how long. Hopefully it'll just be a fun event for us. Let's bring some good games for viewers.
Lovely talking to Snaking. 12-hour flight, I can't imagine. I mean, I got 7 hours, that felt pretty good. Could you imagine flying for 12 hours?
I can only imagine flying for 12 hours, 22 for me coming down from the Southern Hemisphere. But, glad to have him here, of course. Such a great team, right? Coming out first of the Western European region for good reason. But they're going to be without one of the key linchpins behind that in 3-3. Obviously playing with Dahak. So I'm keen to see how they're going to be able to fit into that mold.
I mean, they got themselves like an A-class stand-in, though.
Yeah.
I think very, very potent player. Actually, his hero pool matches really well with 33's hero pool. The Visages, the Lycans, the Prophets. I think they found probably the best stand-in for themselves, and I think the Hack is a very, very talented player, very well-rounded. He would be comfortable playing any position. That's how I feel about him.
Yeah. And how do you feel about Tundra's chances overall this tournament, right? Are we expecting a podium finish out of them without a doubt?
Top 4, I'd say, easily. I think is pretty comfortable to be able to say, but again, maybe people are going to focus in on the stand-in, but obviously you've got Team Secret playing in this one with their own stand-in, so it's might be going back the other way and starting to target Rezo a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they also come from the Stockholm Major, right, where they look super dominant, probably the best team of the tournament. And then, came the playoffs and the high-pressure games, and they probably, didn't get the result they hoped for. So I'm pretty sure they're coming into this tournament, wanting to prove to themselves first that they can close the LAN.
And that's where Aoi really should be the best element in their toolkit, right? Like this guy, he won TI, he understands the pressure. That sort of coach should allow you to handle these high-pressure environments. But I think it's time to talk about these other guys a little bit more. You can see Team Secret now prepping to make their way across.
They're just leaving now? Oh no.
Yeah, they're going to have to rush. They're going to break some speed limits here, aren't we?
Absolutely. But look at the man himself, Puppy, Monka. But maybe he's brought his good friend Marsha with him just to, let the guys know that they're still team secret, they're still top tier team. And I mean, they're so close. They're so close. They're like on the bubble. But again, they're not playing in Arlington, like we said, so they don't need to hide any kind of strats. This is it. This is the big tournament for them up until those TI qualifiers.
Every time I see Puppy, I tell myself, like I started in the viewer seat and I was watching Puppy, then I started playing bottom last of tournaments and I was still watching Puppy, getting on the stage. Casting, watching Puppy, coaching, watching Puppy, winning TI, watching Puppy, now back to casting, watching Puppy. It feels like he's been there like forever. He's just part of the, he's like Dota. He is Dota. He's been there forever at the highest level with God knows how many players and how many iterations of teams. It's really impressive.
And he's just like the coach bringing through the new generations, right? You think about Nisha, you think Chris that's now joined the team as well. Now Zayat's coming through. It's always these youthful people that he's looking to impart this knowledge he's built up over so many years.
Yeah, these unpolished gems, the diamonds in the rough, basically. And he comes across as a very loyal type of person as well. Like Yapsor, obviously, there was a period where he was the best position 4 in the world, and a lot of other players caught up to him, for example. But he stuck with him through thick and thin. Now, of course, there's some health issues happening, so they're playing with Zayats. But it really feels like Puppy's one that if you're with him, he's with you.
Yeah. And I think one thing to mention about how Team Secret are gonna come into this tournament is that the duo of Sayak and Resolution, these two know each other really well, and they're very comfortable playing with each other, especially as a 3 and a position 4.
Yeah.
I think at their peak they're probably one of the best, if not the best duo for several months in a row. So I'm really looking forward to see. I mean, obviously they haven't been playing together for a while, but I'm sure that it's not a coincidence that they picked Resolution to go along with Zayak.
Yeah, I mean, back in May when they were both teamless, they made a tweet about it, and they were like, we're the best combo together, let's make it work.
You know what, I want to see these combos, I want to see them on stage. Let's head across the arena. Avo, Fancy, show me these mad lads on the main stage.
Hello guys, and welcome to the second game of the day. We're ready to present one of the teams. They're a well-known team from the European region with a mid laner that has a wider hero support pool than most support players. It's Tundra Esports! Come on out! تاندرا اي سبورتس وصلوا عندنا في المسرح، لكن خصمهم في المباراة الثانية معنا بيكون خصم جدا جدا قوي. هو الفريق الحاصل على المركز الثالث في تي اي 2021، وبنفس الوقت هم فريق مرشح منه يكون احد اقوى الفرق الموجودة معنا في البطولة. رحبوا معنا اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور بتيم سيكرت. Now we know the teams, well, we need to know we need to have someone actually to break down the complexity of their play, someone to inform us about where we're here and what we can expect from these two teams. That's why we have the best team of analysts to break down this game 2 of the day.
بالتوفيق ان شاء الله لكل الفريقين. شفناهم على المسرح تندرا اي سبورتس وتيم سيكرت، مباراتهم بتكون اسطوريه وكلنا عارفين قد ايش الجيم بيكون معقد وقد ايش الجيم بيكون جدا قوي. فخلونا على طول نروح مع المحللين والمعلقين نتكلم عن المباراه اكثر، وبعدها نبدا الجيم الثاني في اليوم الاول معنا من رياض ماسترز دوتا.
I got excited for a moment there when he said complexity. I was like, they're playing? They're back? No, we're never going to see them. We've read out any action for the day. It's time for an EU bloodbath, boys. And I got to say, I'm a little bit disappointed they didn't square up Saxa and Poppy on the main stage. I think that you got to have that face-off for the tallest lads probably in all of Dota.
I think Saxa wins. I mean, I've been alongside him. He wins. Nobody beats him.
I think Ava was telling us before that when he was doing interviews at TI, he would like do his interview and then his arm literally needs to be fully extended up just to be able to reach
there. I've genuinely been there, and it just makes you feel like the difference isn't as big as you think it is until you like do that, and then it really makes you feel like, Papa, can you answer the question?
It's going to be a good series though, absolutely. I mean, I don't think they have really different styles of playing. Obviously, Tundra are kind of unique, you know, but they've got certain heroes that really come to the front for mine. Like if Secret are able to get the Puck and the Phoenix, they're going to be super happy. I think this is a tournament where we might see Zayat's playing the techies as well. It's one of his favorite heroes, and I think considering how good Nisha is, I think he's the best Puck player in the world. It's just a hero that combos so well together with it because you've got that period in the early-ish game where Puck just doesn't quite have the damage to convert on a lot of those rotations.
I mean, in terms of like storylines and things to look out for, I feel like Nisha right now is peaking. Like, I mean, he's an incredible player, but if you caught the last games of Team Secret and DPC, especially when they were like back against the wall on the verge of like not making it to the major, maybe even at some point being relegated, he stepped up his game. Not even big time. It was like completely
next level.
Stupid crazy. Like, I mean, he went 15-0 in every game. It was absolutely incredible. So I think now, big tournament, big land, big pressure. Probably less pressure for them because they have 2 stand-ins. I think he's going to be able to really express himself how he wants to, and that should be kind of nice. And I'm also looking at Rezo, right? That's known for being very comfortable in LAN environments. So these are 2 players that, can really kill it here.
With a big smile on his face, playing with his great mate in Zayats, obviously feeling very comfortable about it. So I honestly have pretty high hopes for Secret. I think they're going to get out of these group stages, even though it is so close between a lot of the teams.
Yep.
Well, I guess it's that kind of curveball, right? You said they have very similar playstyles, but then you add in both Zayats, the new edition, and Reza that you said know each other. Maybe they've got their own little crafty side plans in mind that Poppy's kind of on board with unleashing on Tundra.
For sure. They come with a lot of kind of pre-made ideas on how they want to play. I think they know each other as well in terms of like which heroes they like to play, how to enable each other's. So that should be great. Obviously, you have, now Crystalis and Poppy that got to know each other as well, and they're getting also their system going. Honestly, I look at this Team Secret as being a team that's not like crippled kind of going into the event with 2 stand-ins. I actually look at them as being like a well-rounded team. Of course, we don't know, how well they play and how well they can execute, but on paper, they can be like a really good matchup for Tundra.
You might even say that they're refreshed, right? Because people would have gotten used to playing against Ice during all the DPC. Rezo, not so much. He's in Bali at the moment.
Yeah, you don't know what to expect.
Doing a lot of stuff. Yeah, he's playing the pubs, and it's just a completely different dynamic that you have to deal with. But if there's a team to be able to do it, Tundra's the one. Like, they are looking really strong no matter what event, what tournament, whether it's LAN, whether it's online. They're just really, really solid.
Yeah, and we talk about Nisha as the go-to guy, the guy that's always going to solve it. Who do we expect Tundra to have stepping up? Like, who is the go-to guy in the moment of need?
I mean, you kind of want to say that it used to be 33, right, in a way, but I feel like, so Tundra, what's really special, I think, about them is how they play the map. They're really, really smart about map movement, being quick and efficient. I mean, Snaking kind of touched on it, but obviously he didn't went too deep into it, but I can do it for him. I mean, they're just really good at abusing map movement and being efficient and punishing enemies for being too slow, at also adapting to how they move their pieces around the map. And that also, and actually it's centered around 33, but 33 is the one that has to do it the least, just because of the nature of his heroes, right? They're gonna use the pressure that he brings when he takes over the enemy jungle playing Visage or Lycan. And I mean, that's where I see the Hag fitting in really well, because it's more about the 4 others knowing how to enable a hero that pressures that much after it won its lane and took towers, these Visages and Lycans and Prophets. So I think we might see a team that looks comfortable, even though they only got a few days, particularly because their playstyle you know,
It's so similar.
Yeah, it works in favor of that.
I think the biggest thing for me about Tundra is that they force you to make very difficult decisions.
Yeah.
Basically, you either have to deal with 33 or Dahak in this situation, or he's going to take towers, or if he's playing an alchemist, he's going to get, you know, a bunch of items really, really quickly. Or you need to address the other 4 heroes and, you know, try and limit their impact. You know, Skeeter obviously able to farm just as well as we saw Tomato do in that previous series. So it's like, what do you do? And are you trying to play a little bit more on the front foot to prevent that from happening?
And you can already see, of course, the Beastmaster being banned out. So that's already like a... Because scrims have happened, right? Now we get to see these games firsthand, but they have scrimmed each other's, or, you know... so it seems like the hack already got used to the 33 Beastmaster, and he's ready to fill in that role, and it got banned right away. Marcy, one of the big heroes from Saxa, I guess it's his new Monkey King. You know, he had this Monkey King fetish at the Stockholm Major, and now it's the Marcy. Yeah, you touched on it, right? Team Secret getting the Phoenix.
They don't get the puck. They denied that one away just because, again, Nisha, what a baller.
And one of the best heroes against Phoenix, like in the game, right? It's just really hard to play Phoenix against the puck, kind of in and out. Coil, silence can just threaten you to die, and he doesn't have to put himself in danger.
There's the Nature's Prophet. This is Tundra style. I mean, we're going to get to see Dahak play this one, and I mean, you're building into a lot of this fast right-click damage. You're going to be able to somewhat kite around the map a little bit more effectively. Again, it's about playing the map to the highest level of effectiveness, and I feel like NP is one that can abuse that even further.
I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of the Prophet pick here that early, because I think it's already quite countered. I mean, Phoenix and Dawnbreaker are both 2 heroes that are pretty okay against Prophet. You know, Phoenix obviously can just allow himself to push out the lanes safely against Prophet. It's not that easy also for Prophet to fight into a Phoenix. Prowl doesn't do anything. Hitting the egg can be dangerous if they have heroes to protect egg. Dawnbreaker is the same, you know, Prophet is about ganking, but then Dawn ulti is always a threat. Global, you know, he kind of matches the global presence of Prophet. And Prophet kind of also locks what Tundra wants to do, in a way. Like, it's most likely a hard Prophet, right?
Yeah.
Can they be flexible with the lanes? Can they send the Prophet to the safe lane? We don't really know if they're willing to do that, but they're kind of showing their cards quite early here.
So what do you think they're lacking right now on Tundra's side in particular? Do you think they need a way to be able to get on top of that Phoenix a little bit more reliably and take out Zayat's level of effectiveness? Or do you think they could go down the avenue of like a Winter Wyvern, which is a great response to the Dawnbreaker a lot of the time, because you just curse whoever's getting Solar Guardian onto, and then suddenly you can turn around the team fight?
It's interesting. I mean, I like the Wyvern route. I feel like, yeah, they don't have anything for Phoenix right now. So far, it's a really easy Phoenix game. Like, nothing threatens him. He can, you know, cast his spells exactly how he wants to and get a really good egg, really good dive. So probably address the Phoenix in the second phase. And you see Secret starting to protect the Phoenix pick with the Jugger ban. Probably more bans to come also. Both teams are, you know, they have heroes that are good at playing the map, pushing out waves safely. Phoenix does it, Dawnbreaker does it, Dawnbreaker ulti. And on the other side, you have the Zeus Prophet combination that we've seen from Nigma already once. It's not to be underrated, you know, when you click Zeus ulti and then Prophet ulti that hits on 5 heroes, it's actually a lot of damage. So a lot of nuke damage from Tundra, a lot of map presence. This is like the bread and butter.
Yeah, I think you highlighted before, like they have similar styles, and so far they both do have a lot of map presence in this. But how do we feel about the Zeus in the opening phase? Is it kind of something you prefer to save later on, or are you okay, very comfortable?
It's super flexible. You can just put it 2, 4, or 5, and you'll find a spot for it.
Really strong hero. I think it's one of the best heroes right now of the patch by far. It's incredibly strong. It's a lot of damage, really good lane presence. I think players are getting better and better at using the E spell, also like the Heavenly Jump.
Yeah.
You know, like the attack, like the slow, the cast animation slow also. That's like a new kind of feature in Dota, which can really get surprising. You really get caught off guard by that.
Yeah, it's like that and Feeble, I think, are the only 2 in the game or something like that.
But this one is like kind of instant, and it's really hard to deal with. I'm a big fan of the Zeus pick that early. I think like it's just a good hero no matter what, and it scales greatly into the game.
Yeah.
You know, and first pick is always tricky. Best ways to pick a hero that's going to impact the game well anyways, and Zeus does the job perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can be flexible, right? We've seen 5 Zeuses have a lot of success. For Tundra, it's mostly mid. They play it online a lot. But, you know, it's just a free D-ward. I really like this Clockwork pick, though. Again, it's something else that's just able to get in onto the backlines, and I think it's even a little bit of a block pick because it is one of those heroes that is capable of stopping a Phoenix from having that similar level of effectiveness. You get the extra vision. If you're using the Sunray, you just hookshot onto him. You force the egg in a not great way.
It's very good against Prophet. It got even better with the latest changes to Battery Assault, where now it actually deals with Treant really well.
Yep.
I see how like a Clockwork 5 with a hero that's not too bad against Prophet, with just like Clockwork is probably gonna allow you to pick carries that are, you know, usually not as good against Prophet, but since the 5 helps deal with it, now you can get away with something that usually wouldn't, and that's kind of interesting. And you see how well Secret have like covered the Phoenix pick. You know, the Nyx obviously was also for the Dawnbreaker, but it's still a very good hero against Phoenix and Sunray in particular, which is a very underrated aspect of Phoenix. And a big reason for why also people look at Phoenix, right? Sunray is really good again. Bloodseeker, very good against Phoenix too, for the in and out, for the Bloodright, you know, long silence and Jogger. So I think Tundra really have to give some respect to the Phoenix in that second phase, which is like right now.
The thing that I was really, that's really fast pick, the Abaddon and the Luna coming out back to back. The thing I was also looking at is with this Clockwork pick along with the Phoenix, Phoenix isn't really one of those heroes that you can gank with super effectively early on, right? But considering what you have in those first 3 picks, you kind of can, right? You just hookshot in, cogs, and then use the Sunray to full effectiveness. You can even Solar Guardian on top of the Clockwork. And then suddenly a much more passive, late game-ish oriented lineup becomes much less so.
I mean, I like the Abaddon and the Luna. Obviously Abaddon is very good against Team Secret heroes, and Abaddon Luna, very good lane, very known Tundra lane. They've been doing that for a while now, and they're probably the best team in the world at executing the lane. Nevertheless, I feel like, you know, it's still kind of easy for Secret to play around the fights yet, and where Tundra is a little bit more lane heavy. All they have to deal with right now is this one Luna that's going to try to kill the egg, and also going to have to deal with the position 1 and position 2 coming up. So I feel like you already see the pattern where Tundra is going to look to play the map in a smart way, force Secret into unfair situations around the map with Manta illusions pushing waves safely, Prophet pushing waves, you know, Zeus pushing from the fog, and Secret is going to look for this big team fight, you know, hookshot into egg, and without a gold advantage or an unfair situation, it's already going to be hard for Tundra to take these 5-on-5, you know, frontal engagements.
So as this goes on, when Tundra tries to round out this, are you looking for something that maybe complements and enables the Luna further? Maybe something that gives you a save, or double down on that burst?
No, you have to commit on how you want to play the game. Right? Which is like, you don't want to play the 5v5 game, so you have to commit on that. Trying to salvage it now, it's already too late through the draft.
They have such little control on their lineup right now.
And you're also going to get counterpicked, so it's just not, from a drafting perspective, it's just not possible. So you have to commit to the plan that you had, which is a good plan. I mean, one way to beat teamfight is to just not teamfight. You know, you just like force them to play another game, and now it's going to be a Phoenix trying to catch like a Luna, you know, like, or Dawnbreaker trying to catch Luna. So we'll see. Oh, that's a scary one. I mean, I love the Darcy into Luna. It's a great pick. Like, in theory, it's awesome. You know, the wall to get the Luna illusion, you get the aura. Illusion is very potent too, so it's going to do a lot of damage. With the Darcy shard, you get 2 illusions of Luna. You know, I mean, it's very good on paper. But Luna Abaddon lane, I've played myself Darcy against Tundra's lane. They're really good at punishing the lane, and Darcy are known for being a really weak laner. It could go both ways. If they get away with the lane, it's going to be great. If they don't, it might look ugly.
Can the Clockwork buffer that issue, by the way?
A little bit, right? But it's like, it's a Zayat's Phoenix, like 99% of the time, right? So they're going to need to probably switch up the lanes a little bit to make that work.
But I feel like the Clockwork has to go in that case with the Darcy. If he doesn't, I feel like Darcy is going to get nothing. Clockwork is the best boss for, like the best spots for as trying to enable Darcy. But against that lane, it might still not be enough.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they've got the Dire side, which is another thing that we haven't talked about. Tundra love playing Dire. Like, out of their 17 games, I think only 4 have been on Radiant, and they feel like it's just because you can. The Roche advantage on Radiant isn't enough. Now that the offlane tower has been pushed down a little bit, you can manipulate the creep wave. And I feel like when you're up against this lane, we already talked about Tundra not having stuns, not having lockdown. With a Clockwork, you're very fast. You can just pull the lanes, and Abaddon can't really do anything about it. Just pull it behind the tier 1 tower, and that secures the Darkseer of the lane.
That's how they have to play that lane, and actually Rezo and Zayak were, I think, 2 of the best. I remember watching the replays on how they would enable the Darkseers and the Batriders. They're really good at it. They know exactly what they want to do. They were the first one at blocking the camps at the right timings, at pulling the wave between towers. You know, they're really smart also on how they give XP, so he's going to try to get the Darkseer to level 3 as fast as possible. Like, this is their comfort zone. I'm really happy to see it for them. I think both teams are really getting away with the draft that they enjoy. And one thing about the Zeus Prophet that we didn't mention also is that Zeus is a laner. He's a fine laner, but he doesn't really stop the aggression, right? He doesn't have much. So he's really good with self-sufficient laners, such as Prophet, that already have like a big laning presence, where Zeus doesn't feel like he needs to, you know, salvage the lane, because he can't. he can help a little bit, but...
I want to ask you one thing, Seb. What do you think Secret need here? Because I feel like, again, no Spirit, we're seeing such little lockdown on Tundra's side. So obviously, very wisely, they've banned out the puck already, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit gone. Is this a Storm Spirit game? Because I feel like if they do that, they are lacking some of that tower push. Maybe it's something like a Death Prophet that's able to assist with the pushing, that is able to get off a lot of these Spirit Siphons in these team fights? Like, what exactly do they need?
I feel like they need something that is gonna force Tundra the fight into them. So either a catch, I mean, you know, Kunkka X. Now the fight is quite simple. You know, X somebody, the Luna, for instance, or the Prophet, a key hero, and force them to fight under the wall, under the egg, the Dawnbreaker ulti threat. And now it's problematic. You know, now it's gonna be a game of cat and mouse. And if Tundra does succeed to, you know, delay the game how they want to, then they might just also take it.
Well, I think we need to kind of get some favoritism for one team or the other. Which draft are you liking more than the start, Seb?
I think I'm gonna go... that's a hard one.
Based on the draft, not the players.
Okay, based on the draft, I think I like... I like probably Secret a little bit more.
Yeah, me too. I like Secrets more. But Tundra, I'd say, are the better team, so it's going to be pretty even.
That's what I want to hear. That sounds like we're going to have a long, fun game. So, you know what? Let's get ready to throw across to our casters, because we're going to switch it up. Gareth and Lacoste get a break. It's time for B&B. It is Black and B-Cop on LAN. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Killer Pigeon, as we are, back on LAN. The B&B, the rap album, coming soon, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying that for years, but
we
soon.
always push back the release date soon. TM always, you know, what we're looking at here in terms of getting things out. So, you know, we are looking to see who's going to take this game. BO2 series, always fun. You see a little bit more experimentation coming out. You've got Team Secret against Tundra. Black, what are you looking at here? What stands out at you?
I mean, really just looking at the draft, like, I gotta agree with the panel as well. Like, Secrets looks a lot easier to execute, and also, it just looks like the team fight is a bit stronger, which is what Tundra's lineup should excel at. So if 9 doesn't go off on the Zeus, it's going to be very problematic and hard for Tundra to actually really do much in this game. I was already expecting the Nature's Prophet pick, because the Hawk always plays these, either Nature's Prophet or Visage, like every game. So I'm sure Secret also knew that, right? It's going to be an offlane Prophet, because otherwise they wouldn't have picked it.
Right. You really love this Zeus too. Like, we've been talking about it in the Chinese DPC. The Zeus has been either the mid or the 4, and you've talked about the different builds while we've been on that for quite a while. What do you like more about a mid Zeus if, say, it were to be a 4, but obviously not here?
So the damage output is pretty similar. It's just that you really have like the opportunity to stay alive longer in fights, right? Throw out more spells, get like additional cast range, and it's really what you're aiming for when you're Zeus. Like, the later you die, the more damage you deal with a static field. The percentage damage is very high on that. And I'm pretty sure they picked that Earth Spirit last, so they have like an option, because they also love to play Earth Spirit middle, right? But then they see the Kunkka matchup, so they're like, yeah, we're just gonna put Zeus middle. Lane shouldn't be too hard at all. And 9 also loves the Zeus. It's one of the best Zeuses in the world. So yeah, it should be a very interesting game.
What do you think is the most important matchup coming into the laning phase?
I would say the Darkseer. Like, if Darkseer doesn't snowball, Team Secret is going to be in a lot of trouble. If the Luna at Baton Lane beats Darkseer, it's going to get very tough for Secret.
Okay, so we'll see how this Darkseer does. A little bit of back and forth over in this mid lane. Nothing too crazy at the moment. No SEA 5v5 in the jungle, just a skirmish.
Ultra kills. But what was it, an Ultra kill we've seen, or a Rampage?
Yeah, it was an Ultra kill. It was Scam who was on the Coddle. Yeah. That was about a year ago. Actually, probably even more than that at this point. And it feels like we don't see that as much anymore.
Yeah, teams are more safe now. They're just fine with 2 runes each.
They just want to see if maybe the ward is there over mid.
Getting slowed down, but he should be fine. Clock is a speedy hero.
You were talking about this while we were in the shuttle here. Clock, boots, what you want to do if, you know, when he does get those boots, you have to get boots and then have that mentality of, now I need to be able to do something with this if I'm going to spend that gold on mobility.
Yeah, I love this item choice anyway from Clockwork too, because he's very fight-oriented. Like, he knows he needs to fight and win this lane. Otherwise, this Luna's going to be too strong. Probably actually to beat top.
Yeah, they've got a 3v3 up here in the top lane, but it doesn't look like the Clock's getting enough done just yet. Snaking getting a little bit low, but he's got the Aphotic Shield, so he's got a little bit of extra help to survive this, and Not something we often see in the Chinese DPC, but 3v3 up in the top lane.
I would say that probably favors Tundra because Darkseer hates sharing experience with other heroes. Like, you want to get to level 3 or level 5 up ASAP, that's your power spike. But as a trade-off, you're going to have a very fast level 6 Dawnbreaker, right? But also at the same token, the Hawk is going to be quickly at level 6 on the Prophet, so there's going to be Zeus ult coming out real fast, Prophet ult coming out real fast, and that tri-lane top, I think, is going to get shredded.
Yeah, Wrath of Nature with the Thunder God's Wrath, a lot of wrath.
Yeah, like, I'm actually a little bit surprised they chose to do this. And, well, sucks that they beat bottom, so now they're also solving the tri-lane. Running back bottom on Phoenix.
It's actually Crystallis on this Dawnbreaker. We've seen a lot of 3 Dawnbreaker elsewhere, but yeah, we'll see how this goes. We've talked about potentially, you know, Ags has been very good for Dawnbreakers in the past in other areas of the map. Yeah. Be a good thing to look forward to if that's the idea here for Secret, as honestly I think 60% evasion in the Solar Guardian is a little bit rough to deal with.
Yeah, it is brutal, but usually when you're a carry Dawnbreaker, you go into the fast Desolator shard combination.
Right.
You just want to output the hurt as much as possible. Dawnbreaker has like an amazing potential to scale if you snowball, which the hero is always supposed to do, because you literally can't lose lane. Seb and I always have fun conversations about that hero.
I have fun just listening to you guys, as, well, up top, you've got the Cogs, you have the Battery Assault once again. But nothing doing at the moment. Still trying to use that Ion Shell, still trying to use this Clockwork to run down these heroes, and you take a look over mid at the moment, it's Zeus 11 and 2. And, you know, doing decent on the CS for 9 as Kunk is right there with him. Bottom lane, Saksa in some trouble trying to run on this Earth Spirit, but again, it's just aggression, no kills.
Yeah, I mean, all lanes are pretty low right now for Tundra, so they have to be careful they don't bleed away too many heroes, or none at all even. Good news is the Darkseer is completely out of mana, so they shouldn't be able to aggress on the Luna too much at all.
What's he going for? He's got a Soul Ring coming out.
Yeah,
has that
the wand.
Yeah, wand. He's got a salve queued up as well.
Yeah, like nothing much should really happen until we see those ults come out. Like Zeus ult is gonna be the first big one where, like, you're half HP on the side.
A little bit. Rezo getting about 20% health.
Yeah, it's a very strong lane. Like Abaddon plus Luna, you get the attack speed from Abaddon, and you get the plus 15 damage from the Blessing.
Right.
It's a lot of damage potential.
So much harassment with heroes sitting low that Bloodseekers in other games are moving faster. Crystal is trying to use this Celestial Hammer. You've got Saksa pretty far forward. See how much they want to do with this. They don't have another Celestial Hammer for 5 seconds, and they do have the Starbreaker if he were to find himself a little bit out of position with no mana. But he'll be a-okay. Navigate the trees, and still nothing.
Also very interesting skill build from the Prophet, right? Like usually you go one level into teleport to be able to reset and base. He just went for the Sprout, and I feel like if he had teleport, maybe he could have even killed top already, but nice communication also from Secret, right? They're like, yeah, he skilled teleport, don't be afraid. I mean, he didn't skill teleport, don't be afraid.
Yeah. And wondering if he had come top where you had both the Darkseer and the Clockwork aggressing. Like maybe he could have made a difference if he did have that teleportation, go up to top, and then maybe turn that around and you get your Luna into a big boost.
Yeah, but he will have it now, plus power threats, so there's definitely a lot of potential. I think they're going to sync that up with the Zeus 6, which is going to happen just next wave. So they have to be very, very careful on the side lanes now.
We'll see how it goes as they've got Cogs once again. But Battery Assault and Cogs have only done a little bit of damage. It hasn't gotten them anything in terms of kills just yet. Thinking Skitter just looking to throw the hurt onto Resolution.
Yeah, they always do that. They trade. Zeus is almost 6.
Keep him low in the Thunder God's Wrath.
Yeah,
might
trying
just
to
be
get
enough.
6 now. He got it, and
what's he at? 195.
He would get the clock, but he doesn't know, of course. Maybe the clock healed up. You don't ever want to waste a Zeus ult.
Rezo might be the target, though.
Oh, they're diving. You can see how much they want this. Yeah. Resolution's even tipping him. Like, we know you want a Zeus ult me.
Bottom lane, and again, aggression coming in on Saksa, but it's not going to be enough to get a kill here either. So, at least for right now, it feels like Tundra kind of have control of the lanes the way they want them.
Yeah, but Darkseer wasn't really shut down, so that's still alright as well. and Dawnbreaker is farming free, pretty much. And she's level 5, almost level 6. There's so much global in this game. It's gonna get very fun. Like a 3v3 suddenly turns into a 3v5. You're like, oh my god. And Dawnbreaker comes in too. Nope, it's actually 4v5.
God, there's so much global movement. Right, global presence.
Yeah, yeah.
All it's missing is like a Spectre in the game.
Also, Earthspirit is the pink top. They want to do the first rotation here.
They roll in, but there the cogs around stop Soxa from hitting onto the clockwork, but they've got the silence. The vacuum back X ghost ship coming through. Might be first blood coming out for the side of Team Secret, and will be. It's Resolution who claims it, and that's the first kill of the game just 6.5 minutes in.
Yeah, I'm a very, very big Darkseer fan. Like, that hero, if he snowballs the game, you get into your items fast. Like, your team fight impact is absolutely ridiculous. Like a late game Darkseer, I feel like can almost never lose. You get this the parallel wall talent plus a refresher. Suddenly there's just 4 walls in a team fight. You can have like 4 Luna illusions and they just shred everything. It is absolutely ridiculous if you get into late game with that hero.
Yeah, but usually when you break the 4th wall, kind of means everything's kind of jumped the shark. Solar Guardian coming out towards the top. Skitter's inside the cogs. Crystal's trying to get the kill here onto the Luna. They've got themselves a second. They double that lead in kills. And it's, again, that global presence, that opportunity once you've got the Dawnbreaker at 6. And they use it immediately.
Yeah, I'm actually amazed that Zeus was able to use ult. Oh, snaking, yeah. He runs in, gets killed. Was sitting at very low health. And Nisha should farm the enemy jungle.
So Rizzo's got all 3 kills. And that's what you're talking about. Darkseer snowballing, getting the ball moving. And
yeah.
He's kind of doing that. Not exactly top of the net worth just yet. As they look over mid to try and get this Kunkka. Nisha in some trouble. Ghost Ship comes out. Some damage being done here by 9, but they're still looking. They've got Hawk here as he'll be hit with the X. Rezo makes the TP in. But Tundra can't exactly commit past this tower, so a lot of safety felt by Secret as they start to retreat from this engagement.
Yeah, they were converging middle with a lot of heroes, trying to get it down as soon as possible, but nice defense also the Dark CTP, so there's no real way they can kill it. And smoke by Earthspirit and Luna. Very interested to see where they go.
Looking towards top, but these heroes just aren't here.
But they just smoked from movement speed then, I guess? Very interesting one, because he didn't have any ward on Earthspirit either. I mean, it was like a misclick, and he's like, yeah, let's go farm, bro.
Just get back towards top. Do you like this shift? Once Crystallis came up with the Solar Guardian, now just staying here in the lane up against the Luna?
Yeah, I like it. He's very strong. And I mean, Darkseer also makes his way back up now. They just want to start pressuring those towers as soon as possible. I'm still very surprised that Tundra wasn't able to pull off their global combo yet at all. Oh, Skeeter gets caught.
Yeah, this could be problematic. They do have Snake King over to the side. He is level 5.
that wall.
Meanwhile, mid, Nisha, he's also got the Torrent. We've got a split fight coming up as the Thunder God's Wrath is going to be thrown out. They get the kill on Nisha. They look over at Skitter. They'll take out the Luna as well as Snake King. It's a 2-for-1 trade in multiple lanes, and Rezo is dominating. He's 4-0-1, just involved in 100% of the kills in the moment. While that movement happened top from Secret, though, Tundra tried to take this mid-tier 1 with the help of Dahak. Sox is here just in case. The rolls out on a Crystallis. They've got the silence with the Geomagnetic Grip, and Crystallis is in some trouble. Sprouted up, killed off. They'll take out the Dawnbreaker. Puppey trying to help with this Phoenix. Doesn't exactly have the mana for the Supernova in that engagement, but the Sunray on top of Dahak. Zayat's running after Dahak, and they'll finally finish off this Nature's Prophet as Soxa, with the help of 9, they'll take out the Clockwork. Skitter also makes a rotation over towards mid because he is falling behind. And it ends up being a massive trade throughout both these lanes.
Yeah, but the big winner is, or the big loser rather, is the Luna so far, unfortunately. Yeah. And she's really the hero that needs to be snowballing for the Tundra side. Like, she's going to be propelling you to the mid and late game, of course. And he's going to the Mask of Madness, which usually you wouldn't do unless you really need to catch back up. Right. It's a very risky item, doesn't really help your team fight at all. Like, the most common build would either be like Manta into BKB or Dragonlance into BKB. But he also recognizes like he needs to get back on track because his game so far is really not that good.
Can you rely on the rest of your team if you're Luna? Like, do you feel comfortable falling back and putting the pressure maybe on the Nature's Prophet as well as the Zeus?
It is possible because Nature's Prophet is also one of those right-clicker offlanes, right? So you definitely have enough physical damage potentially coming from him.
Going
and
after
Zeus, of course. was the biggest damage he did. Has ult though.
Yeah, he just skilled up the borrowed time. It almost felt like that was what they were trying to accomplish. Whether or not they get the kill, it looks like they're going to get it with a hook shot coming through onto the Abaddon. He's got the Aphotic Shield once again, but certainly with the Ion Shell at level 4, it's so easy to kill off this Abaddon by himself. They get the ult, they get the kill, easy does it.
Yeah, I'm a little afraid, honestly, for Tundra, because this Darkseer is getting a lot of kills. That means he potentially could get a very fast pipe. You have pipe plus the boat of Kunkka. Suddenly there's just no damage coming through anymore. The Zeus won't be hurting much at all. And I don't know how you team fight at that point.
Did feel like both these lineups in their own way needed a snowball, right?
Yeah, yeah. But they're looking for a kill on Resolution though.
Up top. Let's see if they can finally take out this Darkseer. They've got the Hawk coming over. They get the kill on Zayat. Says they'll use that Thunder God's Wrath. They're trying to get him while the TP's going, but, well, Rezo is back into the base.
Yeah. As we spoke about, he's going directly for a pipe. So they're looking for those big team fights. And Luna might not be ready. Like, he has a Mask of Madness now, going to Dragonlance next and then BKB after, I'd reckon. But it is still quite far away.
Puppy just fighting Snake King up here top. He's got a 2-level advantage on Snake King as well.
Yeah.
This Sunray hurts, and they've got Hookshot. Meanwhile, again, over mid, they're going to go with the Ghost Ship. They've got themselves a Solar Guardian. They get the kill there over mid and look for another one. Snake King in trouble. The Icarus dive right on top of the Abaddon, trying to run, but the Battery Assault's making that quite difficult. They've got the Aphotic Shield. Snake King gets to the tower, burning from the Spirits, and that last tick just 19 off. But the Rocket
Shield! Oh. Would that have actually killed him? Probably not. He had enough health, but...
Only a level 1 rocket.
Better be safe than sorry.
Yeah.
There's a lot of interesting builds across the board. Actually, like Kunkka going into the Armlet instead of the BKB first. Probably things like they don't need more survivability because they have that pipe on the Darkseer very shortly. Plus the Solar Guardian healing, of course.
Yeah.
X marks the spot.
So, we're seeing a lot of Secret try and play multiple parts of the map at the same time. That seems to be splitting up Tundra just enough where they're finding the advantages in these engagements. Like, is that just the straight game plan with a lineup like this, or are they just finding opportunity and going for it?
I mean, Tundra's lineup is very much like a snowball lineup, and the early game didn't really go the way they wanted to. So now that global damage isn't really enough to take teamfights anymore, so you can see that Tundra is just trying to split push everywhere. Because like taking actual teamfights is pretty much impossible. They don't even have really like an egg breaker until Luna gets her Dragonlance and BKB. So yeah, teamfights in general are going to be very tough until they get the items up.
Yeah, no egg scrambler just yet. Rocket Flare comes out, spots Saksa as well as Skitter. They got the hook shot coming through. And with the Cogs pushing him back, trying for the roll. They've got the Geomagnetic Grip on Anisha, but they pull him back with the X. They're marking their spot and marking their kill. Anisha with another one as they'll take out this Earth Spirit.
Yeah. What is Crystallis going for? BKB first. He had the Echo Saber queued up, but I like the change a lot. He just have to frontline for his team. Because he also saw that Kunkka is going for that arm, another fast BKB, right? So
he wants
nice
to be able to survive a little bit longer, right?
Yeah. It's very much like a sport, right? You always got to look at your teammates, what they're doing, and adjust accordingly.
For all you people out in pubs, it is a team game.
Yeah. Believe it or not.
A solo performance can only do so much.
Yeah, so Pipe is online now. They have Ghost Ship as well. Instantly smoke up into the triangle. But Tundra also knows, of course, that the triangle is really dangerous, so Skitter's not getting caught there.
He's kind of found his opening. He's not terribly farmed at the moment, but you do see like
they scanned him.
The rest of the team is kind of making up for it. And as I say that, well, they're going to try and go. They've got the Dawnbreaker coming in with the Solar Guardian. They'll jump him with the Torrent. They've got him a lot of heroes here on the side of Secret. I'm not sure that Nine wants to be in this vicinity anymore, but they've also got Saksa with the Magnetize as well as the Geomagnetic Grip coming out on Crystallis as well as Resolution. They've got the Supernova down. They'll look over Celestial Hammer as well as the hook shot, landing on a 9, taking a lot of damage. They get the kill on the Sock, so they look over at 9. He's just able to get into the trees as all 5 heroes are here from the side of Secret. And while they push Tundra back, they get a couple of kills. They look to get the Tier 1 tower, and there's not much that Tundra can do. They also pop the borrowed time, so Snake King, well, he can't really feel that confident walking in anymore, and that's kind of the job of the Abaddon. Soak up as much as you can and maybe make an opening for your team.
Yeah, but like if you're Tundra now, you're probably a little bit scared. Like you look at their health pools, they're all full HP. Like, they just don't have enough damage to go through these heroes right now. Zeus got into his shard just now. Didn't have that in the fight, so that's going to be a little bit more damage. But Pipe is going to be nullifying most of that in this early portion of the game. It is going to be incredibly tough for Tundra to actually take any sort of team fight. Like, wherever Secret goes, the map will be theirs.
So now do you try and change the mentality of what you're doing in this game? Do you have, you saw Nature's Prophet, he's got his shard. Yeah. So is the idea now, let's extend these fights, keep Secret interested, and then we'll have Dahak push lanes, get towers.
Just need to split push, I think. Until you get your BKBs on the Luna as well as on the Prophet. You can even see Dahak. He has Blitz Knuckles in his inventory because he wanted to go for an Orchid originally, but then he was like, oh my god, we can't teamfight at all. I need that BKB, so he's pushing that now instead.
Right.
And the same with Skida. He's going straight BKB now after the Dragonlance. Once they have those items, they'll be able to fight a little bit more comfortably, but they have to make sure they don't fall too far behind.
Okay. So we'll see if they adapt properly.
Yeah.
Because the game's still close. Like, despite the fact that it's 11-4, it feels like Secret's controlling the map. They have their initial plan A working.
Yeah.
It's still a close game in terms of net worth. And that is due to the fact that, of course, 9, he's top of the net worth. You had Dahak moving around, getting a lot of farm. Now they just need to make that space for the Luna, get that damage back into their hands, break through this pipe, break through the Solar Guardian. I mean, that is a tough ask.
It is.
But you kind of hope that maybe Tundra can do it. And, well, I guess if you're Secret fans, you're hoping not.
Yeah, but, you know, net worth is always a little bit deceiving, like when you compare the lineups. Secret right now has hit their stride, their power spike, right?
Sure.
So net worth might only be less than 1k, but it is literally impossible for Tundra to fight, take any sort of fights. Like, even Resolution is going for the Aghanim Scepter next, so they're going to get an additional 250 health on everybody. All they're doing with all their items is to tank up and try to snowball, run Tundra over. Because, like, they don't have this traditional hard carry at all, right? They have a Dawnbreaker who didn't have the best lane, so he went for an early BKB, going to the Desolator next. There is some scaling there, but it's not like your Spectra or your PA, or Terrorblade, any hero like that.
Is there a hard timing on Dawnbreaker? Like, do you hit a point where it's just like, I'm not really going to give you anything more. This is my build. This is what I have. That's it. Or, you know, can you kind of maybe find one item, maybe like an Ag's Blessing? Because, like you said, you're maybe avoiding the Ags because you're in this carry role. You're going more for the damage. Do you, like, maybe get an Ag's Blessing and that changes the tide of the fights where now, yes, you are that, unconventional one, but you're giving more.
Yeah. No, what I think is going to happen is that he's going to look very strong in that mid game with the Desolator, like Dawnbreaker always does. But then as the game progresses, he'll be more pushed into like a second fiddle sort of role. And Darksteel will really become the quote-unquote hard carry. If he finds enough walls on the Luna, like, Tundra will just explode. They have no way to deal with those Luna illusions. So if they don't jump Darkseer in the very late game and he survives, gets like a Refresher Orb, gets the double wall out, the quad wall out, the game is going to look real nasty. Real nasty.
Yeah. I don't think it's coming out on the screen, but there's some great all-chatting going on. Looking at the Abaddon, just doing his thing, the Snake King.
Or Abaddon.
Yeah, it depends, you know, wherever you are in the world, if you say it, Abaddon, Abaddon.
Abaddon.
Abaddon. Is that like a bad mafia leader? He's the bad Don?
Yeah. I know, but then we have to also differentiate what does bad mean. Not
Yeah,
bad.
he's just really bad at his job.
Terrible. Yeah, exactly. We wouldn't know.
I have an offer for you. Like, you might be able to refuse. I don't know.
Oh, okay, cool. That's why they call you the bad Don. Sure.
It is very hot indeed.
Yeah.
40+ degrees every day. Like,
yeah.
I don't know about you, but I feel like I lost some of my arm hair. They're just like burning.
I lost my eyelashes. Those kind of went first.
Right, yeah.
I mean, you've seen me. I'm super pale. I felt actually when we walked into the studio today, it felt pretty good.
It did.
It wasn't. We adjusted.
Yeah, it's pretty late in the day as well, though. Like,
yeah.
If you go here at like noon, I think you're gonna get scorched.
You're getting hit with a Sunray and a Solar Guardian. Yeah. Anything that has to do with the sun in this game, yeah. Oh my gosh, it is. It's hot.
All right, so
hydrate.
We spoke a lot about what's going wrong for Tundra, but what's really good for them is that they need to play the split push game, right?
Right.
Who's the best hero at that? Yep, you guessed it. Nature's Prophet. He's into the shard already. even before he went for his BKB, just because those two big Treants are so strong at pushing down towers. But at the same time, you also have the Dawnbreaker, who doesn't need to be in fights, who can always push out that lane, where the Prophet is going to be pushing. A lot of counter pieces to the pieces offered.
How do you feel about that shard on the Nature's Prophet? I feel like we've talked about it a bunch, where it's just like they do so much damage.
It's too good.
You get left unchecked, you're the Nature's Prophet, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, cool, my racks, they're gone. I looked away for 2 seconds.
You also need a Quelling Blade plus Face Boots. Otherwise, you just can't play against Prophet.
Also, that disgusting talent, the Sprout leashes.
Yeah, level 20. It's great. The other one is no joke either, though. 100% mischance while you're sprouted.
Right. Chief. Oof.
No joke at all.
Man, so it's tough to play against Nature's Prophet. He's third in the net worth. He's not too far behind the Kunkka. I think he's in a solid spot.
And you see the night sky?
Oh, in the night sky, like a shooting star.
The Hawk headset not working.
Okay.
Unlucky, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, should be able to play the game.
Yeah, you gotta, you know, deal with the cards that were dealt to you.
Yeah. Apparently you got a...
the bad headset card.
7-2 offsuit. That is a bad headset city.
Not where you want to be, ever.
So, let's take a prediction. Where do you think this game's going to be at 22 minutes? I feel like that's a decent time, right?
22 minutes.
Yeah, so 5 minutes from now.
Okay, I think...
I could have said that.
Secret is going to start snowballing, take the outer towers, while Prophet is trying his hardest to split push, but Crystallis on his Dawnbreaker will be there defending. And that means Tundra will try to bring more heroes to force his BKB, maybe try to kill him, so he can get the split push going. But while they're doing that, they're going to be losing their own side. Now, the bad news for Secret is they don't have great tower damage.
Right.
Like, at all. None of the heroes actually hits tower well. That's also why he went for this armlet, so he can sort of hit the tower. You know, but it's not going to be fast by any means.
So fights can be very costly, right? Like, you lose a fight on Secret, all of a sudden, Tundra, they're able to push. You're going to lose more of your objectives, and that could be a big issue.
Yes, we're assuming to the game.
I think, yeah. G, and then G.
And then G on snaking.
Yeah. Look like we're all ready to go here.
Yep, he falls to the docks here as well.
Yeah, Rezo getting that kill on Snaking, taking him out. 25 seconds, no buyback. Not that that is important right now. It doesn't look like they're going to be fighting and continuing this aggression. But Secret's starting to take over the dire side of the map.
Yeah. So that's what we want to see. I'm a little bit surprised they're not actually hitting the mid tower together. It will fall eventually, but could have been a little bit faster.
Oh, Courier going down. Just the TP.
Just the TP, yeah.
Lucky.
We all know how important TPs are, though.
Yeah, but you've got Solar Guard. You're fine.
Yeah. Also, one more bad thing for Tundra's lineup is they don't have any BKB cancel, whereas Secret does. Like, that hook shot can really come in handy when they want to split push and like BKB TP out. Clockwork can really ruin that kind of play.
Right. So we'll see where the movements come from. Again, the net worth pretty close, using that Rocket Flare. Trying to scalp a look. Doc taking the Radiant Ancients. Looking to get that BKB, like you said. He shifted as he's got those Blitz Knuckles. He was looking for something else, and this has just been Nature's Prophet playing Nature's Prophet game. We're all in Nature's Prophet world, in his world, and living in it right now.
I like what he's doing. Like, that is pretty much the safest spot on the map right now. Because we already said Secret wants to take over the enemy side of the map, right? They're not going to be there. What would be like a really next level play? Like, they just put a ward on their own hill here, even though they're not playing that area, just to scout out what the Prophet is doing there.
Right.
And potentially get a kill or two on him.
Slow his game down a little bit. Hook shot comes out, 9 in some trouble, and he tried to use that heavenly jump. He went straight up in the air, but it's not going to matter just yet. The Thunder God's Wrath as well as the Supernova. They have the silence onto the Clockwork. A Photic Shield on the 9. Chrysalis, his BKB is running out, but they've got the Sunray to heal him up. Soxa may be looking to re-engage. There's the roll, but it's off the mark. They still have the Magnetize, but can they chase these heroes any further? They're looking like they're going to do so, but there's the X marking its spot. Soxa going to be pulled back in just a moment as they got the Torrent. They'll land it. There's the vacuum into the wall, on a 2. They'll take out the Air Spirit. They've got themselves one so far with the Celestial Hammer hitting on the dock, but he's got his BKB, so he'll try to run with that. Zeus looking to come back into the fight, but stops his TP. He was just a second away from coming back in with full health, full mana, and after all is said and done, it's just one hero dead, and it's the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it looked really scary though, because initially the Darkseer wasn't there with that pipe, so the Zeus actually dealt a ton of damage. 2 heroes dropped to like 20% health, but yeah, the sustain of the Phoenix is just a little bit too much. Darkseer arrived, puts down a great wall. I'm actually surprised that no one else died.
Yeah, it looked like for a moment Secret was going to have their moment, and then I kind of thought if 9 had committed to the TP, they might have been able to take some of these heroes out.
Snaking has no ult. He is just gone.
Yeah, he is looking like he's just going to die, but when you're an Abaddon tanking ganks like that, it's never the worst thing in the world. There are definitely way worse parts of Dota than just being a 5 Abaddon or a Batten that dies.
Yeah. The Hawk has to be a little bit careful. His BKB is still on cooldown for 20 seconds, so...
Back to the Ancients he goes.
Yeah, I would really like, as I said, like, if Secret gets the ward there, they're shutting down all of Tundra's option.
Right.
Like, they cannot farm there, because obviously Luna wants to take her own, like, Ancients, right? Like, Prophet will never be able to farm there. So it would be like, it's very hard to figure out what the Prophet is doing. He can be anywhere and do anything at any given moment.
It's the...
But Kunkka is actually scouting him.
Nisha coming over.
He has BKB up though.
And there's BKB.
Where's the clockwork? Oh, he's TPing now. It's a little bit late.
There he goes.
Yeah. The only way you get him there is if Clock like TPs before Prophet actually TPs, which is almost impossible. Wow. Snake King saying hello again. Gets hooked.
Yeah, hook shot again out of the Abaddon. Cogs around him. There's the wall committed as well. They really want to get this Abaddon, but he's got the borrowed time. They'll vacuum him back. The battery assault's on him, keeping him close, but up into the trees and away from the side of Secret. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, they go for 9. They've got the Sword Guardian. They've got the damage coming after the Zeus with the Ghost Ship hitting and landing. Well, he's been shipwrecked.
Yeah.
40 seconds gone.
That's the problem of Zeus also. You know, like, if you ever get caught, you're not the most survivable hero at all. You die real fast.
Doesn't have anybody there with him is the... I will say, Snake King's kind of been by himself for a while.
Yeah, he's just trying to sort of bait himself, you know, make the enemy go on him, which they did, but at the same time they also went on the Zeus, so it was a very nice play by Secret.
Oh, yeah, we've seen that a couple times, those multi-pronged attacks.
Yeah, Hookshot is up in 5 if they want to aggress. Or
maybe try and go roll 4 heroes, making sure they kill off this Clockwork.
Yeah, but they have very strong BKB timings now on the Kunkka and Dawnbreaker still. So I would like to push just a little bit more of their advantage.
Finally, that X
out now,
there for the Dark
power spikes as well.
Yeah, this is kind of feeling like maybe they have a little bit of confidence, right? BKB, Mask of Madness, and the Dragon Lance available on the Luna.
Here's Axe now though, so every hero gets that additional, how much is it? 275 health actually. And yeah, if you do the quick math, how much is that? 1375. We did it, chat.
On everybody.
Not onto everybody, but if you add it up, you know.
You know, sure.
Feasible amount.
I mean, I don't really know math. You know where I'm from. NA math. I don't know what I'm talking about. There's a Deso coming out for the Dawnbreaker, too.
That's a lot of damage.
Potential damage. Hasn't been done just yet. Orchid finally finished there.
Or if they catch 9, it's going to be bad.
Yeah, 9's in some trouble. They've got the Geomagnetic Grip, and that may have saved his life. Heavenly Jump away, but not enough to get out. 9 is going to be dead first. They've got the wall down as well as the Eclipse dropping down into this fight. Skidder with the BKB, but the chase is on from Secret. They've got Snake King low. Crystallis will get another kill. Dahak needs the high, but he's right into the hands of Zayats. But they've got the Cogs. They'll push him away. The Starbreaker doesn't land just yet, and they'll get the kill onto the Nature's Prophet, taking out 3, and it's a 3K lead for Secret right next to this tier 2. And when you struggle with taking towers, finishing fights next to them is the best thing you can do.
You can see again, right? Even though the game was very close, like less than 1,000 advantage at that point, the team fight is so completely one-sided. You can see it in the highlights. If 9 dies first, they cannot do anything. 9 is the biggest source of damage. He needs to stay alive throughout the entire fight. He needs to blow his entire mana pool twice over to even stand a chance in those fights.
Yeah, when he's the first one going down, it's a big issue, and he tried to Heavenly Jump out, but he gets pulled back by the X, and it's just overwhelming from Secret.
Yeah, I think to really feel comfortable in these fights, he will actually have to itemize into a BKB eventually.
Right.
He's looking for the Axe right now, but at the tempo that Secret is playing, you know, all 3 cores of Tundra need farm to be effective.
Do you think there comes a point where Snake King just has to be basically tethered to 9? Because he's been away from 9 a lot.
Point is already now.
Yeah, and that feels like, hey, like, you got to be here with me. I cannot be by myself. I get it. You're tanking ganks. You're opening up space, which is great. Skitter, he's got his Mask of Madness, BKB, Dragonlance. He's fine. Now that we've got that, now that Luna can be a part of the fights, I need you near me.
Yeah. But it's it's very difficult. Even if you shield off one stun, there's just so many follow-up stuns still. And of course they're getting their little Roche.
Roche for tier 3, maybe more.
They have Glyph still, if they want to commit that.
If they do, we'll see if they go in that direction. Here. Coming down to the outpost, they smoke again. 5-man smoke. There's the roll. It actually hits onto the Kunkka. They've got Nisha in trouble. He's silenced up, but he's got the Aegis. They get the Kona Saksa. They'll take the Air Spirit. They've got the X onto Snake King. Borrowed time, borrowing as much as he can. But that watch is ticking out, and Dahak with the BKB, he'll TP away. Snake King on the run, Solar Guardian down. Zayat's moving forward, trying to get maybe a hook shot again, but it's on cooldown for 37 seconds. They'll buy back on this Earth Spirit. Saksa getting his way back into the fight. They still have that tier 1 over bottom. Maybe they realize that Secret's kind of used a lot of their arsenal. So a 4-man smoke. Rezo, he's forward, hit with the roll. They've got themselves the Spirit Vessel onto him, and it should be a kill onto the Darkseer. They get the kill. It's a big streak going into the hands of Snake King. The Starbreaker lands on a Saksa who just bought back. He's going to be dead for 70 seconds, and now the X onto 9. They'll chase after this Zeus. They've got the Eclipse dropping down once again. Is it going to be enough damage? Doesn't look likely, as now 9 trying to output as much as he can, but they've got the double kill for Crystallis. The silence is out on to this Dawnbreaker, thanks to the Orchid that's onto Dahak, but he breaks the Sprout. They will go the hook shot out onto Skitter. They'll take out the Luna. They've got 3 gone. Secret win multiple fights. It felt like maybe Tundra had found an opportunity, but unfortunately, well, the Secret's out, and it's the fact that Secret can take multiple fights at any time.
Yeah. You just saw how much he had to commit for the Darkseer, right? He can take so much punishment with that pipe and the axe on Iron Shell on himself.
Yeah.
So much health to chew through. They end up getting the kill, but what about the rest of the 4 heroes, right? They just take the fight very convincingly. They didn't even lose the Aegis on the Kunkka.
and he got hit by that roll initially. Yeah. It looked like he might be the first one to die.
And yeah, as I said, like things.
Orchid, right clicks, and
Goodbye, Puppy.
Do they have the kill? Yes, they do. Puppy goes down. Buys onto the force.
They have a hook shot. He doesn't have the vision, no. Close.
Nanoseconds.
It's a pretty daring play. If he gets caught there, he's probably just going to be dead. He's going for a nullifier straight away.
9's in trouble. He needs to try and run Solar Guardian roll. Sox has kind of put himself in a weird position with a geomagnetic grip hitting on a resolution as well as Crystallis.
That was a nice roll block.
Nice normal punch too.
Yeah, normal punch, one of the best disables in the game too. Already caught Snake King too.
Borrowed time.
TP.
Body block.
No.
High 5.
Doesn't have a TP. X up in 1.
Still has the bullwhip, but now they've got the speed on Nisha. Nisha into the trees. They do high 5.
He gave away his position with that high 5. That's a bit silly.
Eventually, they find the vacuum into the normal punch.
Like after the high 5, everyone's like, yeah, he's right here, guys.
We found him. We found him.
Silly. So he's going straight nullifier to purge off the Iron Shell, of course, which makes heroes less tanky. Plus, they also can't get surged. So it's a hefty investment for that, but we'll see if it pays off or not. Oh yeah, that's like 4.5k gold. Is investing into pure damage, which they really need. You can just see the lack of damage is very apparent in all of these fights. Skitter also realizes that, going to the Silver Edge.
And you've got a Nullifier being built for Dahak.
Yeah. I'm very worried for 9 though. Like, he just cannot show in these fights at all. If he gets X-marked or looked at by anyone.
They go for resolution, but he's out. Sprout.
4 staff, yep. The profit counter.
It's like rock, paper, scissors.
It is.
4 staff beats Sprout.
Yeah.
And then, you know, paper covers rock. 9 again. Heavenly jump. There's the X back. Hook shot. Solar Guardian with the cogs. Never a chance. He is being caught out now multiple times. And my question to you was going to be, we talked about the lack of pushing power for Secret. Is it still that bad? And then the second point, how's the high ground defense for Tundra in comparison to what you could do on Secret?
High ground defense is good. Mostly because you're going to have that beam shot eventually. Very hard to push into. You have the Zeus, naturally one of the best high ground defenders. Plus, Prophet will be putting on the pressure at the same time. So I don't think you can go high ground unless you actually win a fight. However, if you do win a fight, AC is almost done on the Kunkka, and you have the Desolator that puts Tower's armors at almost 0. So even if you were bad at pushing before, you're not anymore. Caught snaking.
We've said that a lot. Though he's only died 7 times, it feels like we're saying it more often than that, but he of course has the borrowed time, he's got the Aphotic Shield, ways to live,
But look at top. Towers are getting destroyed.
And that, yeah, he's doing his job. Look at this. Hey, come after me, I'm an Abaddon. I'm tasty, right? Chrysalis with the BKB, Skitter with the BKB as well as the Hawk, and now they're going to try and TP out, but the hookshot comes in as well as the wall. They'll leave Skitter to die, and the rest will get out, but that is well worth it there for Secret. As now they found Zoxa, they've got the Ghost Shift, one more right click with the high 5. Nisha gets the kill there. Again, multi-pronged attack as the BKB comes out from Nisha. They have the Orchid on him, Snaking going over. They're going to try and get the damage out, but there's just no chance, and he's free to TP.
Yeah. Which we literally just spoke about how impactful those BKB TPs were going to be, right? Skeeter tried it, but gets hookshotted, and Nisha's just like, yeah, you have no way to cancel me, I'm out. Not a very favorable trade for Secret.
Yeah, 27-7. Now a 9K lead, and we've talked about how it has felt like Secret's game plan has been working.
Yeah.
When does Tundra's second, third plan go into effect? When does it feel like it starts to actually engage, the puzzle pieces put together, and they start to feel like they're doing something?
Now here's the problem, right? Like I told you about how scary Darkseid is this game, so I feel like things are not gonna go get a whole lot easier.
Snake again, still tough to kill. We'll see if they get this kill. GM gonna grip on to the Clockwork.
Gets punched too.
Normal punch, borrowed time, vacuum on a 2. Solar Guardian coming into Hawk. He's right by the Solar Guardian. He needs to be careful. The Starbreaker is out onto the Nature's Prophet. He's got the BKB, but is the damage there to get the kill here onto the Nature's Prophet? Not just yet. Magnetized down. The silence is through. They're looking and thinking about the Thunder God's Wrath, but it's not enough of a not enough damage to get any of these kills. They were looking for maybe a deterrent. They'll go to the Supernova, the roll in, but they've got the X. Zoxa caught, Zoxa killed, and that's another kill here for the Clockwork. 2, 3, and 19 really being involved in a lot. They'll lay down the wall, they'll lay down the boat, they'll lay down the law. They'll get the kill onto 9, they'll take out Snaking. This might just be the end, because Skitter, he'll hit the deck too, and well, nobody's died on Secret.
Yeah, the only good news for Tundra in this fight is that Prophet lived, so he can put on the spin pushing. And there was a creep wave in the mid, so they won't lose their buildings instantly. But yeah, another very convincing victory for Secret. There's just so much sustain on that team.
Yeah.
Like all the boat, Sunray, Supernova can't engage into every like 3 hits of Luminosity crit that heals everybody for like 400.
The Iron Shell.
It is. Honestly, this lineup is pretty disgusting. Like all of them just help each other so much.
Sustainability, the name of the game.
And now you just see the tower damage too with that AC plus the Desolator.
These buildings don't stand a chance.
Yep. And they're going back, not getting greedy. They don't really. They also know like late game is theirs. Right. I have almost never seen a Darkseid lose real late game. It's just such a strong hero. You can also just see the. Oh, Zoxa got caught.
And there's the X. Ghost Ship, Starbreaker. And, well, break your bones, break your rocks.
Yeah.
Take your life.
And he's getting a wall every fight on the Luna as well. That Luna Illusion is dealing so much damage to his own team. Hookshot too.
Yeah, 9. Caught again. Solar Guardian, he's got the help of Snaking, but it's not a lot of help at this point in the game. He tried to help out, but there's nothing you can do when 9 gets caught out like that, and there's just immediate reinforcements coming through for Secret. They'll look over at Snaking. The borrowed time is popped. And they've got the vacuum back. They'll chase a little bit, maybe look for the normal punch. And, well,
it's burning.
Almost enough with the Celestial Hammer.
Yeah. Now there's also Bash on Crystallis. So, like, all the problems that Secret had initially, they itemized for it, and they're just so rich in all the heroes.
Top lane, they went for Dahak, who's trying to take the tier 3 tower down to 69.
Nice hookshot block.
Nice.
He gets the tower.
The tower goes down.
Yeah, the Prophet special.
They're gonna go bottom.
Zoxa gonna destroy.
Look at the damage just coming out from Crystallis. Zoxa, you made a mistake.
Oh,
Dahak, you also made a mistake. Snaking, everybody's just going down here. Fight me. It is the dawn of our victory and the breaker of dreams, Crystallis. Oh my gosh.
Remember how I said he was going to become the second fiddle? Well, not just yet. Like, he definitely wants to be the star of the game.
He's not giving up the main seat just yet. Look at the damage
getting
again.
destroyed.
Oh my god. Crystallis, stop, dude. They're dead already.
Oh, Prophet bought back just to be able to split push.
Let them die in peace. Oh my god.
This damage is ridiculous. Yep.
Oh gosh.
Absolutely brutal. Now he also has 2 Starbreaker charges, of course, because 1 wasn't enough.
Yeah, 1, half your life. Second one, the rest of it.
Yeah. I think Tundra at this point is probably just digesting the loss and talking about what went wrong.
Right.
But really, I think the draft was very tough to execute. Like, Secret's draft is amazing.
Halo go for Snake King. They've got the vacuum. They'll look over a 9 for a second with a heavenly jump. And they'll survive for now.
That damage of Starbreaker is absolutely ridiculous.
It really is disgusting what he was able to fight 4v1.
Yeah. And he's not even at full power yet. Overwhelming big
okay. That'll make it easier.
And then Satanic probably afterwards. Or Rapier, why not?
Yeah. Daedalus. Whatever you want, Crystallis. I think the world is your oyster right now.
I like how disciplined they are. And there's like no pressure on them whatsoever. The way they're playing is perfect right now. And it's gonna be a shot for whom? I like the Clockwork Shark always. You know, you hook in, you jetpack out. You're like, what now? Phoenix one is also really good. Top Rex is actually getting pressured by the Treants. There's no back to protection.
Could give it to the Kunkka.
Oh, look at the damage on that Rex. Treants are ridiculous, but back to protection says nah. Not
Says
today.
nah for now, but
Nah. Not happening.
Backdoor City. Too strong.
At this point, just adding his, padding his stats. You know, he's like, oh, 20
Look at my building
damage.
damage. Yeah. We saw that in that last game of the Chinese DPC, the tiebreaker, where they were
like 30k or something.
Yeah, he had like 20 something, and then the stats are just like, oh, total damage, 80k. I don't think that's right.
He popped the Zeus ult to scout where they are, but like Secret is just running together as 5, as they should. There's really nothing Tundra can do to really initiate them. When
Is
they're
there
5
any
together.
item here that's going to save Tundra?
Well, first they have to survive this team fight. Then we can talk about
Okay.
what could save them after that.
Okay, just keep that question in mind.
Yeah, Miracle comeback, maybe. Let's go.
He's not on these teams. Geomagnetic grip again on a Crystallis, but he just stands his ground. There's no reason to be scared at the moment. He's got the Sun Ray. They're looking to pull heroes back with the tidal wave.
Prophet top again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the nastiness of
There
Prophet.
goes that Rax.
Goodbye.
Range
And
Rax
good
gone.
melee.
Melee next. Forcing the Phoenix back.
Yeah. Remember how we spoke about the high ground defense? Well, you all know offense is the best defense. So
Yeah, well, right now they're allowed to output that offense. It wasn't so fortunate when it was the mid and bottom racks that they were defending.
yeah. But that's also because they like, just lost the team fight, right? The Hawk was dead. When the Hawk is alive, playing this game becomes a whole lot more difficult. And yeah, I think at this point, all the Secret needs to do is just find this Prophet, kill him. He doesn't have buyback. If they get this kill, the game is going to be pretty much over. So maybe just put like some sneaky Tinker wards, you know, that he doesn't expect.
Catch him trying to make things happen.
Yeah.
He's got that nullifier. He's looking towards Bloodthorn.
Oh, the smoke. There's no split push pressure just yet. It's going to be down in about 30 seconds though. Will they be able to do anything?
He TP'd over and...
Oh, it's double damage Dawnbreaker, by the way. Starbreaker wasn't enough yet.
Did Crystallis see Dahak for a second?
Nah, didn't have true sight. But he's looking, he's kind of running towards him.
And maybe it looked like he did see him for a moment. They've got the Nimbus down on Anisha.
It's on cooldown.
And, well, Anisha's out. Dahak in the trees, kind of nervous. Hook shot comes through. That's going to be the Solar Guardian to follow it up. as they will look over and try and get Skitter as well as Snake. Snake surviving. That's a little bit low. He's on the run, but they just don't have the damage to get the kill on the clock just yet. Crystallis is in with the Starbreaker, with the Shard. He's got that magic immunity. The Ghost Ship's going to be thrown over with a normal punch. And Hawk, and Nisha gets the kill, taking out the Nature's Prophet. They look over Snake King. Snake King's got buyback. He'll use it immediately. 100 seconds without the Nature's Prophet. They've got the kick in onto Resolution. Rezo, not a lot of mana to work with, but Saxa getting ripped apart by Crystallis. Don't fight the Dawnbreaker, just run.
Well, you can't really run if your base is in trouble like that.
No, you can't. You don't have options.
Yeah, you're out of options completely.
And nobody's dying again on Secret.
Yeah, their sustain is still just absolutely insane. Like they're diving tier 4 towers against the Zeus, just unloading spell after spell after spell, and they're just like, whatever. We're fine.
Overwhelming blink,
you're not
Saxa in trouble. Hook shot hits on a Skitter. 1, 2, take you out. Skitter hit the floor. See you later. They've got an Nimbus, but a normal punch hits on a Snake King. Popping the borrowed time once again, though. Glyph trying to save that last set of racks. 9 seconds until they've got the Earth Spirit back. They're holding on to the 2Gs just for now. But it will be Mega Creeps, at least. Maybe no tier 4s. Overwhelming blink.
Okay, Snake King, wow.
Almost looking for the 2-piece in a soda. As Clockwork, he's in on to Saxa, and it's that just KO blow that comes out. The GG is called, and they will win game 1. Secret just overwhelming Tundra the entire time.
Yeah.
That was, woof.
Golded early, as we said, wasn't really a big deal at all, but it was just the draft was really one-sided for Team Secret this time around. Like all of these heroes support each other so well. You have the damage mitigation from Kunkka, fast pipe. Like we spoke about how important the Darkseer snowballing is. He snowballed perfectly. Yeah. And then you also have the nice initiations from Zayak. I don't even know, like Secret, if they play like this, like where were they at the DPC like that? Because when they play like this, they look real scary.
It looked like top team kind of stuff, in the region. Nobody's beating us. We have the sustain. Our draft is built around like knowing what we can accomplish, and it never felt like, even when they were outnumbered, that they were outnumbered, because they had so much sustainability. They had such an ability to take multiple attacks, and it felt like Secret's game plan was like, hey, we wrote it out, and it's just perfect.
But of course, don't write Tundra off. Like I'm gonna say this was an off draft for them. Like they're always doing something special, right? Something interesting here and there. So definitely don't count them out. Like they're gonna figure out what went wrong, and in game 2 they're gonna like look much better.
Yeah, it feels like they're gonna look much better. As you can see the highlights here, just like it just always felt like Secret knew what they wanted out of each fight, and they never got too cocky either. I thought that was a big part of it too. As, they knew what fights they wanted, they knew what they wanted to do, but you know who also knows what they want to do in these fights? The analysts. We're going to send it back over to the desk. Guys, Killer Pigeon, take it away.
Well, Team Secret, not the normal roster, but far from underwhelming here. Back on the desk with Danog and Seb. Boys, what are we thinking about this? It seems you guys were on the mark, back in the Team Secret boys on this draft.
Draft stuns. Makes things a little bit easier for sure. I was a little bit worried about their pushing potential, and Seb, you in particular were a little bit worried about Crystallis playing perhaps a little bit too passive in the early game, because he was the push that was needed, and it was really Nisha that carried them out of that early game.
Yeah, I mean, they had really stable lanes. I think, honestly, like I was really worried about the Darkseer, how it would go, because obviously, and we've seen it in this game, right? Darkseer versus Luna, the matchup is really in Darkseer's favor if he has a game. Yeah, that only. And I think Puppy's start on the top lane was really smart and had like an insane impact on the entire game, basically, because he gave his Darkseer game. This whole Abaddon Luna, it went from being a lane that would really punish what Secret was trying to get in the game to actually a non-factor and heroes that actually match pretty poorly into Darkseer and Phoenix in general. So I don't know, just very smart execution from Secret. It felt like they really knew what they were gonna do. even though I guess they have a little practice, but it really didn't feel like that.
Yeah, in general, like Darkseer Clockwork is a very strong lane, but Luna Abaddon such a strong one as well that, you know, you needed to be able to switch that up a little bit. Puppey did a great job at that. Rezo got the first blood, which he needed because at the time he was a little bit behind on the net worth, and a lot of that creep manipulation really enabled him to continue scaling, get those levels, get that next item, and I think he was like 5-0-3 at the time that Skeeter was 0-3-1. So clearly, very good start to the game, and yeah, Secret, it just seemed like a really cohesive draft.
I guess it's one of those things, you know, we talked a little bit about how Rez and Zayats would kind of tap into each other. Maybe that tri lane seemed perfect because Puppey, we said, has been around the scene for a long time. Definitely would have had plenty of experience in his pub games, especially with Resolution. So maybe a bit on the same wavelength more so than we realized.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like everything was on point. Like from all of them, the draft was very solid. Perhaps a little bit easier to execute, but at the same time, they executed so perfectly that you got to give them a lot of credit. Like because this was some clean Dota. I think on Tundra's side, they actually got what they wanted, as it seemed, but they just didn't execute it properly. I think they just have to, if they want to match, you know, the level at which Secret seemed to be playing this tournament, they just have to, yeah, up it for next game. They have to be cleaner with when they take fights, how they take fights, you know, perhaps make it a little bit easier for themselves if they're not in their best shape right now, because they did have a draft that was quite tough, you know, to match against Secrets.
I think Nine still did a pretty good job though. Like he was the main damage output. He was avoiding a lot of the catch. Obviously, it's hard to against a Conquer and all the different stuns. Like he would get out of a Conquer initiation or a Clockwork initiation, but then he would just get vacuumed back in because you still need to be kind of in the team fight to be able to do something. I think it's just more like you said around those item timings. They just needed to understand when their draft would really go ahead, and it felt like they were just feeding a lot of net worth and experience over to Team Secret by taking fights a little bit too early.
Yeah, and I think the itemization we should talk about the most is how important these BKBs were, right? Like one side, we started to see it, the BKB piercing stuns, the other a little bit helpless, and that was when the Zeus started to fall off, couldn't really contribute anything anymore.
And honestly, I think we might see this Kunkka answer against Zeus a little bit more. The lane seemed to be pretty good. I mean, obviously, you know, Nisha, player impact, you never really know. You have to see the matchup a little bit more, but it seemed pretty stable. But most importantly, I think the biggest problem with Zeus is like you have to kill him, right? He does too much in a fight, too much damage. And this heavenly jump plus the shield from Abaddon, it seemed like it was going to be enough for him to be, you know, safe in the fights. But the Axe mark, it's just too much. It's too good of a catch.
3 ways to kill him.
It's like you Axe him, you start killing him, right? And as he's trying to get in, he gets pulled back in, and then he just dies. It really seemed like a really interesting answers, and I think this Zeus, you know, as it always happens in Dota, it's an up-and-coming hero, so teams are trying to find the best ways to counter him. This looked really, really efficient to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow. That is only game 1, folks. Remember, these are best of 2s, which means we've got at least one more game to go and then another series afterwards. But you know what? I think what we're going to do is let the lads get prepped for game 2. I'm excited to see if maybe Tundra can bounce back. Before we get to that, though, you may have noticed our funky tunes that you've been loving so much. Shout out to Spotify for supporting us to allow us to do that. And shout out to Asus for giving me a monitor that I can go up to Puppey and have him sign in his signature way later on. But let's get to a break. When we hop back in, we should be ready for the draft of game number 2 between Team Secret and Tundra Esports.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيتي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Well, Team Secret looking pretty tasty in that game one, but if there's anything I know about secret sources, there's always something in there you don't want. And my question to you, Seb, is we've got to find a weak point. We can't just say secret perfect. What is the exploitable detail that Tundra can go after here?
I mean, you could argue that their lanes are not the strongest. I mean, it is a Phoenix 5 at the end of the day. It is a Darkseer 3, so kind of greedy lanes. And so that is maybe something that you could abuse. I don't think Tundra really used that. Yeah, weak points. I mean, it's hard to find weaknesses when they had such a dominant game. It feels like all their cores, they popped off, you know, the execution was kind of good. I felt like they did not pressure as much as what they could have, but at the same time, it might not be a weakness. Maybe they're just comfortable with, you know, the timings that they're gonna hit. But yeah, if you're asking for a weak point, yeah, maybe use the fact that they're a little bit passive. But I don't know.
Yeah,
it's tough.
It felt to me like Tundra probably could have done a little bit better in their off lane in particular. Like you said, the Phoenix, there's that big window between the Fire Spirits cooldown that you can exploit that. You know, Phoenix pretty weak in the early stages. That's where you need to come out on top. And, you know, paired together with a Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker obviously very strong laner, so it makes it not quite as bad. But Earth Spirit, Nature's Prophet, not the longest cooldowns, so you can look to maybe try and exploit that a little bit. And they just didn't get enough out of it in my eyes.
For sure, and you know, maybe the Earth Spirit, you know, whenever you play Earth Spirit, you kind of think of mid rotations, and from Team Secret's lineups, it seems like maybe they would not have been able to help Nisha as much, because, you know, obviously Phoenix not the best hero at rotating around and kind of countering ganks. It's okay, but it's not the best. And same for Clockwork. I mean, obviously Clockwork is good, but when you play with the Darkseer, you need to give him a lot of attention. You can't just let him by himself. So that's also one thing that maybe Tundra can look at. Maybe a lot of teams play very mid-heavy these days, you know, around the rune rotations. And it seemed like Secret, at least through the draft, they did not emphasize a lot on it. So, you know, and obviously if you shut down Nisha, it's definitely something you want to do, you know, against such a player. So maybe playing a little bit more mid-heavy for Tundra could be interesting.
They need more stuns. Like, when I first looked at those first 4 picks, I was like, how are they going to just... Luna wants to stand and fight, not chase, right? And so there wasn't really anything that enabled her to do that. Like, Nature's Prophet isn't going to do it, a Zeus isn't going to do it, and Abaddon's not going to do it. So the Earth Spirit was kind of like that last-ditch effort of, oh, we need some control, we need some slows or something like that. But I think Tundra lost this game in the draft.
I would very much agree with that. And you know, like the Prophet, it's very different from like what a Visage would do, because the Visage, it takes a lot of space, but it takes enemy space, right? Prophet kind of takes your own space. It takes your side, because, you know, you cannot compare like what a Visage is going to do with, you know, scouting with familiars, early Vlad, so very few heroes can actually run into him without, you know, being at threat of dying. With like a Prophet that just has powered threads, that is actually very vulnerable himself, doesn't have a way to get vision, doesn't clear camps as fast. It's just much different, right? You lose your tower to a Visage, you know he's going to take over your entire jungle. Same for the Beastmaster. You lose your tier 1 to a Prophet, I mean, he's not going to do the same. He's actually going to take Luna's farm. So,
and even the Beastmaster, right? There's just so much more synergy if they went down that route. You're not going to get ganked as easily because you've got the vision from the Hawk, you've got a stun that you were lacking, and as well, a Luna, like we said, wants to be able to stand there and fight against something, and you've got that inner Beast aura. Suddenly Luna becomes so much more effective in a lot of these engagements. So I feel like going down that route, something that's not just, you know, a good hero that Dahak plays, but it's a good hero that works well with the rest of the draft, will probably serve them a lot better than what we saw in that game number 1.
It kind of sounded like what you hit on a little there is that the lane's kind of going so bad that it led into that defensive aspect for them. Do you think like that was really the nail in the coffin for you? Like the draft looked maybe playable, but when they went for that tri-lane top, it seemed like an unplayable game for Tundra?
I mean, it's like they you know, we saw it from the draft, and they put themselves in a position where they can't fight Secret for all the reasons that we've explained. And I think the lanes were kind of fine. Of course, they should have probably went a little bit better, but the bigger problem is like when they decide to actually take the fight and try to hit their timings, that was really what was lacking. I mean, they took this fight around the tier 2 at a very crucial moment, and indeed they had BKB on Prophet, BKB on Luna, but they just didn't have damage to fight through the Ghost Ship and the Sunray. So.
But we did like the opening, right? Because I think we opened with, it was the Zeus and the Nature's Prophet, right? We were quite content. We felt good about that, right?
I mean,
I was happy with the Zeus.
Yeah, I was not a big fan of the Prophet, you know, and I think it kind of confirmed like the fear that I had, that it's very farm heavy. Like I think when you pick Prophet, especially the hack Prophet, like he has a very greedy way of playing Prophet. He's not going to be the mind control Prophet. He's going to buy drums and pipe and, you know, like be like kind of run at you style. He's a little bit more on the carry. I mean, he's a carry player for all, right? So he's gonna do what he did here. He's gonna go for the nullifier, BKB, scaling kind of items, and I feel like then Skitter kind of has to adapt, and he needs to play something that's a little bit less greedy, perhaps, because it works with 33, perhaps because of the space that he provides, but in that kind of game you don't get it. So Prophet plus Luna, these are two heroes that ideally would want their team to make a lot of space for them, so that they can just like soak up the whole map when it comes to farming. But then you're playing against a massive team fight lineup. Whoever gets X just dies. The map, suddenly it shrinks, and now it's two burdens that you have instead of having two good heroes.
And again, it wasn't just the X that they had to deal with. They had to deal with the X, they had to deal with Blink Vacuum, they had to deal with the hook shot, so it's not like 9 is able to get away just with a single Heavenly Jump.
Yeah.
That goes away, all your damage is gone. So it was a really good draft by Team Secret. Not even just their picks, but their bans as well. In the first phase, they banned out the Marcy and the Beastmaster, obviously something that the Hawk plays very well, but also the Marcy, I forget who was it that said it, there's a clip on it somewhere, I want to say it was Thompson, who was saying like Earth Spirit is basically Marcy, but 5 times harder to play and 10 times less effective.
Yeah.
And it does kind of feel like that a little bit, because maybe they would have been able to save the Zeus a couple of other times, just disposing him back away from a lot of these combos if they went down that avenue. So again, big props has to go to Team Secret.
For sure. They definitely won the draft on game 1, and let's see how they adapt to game 2. Yet again, I feel like, Tundra, they kind of exposed themselves. So Secret did a great job, Tundra not as good, and I would like to see kind of Tundra adapt, which we know that they're capable of, and then like we might see a much more even game. That's what I'm trying to say, because yeah, first game draft really did not favor Tundra.
I think these bans are going to be the same though. Like, yeah, the exact same as we saw in game number 1. Like Nisha Puck, you got to get rid of it. The Hawk Beastmaster, you got to get rid of it.
So Tundra themselves are really enthusiastic about the Phoenix. Snaking plays it a lot. He was playing it already before the Stockholm Major, so probably one of the first 5 players of really trying to push that Phoenix into the meta. The Puck is banned, so it could be something they're looking at again. I mean, Dawnbreaker has been so popular and it's so kind of versatile, can be played on support, can be played mid.
Don't hate this.
That's the Tiny. I mean, this is the Tiny that's also flexible to post 5. Kuro has been popularizing that a lot from Nigma, and to great effect. It's already getting banned against them. And I know that, yeah, for sure, a lot of teams have looked at it, lost against it probably in scrims, and make it theirs. So
yeah, and the thing is, they have this last pick of this phase as well, Tundra, so if Team Secret decide to go down the same route, pick up something like the Phoenix, you can maybe address that a little bit more directly. Go something that's going to invade onto the backlines, or go something that's able to kill the egg, Snapfire, it's not a bad Snapfire game this time around, because you've got the control with the Tiny to be able to set up for it, plus you've got that egg removing control.
Yeah.
Now,
sorry.
I was going to say there's something interesting here, because they picked the Dawnbreaker again. I just wanted to come back to something we were talking about behind the scenes. You mentioned something when we were talking the Green Room about the build, which we got out of Chrysalis in the game, where he kind of prioritized the BKB very early on. He said it's a common mistake, so maybe you could like lean into that, like the whole idea, if they get that aggression they had in game 1, what should he be doing different to what we saw in that first game?
I mean, what was very special about game 1 was that there was no way for Tundra to ever fight into Secret early, right? This is just too much. Like the Darkseer, the Clockwork, the Phoenix, all these heroes could like kind of, they would have lost fights even 4 versus 5, maybe even 3 versus 5 to be honest. So the Dawnbreaker, he had all the space to kind of decide how to be as greedy as he wants to accelerate his own game, or how to force the enemy team into a fight that they don't want to take. And usually the best way to force a fight is onto objectives. Like take a tower that they cannot afford to have fall, or take Roche, or try to break their high ground early, and obviously itemize for that. So Deso, AC, these items are better than a BKB.
And their big weakness was tower push in the early one. It had to be Chrysalis that ended up getting it, and he eventually did, but just got to that stage. But we see a Visage come out this time around.
So I mean, this is already much better, because it's more balanced.
Yes.
It's much more balanced. If this Visage has a good lane, it's just gonna create a lot of space. And even though it's gonna be by being greedy, it's still gonna be space. Because, Taksak, the Hack, or 33, they're greedy players. And from the off lane, sometimes you don't get to be greedy. Sometimes you have to make space. And these heroes, they make space by being greedy, which is, probably music to their ears.
I wonder if we might see Chrysalis play the Dawnbreaker again and see Team Secret go down the avenue of something like a Dazzle for themselves, just because against the Visage it might be pretty decent in the laning stage. You know, we've seen from back at the Stockholm Major, the way to punish it is early on. A lot of that damage over time. Just make sure the Gravekeeper's Cloak isn't effective, kill it very, very consistently. Such low armor pool early on into the game, and if you've got a Dawnbreaker plus a Dazzle, two big lane dominators, that could be a big way to go about doing that.
I mean, Dawnbreaker sounds like a really strong hero against Visage on lane. You know, the W, a very potent spell against Dawnbreaker. Obviously, the W into the Q also, that's very strong. So probably Secret is gonna be looking at trying to have this Dawnbreaker on the safe lane, whether it's a 5 or 1. It just makes sense to try to punish the Visage on the lane, because that's one way to punish Visage heavily, is like to really ruin his laning phase. He's such a weak laner. I mean, obviously, he can trade kills, you know, he has nukes too, but if you have a combo that just bursts him down without him to be 100 to 0, you know, he's gonna get 1 or 2 nukes out, but it's just not gonna be enough, right? Dawnbreaker is probably one of the best heroes in the meta at doing so.
Even going something, I mean, it's a little bit unorthodox, but a Witch Doctor, not horrible. You know, again, Maledict, very strong, damage over time against a Tiny. A lot of these high HP heroes, Maledict, very effective against, so...
What you have to think about also when you play against Visage, and how I think you need to pick your heroes kind of carefully, is he's gonna hit 6 eventually.
Yes.
And sometimes, if your heroes, despite the damage that they did early on, they still have to kind of leave the lane and get bullied by Visage on that side of the map afterwards, it doesn't cut it. So ideally you have heroes that are gonna crush him on the lane, sure, if you can, or slow him down at least. But then when he does start hitting his timings, they're gonna be able to still play that side of the map, right? And for instance, the Witch Doctor, the problem is that it's food for Visage once Visage hits level 6, right?
So what, you think maybe a Phoenix instead?
These kind of heroes are kind of nicer, right? Because they just make Visage life harder. And he's gonna see this Phoenix kind of sit in the lane forever. It's hard to kill him. Eventually, Egg, Sunray scales well in the game. These are the heroes that I think are maybe a little bit more effective. Yet again, if you come up with a lane that is, you know, Visage 0-5-0, every hero is gonna work. Every hero is in the game.
I think they don't want to go ahead and pick it too early though, just because you want that flex with the Dawnbreaker to still potentially be that position 5 as well. So I think they're going to leave it open, probably go for something. They need a little bit more lockdown on Secret. You know, that's something that, again, you need something to lock in that fight to enable the Solar Guardian, because nothing feels worse than just popping your ultimate and the enemy team just runs away. You know, like, Zeus isn't going to be able to stop that, Dawnbreaker isn't going to be able to stop that because you're the one ulting. So what else are you going to have that gives you that lockdown potential?
Yep.
I mean, this feel like a really good Ags game eventually for a Dawn, like if it is in the support role, because there's a lot of evasion value in this one, right?
Very good against Visage. I'm quite surprised about the Tundra bans, because I don't really understand what they're trying to protect. So they're banning Kunkka and TA, which obviously usually mid heroes.
Maybe it's just against the Tiny. This is a Tiny mid.
Okay, but I could see that.
Is it basically an issue if they're trying to get rid of heroes that maybe can survive their burst a little bit better, like TA with Refraction, you've got the Kunkka run buff, they just want to be able to 100 to 0 people?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, the way I'm thinking of it is Wyvern, obviously, damage over time, % damage later on for the Tiny, Familiars kill whatever is nearby, so that's not going to be effective. Kunkka, high physical damage, same sort of thing with the TA. And Tiny, if it's mid, 0 armor, you're able to just bully him out of the lane a lot more effectively.
Interesting for them to go for the Chen. They probably have like an idea on how they want this lane to, you know, to go down, and obviously he sees the Visage. Yet again, that's the weakness of Tundra, but their strength too. It's like you kind of know what they're up to when they pick these Visages and Prophets and Beasts. So it does give a lot of space for other teams to try to counter it, but they're so comfortable with it that usually even that is not enough. But yeah, Puppy wants a Chen against Visage.
I'm liking this Tundra lineup a lot more though, this game. You know, you've got a lot of catch, you've got ways for the Phoenix to be very effective. Decent enough clear, I suppose, with a lot of these heroes so far. They still need that carry to tie it all together though.
I think Phoenix is a very good hero against Dawnbreaker when you think about it. Like the same concept as Wyvern that you mentioned last game. It's just, you know, you start the fight, place the egg, and Dawnbreaker ulti, first of all, is such an overwhelming amount of damage that usually the Dawnbreaker heal just doesn't cut it. The Ags that he could be getting is not going to fix it either. And then it's just scary. It's just going to, you know, kind of fall into an egg stun, so he's just going to end up feeding himself also. And it does stun him also through the Q because it goes over magic immunity, so just a really good answer against Dawnbreaker.
And one thing to look at here is, I think the first game we kind of felt like Team Secret were meant to dominate that early mid game. Right now, does it look like Tundra has addressed that issue from the first game, where they can actually
calm posture and fight Team Secret in the first 20 minutes?
Definitely. I mean, they have heroes that have really good spells at skirmishes and no cooldowns, right? I'm thinking the Void Spirit, the Visage, you know, Soul Assumption, the Tiny, so they can fight back for sure.
This is a damn good Bloodseeker pick, though. You know, you just put it onto the wherever Phoenix is Sun Ring, suddenly it's gone. You can't dive, you can't Astral Step away, you can't. You got percentage-based damage eventually for the Tiny with the Aghanim Shard. It's a really, really solid pick by Secret.
It's good, it's good. At the same time, the one thing that I think can counter Bloodseeker is burst damage. That's kind of what he struggles against. And if you play against Tiny, you know, Tiny Visage, Void Spirit, it can get scary, you know, but yet again, he has the Chen heal, the Dawnbreaker heal, so, you know, I see the Secret lineup once again as like being a little bit massive lineup. You know, they're gonna group up around the Chen creeps, the Auras, the Dawnbreaker ulti coming in. But this time around, though, Tundra, they have much more damage. You know, they have the the Phoenix, the Void Spirit spells, Tiny. I'd say that the drafts right now, they seem much more balanced.
Is there a concern that Team Secret kind of didn't address that issue you had around the Solar Guardian, but there's no way of necessarily enabling it? Like, they don't really have many stunners on their side right now.
I mean, Rupture, right? Like, you're going to need to just stand in place, basically, or take a ton of damage, so that's going to be something. And it might be like Seb said, it's much more of a defensive tool. Allow Bloodseeker to be the one to carry the game for you and use the Solar Guardian as just a save against a lot of that burst.
They have really strong lanes, Secrets, like Dawnbreaker, Bloodseeker cores. These are some of the strongest cores right now in the meta on both side lanes, and it's gonna give their supports a lot of freedom. And I think both supports, like both Zeus and Chen, they benefit a lot from being able to not get pressured by having to do things, rather than just looking at the map and deciding on what they want to do and where they want to apply pressure. Especially, I mean, Puppy's Chen, you know, I'm sure he enjoys his 3 minutes of quiet time in the jungle.
Absolutely.
Get an early mech. I mean, he's a specialist of getting some gold and impacting the game heavily with it.
And even just with those strong lanes as well, I mean, it's a Bloodseeker, right? It's just going to use the Thirst to take so much advantage out of that, be stronger in the laning stage, maybe make a few kills happen if Puppy gets lucky with a few of these jungle creeps, get the Harpy Stormcrafter, and make a lot of that happen. I'm just thinking, what exactly is Tundra going to go with their position 1 here? Because I feel like they need something that's going to be able to deal a little bit with the Chen army that's coming, but also something that's able to just stand and fight against this Bloodseeker. And I feel like that's something that the Lifestealer does well. That's why Team Secret banned it out. I'm just trying to think what else they could potentially go for on Tundra. Anything come to mind for you? Because they're not massively lacking in tower push, but you can't go something like a Terrorblade, who again is happy to stand and fight because you're up against a Zeus, right? So it feels kind of counterintuitive to go down that route.
And I feel like it's a really good faceless Void game, to be honest. Like,
oh, yes.
Void is really good against Dawnbreaker. He's also quite good against Bloodseeker because you just hold him in place, kill him. Really good against Zeus. Obviously, the time dilation is a... And Zeus don't really want to buy items that, you know, like dispel items. Great with Phoenix, kind of good with Visage too, and I would really see a faceless Void here for Tundra. Skitter loves his Void. He's really, really good Void player also.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Yeah, probably what's coming. And I mean, but that's the thing too, like they did ban the Bat, which Void kind of matches fine against. So, I mean, we'll see. It's funny to see that Tundra expect that Secret needs like an offlaner, and that it, I guess, then most likely would be either Zeus or Dawnbreaker mid.
Yeah.
Which is also the power of this opener, right? You pick 2 heroes that are... And they go for the Jugger, okay.
A little bit surprising against the Bloodseeker, right?
Yeah, it's
a little.
Probably not the best matchup against Bloodseeker in general. I guess it's decent versus Dawnbreaker on the lane, like a little bit better than the others that we mentioned. And the Healing Ward has a lot of value versus Zeus. That's probably the biggest thing about it. Yeah, I don't know.
I was thinking maybe the Deucer, just because it's something that you can just plant yourself and then...
Yeah, it would have been really good.
If someone comes forward like the Bloodseeker to try and contest you a little bit, Tiny's going to have that Blink Avatar stun back to the team. They die, right?
I mean, to be honest, I'm not entirely convinced by the Jug pick. I'll be quite frank.
Yeah,
I think there's also very little synergy between Jugger and Phoenix. But I'm happy, you know, I'm looking forward to be proven wrong. Jugger is just a really strong hero right now. Okay, they do end up to go for a support. So it looks like a Zeus mid, Dawnbreaker 3 most likely.
Yeah.
We've seen that lane this morning earlier today from RNG, the Rasa Dawnbreaker. Looks like a really strong lane, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit concerned about, like, this Phoenix has a pretty free game, doesn't it? Like, until the Shadow Shaman gets a Blink Dagger, what's Phoenix really worried about all that much?
Yeah, it's only down to the Bloodseeker, and that's also why. But I mean, they don't have a BKB counter, so Bloodseeker theoretically can take down the egg and threaten the Phoenix. But again, you're playing carry, you have to deal with the +5. It doesn't feel good, right? You want to be dealing with the Jugger, you want to be dealing with more important heroes.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we still on the Team Secret bus, or is it time to switch over onto the Tundra train?
I like the Tundra draft better than I did in game number 1, but I'm with you, Seb. The Juggernaut doesn't convince me enough. Oh, does it? It does. I'm gonna go Tundra.
Okay. Well, I mean, I want to go with Tundra too. I think I want to see them bounce back. You know, I don't like one-sided series, so I have to side with Tundra. A much more solid draft this time around.
Yeah.
I like that. Let's see if we can get it 1-1 apiece. Let's head into game number 2. Team Secret 1-up. Let's see if they can make it 2-0.
Thank you very much, guys. As we come back into this series, it is 1-0 Secret. Tundra trying to bounce back, but they may have just been cursed by the panel. Everybody votes for Tundra, and all of a sudden, they might lose. I don't know. Wow, are you going for Tundra?
No.
I saving it.
I like Chen against Juggernaut. I feel like, especially early on, the Omni Slash doesn't really do a whole lot, but there's like a ton of Chen creeps. And again, Secret really changed their drafting style a lot from DPC. They don't pick these late game carries anymore. Like, they pick heroes that can scale into the late game, but they don't pick these Terror Blades, they don't pick these anti-mages that they always relied on. I really like the new way that they're playing.
What do you think is changing the most? Like, is it just that difference in draft, or is it the playstyle too?
I mean, difference in draft will also like impact the playstyle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, in which ways do you think is the most? Like, because obviously it felt like their team fight and their communication was certainly there in that first game.
I would say it's probably more so the playstyle, and now I don't know if that's because resolution is there now.
Could be.
Could be, but honestly, like I said, I'm gonna go for Secret. I don't know if I have to retract that statement because I arrived here with resolution.
Did you?
We were on the same flight, and he said he would not be a dirty Dawnbreaker picker. He literally said that in the lobby. He said he will never play the hero.
Yeah, well, he is, and he might be paying for his sins.
Or not, because he's a Dawnbreaker.
And Rezo, well, he'll survive. He doesn't have a Celestial Hammer to run, so he's going to take a lot of damage. And by a lot, I mean about 50%, right on the mark.
Not bad.
30
That's
seconds
about
to
3
battle.
tangles.
Yeah.
But a lot of mana used also.
It's completely different from what we saw, and I know I've gone back to it a couple times already, gone back to the well. Chinese DPC, it felt like every safe lane had somebody who could sustain you.
Yeah.
It was the Wyverns of the matchup. It was anybody who can give you heal. Treant was a very big pick in that.
The battle
Warlock.
begins.
Warlock was every game.
Yeah. And Chen can sort of do the same thing. Not to the same degree, of course, but I will have to see what he skills. Like, he probably won't be going to that aura anytime soon, because Penitence is just way too
The
good.
lesson for
Holy
you
Persuasion is a
is
must-have.
never try.
So he can't really go into that aura, but he bought a Headrest anyway, so he should be very happy in the Bloodseeker. And
Plus
Bloodseeker in
25.
general is really hard to bully out of lane anyways.
Yeah. So, I ask you this question a lot.
Yeah.
Does mid look like a one-sided matchup here?
They both should be farming. Like, Ember against Zeus is much harder to play as Ember, but Void Spirit can easily sustain there, and he should also be free farming. And then you have already a good answer against Zeus, actually. Nice Shackle, kind of saving resolution there from having to eat too many times with Snake Ash in trouble now.
Yeah, he is looking like he's just gonna drop. Second highest base damage of the game. Shadow Shaman getting that first blood.
And Dawnbreaker.
That is quite the interesting combo, especially once that level 2 comes around.
Yeah,
the
it's a lot of
Starbreaker
damage.
addition and the Ether Shock potentially being the extra damage pumped into it too.
Yeah, this is also the strength of the last big Shaman that we saw, right? Because they know that safe lane has 0 ways to stop that shackle. So whoever's getting shackled, he's going to get Starbreaker, Starbroken.
Yeah,
Well.
Starbroken.
That sounds so weird to say, though.
Starbreaker sounds
Even worse.
even worse. Or worse-er.
Worser.
Yeah.
Better. Sounds
Yeah.
better.
Better.
Yeah.
We're coming up with some new words here on the broadcast.
We're evolving the language.
We're trying to do our best. We see the Visage, which is something you really loved in the Chinese DPC.
Yeah. It's also one of the Hawk's favorite heroes.
Right.
Like, when he played in Bad Boom, I think he actually still does play in Bad Boom. Like, they picked this carry Visage every game. And that's how they got to the major. On the back of his Visage. He's really, really good on this hero. See what he can get done this game. Because last game, his signature profit got shut down quite handily.
Right. Not entirely to his own fault.
Oh, no. It was just a combination of many things, right?
So we'll see how that lane ends up going. We're taking a long glance at what we're seeing in probably the most contested lane top, right?
Yeah, top lane should be the lane to look at.
Yeah.
Nothing should really happen on the bot lane. Like, Bloodseeker can't get really harassed out of lane, but at the same time, they shouldn't be able to kill a Tiny or the Visage either. Unless there's a misstep. 9's getting quite low though, there's no... Just this.
Hex Shackle up top, and they have the Starbreaker to follow it. Skitter low, right clicks in. Hats with another kill.
It's nasty. Like, if you cannot cancel that Shackle, there's nothing you can do.
Can you leave Visage by himself bottom to have Tiny be here?
Nah, he's going to get absolutely nothing. Visage is a weak laner by himself already. If you leave him, you are in for disaster. I think you need to make sure the Visage gets a good game. He's going to be the pace setter for the game.
And then just have the Jug kind of bounce back.
Yeah,
but that's something, that's kind of what they did in the last game. It's a lot of pressure to put on the one, and if you don't control the entirety of the map, we saw, you know, they go after Skitter, they make sure his game and his items, his timings are longer and non-existent.
Yeah.
Shackle again, Celestial Hammer. Snake King in some trouble. They've got the Hex to follow it up, and there's a third in the top lane. There's nothing to beat that.
Yeah. Yeah.
My thrift rewarded.
Honestly, yeah, like if you're looking at the Shaman pick, honestly, like the last pick, usually picking the support last is very... Like something not a lot of teams would do, right?
Right.
But you can really see why they did it here. Like, no Shackle cancel. They didn't really have the most building damage either, so the Shaman wards are going to be doing a whole lot for them. Yeah, I like it a lot.
That lane feels disgustingly free.
Yeah. He is into his soul ring already pretty much on the courier. Once that's out, mana should never be an issue again. And it's really hard to kill Shaman too if you can't cancel the Shackle, because of course there's this like 130 HP heal he also gets. Yeah, if they don't stop the bleeding top, it could get pretty rough, especially with Zeus level 6 soon. Which he just reached, so Thunder Gods is up. We should be seeing the side lanes play a whole lot more aggressively soon.
Might even just go for Skitter again if they're not too careful here in the top lane for Tundra. Bottom lane has felt okay, but yeah, there it is. Top Starbreaker. They've got Thunder God's Wrath, and they get another kill. They'll take him out. Zayat's on a killing spree. 4-4. But he's 3-0-1. And bottom lane too, Dahak just taking some damage. It's not been fun, that's for sure, for the side of Tundra.
There's also something in this game we didn't really speak about, right? Like, it's a super old school combo, Zeus Bloodseeker. You pop that ult at the beginning of a fight, Bloodseeker just runs at 500-600 MS.
Balance in all things.
Naturally. And Nisha's actually grabbing the enemy bounty rune. He's like, you didn't take it, so I will thank you very much. Shouldn't see a rotation top though.
My bottle appreciates it.
And now that's where our lovely RNG is. They're gonna be top or bottom, B-Cop.
We'll see.
I say it'll be
Is
Haze top.
Nine even gonna survive this? Shackle, who do you have to stop it? Nobody. Well, maybe Soxa, but he wasn't there. He wasn't involved. It's 5-0 secret.
He got very greedy there, like on 9. He didn't want them to get the rune top because Soxa was protecting the bot rune.
Oh,
he actually gonna do
Arcane rune. He does still get the rune.
And if he's allowed to keep it for a while, he'll be able to have a Thunder God's Wrath Arcane, which is
Celestial Hammer and a
he just
solo
killed
kill
him.
for Resolution.
Yeah, I panned away with my camera. I was like, yeah, nothing's gonna happen there.
It's still trying to get the kill up top, as 9 with the Astral Step does finally put them on the board. But that costs 9 going top. You lose your Jug for the 3rd time. Things have just opened up for Secret.
Yeah. Shadow Shaman almost level 5 is going to be level 3 Shackle. And we've already seen how many problems that caused. He won't be able to use the Arcane Rune for the Thunder God's Wrath quite. Like it won't really match up the timing. Just used to farm a little bit more efficiently. And now his pressure is, he doesn't have dive.
He's committing. And Snaking, he'll die to the Solar Guardian drop down. They've got the toss. It's on a Dahak, but Dahak TP's in. He's only level 4. Starbreaker pops him up into the air. They've got the Arc Lightning. Soul Assumption does nothing. And Nisha just TP's away.
He has ult, he has ult.
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
And he knows it. Bam. Do it.
Do it.
Do it. Oh, the Gravekeeper cloak. He's not sure if he's going to kill him or not. Oh, no.
Doesn't commit to it. Back over mid. They're going to look for Saksa. He's kind of low. And he did actually use the Thunder God's Wrath, but at that point, Dahak was already back in the base. They get the kill there onto the Tiny. They look over at Puppey to try and double the kill score, but Puppey hides in the trees away from the team. They've got the Shackle. Celestial Hammer. Is Puppey going to survive? Yes, he will. And here they come. Secret turning it all around. They get the kill on Snake King. They'll take out 9. And, well, they went from 9 to 10 to 1.
Yeah, that is the big problem. Again, like the British isn't really having much of a game at all. He had to TP middle to kind of mitigate the damage. No, unfortunately not. 9 died twice. I mean, Skeeter died 3 times already. It's looking real rough, real rough. Like, this new secret looks real scary. Whatever they talked about after the DPC, like when it comes to drafting and playstyle, it's obviously working out for them. Because they used to be a much more defensive team. Now they're putting on the aggression. I like it. I like it a lot.
Throwing on some good offense.
Wait, he has a Midas queued up on Juggernaut. Like, that's something you see in pub games usually, you know? He like died 3 times in lane. Did we speak about it on the bus
You
with
were
Seb?
talking to Seb about it.
He's like,
my safe laner dies 3 times and he gets a Midas.
But he also said the Jack is going to win this game. That's what usually happens in his games.
Well, I don't know if he'd agree if he did see the Midas getting queued up. I'd like the live opinion.
Yeah, there was also a great juke by Puppey.
Look at this. Just Shackle, Puppey, survive, Starbreaker. But while that's happening, Snaking, he's dead again.
5k lead in 9 minutes.
0-5 and 0. I mean, this is absurd.
So last game, the draft looked rough, but the goal advantage was always very like even, right? There wasn't really much of an advantage at all. But now, they are snowballing hard on all of these heroes. Thunder Gods is back off cooldown, so the next team fight could just be around the corner. Solar Guardian too. It's such a nasty combination too, right? Bloodseeker plus Dawnbreaker. You rapture someone, they want to TP, Dawnbreaker bomb.
Circle, circle.
We love our
Blood
circles.
Solar
Snaking is soaking speed.
Yeah,
Oh, they saw him.
Yeah, Thunder God's Wrath, Celestial Hammer, Icarus dive away with the Sunray, but Snake King, he's off the map. So
and he's back.
Now he's back. Oh.
Who's going to get the kill? Oh, nobody wants
They're
it.
fighting for it.
Resolution takes it.
Rezo's got it. Nisha had no mana. He does have a sip, but you got to save that for a precise moment. That Estus Flask.
Yeah.
You know, if
The
you got
boss
one
fight.
sip left.
Yeah. Can't waste it.
Don't want to just sip at any time, but sometimes you accidentally press the button twice.
Yeah. And the panel spoke about how early on there is not really any answer to the Phoenix, right? But he's having like no game whatsoever. 0-6-0, just reached level 6. And
Serpent Wards.
The good old Roshan trick still works. Yeah. Serpent Ward still did a ridiculous amount of damage against
So
Roshan.
much value out of this Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, this pick was actually genius in hindsight, if you think about it. Crushed the lane with it because they had no answer to it.
Crushing the early game. I mean, I wanted to say crush the mid game, but we're 11 minutes into the game, and while Secret are in their mid game.
Yeah, it's going a little bit too quickly for them. Who's going to take the Aegis? Zeus is. All right, he's going to be the more active core, so makes a lot of sense to give it to him.
Rezo also in the dire jungle, farming stacks.
Oh, they
Bottom
see
lane.
Skeeter, he's low health. Zeus ult could kill him, but he doesn't have it.
Bottom lane, the
Fake
push is on from the Visage. Well, you know, it happens. Let them know it, chat.
The caught 9.
Shackle's in, and let's see, Solar Guardian, that's going to slam down on the same timing the Shackle comes off. And that feels absolutely perfect. It really
If you're a
is
Secret
disgusting.
fan. If you're a Secret fan.
If you're a Secret fan.
Yeah, otherwise it feels, he got unlucky.
Yeah. I mean, it is a disgusting amount just to be able to knock down this Void Spirit again.
I mean, he has got his Midas completed now. It's just, this Juggernaut will not be able to participate in any fight for a long time. like, I don't even know. Maybe after his Maelstrom, which will be done in like 16, 17 minutes.
Where will they be at that point in time? It took
Yeah.
them 10 minutes to get a 5K lead, 12 minutes is 6K. 4 minutes from now,
Wow.
it could be even more.
I also just noticed 9 went for Boots of Travel. They're going super greed while being really far behind. Like, that is usually a recipe for disaster.
Astral Step, Aether Remnant, there's the damage onto the Shadow Shaman, but they've got the Rupture on a 9 as well as the Blood Right. No, he steps out of it. They don't commit just yet, as maybe they're looking for Dahak over bottom. Celestial Hammer, Star Breaker, ooh, the ending slam misses. They've got one familiar, 2 familiars, and just TP out. Maybe they'll get some gold off these familiars.
Or they're gonna get 1, nice stomp, resummoned.
No gold for you.
No gold for you, no experience for you. But you're still the mental victor.
For sure.
If you have to resummon that without, you know, for like no reason, you're always like,
to deny gold.
Yeah, I'm like, that feels real bad. What you really want to do is stun, resummon, stun. You're like, yeah. But not for another 2 minutes at least.
It'll be a while, that's for sure. Just looking at the map, trying to see the ways Tundra can open it up.
Well, they're looking for Bloodseeker in the top, but Crystallis, of course, sniffs that out.
There. Has those senses tingling. Nisha.
Drop the wards.
With the help of the Shadow Shaman, Heavenly Jump, Snake King now on the run. He does have Icarus Dive if need be, maybe looking to fight in with the Supernova, but stepping into this engagement is going to be way tougher than said. As the Icarus Dive over the look for the Shadow Shaman, here come the familiars, but the damage, it's not looking like enough. And instead, Snake King just gets blown apart.
Yeah. Oh, they also have no birds anymore, both died.
No birds for 52 seconds.
And how do they take this next team fight? There is a mech plus Hand of God. Like, you do not have the damage to take this next team fight whatsoever.
Sustainability again, the name of the game.
Kind of reminds us of game 1, right?
Rupture, 9.
No follow-up though.
Yeah, they don't have anything.
Yeah, like so reminiscent of game 1 of this. You see Skeeter, oh, I got a blink.
And there's the Solar Guardian with the shackle, no chance to leave. No chance, that's what you got. And 30 seconds with no jug, just
Skeeter's game feels so impossible at this point.
0-4-1.
The Shaman almost has the same net buff as him.
Yeah.
So, but really, you have to go back a bit and question the itemization, right? You have this Midas now, you have the Boots of Travel. You really don't have any way to fight back at all against the aggression that you know is going to be coming. They have a Chen, they have a Shadow Shaman, they're not going to stop.
Could you have even swapped lanes to make sure that the Shackle wasn't there? Put the Tiny top, throw the Phoenix bottom?
It's possible, but they really just wanted to be aggressive with the Visage lane, right? But they had the perfect counter lane. Oh, sucks that they're initiating on.
They're going to try and go out on Anisha and Aegis. That'll go, but who will fall from Tundra? Or at least right now, it's just going to be Soxa. The rest of the team will leave. I don't know if... I guess they got the Aegis, but... That's
it was about to expire anyways.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
what was like 30 seconds left on it?
End up getting away with using the Aegis because it didn't feel like Secret were going to have to use it at all.
Yeah. It just feels like the lanes are so countered, right? Like you have like this mega pressure lane, but there's
more
thought
come in the way of Tundra. They go after Snake King, and he has just not found himself a place in this game. 0-8-1. And now they'll drop the wards again. Every single ward drop has gotten an objective.
Yeah.
It has not been wasted. It has not been put in a bad spot at all.
They shouldn't be able to get the tower with this too easily though. Tier 2 towers are pretty sturdy.
Yeah, but we'll see what it ends up bringing their way. Rezo, looking for the Solar Guardian, not going to get it off with the familiars. They'll look for the Aether Remnant. He avoids that. He's on the run and just very tanky.
And he's very tanky, yeah. 2,100 health.
14 armor.
At least they forced out the Hand of God, so they won't have to in the next team fight. Oh, snaking again.
Yeah, Shackle. They've got
he tossed him in.
Soxa here, but, well, he no longer had the Avalanche available, so there was nothing to stop the Shackles from being there on max duration.
The recognition is also so good from the Shaman, right? Like, he knows there's no Avalanche. The only thing he could do is toss. He tried to toss the Phoenix, like, somewhere, but there was nowhere to really toss him to.
Nowhere to go.
Yeah, and now DD Zeus is hitting your tier 2 mid tower. Now that's like salt in the wound. If a Zeus hits your tower, he's also high-fiving. He knows I'm like, I'm balling right now.
High five's got to be like
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
BM-ish, a little bit.
What was that sound?
It was the high five.
After the, yeah, but like, what is it, like a trumpet?
I don't know.
Like
Sounds like a sad,
it sounded really sad.
Sad frog.
Yeah, really sad.
It could be a trumpet, maybe a French horn. Some music expert's gonna tell us it's actually an oboe, but I'll say it's a bassoon.
Expert.
Expert, in quotes. BKB finished off for Resolution.
Now it's the first smoke rotation from Tundra.
You know what's crazy? Crystallis is 0-0-0.
Yeah, he's been farming the entire game pretty much.
He's throwing some ruptures, but that's about it.
Now they're looking for a team fight, but they have to be so careful.
If
They
they
might be
get
running into
blown
Puppy.
out, this could be a big issue again.
They're running into Puppy.
Serpent Ward's committed. They're going to go after Puppy. They've got themselves the Avalanche as well as the toss.
He's
The
so
Blood Rat
tanky
comes
though.
down, but he is tanky. He will survive for the moment. They've got the Rupture. Icarus dive away. That's a style point to get your first kill. They'll look over at Sox to get themselves a second. They'll run after the Tiny. And, well, now it's
They
a
caught 9 as well in the
kill.
bot lane.
He's in trouble. Solar Guardian comes down with Starbreaker. Zayatsi knows there's nobody here to stop him from having the Shackle full duration again. And it's 3 kills across the map, 21-2.
You know they're feeling themselves when, while they're fighting, Shaman is already making the decision to TP bottom and catch 9. Obviously, 9's not going to expect that because they're still fighting there.
Yeah.
And, yeah, 3 down again. Skitter, at least, he has his Maelstrom now, so there's some resemblance of damage, but really not where you want to be.
Nisha, he's forward, but I don't really know if they could.
Oh, snaking again.
How do you play this aggressively? I just don't think there's any
Shaman is running in.
fathomable way that Secret lose Nisha with the way that Tundra are setting up.
Yeah, and this is so survivable once more. BKB already done in the Bloodseeker. Hand of God Mech still available.
Toss back into the team. They found the Shaman, but they use the Omni Slash. That's just for the Shaman. They'll go after the they'll take out the Supernova. They get the Kona Snaking. They'll look over at Skitter. Skitter's trying to get away, but he no longer has the Blade Fury, and it is Jug going down to Crystallis. Your blood is mine. Crystallis with another kill starting to come alive here.
There was a lot of frustration that they just had to vent out on the Shadow Shaman. What, you killed me? Well, I'll show you what I do with you. But yeah, obviously that trade very favorable for Secret still. Usually you'd say, like, any trade is a good trade if you're this far behind, right? But you really can't afford to lose your Jug anymore.
Yeah, losing the... I think if the trade was just the Phoenix for the Shaman, I would have agreed with you. But the second they lose the Jug, that trade is not even close to in the realm of being good.
Yeah. My question though also
Bottom
is,
lane.
like...
Ooh, they might
Void
catch
Spirit.
9.
He should be okay. Shaman is nowhere around.
Step in 4 seconds. He's fine.
Like, if you're a Tundra, right? My question for the rest of the tournament is, you already picked the best heroes of the Haag, but they have been soundly shut down. Oh.
Finding Snake King again, so that's all over the map. But here comes Soxa. I don't think it's going to matter. Did you see
Soxa
the
is just a
damage that
+1.
Resolution did? He's going after the Tiny. They'll look for the Soul Assumption. They'll slow down Rezo, but here comes Crystallis. Astral Step in by 9. They want this Rezo Dawnbreaker, but he's so tanky. Starbreaker right down onto the Tiny. They're going to look over through onto 9. 9, the Void Spirit in trouble. They'll get the kill there onto a second. They'll buy back on the Phoenix. As on the run is the rest of the side of Team Tundra. And, well, this is not the look they wanted when they went after 1 or tried to stave Snaking. Hex again, blink forward. Serpent Wards right by the tier 3 as well as right by Dahak. And they will get another Secret. Just don't stop.
Yeah, and there's Channel Creeps in your base plus Shaman Wards. There could be a Rex here. And if that's a Rex, you can't really.
Doesn't feel...
Maybe Jack can trade for the mid, but there's not even a consolation prize at that point.
Mid-tier 1.
Yeah.
That's not the same.
Yeah,
You
but
and me are not the same.
It's something, you know, it's something.
I guess.
But he can't. He won't even be able to get that because he's scared of the Shadow Shaman. That's a very early Rex.
Oh, Avalanche, toss.
No damage.
And
He takes 0 damage. He has a Mage Slayer on the Dawnbreaker, so he just doesn't take any magic damage whatsoever.
do they fall all the way back, you think? They played very conservative game 1.
Yep, they don't have to do anything else. Just wait for your Shaman cooldown again.
Go
Roshan
Rosh.
is up. Yep. Or if you win a team fight, just go for the Rex.
Yeah.
Looking for Juggernaut. But it's just going to be Dawnbreaker pushing out the lane.
What do you do here for Tundra? It just feels like every option has been exhausted.
You
Well,
know,
every option they've had. There's still doors closed, but those doors aren't opening.
You know the
Secret
saying,
holds the
right?
key.
Like if one door closes, another opens. It's not the case here. Secret shuts them all down.
Thunder God's Wrath, and then they'll go in with the Blink as well as the Hex. They find
about
themselves
9.
the Shackle on a 9. It
my
looked like he was
God.
going to go for Soxa, but instead it's that split-second notice that, hey, I've also got 9 in my sights.
He had an Invis rune, so he probably wasn't really aware that would be able to see him. Get a +1 on snaking.
Get
but yeah,
another.
like, Shadow Shaman's going absolutely crazy. Like, that's how you use a last pick, you know? If you
Yeah,
pick a hero last like
seriously.
that, that's the impact you're going to have.
Omni
The
slash
Omni-Slash.
bottom, Starbreaker, and that is with the shard, so he had that bit of
1,200
magic
gold for him.
community. Not gonna, yeah, wow, okay. And 400 to 1 year, yeah. Giving up 1,700 gold almost.
What was his streak? Oh, godlike, okay. He was beyond godlike.
Still.
Yeah. Also, I just want to note, this is the second Dawnbreaker we see with double-digit kills. 2 games in a row.
Played a lot differently than we saw in China.
Yeah. This time around, Bloodseeker gets the Aegis. Also built into the Manta style, of course. It's very strong against the Juggernaut Omni Slash. And a nice Dispel too. Nisha is almost into the eggs. A lot of pieces are coming together for Secret. But you saw the damage though. The Omni Slash was only level 2, and he 100-0 Resolution Stormbreaker.
By himself.
By himself.
When will that happen again?
The big issue is Juggernaut is pretty hard countered by chain creeps around him. So if there's a team fight where it's 5v5, it's going to get a whole lot harder for him to really hit a good Omni Slash. Which is what they're very reliant on right now, right? Like 9, he can't really deal any damage right now. He's pretty
Rezo. He's in trouble
Rezo.
again. They've got Soxa. Here comes 9, but the rest of the team is starting to form in
What a
with the TPs.
damage.
They've got the Starbreaker. The Magic community is there to try and keep this Dawnbreaker alive. The right clicks onto the Tiny. Now they've got themselves the Shackle. They'll find themselves the Hawk. They've got the help from Nisha. They will also take out his Courier. Snake King goes down. A Chrysalis over mid.
Yeah.
Every time it feels like it's not just one attack, it's 2. They're looking for 9. Simulate,
They
Hex,
got him.
Zayat, he's there. Rezo with the kill. I mean, you could change anybody's name on the side of Secret to 7 because they are eating 9.
This is, I don't know, it's an absolutely one-sided game. Like 33-4. That is probably the most one-sided game of the tournament. Like 100%. Like there's
So
there's
far,
actually
yeah.
no way. Yeah. There's no way anything comes even close so far.
Looking like a certified shellacking.
Yeah.
Surfing words again, right on the money. They'll go to the Shackle. They'll look to stop it with the Avalanche, but how much are you saving?
Well, that's the second lane of Rex gone. And again, Secret, they don't have anything to lose, you know? Just go back, wait for your next ward cooldowns, play the map like you have.
There goes the Rax.
Well, it's all about Skidder. What can you get done in the next team fight?
I really appreciate when teams, they're not super conservative to the point where they're losing anything on the map. We've seen teams scared to go high ground, they fall back, they farm, they stay a little too conservative.
Look at the 5-man smoke though.
Secret feels like they're doing the right part.
Yeah. And Thunder knows that, so they're not there trying to force a fight. Get on smoke though, so they don't really want to take the fight anymore.
Illusion's over, and they get baited immediately. And that is exactly what they wanted. Downs is in again! The blood rates down, they go to the Supernova, they get the kill on the Sox, and they will take him out, but they lost the Shadow Shaman very early. They're trying to take away the Supernova, they'll get the kill. They've also taken out Skidder. The buyback comes out from 2. Dahak on the run, the Nimbus was down, everything thrown from Secret, but it feels like even without the ults, they can't be stopped. 9, he's getting demolished again, but the save is there. Coming out from Sox, and they've got themselves the Avalanche. They look over at each other right on top of the Zeus, but still 9 drops. They go to the Blade Fury. How is Nisha alive? They have to the high ground. He survives it all, and GG is called. They tap out. Secret lose nothing again. How? Every time. It's just, they're an unbreakable force. It's crazy 40-5, just out of control here for Secret. So one-sided, like you said. I mean,
yeah.
Wow, what a 2-0.
The first game already looked pretty one-sided, but then
that was
second game, Secret was like, yeah, we got more. We got more than that. And again, like the change of style, the change of drafts they've had after the DPC is absolutely amazing. I like this new aggressive Secret playstyle way better. They control the pace of the game, they control the map, and they really just showcase that they don't always have to farm, you know? They love their farms, they love their late game. This time around, none of that.
Yeah, that was just a fresh of breath air there for Secret, and it was just, well, handshakes coming out. They are happy about this because...
Oh, they are definitely happy.
Like...
But how happy is Tundra, though?
Yeah, I don't know how
That must be so deflating. Like, losing like this is really rough. And again, we have to see how they go forward from here, right? Like, the Hawks is a stand-in. So usually what you want to do, you want to make stand-in feel as comfortable as possible, which they did. They picked him his two best heroes, but they got completely shut down in both games. So I'm not entirely sure where they go from here, to be honest.
It's certainly tough.
There's going to have to be some talking done.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was just a perfect series from Secret. Do you chalk it up like that? Do you say, hey, this was a perfect series from Secret. We know we're better than this. We could play better than this. We go into the next series. We play the way we want to play still. Try to keep our objectives there, and then go down the line of groups. And then if you find yourself, you know, still in the playoff bracket up against Secret again, you play play a little bit differently. Learn from this.
There might be even a little dumbfounded at this point, right?
Yeah.
Like, they destroyed Secret in the DPC League, and now suddenly this? Like, what happened? You know, they're probably like...
It really does blow it up here as Secret are just out of control. They take a quick 2-0, and I think to break it down a little bit further, we might have ourselves, you know, maybe an analyst, maybe a stage, but we have to wait on that a little bit because, you know, there is so much to take in a series like this, right?
Yeah.
There's so much here that, I mean, 40-5. I mean, that just that scoreline, it says a lot, right?
Yeah.
But does it say everything? Because that's insane. That's pub numbers.
It is.
It
like,
really is disgusting.
you would think that Tundra kind of just like ran down mid, destroyed the items, you know, but obviously it didn't happen. Like, but it's again, it comes back to Secret's draft. Like, their sustained drafts are so strong.
Yeah.
This time around, Chen, Hand of God, Mechanism, you have the Dawnbreaker again, exactly. Plus all this aggressive potential from the Shadow Shaman. Again, I just want to reiterate how strong this last pick actually was.
Oh, yeah.
Like, obviously, we couldn't really talk about it too much at the beginning, but after I saw it in play, I was like, oh yeah, it makes perfect sense. He absolutely counters the lane. They were missing objective damage for Roshan, for towers. Perfect. Yeah. Whatever they were taking in the DPC break, should continue to take it.
It's a good talk, that's for sure. And we're going to toss it over to the interview, take a good look at what Secret's got to say.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Hello. The crowd was so hyped for Resolution, just hyping up his name. How are you feeling, Rezo?
I mean, as you can see, amazing. I'm in games, I'm on land, we have a crowd here. It's just fucking perfect. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Crowd is very happy to see you back. How does it feel as well to get to play back with your Zayats? I know you guys have been marketing yourself as a duo for a while.
Well, yeah, we actually wanted to play together at the beginning. I mean, on the middle of the season, and we have a chance to play with these great players in Team Secret. So I'm really grateful for this opportunity, and I'm gonna do my best and you know, enjoy the games and make the fans proud as well. You guys.
You're really winning over the crowd here. Great job. I wanted to ask you, actually, in some of the decisions that the game gets made, because you're playing as a stand-in, you're new to the team. For example, when you chose to try lane with the Darkseer against the Luna matchup, was that a decision made by like the team together? Do they trust your decision-making or your ideas, or how does that work exactly?
No, it's actually, I mean, I can't really say too much about our, you know, in-game stuff, obviously. But it was like the Puppy's decision, basically. He salvaged our, you know, they wanted to try lane us. He just immediately TP it to make sure we get to the lane and get to the shields. Because if he didn't and he didn't TP, we would have been probably like in a pretty bad spot.
And it worked out great for you guys. Your Darkster went incredible.
Very good, yeah.
And how does it feel to play LAN again? Is this something you missed a lot?
Oh, it's been a while. It's been like 1 year for me. I also took a break from Dota. It's just like, it feels so good to play in the LAN and to play with the team, because I've been in the C for like half a year almost, and those pub games, they're not like the great place to be. Those pubs are like mentally challenging. And here with actually like good players to be part of the team, and when there's like everybody is understanding what to do and like you playing as a unit, it's just such a nice feeling.
What was when you took a break, what was that moment where you decided that you were ready to go back to competitive Dota? Anything happened that led to that?
Well, basically I tried everything that I wanted to try, and then like I don't like anything as much as I like playing Dota, you know. And it's just like I return and I'm like consciously playing and I'm enjoying it fully, and I know that there's nothing else right now for me that I can feel like better about. So I'm fully enjoying my time here with you guys.
Okay, can we get one last cheer for Resolution here, all the fans?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, Resolution. Always nice to talk to you. Congratulations.
See you later.
See you guys
Bye.
later. Take care.
Two points on the board for Team Secret, but 5 reports on each of their profiles there for what looked like quite the bullying of a game to round out up against Tundra. I am joined once again by Danok and Seb to break down how to feel safe in a game of Dota? I don't know, where do we go from that? Because that was quite one-sided.
That was a beatdown. That was 83 kills across the entire series for Secret versus 11 for Tundra. Like, that was just a stomping, absolutely, led by the offlane.
Yeah, I mean, that was an absolute stomp, let's be honest. I mean, they dominated both games quite, I mean, you have to say it, quite easily. Honestly, I think Tundra did not stand a chance against Secret today. I don't think that's true every day, obviously. You know, I'm sure if they have to match again, you know, against each other's in the tournament, it might be different. But, you know, tonight was Secret's night. And, yeah, no, absolutely no chance. This was really, really impressive. And I think particularly from what we're seeing here, you know, the Zayak and Resolution lane, in both games, they did really, really amazing.
And that's, we were confident enough in Tundra's ability to be able to bring this one back in game number 2, but we both weren't convinced by that Juggernaut. And it felt like they could have maybe done a lot better if they went down a different route, you know, be able to cancel out the effectiveness of the Dawnbreaker in particular. Like, lots of high damage that comes out in bursts. Same sort of thing with the Medusa. A little bit more survivable, that ranged hero that's going to combo a little bit better in the laning stage. But, yeah, just didn't feel that effective. And when we saw the Midas, there was a collective groan backstage that we were like, oh man, no, this is what you hate to see.
I mean, we've all been there, right? Your carry that's like 0-4-0, then it has this Blade of Attack that was supposed to be Phase Boots into the Glove of Haste, that's gonna be a Midas. You can tell that, you know, something is going wrong. This is not the normal pattern of how you're gonna itemize. And I mean, you know, he tried to find a way to accelerate his game so that he could, you know, have an impact. And you kind of saw it at some point in the game when he omni-slashed the Dawnbreaker. You could see the damage coming. But I mean, the problem with the Secret's lineup is, I mean, for Tundra, the problem is that Secret's lineup is so good at, you know, like, accelerating the tempo of the game. Like the Chen, the Rasta going for objectives, the global presence with the Dawnbreaker, the Zeus. Like, it's just really hard to come back from that.
And it was also almost all on the supports in terms of their ability to take towers, right? The Chen, the Shadow Shaman, every single mass open wards was really effective coming through from Zayed. It's like fantastic gameplay coming through from him, being involved in, what was that, 24 out of
kills,
the 40 kills? Like, that's pretty damn good as a Shadow Shaman.
It's ridiculous. Of course, our scoreboard by STC, and you know what? Chrysalis, a little bit in hibernation in the early game, but at the end of the day, 11-0-2, coming in clean. I think it seems like Team Secret want to just give him his time to farm like a traditional carry before they get him involved in the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, they all had really clean games, both games. You know, Nisha, Crystalis. But to me, really, the most impressive, it has to be, again, Rezo and Zayak, because they're kind of coming into this team. You know, Rezo said it, and I mean, it was really, really nice to see the joy on his face, you know, for being back and kind of enjoying and being more mindful of how nice it is to have the chance to, you know, play a LAN with great players against great players, with a great crowd, people watching you. So, you know, it's really nice to see him in such high spirit, and also to see him deliver, you know, that beautiful of games. Like the Darkseer game, it was perfect. This Dawnbreaker game even better. I mean, he's been involved in 33 kills. He's done so much lifting in 2 games already, you know.
Fitting, 33 kills. But, I mean, we have to give praise to Puppy as well. Rezo, when he was being interviewed on stage, he made sure to single out Puppy, saying, you know, what a fantastic choice to even out that tri-lane at the start of game number 1. And this time around on the Chen, didn't die a single time. You know, it's just about that really good positioning, and it's not like the easiest Chen game either. You know, you're up against a Tiny, it's support, but you still got Blink Avatars, you still have to deal with a Void Spirit, Sunray, very effective at being able to kill from that longer range, and his positioning was just on point every single time, making sure that he was there to save his team when they got gone.
And you know, from Tundra's perspective, to try to speak a little bit about them, this is the kind of series where of course it feels really bad, and right now they must be feeling really down, but at the same time it was such a beatdown that something must have gone really wrong. It's hard for us to know what it is. Maybe it was a really bad day, bad mindset, bad mood, bad preparation. You don't really know, but it doesn't say much about the fact that they're just the worst team in this tournament. They just had a really bad series. They need to move on, get back to the drawing board, and they might come back tomorrow stronger.
And maybe this team was kind of their kryptonite, because we talked about it coming in, right? Like Rezo and Zayats will probably have their own kind of pocket distracts on the side. Maybe Tundra done their research. You know, Yapsa, of course, was only a recent removal, so 2 players totally changing up could completely ruin all of the drafting notes you've had.
It's very much Zayats as well. He has to be the MVP. I mean, his Shadow Shaman was next level. So many plays set up by him. The laning stage was really enabled by him, not just in game 2, but also in that game number 1. Just what a player, what a performance coming through from him.
It was amazing. I mean, the Clockwork game 1, now the Rasta game 2. Yeah, as you know, it was mentioned by the casters too, like this last pick, it made more and more sense as you saw him kind of developed into the game and all the impact that he had. Yeah, he was everywhere, man. He was from the laning phase to the mid game to the objective taking. In fights, you know, he understood really quickly this fight is won. I'm going to start setting up on side lanes. I mean, he was kind of on their face the entire game, and it was really impressive.
And you could tell how much it meant to him as well. At the end of that series, we got to see him on camera. He was jumping up. He was clapping like he'd won the whole tournament, basically. But, I mean, to be able to beat Tundra 2-0 in a best-of-2 is obviously a huge accomplishment for him. First land in a long time for him as well, so I'm really excited.
This isn't like any group stage. This group stage, it has, like, every game has a lot of stakes behind it, and I think that's like a big difference with this format, you know, in comparison to other tournaments, because, you know, in the group stage you could end up being knocked out of the tournament, or you could end up being top 3 in a single elim bracket, guaranteed top 3 in the semifinals. So every best of 2 here matters a lot. You know, it's not, teams are just not like adapting and stuff, you know, they really have to give it their all.
So hopefully Tundra aren't too discouraged, right? Because again, it's just one series that they've gone down. It was pretty disheartening, you have to say, but you got to bounce back. You got to make sure that you're able to rebound and at least claim that 3rd spot, so you're moving on into the bracket stage.
Yeah.
I guess in some ways it can feel better, right? Like when it's very close and the game goes 2 hours, it can kind of burn you out. When you have these ones where something clearly was wrong, like especially Aoi sitting behind there, he's like, I know exactly what we need to change up here when we move forward.
That's what they need right now. They need to find like this, feel like they get a whole, you know, fresh new start, because obviously you just want to erase a series like that from your memory. These are the most discouraging series, because it feels like you showed up and you didn't really get to play. You got smashed so hard from the beginning of the game, from the draft maybe even, that it's just frustrating, because it felt like you couldn't show really what you're made of. So hopefully they get that opportunity. They're all very experienced. I'm sure they're gonna know what to do in order to, you know, bounce back.
And I think the thing that might hurt a little bit more for them is that the expectation is there for them to do well. You know, top 3 at the major, top 1 in the region for Western Europe. So maybe this is, I don't want to say a reality check, but you can't take any series for granted. You know, Team Secret, obviously, they aren't at the major, but clearly they're a force to be reckoned with here.
And of course, we couldn't choose MVP. Like, we gave it to Zayats, but we had to have like an unofficial secondary one, which is why there is a magnificent Dawnbreaker right next to me, Resolution, through this whole series. It was that combo together, right? It kind of reminded me like back when Yapzor first came on Team Secret and how he synced up with his offlaner.
I mean, I'm really impressed by Rezo's performance in both games. I think he played also 2 heroes that are very, very different, right? Darkseer is more of a, you know, try to tank a bad lane, try to get the most out of it and find your impact throughout the game, make the right decisions. Dawnbreaker, obviously, much different, you know, very potent laner, probably easier, you know, first 5 minutes, and then you have to transition well into the mid game, impact the game. And he really showed in already 2 games, like, how versatile he can be, you know, and how he can adapt to games.
Very different styles in game 1 and game 2.
Very different styles, and both games were like close to perfection. So very, very impressive showing from Rezo.
Yeah, again, it goes back to the fact of, I mentioned it before, when he tweeted out in May, me and Zayats, we want to play together. We are free agents, and now they get this opportunity. They're performing, you know. Who knows what's going to be happening with Ice in the long term, but Rezo's looking pretty good for now, although I do have to take a little bit of offense about his comments about the C-pubs as a member of that personally.
Oh, here we go.
It's,
I feel like somebody kind of has to stand up for C-pubs also, because like it's been many times. I've played C-pubs, it was not that bad for me. I'll be honest, I actually had a pretty good time there. I felt like the Dota level was really high, so...
You just got to lean into it, you know? You can't try and resist it. Just go with the flow, go crazy.
I'll go on the other side. I'm going to stand with the C-pubbers. Like, I'm going to be on that side and be like, all right, it's fine. If they don't want to play there, I'll come and play. Don't worry.
Good man.
It's a different experience. It's someone else to experience. You know what? Like, we're going to experience something a bit closer to that home, because up next we have OG versus RNG. Now, of course, we're going to have to switch one of these outs around, and seeing as I've got an SEA fanboy here, China fanboy, can you maybe give us a feeling who's going to win this one? I don't want to talk to him. I know who's going for it.
I mean, I got to support my my Malaysian boys in Ghost to Next Nova. I mean, you know,
fair enough.
The homegrown. And I'm keen to see how Misha does on the LAN, you know, with the rest of the team as well. I think that's going to be pretty cool to see.
Okay, well, like I said, I'm not asking you. I already know where you're going. So, you know what? You shouldn't go anywhere, because in a few minutes, we should be ready to get underway with our next series. Up next, OG versus Raw Never Give Up. So don't give up on watching the stream. Be back in just a few minutes.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرسه. هرسه كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
what a smooth showing from Team Seeker. And you know what? If you want to be smooth with your gameplay, maybe you should get yourself a Razer product so that you can have the best game experience. And by the way, you know how you can afford those? Make sure you pick up a MasterCard and boop, just stick it on that. Yes, that was how I was going to add in our sponsors as we kind of skipped it a little bit because we were so excited to move this one because I know Seb's looking forward to this. OG on LAN, and they've got their Capitan back in the seat.
Full squad, you know, finally, and it got close to not being the case. You know, he had some troubles kind of in the airports getting there, but he did. He got in this morning, I think pretty late, like 6, 7 a.m. So, you know, props to him. I'm sure he spent his day kind of wisely and he's going to be quite ready and energized for the games. But yeah.
If he could have not made it, they would have had a perfect stand-in here. And I'm not talking about Sam. Yeah.
I saw that coming.
Just no, I'm kidding. I'm glad the whole squad is on LAN. Like, this is going to be the second LAN for the boys, and now with the full squad, not taking anything away from you. You know, you did your job. You did excellent. But I want to see the squad that was built from the start to see how they are going to perform.
And let's see how excited they are for this event. We got a chance to talk to OG. Let's see what they had to say about the Riyadh Masters.
I think our performance this year has been splendidly, like, amazing. I think we exceeded all the expectations. We already qualified the TI, we already won a major. We have exceeded all the expectations and made for us, especially with the new players in our team that had no experience from before. So even if we start losing or whatever, it's like, we all can be happy with what we achieved, and hopefully we keep improving. We did not get the opportunity to play a lot against the other regions yet. I think the only region we haven't played against is China. I think China is going to be in this tournament too, so it's going to be nice to play against the Chinese teams. I think they have a lot that we can learn from. It will be interesting to see how they play. I don't really fear any teams, I will say. I feel like when it comes to losses or winning, it's all up to us, pretty much. It's up to us how we try and how we take the games. If you went to the grand finals, I would like to meet Team Liquid. The main reason why I want to meet them there was because me and Insani is also like, we talk about exchanging jerseys on stage. If you get to the stage together, we play against each other. And also I just want to beat them, you know? Nice.
Interesting choice to highlight that maybe China could be a little bit of a challenge, because funnily enough, that's how they're going to be beginning their journey here in Riyadh. Talk to me, Seb. You were nervous about this, RNG?
I mean, it's a big team they're going up against. I mean, RNG, you know, like, what a lineup. You know, I mean, Somnus, you know, FY, these players are no joke, man. These players, whenever they enter a tournament, they come to win it. And very often they're very close to doing so, if not, you know, just doing so. So, yeah, if they haven't played against Chinese teams, what an introduction to Chinese Dota by playing against, RNG.
Absolutely. I mean, they just won the major. There were no Chinese teams, so I want to see how these two regions are going to be matched up. This is the first time since the TI that we're going to have China on LAN, and it's going to be super hype.
Yeah. Are you calling the major win a fluke?
I mean, you guys recall, like, you had the fluke 1, fluke 2. Is this considered a fluke 3? Fluke 3 and you're out?
I was just checking. Okay.
No, definitely not. I mean, it's what happens, but they showed extremely good performance. You showed extremely good performance. I keep forgetting, you know.
You got to be careful, because if you keep calling him a fluker, he's just going to rush off of this panel right now.
I think
push someone out of their chair and
you.
stop playing.
If you were not there, it would probably not be a fluke, right?
Okay.
You're bringing this fluke factor in.
There's nothing I can do about that. I'll just have to tank it. It's fair enough.
You know what? Like, let's talk a little bit about OG. You know, finally having that full roster, having them on LAN. You know, you were talking a little bit about behind the scenes how much this meant to me to be able to be here. He got in quite late. He was a little bit worried at first it wasn't going to happen. Like, this must be such a relief to be able to be back with the boys.
It is, and I think even for the whole team, you know, it's a big moment for them, because they all really missed him at the major, and they, you know, they wish he was there, and having him here, of course, for himself individually, it's a big thing, and I know he's super stoked. but also for the team. You know, it gives them like an extra reason to really want to take it home and you know, make him proud. Also get him to experience, you know, to collect kind of the fruits of all the hard work, because he's putting in so much work in this project and he's doing so much for the team that it's only fair that he also kind of gets like a, you know, some of the reward of the work he's been putting in. So I know that this really gives them like a surge of energy and motivation to try to win this tournament.
And you know who else?
Just by speaking about it, you know, I'm getting hyped up. You know,
Yeah?
I'm
You feeling good
this
about it?
energy.
All right, let's get hyped up for some China, because Royal never give up. We got a chance to talk to a few of the members of the team. Let's see how they're feeling about the Riyadh Masters.
Being at LAN gave us a chance to play against other regions other than our own regions. So it's a very good learning experience before we actually face the final competition, I guess, the major and also the TI. My expectation for this tournament is more on how we learn and adapt, since all of us are not playing in the same house, because we are from, some of us are from Malaysia and some of them are from China. So that's also been a traveling issue for us. So it's finally a chance for us to bring us together to play together. To be honest, I expect to see our games to be more close and actually more competitive, since we've been isolated for quite a long time, and I think I would choose Team OG to face in the final, as they are the major finals, and when they have a stand-in. Of course, they have Seb, their coach, and they're always an interesting team to play with their amazing playstyle strategies. I think my team's biggest strengths would be flexible and versatile.
Always good to hear from X-Nova, or as I like to call him, the good Eye of Sauron, as that guy's a master of vision, and I'm hyped to see what he can bring to the support role. I've just got to quickly clock across to Seb. You know, I heard him hyping up OG, got his eyes set on your boys.
I mean, it's gonna be an awesome matchup, and I really think that this RNG is like one of the best in China, one of the best in the world. So looking forward to it.
Let's see if they're the best at walking out. Let's head across the stage. It's time to bring the teams out into the arena.
أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، شاهدنا الجيم الثاني معنا في بطولة رياض ماسترز الهوستد باي جيمرز 8. ودنا نشوف ايش اللي ممكن يحدث في باقي الجروبز اللي معنا. مباريات توها باقي ما بعد خلصت، وعندنا مباريات جدا حامية اليوم، خصوصا المباراة هذه اللي بتكون جدا جدا مميزة. والفريق الأول اللي بيكون معنا في المباراة الثالثة على اليوم هو الفريق الفائز معنا في بطولة ESL 1 ستوكهولم في السنة الحالية. رحبوا معنا بفريق OG.
For their opponents, we have an argument sometimes whether a team that's invited or not deserves to be here. But how do you know a team is truly deserving? That's if they made it through the qualifiers. And that's exactly what this team did with a final match of a 3-0 against Boom Esports. Please give a big round of applause to RNG! Now that we know what teams are playing, truly an international line, a clash of nations that couldn't be farther apart, but today they will be together on this very stage. And to analyze this encounter, we'll have a great group of analysts to tell you exactly what's going to be going on.
خلونا نشوف اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور ايش النتيجه حقت المباراه الثالثه اليوم. الجروبات كل مالها قاعده تمشي، وبعد يوم يومين راح نعرف مين اللي بيتاهلون معنا الى البلاي اوفز، لكن المباراه هذه بتكون مميزه. RNG ضد OG اعزائنا المشاهدين موجوده معنا في رياض ماسترز، فخلونا نشهد ايش ممكن يحدث في المباراه. بس تفتو بتكون جدا حماسيه، فعلى طول على الاستديو التحليلي نتكلم عن المباراه اكثر ونرجع لكم في المباراه الثالثه اليوم.
Thank you, Ava. Thank you, Fancy. All right, boys, we've got our lads on the stage. It's almost time to kick off. Of course, I've got my OG expert. Lacoste, did you secretly work for RNG at one stage?
Actually not. But there's still a chance. I'm always hoping for different opportunities, so they can hit me up.
All right, there you go, X.
They definitely don't need me. They have Super, you know, like they don't need me. They have X Noah. They brought in Kaka. Kaka, he's the one that brings what brings this team together, I would say. Coming out from this position 4, people who don't know Kaka's curse, he leaves the team. Teams are not doing as good. We're talking about like Newbie, Keen, IG. Whenever he leaves the team just gets worse. And whenever he joins, he always looks good.
Better than being the other way around, right?
Yeah, he's a really scary player to go up against. Like, I don't know, I remember so many, you know, different patches and different kind of states of Dota, and he's always been there, kind of performing, shining, and it really feels that whenever he joins the team, that team, there's like big changes, you know, like deep changes within the team's play style and their ability to perform. And I think it also happened with RNG, right? So it's an incredible team, really all-star players, you know, Somnus, you know, Chalice, and I mean, and then they have the younger player, I guess, you know, the carry player that's kind of up and coming now.
Yeah.
And he's really also performing on a really high level, so looking really forward to see him.
I mean, he's a 12K MMR player. For competitive Dota, it doesn't matter that much, but the competition is super strong. Yeah, you gotta flex that number. Like, you want to be the best, and also RNG, I think we gotta give them also credit for getting the first place in the DPC tour, in Tour 3 in China, because it's a super competitive region. Like, if you look at all of these teams, pretty much any team can beat anyone on a good day.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, they played a series already, RNG against Enigma, right? They tied up, and it was a really high level series, let's put it this way. I felt like both teams played incredibly well, and both teams kind of, in my opinion, already established themselves as being some of the strongest teams here. So I'm really looking forward to see this matchup. What maybe might play a little bit against RNG tonight is that OG maybe have a very kind of specific play style that people know them for, you know, their drafts, playing around the Mar, and they're probably quite known now in the West, maybe less in the East, or maybe they have been also studied. I mean, X-Nova did mention that he would like to face OG in the finals, so probably, you know, OG already has no secrets for RNG, which...
Yeah. The thing about winning the major is you put pretty much a bullseye on your back.
True.
Where everyone's gonna study you. Like, if you didn't do well, people are not gonna do as much prep as they would for a team that won the major.
So that's why they like, Seb, go back to retirement now. We need a wild card here. We need someone that's gonna throw people off.
I'm harmless now. Look at me here. What damage can I do?
Hey, with your magnificence, you can melt people's brains at home.
Sure, I'll try.
All right, well, of course, the other thing to think about with that Ghost pick is actually they picked him up right at the start of the qualifier for this, right? Like, he was a very recent addition to that stage. Maybe a little bit shaky in the early days, but as you were highlighting through the regionals, like, the rate of improvement that this squad has seen has been absolutely phenomenal, as we are finally ready to get underway with the draft.
All right, this is it. They did their homework.
Yes, they know what's coming.
Yeah, this is something that Thundra has done like 3 out of 4 games last time they played. Ban out the Timber, ban out the Viper, and first pick the Razor. Try to throw out OG out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, and it worked really well. I think that's, you know, one of the cards that has been played and has seemed to work. Let's see now if RNG can do it, and they probably can, right? Because I think Chalice already played the Razor in this tournament against Nigma, so definitely something that they're comfortable with. And probably, you know, OG, by seeing these bans, they should understand that this is probably their plan. And there you see it.
They definitely didn't get surprised, you know, like, wow, we can't believe that this happened. If you did a little bit of a study, you could see that this potentially is the working formula against OG.
And this is why you see also the insta picks from OG. It's like no hesitation. This is like scripted drafting so far. Both teams kind of knew what they were getting into, and everything is kind of going according to the plan. I don't know if Amar understands the respect that he's getting for getting his Razor stolen by players such as Kaka, Somnus.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. These are not 2 bans. These are actually 3 bans.
These are
for
3
Amar.
bans, exactly. It's like a block pick, kind of you call it. But yeah, and then the Nyx comes, Kaka's Nyx. It's actually been banned already in this tournament, even though nobody else plays it. But he's really well known for being excellent at this hero.
He's the one who can make it work. A little bit of a weak laner compared to some other position 4s, but there's a way to play around it, manipulate the creep waves, definitely. But once you get the levels on the hero like shows what the strengths are.
And Razor kind of makes up for it, because when you play Razor, what you're afraid of is kind of having them kind of close the gap with you and be too annoying, harassing you too much, and then Nyx just acts like a punching ball basically. He just tanks the spells and Razor will bring the damage because he will get the link off, and with the carapace and the impale. It's a very, very good lane actually that OG has also been using quite a lot at the major. That's no secret, so I can talk about it.
See, yeah, you gotta be careful what you reveal to us.
I mean, this looks like OG is on the on the right and RNG is on the left, but yeah, this is like 2 block picks now.
Well, respect coming both ways. What do you think it is that's holding the Nyx back from maybe being a bit more picked across the board?
He needs a good setup in the lane. Like, you can't just straight up pick Nyx Assassin and pray for the best. I think the other pairing that I've seen in the Tour 2 for Nyx Assassin was with Medusa, where you're playing like a pretty defensive lane. If they try to go on Medusa, then you have like a potential turnaround, like you trade a kill in the lane, and that's about it. But I feel like Treant did a better job in Tour 2, better than Nyx Assassin.
It's funny, the Nyx versus Puck matchup, because I've seen a lot of players pick Puck into Nyx, and a lot of players pick Nyx into Puck. Like, the Nyx players are, convinced that they are on the better end of the trade, and Puck players think otherwise. So I'm really looking forward to see this. Obviously, BZM, very, very good Puck player. Kaka on the Nyx, we mentioned it. So I'm gonna look at this specific matchup, during the game.
I remember a matchup, it was Nisha playing Puck against Nyx Assassin, and he ended up the game with 0 deaths. That kind of changed my perspective a little bit on the matchup, because usually you would think it's like relatively easy to execute. It's about like who's getting the first jump, who's getting like whether Puck is getting the silence, how many sentries you have, who has the vision advantage. But I still believe in this little bug. Like, I still believe in Nyx that can potentially hurt him. Like, especially if you get like some other layer of stun, something that can control Puck. And we can see some of the better matchups against the Puck. They have an instant stun coming up from the Dragonite, and also in the laning stage, Voice Spirit does extremely well.
And it's interesting to see the prioritization, right? Because so usually on first pick, the 8th pick is a strong pick because it allows you to pick it into protecting the pick with 3 bans, right? Which is something you cannot do on second pick that OG has right now. They pick the Puck and it could have gotten cornered by what is now the Nyx, but it could have been the mid hero, right? Because now you see OG, they're banning heroes that they probably respect against the Puck mid. The DK is a famous corner, or people assume it's a corner to Puck mid. Void Spirit also a hero that mid laners really like to have against Puck. So it does show how much RNG prioritizes Nyx over trying to punish the Puck. They're like, we'll punish him later, maybe in a weaker way. It doesn't matter. This Nyx is too important. We need to grab it.
It comes down to that whole concept of complementing your draft versus, oh, I'm just going to count this thing out. Like you were saying, the fact that it benefits the Razor.
And accompanying the Razor with a partner that you really want, and try to building your own draft and play on your strength instead of trying to kind of blindly counter the opponent and end up with a draft that doesn't really, synergize as well.
Yeah, looking at the hero that OG opened up with, it's the Enchantress, something that you guys didn't play in a while, so kind of a new hero for OG. What are they doing? Adjusting the mouse sensitivity.
It's important. It's important. You want to get rid of all the sound and mouse issues kind of before the game starts, because then, it kind of snaps you out of your zone and the level of focus that you have to achieve in order to perform in these games. So I'm glad they're doing that now. And some players also pay way less attention to the draft than you might think. You might think you have only good students, and then everybody's kind of looking at the draft. And some players are like, wait, what? And then you realize they haven't been listening.
Oh, you picked my hero?
Yes, exactly. You picked my hero without asking? I'm like, it's been picked for 3 minutes already. Like, where were you?
Have you ever had someone who's just had such an obnoxious mouse that's just kind of flashbanging you in these dark environments before?
I did not, actually.
No?
No, not yet.
How about you, Lucas? You ever had that awkward experience?
Oh, no, we didn't have those RGB lights back in my days.
Back in my
That's a long time ago. Let's not talk about that. But no, I mean, the Enchantress pick, I think it's quite interesting. you know, obviously looks like a support hero. Usually Marcy has been played, I think, more as a 5 than a 4, right? So you kind of wonder. I mean, Taiga is kind of known for playing Enchantress too, so it could be an Enchantress 4, it could be an Enchantress 5. There's quite some versatility so far, you know, with the hero picks, and then the TB comes.
TB good against Razor once you get to your item timings. Like Terrorblade is not afraid of any of these heroes pretty much once he hits his item timings. I'm a little surprised that RNG decided to go with Lina. Like this is Ogre, Lina, Nyx. Puck's still gonna have a good time. Like
That's
the only
what it
hero
seems like,
he
right?
needs to be careful about is pretty much Nyx Assassin.
Maybe they think that the Lina is a really good hero against Puck in the lane, because in the game, Puck for sure doesn't really care about Lina. They kind of ignore each other for the most part, but Lina buys an early BKB, so Puck is not a problem, and vice versa. But, you know, probably a good lane counter. It kind of looks like a Lina mid, I want to say, right? Unless they do something really crazy. We have seen some Lina +1. I know Yotoro particularly has been popularizing in EU pubs, but we haven't yet seen it in competitive, I think. Could be a Lina Ogre, you know, some really, really strong safe lane, or just a casual Lina mid, you know, nothing too crazy here.
Does it feel like RNG are just trying to play a very fast game here? Because their heroes look like they're designed to fight quite easily.
I don't know if they can. Sure with some heroes, but if we're talking about like sieging the tier 2 towers right now, they don't have enough tower damage. Lina is kind of okay-ish. I also want to see what the build on Lina is going to be, but it's going to be like Soul Ring into BKB, which I think it's kind of a must. You're playing into Puck, you're playing into Marcy, so you want to be able to stand your ground in a fight and deal as much damage as possible.
I think I've even seen Chinese teams like go like naked BKB, like not even travels into BKB. I've seen both, right?
Yeah, I prefer that.
Yeah, okay. So then it could be, it's not super fast, but it's kind of fast. If Razor has like a stable game and Lina too, then you get the 2 early BKB timings. And I mean, China famously known for, you know, kind of abusing BKB timings and being really good at executing team fights and whatnot. So it could be their gameplay.
And it fits quite nicely when you got these kind of buffers like the Ogre Magi's coming out, which obviously then, you know, you can go for one of those kind of hard, fast carries type heroes that can maybe give that push, because I think we're missing, probably an offlaner here, I want to say, for RNG?
For RNG, I would expect the Razor to be playing on post 3, but no, I mean, actually, you might be right. Maybe the lane is not that good for him. I could really see how like a TB Marcy or TB Ench could be a little bit problematic for the Razor. And then in that case, they can always decide to put him, you know, on the safe lane. Because if Razor is ever going to have an edge on TB, he needs to be ahead in gold.
Yeah.
Right? He needs to be able to man up to him. Like imagine a TB Scotty right-clicking down the Razor. Razor has to be, you know, like, fat enough, you know, like with armor, maybe double BKB with refresher that he can man up to him, get the link off, and kind of not die through the link, so that TB gets, you know, all the damage sucked away from him. And then now Razor is actually a TB counter because, you know, double BKB with the refresher, TB cannot get the Sunder off. But if Razor is ever behind the TB in gold, he's just food for TB. He's just going to die to the Skydy right clicks before he even gets close to get the link off.
So that means OG, they have a last pick, and RNG, they're still keeping things open. That's why they picked CK, because both Razor and CK can be played at both off lane and the safe lane, and then they're gonna decide. It's a lot of stun. Like this is some like old school Dota.
It looks like Dota 1.
Yeah, pretty much 648B type of Dota, where everyone has the stun except Razor, but pretty, like, I'd say easy to execute on their side.
The analysts, like if we were analysts back then, would have said that RNG right now has a 4 times better lineup.
Yeah.
They have 4 stuns, while OG only has 1. So maybe OG can buy a Hex on Puck, and that's 2 stuns, but it's still not good enough, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it is a scary lineup to go against. And actually, I think like Ogre is deceptively strong against Puck. I think it's something you don't really think about when you play Puck, but then this Ogre stun actually is annoying. It's instant. It's a little bit like a lift, obviously not as long, but unless you get multicast, but you know, it's a really good stun to have against Puck. You know, Ogre plus Nyx, I feel like these are 2 heroes that, you know, could really catch a Puck, and they do have like a big amount of damage in CK Lina. You do get stun even for 1 second, you might just die.
It's a very meaty lineup as well, right? Razor, Ogre Magi, CK, even Nyx to a degree. They have an ability to run at their opponents early.
And I would say also 3 cores that use Bloodlust a lot.
Yeah.
Like, you know, with MS amplification, these are 3 cores that are already pretty fast, so Bloodlust is even better. And obviously attack speed on CK Lina and Razor is crazy. So I think it's a even though you don't really want to enable Ogre in general, I think this is like an Ogre enabling draft. Like the Bloodlust is actually going to feel pretty strong.
Gotta enable that position 5. That's
Some
coming
Ogre
out from
players.
the major. Like, yeah, you did enable yourself.
I'm sure there's like an Ogre player at home that is like, that's
hell
what I
yeah,
dreamt
this
to
is
hear.
it.
You have to enable me, guys. I've been playing Ogre for so long and nobody noticed me. You were right the whole time. We have to pay more attention to you guys out there, the Ogre players.
Good Underlord pick. Like once they saw the CK pick, it makes more sense. Like Underlord has not been that popular because the CK kind of dropped down in terms of priority, and yeah, it's a good way to deal with the CK. And they needed like something beefy because they had what Puck, Enchantress, Marcy. Terrorblade is not gonna join anytime soon, so they needed someone to be the front line. I like this Underlord pick quite a lot.
It's a good one. They might get tempted now to put the Razor 1 to try to punish the Underlord.
Yes.
But, you know, yet again, CK against TB. CK has 2 rough side lanes, so let's see how they adapt to that.
You're going to have to go for your boys, right, Seb?
Obviously.
How about you? Are you trying to get a jersey from Seb here?
Did I get one from you before? I probably did.
You
I
did,
probably
right?
asked.
So you're
yeah,
good to go. You can
yeah,
just...
I can say that I still like the OG draft.
Nice.
Like I think this Underlord, you know, I think people are sleeping on the hero because he's still going to be super strong in this matchup.
So you're both on OG. Don't worry though, RNG. You don't have to give up. You can definitely pull this one back. Let's see if they can do it though as we hop across for game number 1, Black and B-Cop on the mic.
Thank you very much, guys. And yeah, it's RNG up against OG. Again, the panel together, and we've seen it be a little bit of a caster's curse before. And we'll see if it ends up being a caster's curse again. RNG getting the Kaka Nyx Assassin, which has been banned against them previously. It has shown up many a time, but one of the things that I'm kind of afraid of, if you're an RNG fan, is the Underlord. I've seen Amar play this hero and just absolutely be so disgusting with it too.
Yeah, I think this game is actually like, there's counters across the board, right? Nyx counters the Puck, but if Nyx can't control the Puck, then Puck's going to be completely free this game. And I think a lot is really going to come down to BZM, how much you can get done on that Puck. Because if that Razor gets a free game, he will be the Underlord counter, right? And then the CK is on paper supposed to be the TB counter. There's going to be a lot of countering going on, and whoever snowballs more will obviously have the advantage in that.
Yeah.
But Underlord should also be massive because the lane against CK is pretty free, and as the panel already said, the matchup here is going to be really, really strong. Especially once it gets to level 20 talent, minus 50% damage from all those illusions. CK suddenly doesn't seem so strong anymore.
Yeah, it could be a bit of an issue, and you know, we've talked about it during the season. Ghost under pressure has sometimes kind of fallen over really easily.
Yeah.
And I think this season, throughout the year, he's grown. I came into Tour 3 thinking that Ghost was a big issue with this roster, but he's definitely found a bit of his mark here with RNG. And I think if we see what we know Ghost can produce, RNG are going to be obviously in a much better spot, but I think he gives Amar maybe even a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy though, because obviously they had that Underlord last pick into the CK, so Amar's obviously going to be very, very comfortable in that. And what we didn't talk about yet, we have Somnus on a signature Lina.
Yeah.
Like in China, he is probably the #1 Lina. Even ahead of Ori, and it's very, very scary what you can do on this hero.
It really is kind of crazy just what Somnus has been able to accomplish on this hero. We've seen him, obviously, that famous high ground defense that he had, where they went in with the OD, but he gets to survive with like 5 health with the Satanic. It gets a Rampage. And that also shows that he can play under pressure.
Oh yeah, I mean, we already knew that though. Like Somnus is one of the best, if not the best mid laner in China.
Right.
And pressure is nothing new to him. So.
Yeah.
But this entire OG draft, the only fear I have for them is they're very, very lane dependent and pretty snowball dependent too. Because as the panel already said, they don't have many stuns. And the only way to play without stuns is by really snowballing and getting good items on your heroes. And you see it though. Amar is actually in trouble.
And getting run down a little bit, but the damage isn't quite there.
Yeah.
You've got Underlord with some early armor, a bit of health to rely on. 840 is not crazy.
Yeah. You can't underestimate CK's damage too, though, right? Because he has that Reality Rift soon. It's going to be -4 armor. Underlord is a pretty low armor hero.
Yeah, bring him down to 1 armor, and then all of a sudden you can be in a bit of trouble. Especially, we've seen X-Nova in the past on this Ogre, just a thorn in the side of anybody who's in the lane, right? Like, constantly the ignites, and let me just run at you. I'm Ogre. And that might happen here to the edge.
Yeah.
No reality
too much damage. But of course, Enchantress Heal is pretty OS frog, so nothing much will happen there. Mid lane, very even. It's a little bit Lina favored, not by much. Like, we have already seen these really good Puck players, they don't really care about the matchup. They get what they want, they start rotating, they start being a nuisance for everybody.
Something we used to see in China a lot was like the 4 and 5 come mid and have a party.
Yeah.
Around 4 minutes. Do you they have supports that can kind of get away with that. They have stuns that can bring, you know, that they can bring.
Yeah.
I wonder if they try to even just elevate Somnus in his game, because he has been, I think, probably the most important part to this lineup as they try to make the jump on Akaka. The rebound's not going to be enough there, or anything with it just yet, but they've got the dispose. The damage on Akaka goes to the Spike Carapace. Good body blocks, but still Kaka, a master at the craft of Nyx Assassin. And Nyx. And I'll translate that for you. He got his way out of there.
Pretty easy too. I mean, even if he was in trouble, he still had a Fairy Fire. Like, Kaka is not a guy that would just like die to something simple like that.
Ooh, good impale, static link, and
Misha,
this is a problem for Misha. They've got the plasma field, they'll get the kill, and Chalice, he will get first blood, and he has been the topic of conversation between us. We talked about it on the ride here, and we were talking about it before. Chalice, you know, when he was with LGD, when he had that time, he played a very sacrificial 3-lane.
Yeah.
Not so much. He has gained a lot of confidence with this RNG roster, and I feel that has put him into his element. And he plays really aggressive.
Yeah, but they also just give him like Razor every game.
Yeah,
so it's
or
like,
Mars.
It's like favorite here at this point. Oh yeah, I like the Lightning dude.
Reality Rift and the 2-second stun.
Lose that fight?
Mars gonna fight with Ghost, and Ghost, well, he'll die and turn into one.
You cannot underestimate the damage that Underlord has from all that creep with the aura as well, of course. And the Link on again. Misha might just be dead again.
He might just die here. Chalice on the chase. No dispose for a second, finally gets it. Misha goes in, tries to kill himself to Roche, but Chalice is there.
What's he saying? Close but no cigar or whatever?
Yeah. Close but no cigar. Or
where does that come from?
I don't know. I couldn't tell. That sounds like some 30s, 20s stuff.
Right.
Almost. It's like almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Yeah. I know that one. My crumpets have been buttered.
Well, Nomad crumble there. Shout out. So with Ghost now dying in that bottom lane, like, do you feel like he could play aggressive anymore? Have you lost that ability to be confident? Like, it shows right there.
Trying to answer you, but he's taking a lot of damage.
It's a problem. And he's on the run. He didn't do anything to him, and he's just dead again.
He died to the crit. The Wolf was just like, yeah, I'm just going to one-tap you there. That was a very ambitious attempt at aggression. Yeah, he definitely went in by himself, but he... Like, Underlord is not a hero we see a whole lot, right? So they probably are not super comfortable against it, but you cannot play against this hero like that. Like, he has like 100 bonus damage from that aura. You have to respect that. And if you disrespect Amar, you know what he's gonna do. He's gonna slap you.
He'll drop some mantles on you.
And Chalice is getting real low too.
Yeah, surprisingly, he's getting chased. No Kaka there to protect him for the moment, but they might even turn this on to Misha, but he turns back around, looks for the rebound. Doesn't quite land it, and oh man, they do get the kill on a Chalice. They end up trading. They've got Somnus in, and down goes Yuragi as it's Somnus making that rotation. Didn't have to use the Laguna Blade, and well, I mean, again, we've talked about it on RNG. Somnus is the guy to rely on.
Yeah, pretty easy rotation for him, even without boots, which is pretty uncommon from the mid lane.
He'll be grabbing those soon. He went into the early Falcon Blade. He'll be going boots travel. Nothing new for Somnus in terms of going for those bots. They've got 3 heroes mid.
Maybe drop the coil on him?
Make a move.
They might.
Kaka looking for that 6 so he can start to be that assassin.
It's a lot of tower damage in the mid. already at half HP, softening up for later, and you really never want to lose that tower that early.
Right.
Because then you lose your triangle access, and it's much easier to invade the enemy triangle, which of course Terrorblade will be very happy to retreat to at some point. Who's actually sitting very low to CS, because usually you pick Terrorblade to counter the Razor, but the lane didn't go well at all.
Yeah. And then especially with the Somnus rotation, making it that much harder. I'm a little interested, and I kind of want to talk to you about the Ogre pick. You know, in China, it's been very heal 5.
Yeah.
Like we talked about in the last series, your Warlocks, your Winter Wyverns, especially Xnova loves the Winter Wyvern. You know, you're trying to... Ench is definitely one of those that we've seen in the 5 as well. Are you surprised by an Ogre to be in the 5 position for this team?
Hold that thought.
Your Agi getting chased.
No.
Kaka, not in range.
Yeah, so, I mean, the only reason they picked Ogre this game is because they have like a very clear idea of buffing up 3 right-clickers, right?
Right.
The Razor, the Lina,
bottom lane,
as well as the CK.
Nothing doing just yet, and just a Firestorm. And just putting the pressure on the Ghost, and now they've actually got a lot of heroes here. Xnova, he'll fall. Amar, he'll get credit for the kill. They brought Yuragi down. They want to try and get Ghost again. He finally hits that level 6. So go for the TP, and I mean, it's free.
Yeah, that should be the tower gone, though.
Yeah.
That's the problem with offlane Razor we always get to, right? Why I don't like to hero in the offlane. You are not really an offlaner at all. You're more like a carry in the offlane.
Right.
So until you get your BKB, you can't really be too active. And who are you going to rely on? It's going to be Kaka probably trying to make the plays together with Somnus.
And he's trying to hit that 6. He's very close to it. He's soon to have that Vendetta to make the moves. And maybe roll around with Somnus, because they've got a lot of damage. Vendetta into an Impale, LSA, even if that's, you know, needed at that point. That feels like a lot of damage. And then you've got, of course, the Laguna Blade for the burst.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage they have is it should be a lot simpler for them to make plays because they have a lot of stuns, right? The only problem now is that CK is incredibly pressured, so he doesn't really want to fight a lot.
Yeah.
Which puts a lot of pressure on Somnus once more.
And we've seen him, you know, try to deal with this pressure at times, and we've seen it a lot throughout the year. And OG's doing a good job. Like, they have played this really well.
They have.
Despite the fact that they lost Yuragi top, I think things for OG have looked pretty good, and they might look even better. Well, Misha going in on a Chalice. They've got a +1 in the puck, making the rotation. BZM, Illusory Orb jaunting with the help of Taiga. Kaka's here. Can he save Chalice? He'll land the Vendetta. The Dream Coil is dropped. Now the silence is there with the Waning Rift, the Spike Carapace, and he'll break the coil with the Spike Carapace, and it allows him to get the kill to BZM. A wise move from Kaka, who, well, is known as the wise man of the Chinese region. But, I mean, that is a good trade that they end up getting on a smart move from Kaka. It looked really good for OG, the way they made that pinch move.
Yeah. I mean, that's why his Nyx is usually banned so much. Like,
first phase.
He uses his Carapace better than almost any other player does.
Right.
That coil break right there, it looks pretty simple, but like, you have to think like 10 seconds ahead already, right? I'm going to show myself here, I'm going to get coiled, then I'm going to break the coil, something's going to be there for all the damage, and just wait. Like, he doesn't break it right away. He's kind of just waiting, you know? He's waiting for someone to be in range. He gets in range, bam, instant burst.
And it's about the last second that coil was going to last, too. So drawing his team in, going further south towards his team. That was pretty perfect from him. But 5-5, that 1K net worth lead that OG once had is now kind of dwindling a little bit. Ghost is starting to find some open space, but you can see how just poor he is on the net worth, and, well, how poor news this is for Xnova that the Dire's in your jungle.
Yeah, but right now, RNG's lineup is very greedy. So they just want to get away with it until they have to raise a BKB. Once they raise a BKB, it's up, they can actually start taking fights quite comfortably. It will have to depend, though, on the TB also, how big he is, because TB is the Razor counter this game. It's going to be very difficult for him to fight. Oh, the heals are too much.
The heal, Plasma Field doesn't land.
Too tanky. The Fluffy Head made the difference.
Yeah.
Fluffy Head, raindrops.
And that's the Laguna Blade. You kind of wanted to bump up Chalice on the net worth or try to get Somnus a little bit more gold because he's also
Kaka again.
Spike Carapace and nothing doing just yet. He's still dusted.
Damage on the puck or not. What was once there is not there anymore, B-Cop.
It is gone.
The definition of magic.
He still has this vendetta. Didn't break it despite being dusted.
Trying to kill the Eng.
Yeah, he'll move over, get a Taiga.
Look at his hands. Oh, he doesn't even try. It's always so funny when Nyx tries to hit the Eng. He's like, ah, he got you.
It's like doing the wave.
Except way slower.
Depends where you are, what stadium you're at. But now it's time for
nice
OG
foil.
to make a move into the Radiant side. They'll get the kill on X Nova. Taiga gets credit for that one, and
the Fiends get it in the
Fiends gate.
And he's back out. Bye.
8 seconds left on that gate.
Fiends gate is such an underutilized ability. Like, that's also why the hero is so strong. Like, I'm completely on board with the cost. I do think Underlord is very, very underrated.
Well, I remember I was watching one game, Amar was just using it to, like, farm out bottom creep wave, throw it up towards top, farm out that creep wave, and he was top of the net worth, just, like, so far ahead of others, using it to farm so efficiently.
I mean, Amar is pretty much an offlane carry as well, right? Like, this is how OG plays. So
one of the best offlaners out there, if not, you know, considered one of the best, you know, the best by many.
Aka's looking.
And that gives away the fact that they do have the Sentry Ward down. The question is, at least for RNG, where? But they'll worry about that after, as they do take it out and get the kill on Misha too. So Sentry down, giving Nyx a little bit more of a free reign to move around. And let's see if RNG can finally secure a tower. Just
Razor hitting a tower seems so sad.
Yeah.
Hitting for like 20. And just
Easy
trying to
again.
defend, I think. Yeah. They need Lina for these tower pushes, otherwise it's never gonna work.
Somnus really wants that BKB. Chalice is close, but not on it just yet.
Yeah, the BKB timings are gonna be everything for RNG.
Dragonlance for Taiga after that fluffy
He's going
hat
into the right to Eng,
and
I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Eng can scale really well into the mid-late game if you get a good early game, which obviously he
Rebounds,
has.
and ooh, a stun immediately threw out onto the Marcy. Not gonna matter though. X Nova is dead again.
They got the coil on Ghost.
Was a coil down. Ghost though on the run. They've got the help from Kaka as well. Somnus, but the LSA misses. The Pit of Malice is there, and they will, well, be able to disengage if
Ghost
they
is falling
want.
low.
Oh, Misha, I don't know if he meant to do that on the rebound.
Gotta be careful when you run into the Underlord's domain.
Yes.
The Pit of Malice,
His
Firestorm
circle.
is never fun.
Especially if the fight just continues to take place there.
Yeah, Underlord loves long fights. Like, his damage stacks up with the trophy aura, starts right-clicking harder than anyone else.
Stun
Nice juke by the
avoided.
puck.
With Kaka right there, looking ready. But that was really well done by BZM.
Yeah, we spoke about it already in the past, right? Like, if you're a very confident puck player, you don't fear anything.
It's crazy. I don't know if you ever feel like this when you watch OG games. I'll actually hold that thought. Static Link, Taiga
Just
though.
walk away.
They just, yeah, enchant and walk away. Like, we know how good OG is, right?
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I feel like even the small movements, they still impress me so much. Like the little things, it shows off how good they are.
I mean,
right?
for me, OG individually, they're some of the best in the world, obviously. But like, very few people can match them. The only problem they have oftentimes, in my opinion, is when it comes together like all as a team. Like, they get out-team play quite a bit. Which we'll see, you know, how much better they've gotten. Obviously, they won a major, so it's hard to say that. But yeah, the individual talent on this team is it's kind of unbelievable, honestly.
Top tier.
Yeah. Like, all of their players.
They have a 2K lead right now. And still Ghost is falling very far behind. And on top of that, you know, Chalice, he's trying to get that gold. He does have that BKB now. He's going into the Shivas, but is that enough?
Might just be a casual plate mail too and then into the refresher. So the problem is, as Razor, you can't really run into a Terrorblade because it's going to meta and kill you with the illusions. So you definitely need a casual plate mail. I like it a lot. However, committing for a full Shivas, I think, is a little bit too much.
Right.
Because it doesn't offer enough for the price at that point. Oh, they're looking for a fight top.
They have a BKB on Somnus now, so can they get away with fighting? Not while Somnus is back at the base, that's for sure, and X Nova is there too. Oh, they find Taiga again.
He is.
This time, he will die. He doesn't just get to enchant and walk away. That's for sure. Somnus top of the net worth, but we'll see if RNG can do anything with it. You can see the other two cores aren't exactly as wealthy.
They're smoking up straight away, the Ogre, Nyx, and Talina. They're looking for more fights. But OG, very wise. They just dodge it completely. They might be even looking for a smoke themselves.
Yeah, they're grouped really well. While that's going on, RNG, they back up into the Roche pit, but they've got the stun out through on Amisha. On the Quiff, though, is BZM. They don't get this kill onto the Marcy just yet, who pops that ult. So into the Unleash. Let's see what they do unleash. They get the kill on X Nova. They'll take out one. The Ogre's gone. They've used the meta. They've committed. They look for the dust onto Kaka, but he is well out of the fight. And with that, they're going to start to maybe think about Roche. The Metamorphosis duration is about half. They're postured up, maybe thinking RNG's going to come back again.
Yeah, but RNG is just going to wait out the Metamorphosis. And of course, Terrorblade not scary at all.
Kaka still in the Vendetta, but there's the Pit of Malice. Misha jumping in. BKB is popped by Chalice, and Misha will fall. Kaka still searching. He wants the proper target with this Vendetta, but it ends up running out without them using it. Now they'll find themselves BZM. Illusory Orb and jaunting away, but is he far enough from this team? Not looking likely. LSA into the Impale. They get the kill on a BZM. They'll take him out. Double kill for Chalice, now dominating, and we're even at 9.
Yeah, well played, tracking down his movements nicely, and that's also what Ogre is really good at, right? He gives it a Bloodlust, all the heroes are super fast, so even a hero like Puck can't always get away. Now into the Impale stun duration talent, and it's always my stat. Nyx is the only hero that has 2 stun duration talents.
Sheesh.
Now you know.
Taking a look.
And as a Wildkin in the... Man, killing an Ench Enchanted Creep is so difficult. Like, they smoked up, but the Wildkin obviously saw that. So that smoke should really amount to much.
TB no meta.
TB no meta, yeah, for 50.
But they'll run into Misha first.
They're looking for TB, but yeah, Misha.
And then, look at that. Immediately, Yuragi goes the other way. Kaka even jolts over to Misha. They do get the kill onto the Marcy, making it 10-9. But that death is fine.
Yeah.
Keeps the TB alive.
They're getting very close to the BKB on Underlord. And you know, the Goldie was 3k before, now it's just 1k. So RNG is making up ground slowly but steadily.
Yeah. They've done a good job. I think always the question right now with the team is whether or not Ghost is going to make his way back in, and they're going to go to the Fiend's Gate, or, well, maybe just open one up for him to leave.
Go in, Chalice.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, what's the problem? It would have been such a power move, such a Shad move.
Just to go.
Yeah, and then you kill the engine and go back. Like, oh, thanks.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the move.
You know what they should do? Like, when an enemy goes through the portal, they should also receive the bonuses.
That's what I was wondering. You know,
like, why don't they?
It just says heroes can channel, and then allies that pass through the portal temporarily gain the damage reduction. But I think there should be some risk.
I've never tried it. Like, do enemies get the buff too? I don't think so, right?
No, it says allies, so I assume not.
Chalice. He will have to BKB him, maybe.
Maybe he'll turn, but not looking like he really wants to. It's actually X Nova who will tank this gank. As Chalice is still on the run, Plasma Field, Kaka here, Impale lands onto Misha, who unleashes. Rod.
Ooh, from downtown, the Atos, but okay, it's a Nyx Assassin. Meta used again for Roshan this time once more. They don't have a BKB on TB though. They're still fighting onto the BKB timings.
Yeah, but Somnus isn't there.
Somnus isn't there, and Chalice is sitting real low. So
they're not even...
It looks kind of free, yeah. Nice decision making.
It's not that fast. They still have an opportunity. They are right there.
Misha
stops the TP, gets the kill to Misha. Maybe they go into the pit. They're getting the plasma field as well as the BKB, but there's the kill for RNG.
Chalice very low, Chalice.
Technically a snatch for BZM. They get the kill to Chalice, who ran in with the BKB. They look over at Yuragi, who uses the Sunder, but then they get hit with the Laguna Blade. They get the kill to the Terrorblade. Now they'll find their eyes set on Taiga.
And Ghost will get himself another. It's a double kill for this CK. And all in all, I mean, the Aegis goes into the hands of BZM, but RNG, they get the Roche kill and they get 3 on top of that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit dumbfounded by this move, to be honest. Like, you killed an Ogre and just commit to a Roche without like an Ursa or something that kills Roche super fast, right? Ultimately, they still get the Roche kill, as I said, and the Aegis, but you gave a lot of gold over to RNG. Like,
yeah.
You were fighting into their timings, basically.
They have a 2K lead now.
Very confidently so. And probably backfired just a little bit.
Getting that Roche kill was definitely important for RNG, but they would have loved to, of course, have that Aegis too.
Yeah.
But it's consolation prizes that I don't think you're too upset with if you're RNG, and now OG...
Nah, your CK is rich, your Lina is rich.
And now Ghost is finally at the top. Like, RNG have done their job. They've gotten Ghost back into the game. They've given him the time to fuel himself. Radavetos through on a Kaka, but let's see. Fake grenade and...
It's a speedy bug.
Yeah, very simple for Kaka to just walk out. These fights haven't exactly been long and drawn out.
No.
We've talked about that's kind of what OG might like.
Yeah, but there's so much burst damage coming out from RNG, right? From the Lina, from the Underlord.
They've got the smoke, the look for Amar, they've got the blink as well as the impale. LSA with the Laguna Blade. The rebound's not going to matter, as they'll put that right back into the basket. They'll get the kill there on Amar. They'll look over at Yuragi to try and get themselves a 2-pointer, and they will find themselves 2 with Taiga going down. Chalice with a double kill. LSA, the right clicks are in. Down goes Misha, and RNG are starting to feel themselves. Somnus now dominating.
And I mean, we spoke about the winning condition of OG, right? Like, they had to go get out of the lanes really well and transition to a strong mid game, but RNG has really taken it away from them. Now, the problem is that they don't have great damage through BKB. They don't have survivability anymore because they have so much farm on RNG, and the game is going to get very, very, very difficult from this point onwards.
Right.
Shiva's got completed. The power of Razor offlane is that you basically have a tri-core, right? Like, he becomes like an actual carry hero. So your damage in team fights, and as the game drags out, is always going to be superior. And look at the top 3 net worth.
Yeah. RNG have kind of got themselves a good foothold on this one. It's a 4-man smoke from OG to try and make something happen. Who can they find? That is the ultimate question for OG at the moment. Amar on the edge, but there's the Vendetta and the walk back. Radavetos thrown over on X-Nova, but is that really who you want? They'll go, they'll get the kill on the Ogre, but there's the Laguna Blade. They find themselves at least to trade the Reality Rift onto Amar, as well as a 3-second Chaos Bolt. Amar not as tanky as he'd like to be, and the rest of the team kind of bailing on him, as they do lose 2. The only one gone is the Ogre. The chase is on for Taiga. And there's the Reality Rift, right clicks in, and a double for Ghost.
Yeah, making it look easy at this point. Amar, second fight in a row, couldn't get his BKB off. There's just so much damage. If you're stunned just once, you just die instantly. And it's only gonna get worse. Like, we spoke about the tri-core, right? Like, they're getting stronger and stronger and stronger, and the timer is really on OG to do something with the Terrorblade. He has his BKB now, so they're probably gonna try to look for a fight. But CK at this timing is a hard counter to Terrorblade. He cannot fight CK at this point.
Taking a look back at that last skirmish.
Yeah.
Radavetos, waning rift, the silence, the jump in with the rebound, and then Laguna Blade to kill off Misha as a trade. And then Kaka's ready with the impale, and they parlay that into a 3-second Chaos Bolt. Like, the damage is there. The lockdown is always abundant for RNG.
Yeah, and that's their draft, right? They have so many stuns, so much lockdown.
5-man smoke this time from OG. It feels like they're throwing themselves at fights and trying to come out ahead.
Yeah. Hopefully not at the meat grinder, because that's how it looks like right now.
Feels like that silence through on Akaka. They look for the Chaos Bolt. They go to the Unleash. They're trying to get the damage out onto the Nyx Assassin. Taiga gets credit for it. It's only 1 for this 5-man smoke. Is that really everything you wanted?
You might catch the Ogre. Even then, it wouldn't really amount to a whole lot. Meta was committed for this as well, so they need to at least get the mid tower.
There's the glyph. Now Somnus is in. Kaka's got buyback if necessary. They've kept BZM over on the cliff to try and maybe find an illusory orb in, as well as the Dream Coil. They're going to jump in with the BKBB Popeye Ghost, getting the kill on Amisha very quickly with the BKBB Popeye Chalice, as well as Yuragi. They're going to fight and try to man up on each other with the TP out for the Terrorblade. Now their eyes are focused on Taiga again. The Enchantress on the run, the damage is out. Ghost with another, he's unstoppable. And everything OG's thrown at RNG has just been deflecting, palmed away, and they just can't break through to the other side.
That is kind of starting to look like the beginning of the end. Like, the damage output is just not there, and Terrorblade needs like at least 2 more items to have the damage. I love that itemization decision also from Yuragi. He had the Skadi queued up, saw the last team fight, he's like, no way we can win any team fight like that. Queues up the Daedalus.
A lot of damage being dealt by Chalice this game, and he's going into the Refresher. He did come into the Shivas and didn't just go to the plate mail.
Yeah.
Somnus also looking for the MKB. He's in that Silver Edge. The items are coming out still for RNG, and their timings are extending.
Yeah. Razor is a very dirty hero in a sense, where you just walk into a fight, you deal so much damage passively. And I think RNG is one of the only teams that actually favors it to this degree. Like, they first phase it whenever they can.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward, honestly. Like, as this tournament goes longer, like, what kind of meta is going to evolve? Like, who's going to take what from who, you know?
Well, China's finally in the mix, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They're bringing something a little bit different. When we interviewed these guys in the China DPC, they have constantly talked about how they try to replicate LGD's play. But that's because they've been regional this entire time, and now you're getting more influence, as well as the fact that every other team here that didn't play China is getting influence from them.
Yeah.
Like, this could evolve not only this meta, but what's coming to follow. And what's following in the moment is another Misha death and a wicked 6 streak for Somnus.
Yeah, the space is running very thin. The map is getting taken over rapidly. I mean, just look at Ghost. Like, he's so strong now as well. Yeah, 18k net worth on the lead. 19k. The damage output of the Radiant team is actually just ridiculous. Like, all 3 of their cores can easily kill any of the cores of OG.
Right. Enchanted Quiver for the side of RNG. I would assume Lina wants that, maybe?
Potentially, yeah. But right now he's sticking to the Paladin Sword.
He's near the tier 2. I don't know if that is the safest spot, but now the tower doesn't exist and RNG will fall on back. They're waiting for Roche, but it is a long one. 2 minutes, 45 seconds.
Yeah. Here's the problem for OG, right? They can never burst the hero 100 to 0. The only stun they have is Dispose, which you can easily react with BKB to, or a mini stun of the coil. So no matter how out of position you are, you cannot get bursted. The BKB will come, you'll turn around, and then you can still take the fight on your terms. Are they trying to itemize in a way to sort of alleviate that problem? How do you even itemize? Like, you need like a basher or something. Like, not like any of the heroes can get a basher.
I mean, Marcy technically could, but Misha's not surviving in these fights.
Yeah, he has his Ether Lens at least, so the range is going to be a little bit better. But still, it's like so telegraphed, right? It's not a Nyx stun out of Invis. It's not a Lina stun out of Invis or an Ogre instant stun. You're looking at like maybe half a second travel time.
Huh. They'll go for Ghost. Trying to find out his big secret, and well, he's very survivable. Goes to the Phantasm, turns it around on Amisha, and here comes Kaka. He's got the blink, but the impel off the mark. Taiga thinks about turning around for a second, but the rest of the side of OG will leave. And RNG are going to smoke up and go.
Yeah, yeah. They don't have to be scared at all. Taiga is going to be in the meat grinder.
Blinks forward and trying to look. They've got the silence out of BZM. He's on the cliff. Hit him Alice out on Kaka. They go to the Metamorphosis. BZM with the damage coming through. They get the Kona Kaka, but the Static Quake is there with Chalice popping the Refresher. The freshly built Refresher, the TP out from Yuragi. They're going to leave the fight, but there's the Fiend's Gate. Amar, you left him a gate to go right outside your fountain. I want to see them go for it. But again, they probably won't. Taiga on the run, the Plasma Field hits him, but now they're going to try and turn. Yuragi still has a little bit of the duration left on the Metamorphosis, as well as BZM behind him. The silence is there from the Waning Rift, but he's got the help of the Bloodlust coming in from X-Nova. They still look to chase a little bit. They don't have the Rod of Atos. They don't exactly have the Rebound and Dispose to make up the gap between them and these heroes. So OG don't find anything when they chase RNG away.
Yeah. The good news is that they won't have the refresher, and Roshan is about to respawn. Bad news is you also don't have Metamorphosis.
Yeah.
So you actually can't go for that Roshan even if you wanted to. And Lina is still... He has a double damage bottled on Lina. So that next team fight, he is going to destroy.
And he's level 25.
Oh yeah,
he's
has
got
the attack range
extra
down.
attack range.
Yeah. 125 attack range for a hero like Lina is kind of absurd. He also went back into the Dragonlance as like 5th item. Because he knows, he just needs to stand behind his Razor, stand behind your CK. That's all you gotta do. Right click the Terrorblade.
RNG up 11,000, but OG, you never count them out. Ever. This is a team that is quite resilient.
Yeah. And this is the power of Ogre now, right? You have 3 cores that absolutely thrive with Bloodlust. They love this spell. And it's all coming together very, very nicely for them.
Roche is just so quick. They're going in with a dispose, but look at that. Misha just burst it down again. They get the kill next over, but it's only the Ogre. The right clicks are through on the Lamar, and he's gone. Way squishy, and they want more. Yuragi's invis thanks to the Silver Edge, but Taiga doesn't have that benefit, so now he's invis because he's been buried. Dead again.
I'm just looking for timings. I'm looking for like openings for OG, but RNG is not giving them any. Like every time they get a kill, it's either on the Nyx or the Ogre. I don't know when the last time a core has died on the RNG side. It must have been like good like 15 minutes ago.
Somnus hasn't died all game. You've got 8, 2, and 7 for Ghost. He had those 2 deaths bottom. And then Chalice, he's 10, 3, and 8. Like these cores are showing off.
Yeah, it's somewhat ridiculous. That's what we expect from Somnus though, right? Like masterclass performance after masterclass performance.
Look at where he's hitting these racks from. It's just like...
Yeah, Dragonlance plus attack range challenge will do that for you. You're basically a sniper. We got quite a lot of snipers in Dota nowadays. He's going into the Satanic. Razor finished his Blink Dagger. It's just items over items over items. On OG, you're not really getting any more items on the Underlord. He kind of stagnated. Puck went into the E-Blade, so there's some damage potential there. But it's more to save rather than to kill, really. And I'm still just questioning the damage output.
Look at where Kaka is stationed at the moment. He might just try to go Blink Impale. Yeah, that's exactly what he wants. And he's gone. Wow. Yuragi is dead so fast. They will get the kill on Amisha. They'll look over at Amar. They're going to blink right on top of him. They don't even want to let him leave. Amar on the run. He'll get taken out by Chalice. Chalice with a double kill. I mean, it has been a show-off for him. This team is really working well and meshing as a unit. And they are in the OG base. They don't have buyback on Amar or Yuragi, and they're in trouble. They call GG. That is it. They'll tap out. RNG will take game number 1 over OG. That was... I mean, some of the best we've seen RNG play.
Yeah.
You know, they had that series against OGD in the DPC. They got 2-0'd by LGD. I started to worry about RNG again, especially coming into an event like this, international LAN. And I mean, that is a jumping off point to really look forward to.
Yeah, definitely well played, but even more so, I would say well drafted. Like this draft, OG, I'm not saying they had no chance to win, but it's so much more difficult for them, right? They don't have any stuns. Even though they won their lanes quite convincingly, they just couldn't really get anything done. The only thing they had was Coil, but then Kaka outplayed him like twice, then Puck died twice, suddenly his momentum is gone, and then the game becomes really easy, right? You have Blink Daggers to initiate, you have Razor to frontline for you, you have CK to frontline for you.
Yeah. It was really pretty perfect from RNG, and we're going to take a look at the highlights, but not with us, but with your analysts. We'll send it over to KP and the 2 analysts that look great. Guys, take it away.
Yo.
Okay, well, what a way to start for RNG. OG not quite able to fully turn up or turn on. I am back on the desk, joined by both Lacoste and Seb. Lacoste, you know, I'm going to start with you before we get to the crybabying from the OG fanboy. Talk to me about RNG. Why did this look so good?
I feel like they took one from OG's book and taking the Razor, having 3 cores, and they synced up the timings real nice with like 2 BKBs. CK's was a bit later, but it feels like they had their number. Like it looked pretty even game until that one point where RNG just went in, and like a lot of these stats did add up. I feel like. Amar didn't get to shine in this game. Like he was playing Underlord, one of his better heroes, but kind of became difficult in the mid game because the overwhelming damage. It was also like who's getting the jump if they're getting the static link and Somnus. I was a bit skeptical looking at the item build that he was going for. Like you need some mana regen item, Falcon Blade, Boots of Travel. I'd say that's super greedy, but seems like they wanted to play for a little later timing, and it worked out for them. Like Somnus had an extreme, like he didn't die that game.
Yeah, he had a great game, honestly, and it felt like we really, like OG side, like they never really like hit a timing that they could really use. Obviously, Marcy and Ench are probably not the best heroes at, you know, finding fights. Nyx probably much better at, you know, finding openings, you know, or like AoE controlling people. So you have supports that don't really kind of come into play in the mid game. So you kind of need your TB to bring that at some point, or the Puck, but the Puck was kind of a bit scared to open fights against the Nyx, against the Ogre, and all this stuns as we mentioned before the game. To me, the biggest problem was that the Razor's game versus the TB's game, right? Like it's like you see this Razor as a first pick, you have all the space to counter him. He has a really good lane, and then he just matches TB's timings and kind of prevents TB from really entering the game. It felt like TB really never entered the game.
I mean, we can kind of see that impact, right? You're talking about the fact that Puck was a little bit hesitant, maybe not that much participation there. Nyx, on the other hand, like, early on, Kaka wasn't really...
Like, I mean, Kaka has been known for a couple of his heroes. Anything with the Hex, anything that can build into Hex. We're talking about Shaman, Lion, and Nyx Assassin has been on the rise for him. Like, not many players play this hero, but he was very annoying for Puck. Like, BZM, you can see so many times that he's like, he does not want to show in fight when he doesn't see Nyx.
And I love the fact that like it didn't look like, if you're a casual viewer and you're just sitting there, it didn't necessarily look like Kaka was doing much, but it's the deceptive element of it, right? Like as you're mentioning, Puck just couldn't really play the game and was too hesitant about doing anything.
Yeah, and he never, like he always went for like conservative plays, right? He never went for these plays that you usually see on Puck, you know, crossing the river, getting info, starting with a coil, forcing enemies to throw spells and miss them. It really felt like this Puck was like kind of scared, and you know, he had good reasons to be. Yeah, and then you had this Underlord that at some point was ready to fight when he had Atos and BKB, but then, you know, the TV was too far behind, the Puck was like too shot down too. Yeah, and RNG, they played a very, very clean game, you know, they had like solid lanes, solid timings, they used their timings, they went really aggressive when they could. The Nyx was, you know, playing the silence pretty well, setting up some kills, slowing down the farm on OG, and yeah, then they just were able to close it pretty cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, we can go back to 2 supports. On side of OG, having Enchantress and Marcy. If these 2 heroes are not like... Because they were supposed to do well in the lanes, like Enchantress dominant the lane. She did secure the lane for Underlord, but you have Terrorblade. Like, you know that he's not going to be joining early on. Underlord also a little bit sluggish. He wants to go for that timing that you mentioned, BKB Atos. Other than that, he's going to be using, you know, it's also a Mars, so he wants to get some extra farm. And yeah, Puck was having a different time, a bit more difficult time, and all these things together kind of in the end ended up with RNG getting the W. With as I mean, we talked about, I'm also a believer in this Nyx, and you know, we might see more of Ogre as well.
It looked good. It looked really good that game, and I mean, props to Somnus also for being, you know, such a dominant player. He was top 1 net worth, obviously, so, you know, he maximized his game, but he had some also key rotations. He enabled his Razor very much, you know, that I'm thinking about the rotation top where he rotates with Lina. You don't really see Lina as often without runes, rotating like that casually, just running to the lane, being there at the right time, right moment, getting a double kill, or, you know, killing 2 heroes there. So yeah, I think he had a really good game, honestly, like pretty much flawless.
That does feel like the kind of different dynamics, right? Like the ability to move out around the map, do things. Puck, you already highlighted, wasn't able to. I love the fact you were talking a little bit about OG's limitations and what their supports could do. The beautiful thing about RNGs is that they didn't really need farm or XP to do their function, right? You buff and you walk into an area as an ogre, or as the Nyx, you just prowl around threatening.
These are different type of heroes. Like you have Ogre, who can amplify the damage of both of your cores with the Bloodlust, and then you have Nyx Assassin being very annoying, buying time until you want to fight. Like you might just go in, potentially get a trade kill. If you get a kill on core, that's pretty big, and the timing that they were looking for is like those 2/3 BKBs on their side, and when they got it, they were fight ready.
And it happened many times where, like, you know, the Underlord was trying to hold the BKB, and then suddenly some random carapace, you know, on the Firestorm, and all of a sudden you're getting chain stunned by Lilina and the Chaos Bolt from the CK, and now you just die without being able. And it just feels bad that you have to just randomly press BKB, you know, because then they're just gonna disengage. So a lot of impact from the Nyx, you know, from the early game, from securing the lane to the mid game, and yeah, very you know, convincing.
You think this hero might have to go?
Yeah, I don't know that it has to go.
Would you be that afraid?
I mean, if you want to start thinking about the next draft, now it's been many games in a row where, you know, the Timbers denied, the Vipers denied, Razor first pick, and it works. Because to me, the biggest theme of last game's draft is like, first pick Razor, we talked about how we knew that both teams, you know, got exactly what they wanted, so they had like time to prepare for that opener. And yet again, I saw a dominant Razor. I see this Razor kind of running in, linking the TB, nullifying his teamfight impact completely. And it is a problem. This Razor should be, you know, the weakest hero in the game theoretically from a draft perspective, and it definitely did not happen. Quite the opposite actually. So, do you come up with a better plan? Do you ban the Razor yourself and you admit you admit defeat?
Yeah.
You know, it feels bad. You know, having to ban the Razor when you're the Razor team. But at the end of the day, you got to do what you got to do. So I do not know how they're gonna adapt, but they definitely need to come up with something better.
Yeah, I think it's a case of like the Nyx, as you were saying before, felt enabled by that Razor. Maybe if you just remove that Razor, you open up a lot more possibilities. Is there any other kind of details, like maybe Amar, did we feel like, you know, he got really good farm, but never really translated anything? Was that maybe something he could switch up, or was it simply that Lina and other elements of RNG were propelling too far forward of the OG lineup?
It was kind of difficult because he didn't have like a real setup as well. He was the setup for himself. He needs to be close to use Pit of Malice or Rod of Atos, and doesn't have a real backup. Like the only save that they have is like Marcy Dispose, which is kind of meh. And we already talked about Puck not having that great of a time, so that means, you know, either someone needs to be in the front line. It had to be him, but as Seb said, like if they get one stun, they're gonna get the chain stun, or you're gonna end up with using a BKB at half HP and running away, which is not what you want to do with the Underlord.
Oh, speaking of stuns, if you want to see them in high definition, make sure you check out our sponsor LG and get some products from them. But you know what? You'll have time to go look at those products because we're here a short break, and when we return, we should be ready to get into the draft for game number 2. So stay tuned. You don't want to miss it. A point on the board for RNG, but the series isn't over yet. Oh no, it's almost time to have our final game of the evening. Game number 2 of this best of 2. We'll have to see if OG can turn it around. And Coach Seb, run me through it. Pep talk me up. Right now, I'm on your players. Tell me how I'm going to do this. That's not a good start.
He has to think, you know, it's not
Wait,
that
what was
easy.
It? There was like a true side where I think it was, oh, I don't want to put him on the spot, but I think it was Mushi and he said something like, I have a million things to say about this game, and it sounded so bad that like a million ways to flame you, you know, about what just happened. So that's what I would probably not say. No, but like on a serious note, I think you gotta not be too stubborn, right? Like you gotta look at the draft and you gotta tell yourself, well, it's been, you know, we've looked at it, like it's been what, 4 or 5 games now in a row,
exactly.
where like it's literally the same pattern. Like Viper, Timbersaw getting banned, you get first pick, like I mean they first pick Razor against you, and you come up with a plan that doesn't seem to be solid enough. You know, is it the plan? Is it execution? It doesn't matter. So I don't mind them going for it again if they really have like the confidence to do so, sure. But also just make sure that the door of, you know, not being stubborn and switching gears is also open, and then make your choice, right? But just don't
would it matter more if this was like best of 3? Would you have a different approach?
Probably, then you could, right? But I think now it's a best of 2, and it actually, every map matters so much, really so much in this group stage. So you really have to come up with something better. It feels bad having to ban Razor when you are the team that really introduced it in the meta and made everybody kind of have to look at it. But at the end of the day,
it took teams a lot of time to figure it out, because this seems to be like the working formula against OG. It feels like this is why Dota is such a beautiful game, because you can play it for so long and think like, oh, we have all these things figured out, like we know what the teams are gonna do, and sometimes like simple things like these can like turn this into big W for your own team.
Yeah, and it did right now, and I'd like to see, I think I'd like to see a change for game 2. But I mean, we talked about it, it's a first pick thing, right? Like this only works because RNG is first pick, and they're allowed to kind of deny these 3 heroes by banning 2 and picking 1. If OG is first pick next game, which probably will happen, I assume it's just gonna, you know, switch. Now it's different, because now RNG is gonna be put in the position that OG were in the last game. So the pick order is gonna have a big impact on what may happen.
You expecting a few more twists out of RNG that maybe will catch OG off guard, like we saw with the Knicks in the first game?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they have like many cards up their sleeves, and they haven't shown anything special really, besides the fact that they're, you know, like they can take the Razor for themselves and execute it really well, and you know, have the Knicks too introduce new heroes. But I feel like the Lina and the CK is not really a strategy, so I'm sure that they have like a lot that they can show. They literally haven't shown anything, which is scary to think about. They just picked, you know, solid heroes and executed really cleanly and stomped their way through the first game.
Absolutely, I'd say every single player on their team does have a wide hero pool. Maybe Kaka does have more repetitive heroes, because like, if you're not banning it out, we're gonna pick it, so there's nothing wrong with that. And if they keep winning, which they did in the DPC tour, you don't have to change it, but pretty sure they have like other stuff prepared for this.
I mean, Kaka, you know, he was really known for his Shadow Shaman. I think he was one of the players that really introduced this hero, and he's really good at it, really good, like, you know, at understanding the limits of the hero, you know, the Lions, the Shadow Shaman, but Rasta in particular, right? Like, it was a first pick in China for so long. You know, Rasta Centaur's opening, Rasta Dawnbreaker, now they're doing too, and I'm sure that he's seen Zayak and he was like, dude, like, if he gets the treat of doing that, like, my turn is coming. So I'm sure there's other heroes with which he's going to be as impactful, if not even more, that he's looking at. So
because when they play the qualifiers for this tournament, and I was casting it, like, it was Lion, Shaman.
Yes.
Most of the time it was Shaman.
It sounds
and
like Kaka.
one thing I liked about him, like his item build, is he's not gonna get like shard ether lens. Like, he knows that if he gets a blink dagger, that key blink initiation is gonna be the main reason why they're gonna be like having a good fights, and also getting a BKB. So he, like, I love these players that like don't follow any trends. They just do what like is the best for this particular game. Like, he has such a great understanding of like what needs to be done in a certain situation.
It's that element of confidence we talked about, right? Someone we want to see out of OG, and maybe you'll be confident to see that Marcy did get banned in the opening phase. You were a little bit worried about this being maybe somewhat overrated.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes this hero is a bit overrated. Like, teams don't really, like, I mean, what I'm gonna say might sound very stupid, but truly it isn't, in the sense that
usually I'm that guy.
well, I'll join you then. And it's like when you pick a Marcy, you're not picking another hero. And I know that sentence sounds pretty stupid, but you got to take that into account into what you're going to follow up with, right?
Yeah.
Marcy is not an Nyx. Like, of course, they do the same things. Like, Marcy has a stun, it's a melee hero, but you know, Nyx has AoE control, it has teamfight presence, it can frontline. Marcy support, it only does very limited
it does
things, right?
two things, pretty much. This is why I'm not a big fan of Marcy support. I do lean towards your way. I think I said this multiple times during the DPC, where you have two abilities. Like you're not using attack, you're not using that sidekick for yourself, so another 50% taken out, and then your ulti, it's like a dispel mechanic. Like you're not the one dealing the damage, you're not getting the full usage of something that can be big. For example, let's compare that, I mean, it's pretty stupid, but let's compare that to Wyvern. Like ulti that Wyvern brings to as5 and the Marcy that brings as5. Like, you know, it's a different concept. Like you can't rotate easily as Wyvern, but when you think about it, like it is different.
Speaking of fives, I have seen RNG do this more recently. I don't know if they are still doing it. Xnova playing DP. Is that still a feasible thing here?
I mean, it is possible. It's a fine 5 against Timber in the sense that I think you're maybe allowed to stay a little bit in the lane after, but I don't think it's a... I would like for them to look at it as a core hero rather than a 5 against Timbersaw, for the reason that I don't see DP shutting down Timber or like, you know, kicking him away from the lane, so that's not going to happen. And then DP core though can threaten Timber. You can man up to him, you know, the silence, you know, the ulti, it's overwhelming amount of damage. The Siphon obviously is really good too. So I can see how DP core with a good game, you know, matches well against Timber. DP support is a little bit more, you know, it's a little bit more meh. And also, if you look at it, you pick Tiny, most of the time you're looking at Tiny support against Timber rather than Tiny Core. Obviously, it's more the other way around. Tiny Core is really, you know, Timber is really good into Tiny Core. And it's usually not what teams like to do to kind of show two supports right away. So,
and most likely going to be their like off lane, but also Somnus has been, you know, always known for playing the Death Prophet, so it might just be it, like percentage-based damage, always going to be good, like that extra layer of control with the silence from the Death Prophet. This is one of the abilities that I always tend to like overlook. It's like, oh, she has another silence, like you don't, I don't know why, it's just like I don't expect that Prophet. When we talk about the hero, it's like, oh, Exorcism, you know, you have Wave Clear and also Spirit Siphon. People don't mention the silence
and
enough,
it's such a big spell, right?
Yeah,
like there's so few heroes in the game. It's like a disruptor ulti, like in terms of like what it does.
It's better than global silence.
Yes, almost. I mean, it does so much.
Is not a hero.
Wow. Okay, Invoker right away. That now that is really like yeah, that is a bold pick. I feel like a lot of players consider Invoker being a little bit out of the meta right now, at least for the Quaswex Invoker. I mean, I've seen a clip of also Thompson, you know, which is probably considered like the best Quaswex Invoker out there. Himself calling it like a
no bias,
like a S tier, you know, hero. So if he calls that out, but I mean, BZM is probably more known for the Exort kind of Invoker, which maybe is something he looks at. I know mid players kind of like the Invoker into DP matchup, the Exort Invoker, in case it's a DP mid. It's one of the few heroes that can man up to the DP and actually threaten the kill on the TP early on, because it's so much physical damage from the Force Spirit right clicks and the Sunstrike, of course, the pure damage. You can actually kill a DP.
So they have like things covered. If this is a DP on a mid lane, on the off lane, they still need to pick things. But yeah, I want to see how RNG is going to address this Timbersaw pick. Because when you think about it, it's like, oh, do we need to ban out? They banned out Bloodseeker, so that's pretty good. And the respect ban for Nyx Assassin, because he does also very good against the Timbersaw. So there's going to be a couple of heroes left in the pool. I know that RNG is big on Ursa. I like that quite a lot. Or they can go for the Monkey King route. Like, you can still play the lane as Timber, right? But you in the mid game, late game, you're going to have a counter to Timber.
Actually, that's quite interesting that they did not Nyx, now that I think about it, second, right? Because when you see Timber first pick and you're such a big Nyx fan, you think right away of like picking the Nyx with alongside the DP. So this could make a case for the DP being open for the mid, and that they're looking more at DP mid or support than they're looking at DP3. Because then, you know, then they probably would have wanted the Nyx going with the DP3. But now the Invoker kind of changes that. Because I think when you see this Invoker and you know that most likely if they've done the research, it's most likely going to be Exort, or even if it's Quaswex, it's a hero that can get countered on the lane, you know, can get punished. You know, compared to other heroes. Why? Because he doesn't have the rune mechanism, just like a Puck or a Leshrac that can just throw their spells at every wave and get some runes anyway and kind of damage control the wave. Invoker, if he's really countered in the matchup, he doesn't really have a way to kind of get out of the lane. He will just suffer. And if DP is not the hero, then you could look at RNG trying to find that hero in the second phase and shoving the DP on the side lane, whether it is support or core.
Would you want to have something like a strong position forward that can potentially save Invoker in, in a bad situation, and something that can punish DP?
Especially if this is a tiny 4 with a counter pick, Invoker is going to be really threatened. It's going to be like a tiny playing behind him with, you know, like some mid hero that's already strong against Invoker. It's very scary. So you need to pick you can't pick an Enigma 4, for instance, or like, I mean, I say that, and if it comes, you know, I think
it got banned.
It got banned,
okay.
luckily.
I think it's dangerous.
That kind of theme you were saying, the SD also got banned out, so they were worried about that save coming out.
You need to respect the vulnerability of your Invoker right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Grimstroke has not been popular. I mean, his nerfs, the Inkswell has been pretty substantial, I would say, but still against the Timbersaw, one of the better heroes. You have a leash mechanic, and also if he gets the Chakram out, you get the silence, like you're not going to be able to kill it. I want to see what the combo is going to be with the Grimstroke. I feel like if you don't get something like anything, because I've seen it happen so many times before, it feels like you're not getting the most out of the hero.
And that's a one bird, two stone pick, the Grimstroke. First of all, it's really good with Tiny, really good against Timber. And Omar buys Manta when he plays against Grimstroke, so that's like a second problem that we have to deal with now at OG. So it's a really good pick. You know, I can tell you from experience that this Grimstroke is a good pick. I mean, seriously though, it combos really well. You know, Grim Tiny is like one of the best combos. Obviously, sometimes Tiny, he needs a little bit more damage, you know, to kind of pop off a hero. And now, you know, when he gets the Inkswell on him, and of course the follow-up damage from Grimstroke, it's really nice. Very low cooldown spells also, so they can keep running around and killing everybody around the map. So
you taught the boys really well. I see Wind Ranger. They were not a Wind Ranger team until you played with them. Talk to me about the Wind Ranger. Is it always a good Wind Ranger game?
What can I say? Love of my life, man. I mean, it's a really good hero. No, I mean seriously though, I think the shard is busted. I was looking at the nerf, and when I saw the nerf, I'm like, all right, we're fine. You know, another round of Gale Force. It's a really high impact item. You know, for the gold that it costs, having this kind of AoE control and all the mechanics and all the ways that you can abuse it, it's very nice. So very good. It's also, I think, a quite solid laner if you pair it with certain heroes. You know, I look at it as being a little bit like a Zeus kind of thing, where it's like it's gonna help you get through the lane, probably not gonna help you storm the lane, but yeah, it's a cool hero. Good at fighting the runes, running around, you know, kind of getting vision, which is what supports do nowadays. So yeah, I like it. I think it's a good pick. I wonder where the Alk is going to go, because we've also seen, at least in pubs, a lot of Alk position 5. I think Tundra has played it also in DPC, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, a lot of pub players are playing Alk 5 with a lot of success. You know, obviously, if this is a DP that could come position 3, then it's maybe not the best. But we'll see. It could be a +1 or +5.
Yeah, it could be a little bit greedy from OG's side, having like Wind Ranger, if she's not having a good time in the lane. Timbersaw and like also Alchemist. We still don't know where Alk is gonna go, but I'd say it could be punished, especially what RNG have, because even though they have Exorcism, like other heroes don't rely on cooldown, so they can't play like very aggressive Dota. And these heroes can invade jungle if we're talking about this Alchemist being position 1.
I mean, talk to me a little bit about this Void Spirit. Like, what is this tick in the box for RNG? Is this just kind of a safe pick on the lane?
I mean, on many layers. Like, first of all, it's one of the best combos with Grimstroke. Like, one of the heroes that can close the gap super early, so you don't need to wait for a blink. That, you know, if you play with a Sankey or a Centaur, these kind of heroes, you need to. It's very slow. Right away, Grimstroke level 3, Void Spirit level 6, super scary. You know, they're gonna take down Invoker from full HP, so very scary. It's also a good matchup against Invoker. Just mid players kind of like it. I know that against Quaswax especially they like it. You can dodge EMP, you have really good attack animation. Against Invoker most of the time you get all the runes, so Void Spirit obviously enjoys that. He's a hero that really, you know, strives on rune control. Against Exort Invoker, I'm not as familiar with the matchup. I think it's maybe a little bit more even, maybe slightly Invoker favored if it's a pure one-on-one. But this is when you look at this Tiny that's going to be, you know, paired up with the Void Spirit hitting level 6, big damage, a lot of lockdown for the Invoker. So you look at OG and you need to start thinking which support is going to help the Invoker get through the aggression that Tiny and Void Spirit are going to bring.
And I'm looking at the off lane for RNG, having this dead prophet that can be left alone, and she's not going to be dying if you're talking about, you know, Alchemist +1, and that means that Tiny is going to have all the time in the world to rotate the mid lane and just make Invoker's life miserable.
And that is scary. And on the opposite side now, on RNG, you need to think of a hero, hopefully, that can be allowed to be left alone with the Timber to free up against the Timber to free up the Grimstroke, because if you do have the Void Spirit, Tiny, Grimstroke kind of meeting up around the mid lane, it is super scary. Okay, we go for Arc Warden. So it looks like an Alc 5. I mean, theoretically, Arc Warden is really nice against DP. You know, he doesn't let her close the gap. He kills her before she gets too close, but he's very vulnerable hero. And they end up with the anti-mage. Okay, very interesting. I think interesting hero, very interesting hero against Timber especially.
I don't know. Just seeing it right now, I like this anti-mage pick. RNG, they might have been thinking about anti-mage because they snap picked it. It didn't take them like more than 5 seconds. Good against the Timber in lane. I'd say it's pretty like similar to what was happening like 1 or 2 patches ago when Sanking was a top-tier hero, and anti-mage did become popular because you burn his mana, you're not threatened in the lane, you know that he's not gonna die. So pretty similar to Timbersaw, and he's also playing into like Invoker and what's the other hero? Arc Warden. So yeah, he's not. I don't think he's too afraid of fighting into Arc Warden.
Well, I think Arc Warden is like free pick since May in all competitive games. So yeah, we talked about playing your style with OG. Does this seem a bit too experimental to you, Seb?
No, I think the hero, like Arc as a hero, deserves more respect. I'm not a daughter. I think it's a good hero, but I'm just really worried about the pace of the game, like early game especially. Rune control, mid, like Timber doesn't want to rotate, Arc doesn't want to rotate. You're stuck with Alc and Wind Ranger that are kind of greedy supports, and on the other side you have like Tiny, Grim. Like, you know, it's very scary. It could go too fast.
Okay, quick. Who are you going for?
I'm going for OG, but it might be scary.
I'm going for RNG. I think they went for like super greedy draft, and they're going to get punished.
Okay, well, let's see how the day is going to finish. Final game of the first day of the Riyadh Masters. Let's kick it off. Beacop, Black, hit up the mic.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2. OG, it looked like RNG really had their number, and we'll see if they have it again. They go back to Ghost's Anti-Mage, which has been one of his staples in the DPC, but you see a lot of staple picks here for OG. What are you thinking?
Honestly, the OG draft is, once again, they don't seem to like stunts a lot. Pretty much like in game 1, they didn't really draft many. But I'm a little bit worried for them. Like, I'm with the cost on this one. This anti-mage looks really free. Like, you can't shackle him. You can't really Alc stun him ever. Like, you will have to itemize, or Invoker will have to like outplay him somehow in order to ever be able to kill him.
Right.
You know, so this is a very, very strong anti-mage pick. And it's not like the other heroes are weak, right? As Seb already said, Tiny plus Grimstroke, they can run you over. This support duo alone can kill heroes.
Right,
You have DP on top of that. You have Void Spirit on top of that. Like, this RNG draft once more looks really, really good. Very solid.
So coming from the anti-mage veteran like yourself, what do you give it 1 to 10, how this anti-mage game feels?
An 8.
An 8.
An 8.
Okay. I thought I might go 9.
It's not like super, super free, you know, but it is a very strong anti-mage game.
They end up trading 3 for 1 of the bounties. So that works out in RNG's favor just a little bit.
Is not going to be in the lane just yet. They might even just cut in front, you know, like AM and Grimsword, they could just stand in front of the wave and not let Timber ever enter the lane if they choose to do so. Maybe they'll go for like a more defensive approach. But yeah, mid lane is pretty free, I'd say, for the Void Spirit. But Invoker, Quaswex especially, can't really pressure him ever. So it should just be a farm, a trade. In top lane, I actually like to support Alchemist against Tiny because Tiny has 0 armor, so the stun deals a lot of damage, and the Acid Spray also.
Charging it up. Who's he looking for? The answer is Chalice. And Kaka go into this tree grab early on. Not Avalanche.
Hey.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage. The tree thrown over, and they need one more right click, but you can't really dive it. They'll still get the kill. Just in range is Chalice. Without Kaka, he might go into the tower and die himself. But he doesn't, and they get the first kill on Misha, who has struggled this series, at least up to this point.
Yeah, game 1 was a pretty rough one for him. See how he recovers here. But the lane is not easy. Like DP is a very strong hero, I've said it many times. But Arc1 also one of the best laners in Dota, I'd say, against a hero like DP. So should be very strong.
Feels like you might need a bit of regen here if you are the Death Prophet for Chalice. And for right now, he's got that wand, he's got a Fairy Fire, he devours another salve. I guess you drink a salve, although salve is usually like an ointment.
They kind of like rub on you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't quite know how it goes.
But it looks like it's got a cap that you pop off and drink, I don't know.
Oh, you would have to pop off a cap to apply it, like a solution on yourself, right?
It also looks like it could be a green apple.
I love green apples. The sour ones, so good.
They are pretty good. This mid lane, for Somnus, you know, this isn't the big damage dealer that we saw him play in the Lina with the right clicks and the damage that he built in that game. This is, though, still a hero that could be pretty mobile for him and be the playmaker, get the lockdown that they need for the rest of their team, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is your cookie-cutter anti-mage draft, right? You have 4 heroes that can fight by themselves, while anti-mage just split pushes or joins the fight, depending on what you choose to do. And, I mean, we have seen Somnus' Void Spirit many, many times, though.
Misha again
yeah.
Might be in trouble, might just die. And it's not a might anymore. It's a definite. I just try not to deal with absolutes. I am not a Sith. Yet. Although, you might turn me.
Me? I think I am one. Alright.
Maybe.
Alright. We'll talk about that later at the hotel.
Top lane, just Misha coming back. Well, this Alchemist isn't exactly supplying what it needs to at the moment. Running up, throwing a stun. Kaka, sure, he'll be happy to eat that because he's tossing Misha under the tower. Now they've got the body block, Spirit Siphons, Crypt Swarm all the way of this Alk. And eventually, well, it puts Chalice on a 3-0 killing spree.
Yeah, that was not really supposed to happen. Like, that lane isn't really that hard. They have to be careful they don't bleed away any more kills. Because DP, we have seen many, many times, you snowball a little bit too hard in the early game, suddenly get a fast BKB, you're unstoppable. They have 0 answers to a BKB DP this game. And he is sitting at the top of the net worth very handily.
This is a hero that is beloved in China, too.
Yeah, it is. For good reason, too. It does so much damage, clears objectives. The only good news is, Ghost is getting pressured a lot.
He is getting pressured. He is behind in the CS just a bit. Taiga walks over, gets X-Nova's Courier. Another stun thrown over at Kaka.
Anti-mage.
Nothing really doing anywhere just at the moment. But I say that, top lane once again trying to throw the sun onto Kaka, but an avalanche as well as a toss. They've got Chalice doing a lot of damage here to both these heroes. Kaka standing his ground, holding out on the damage. Chalice, he gets one. He just gets Yuragi, and now, can he get anything more? Taiga comes over, Spirit Siphon again. They land the shackle. He's within all these creeps, but Chalice surviving the power shot, misses. He's into the trees, he's trying to hide. There's not another power shot. Taiga doesn't have the mana for it. He doesn't have any charges left on that stick, so Chalice will hide in the trees. Oh, TP!
Now he's TPing.
Oh, he is gone.
He didn't expect to live there. He would have TP'd straight away if he did.
I think he thought he was dead. He wanted to hold onto the TP to get back to lane.
Yeah, well, now he doesn't lose the streak.
4-0 now.
4-0 now.
They're onto this Grimstroke, but Inkswell and Amar's out of mana. Though, not taking much damage, more so just looking to give a high five.
Yeah, level 3 into the reactive armor. Like, Anti-Mage is a counter to Timber in a sense where he just can't kill you because he's always out of mana. But the lane is actually not super easy for Anti-Mage. But like mid-late game, you're this massive mana pool guy that if you're not too careful, you're gonna blow your team up.
And at some point, can you send Ghost top? Like, Death Prophet's going to be in such a peak position. Do you move Chalice off the lane, or do you just keep him here as long as possible?
I think you want AM there for as long as possible, just to make sure that DP gets to the BKB timing. Because once, again, like, DP with BKB, they have no answers. Like DP runs in with BKB, you have Somnus backing her up, maybe the Grimstroke even, the Inkswell. There's a lot of problems, and Ghost is not going to be one of them for quite a while. They're going to shut down this DP somehow. Invoker rotations, something needs to happen.
We haven't really seen BZM or Somnus move off the mid just yet, but they both hit level 6, and now BZM goes for the TP. They've got the Shackle up in the top lane, the stun followed up on Akaka. Chalice is here, but there's the EMP. It doesn't land on a Chalice. He's got the Spirit Siphon. X-Nova's in. They go for the Inkswell up into the air thanks to the Tornado. Inkswell pops now, charging up the stun to go after Chalice. He's in too far, and he's in too deep. He'll try to keep his life, but, well, that's the end of his life, and this time he's gone just too far.
He ran in 1v4.
That is confidence at a whole nother
He felt
level.
a little strong there, perhaps. And this kill is massive. It went to Yuragi. He's halfway to his Midas now. Which also is considered a very greedy item build nowadays on Arkward.
All right, denies himself. There's the Aether Remnant, Avalanche toss with the damage. Quick kill there on a Taiga. They'll ping out the vision that they assume RNG has, and, well, they're right. What's Ghost going for? I assume just Boots Battle Fury. He's got Treads Battle Fury, so going greedy. We've seen Brown Boots Battle Fury before. We've seen the Treads Battle Fury before. We've even seen, what, Treads Vanguard Battle Fury from Ghost?
Yeah. My personal favorite is building into a Vanguard, just because you pretty much can't die at all. No, you see like a casual mana void, not to really threaten a Timber or whatever, just to kill the
entire creep wave. That works out. Sure.
Exactly. Which is a play you can also, utilize when you like clear ancient stacks and whatnot. Learn from the best, boys.
Is he? I'll hold that question for a second. Exorcism, Aether Remnant looking over BZM. He's in some trouble. They've got to dissimulate the body blocks from Kaka. The Tornado comes out, but it only hits on a 1. Somnus with the Astral Step, and Chalice with the kill. You said this earlier, these 4 heroes can get kills, whether it's together or not, and leave Ghost free to farm what he wants, and killing BZM's a big marker.
Yep. And Antimage also got fortunate enough to find a possessed mask, so his jungling is really, really simple. We're going to be seeing the bot tower should be falling in about a minute or 2, and there's not a whole lot you can do about Timber. So at this point, is anyone building into a vessel? Not
Charging
just
up
yet.
the stun, looking for Chalice, but finds himself X-Nova. Spirit Siphon, Crib Swarm, Taiga comes over,
Nice
great shackle, Tornado to follow it up, EMP is there. X-Nova's in some trouble, but he's got the Inksoul on a Chalice to help him try and run. Cold Snap's on him, Kaka without mana, he's slowed up thanks to Yuragi, but not looking like he'll live.
Oh, the Ghost.
Yep. And there it is, Spark Wraith says clear, and shocks him to death.
I love the sound it makes.
The wailing of a Wraith.
Yeah, it just keeps going the entire time.
So yeah, I was gonna say, is Ghost's timings right now at an okay spot?
Yeah, he's pretty farmed. Usually, like if you're having like a super good game, you have like a battlefield by minute 12. But of course, he was contested. He didn't get a whole lot of kills.
Can't hold Somnus, but Somnus can hold you. He wants to hold your hand, Taiga, and he'll get the kill onto the Windrunner.
Yeah. Somnus is on top of his game.
Yeah, he has had quite the series, and he's going into that Witchblade, pretty standard for this Void Spirit. Meanwhile, stun, Chalice maybe caught again after this good start. Dying back-to-back like this is not going to feel great. He'll go for the TP with the Spirit Siphon, but Yuragi's just got too much damage.
Yeah. Also finishes Midas. This Arc Warden is very, very rich. 5k net worth already. Now the matchup into the Anti-Mage isn't too great, but if you get too rich on this Arc Warden, I don't know if people remember what he did to teams, but having double the DPS at all times is kind of ridiculous. Like if you blink in as an anti-mage onto the Arc Warden and you're not too careful, he can just burst you 100 to 0.
They've got BZM behind these 2 heroes. They're in a little bit of a choke point. They've got 3, they'll blink away, they've got the EMP. BZM was ready for this one, the Timber Chain forward, they get the kill on a Ghost. They'll slow down his farm, another star now onto X-Nova. And he'll drop down from the Tornado and fall.
Radiant's courier
He actually
has
blinked
been killed.
into the Invoker rather than away from him. Very brave move.
I'm pretty sure BZM was
Misha.
invis there, as now Misha dies again. He was waiting for him to blink back. They choked him forward into the Timber and the Windrunner, and then he went right back, yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
8-8. This is similar to last game. We were pretty close in the early goings, and then RNG started to find their way out, but is that the same case for RNG? That's really the question, if they could pull it off again. Ghost having a much better game than that first one, for sure. Shackle connects, Somnus in trouble, and, well, he was in trouble for a second. It's Taiga who gets the tides turned on him, and there's not even a Ravage to be thrown, so Ghost gets credit for the kill.
Gets a freebie on aim, always nice. It's like a whole creep buff in your bank. Nice Battlefield time is gonna be maybe 15 minutes. Like, not the greatest, not the worst, pretty average.
If he can get another kill,
if he gets many more kills,
yeah, it might pump him up, right?
Yeah. We'll see what happens. It will still be, like, the vocal point of this game will be the other 4 heroes, though. Like, AM doesn't really want to join the fights.
They're going.
early at all.
Somnus, he's invis, but they've
see
got
him.
themselves the sentry. And he kind of catches a glimpse of the fact that they did see him because of the movements from Misha. Misha dies so quick again. Somnus gets credit for that kill. They've got the exorcism going, and they're trying to chase Amar. Timber chain across that little river part as it goes under the terrain.
Chalice has to be careful he doesn't get burst here.
He's been a little bit too confident at times.
Yeah, and there's going to be a clone TPing in. Yeah, defend the tower. a little
ECM
bit.
over from the side, EMP, great shackle for Taiga, and they'll clean up X-Nova. I mean, that is the OG you're really expecting when they put the skills together in a symphony like that.
Looking for another shackle.
The question is who's first chair, and right now it's looking like BZM. Somnus on the run, goes to the dissimulate as, well, he avoids the shackle, but doesn't avoid the stun from Misha. Still with the Astral Step, he gets the kill on a Taiga. Somnus, he's gonna fall, but he gets something for his troubles. They've got the avalanche out. It's on to Yuragi, but the follow-up's just not there.
Or catch a tiny out, but he's
EMP.
in the tanky, but the vessel
Spirit
not.
Vessel, yeah, he just picked that up. Well, they get the kill. Misha though, hit with the Ink Swell, and there's the ulti, but now they've got the disarm, forced to blink back. This is the help that, well, they really needed to keep Misha alive. BCM was in on that one, making sure that
if
this
that power shot
anti-mage
clips
did
him,
not
he's
feel
dead.
comfortable. Yeah, the Spark Wraith and the power shot, so much damage coming in.
Now, his timing is getting delayed more and more and more.
Aether Remnant, Shackle, and the power shot. X-Nova, he's cleaned up. Taiga having a game here on this Windrunner.
Wait, Chalice is not moving back? Okay, they didn't expect that at all. Like, if they all run up to the hill together, they Chalice is greedily farming the camp.
OG's hitting a stride.
Yeah, Yuragi's also super rich. Maelstrom, Midas threats, super greedy, but got away with it. And yeah, this is the anti-match problem that we often speak about, right? Like, you can't really participate too well into these fights early on.
This Alchemist,
Burden Mage. Oh, that's what everybody calls anti-mage.
Okay.
Early on, at least.
I trust you. Jumping back. Tornado landing on a Kaka.
We're in Vessel again.
Yeah, Kaka just doesn't feel like a hero at the moment, and you can see OG, they've grouped up. They're the ones who are playing the aggression on the map. They look over at Ghost. He's trying to take the tower. Amar is here.
Whoa.
Oh, God, Ghost. Ooh, the Glyph trying to catch him, being greedy on that last hit.
No. Not strong enough as arms. But yeah, more pressure onto the anti-mage. Battlefield minute 16-ish.
Yeah.
Pretty slow, not what we were looking at initially. But yeah, they've been putting on the pressure.
They've slowed down what RNG succeeded in the last game, where they caught their groove and never got knocked off the tracks, right? But here RNG felt a groove, OG was there to rebuttal. They did a good job, but now, well, there's a little bit of vision there in mid.
The Arc Warden, he's running right into them.
Looking together, they go after the Arc Warden. Ooh, high ground, this might be the right spot for them. They've
Wait,
got
they're
the
walking
vision.
away from him. He's not innocent or anything, right? They see.
Now they see him. They go the other way. They've got the Inkswell. They look over at Misha. They're going to bring it over towards mid. They'll get the kill, taking out the Alchemist again. 0-8-9 already. He has 8 of the 12 kills that RNG have. And he's minute 16.
He could solo kill Yuragi here. Which bit of cooldown?
Kaka.
It's the second time they didn't go for him.
They're a little nervous.
They're very nervous about him.
And Aether Remnant, well, what's happening over here? Top is Chalice is getting spotted. They got the Tempest double the Sunstrike, slamming it down. They say this time of year, sometimes the solar flares are active, and they just mean when BZM's playing the Invoker.
That didn't stop the DP from finishing the BKB though, so he's still going to be very strong in the next team fight. X-Nova, gone.
Vessel again, there's just no way for X-Nova to survive.
Yeah, there's just so much damage potential coming out right now. DP is really the only one that can fight, and Somnus. Tiny finishes Blink, so that's nice. They can still set up a fight on their terms. It's just the problem is right now the game is basically 4v5.
Astral Step.
Bye-bye.
And a kill on a Taiga.
That's a lot of bash damage.
By the way, Amar cleaning up the stack that was in the Radiant jungle. So, it was only a 1 stack, but that would have helped Ghost.
Yeah.
Who has certainly been slowed down a bit. And I mean, we say he's been slowed down a bit. You thought he was going to have a 16-minute battle period. It ends up being 17-ish, 17, 15. And he's top of the net worth for RNG after the start they had with Somnus and Chalice. It's a little bit surprising.
Yeah, usually when AIM is in the top net worth that early, they're looking at BZM.
If they can get BZM, that would be nice. They've got the Aether Remnant to land. They toss him up into the air. There's the Soul Bind with the Phantom's Embrace and the Mana Boy coming out. They get the kill on a BZM and look over at Misha. Misha is going to hit 9 deaths. Very close to double digits, and that's a kill for Ghost, getting the big one on BZM.
Yeah, that's something we haven't mentioned, right? The double mana void potential in this game is massive.
Yeah.
Like, if you get caught in it at all, you're done. Like half mana pool Invoker, half mana pool Timber get bound together, they're both dead.
Oh boy.
And everyone around them too. Now the big elephant in the room is still gonna be Yuragi though.
Right, team doesn't exist anymore.
He just finished his Gleipnir, I believe. Yeah.
Yep.
And now you have double Gleipnir. In those team fights, it's going to be a massacre. If they can't play around him, they're in trouble.
Just thinking about double Gleipnir is shocking, that's for sure.
Quite literally. Haha.
2K lead for OG, but we'll see what happens, because now you've got the farming item for Anti-Mage, right? Like, if he's given the space, if Ghost can open up the space, we've seen how well he's efficiently farmed, but OG feel really strong. Like, this is a moment for them as well. Toss Amar, he's tanky, but how tanky? He doesn't look tanky here.
He looked tanky for a second.
Yeah.
And straight into Roche with that. Now, if OG give us this Roche and they have no Timber, I don't know if they can fight this Roche. Ooh, that's not good.
This Aegis definitely gives them timing to hold for Ghost again. The Exorcism, though, they go out of the pit. They leave Roche at about 70% health. Toss up into the air. Taiga on the run. The Phantom's Embrace. They've got the silence. The Inkswell lands. Chalice, though, hit with the Gleipnir. So is Somnus. Misha, one right click, and he regrets it. He runs back as, well, Anti-Mage will go and farm the lane. They'll charge up the stun, but Misha can't really find his way in. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger yet. He just skilled into Grievel's Greed.
He's going straight into an Octarine Core in the Arc Warden. It has been the flavor of the month sort of build, and then into the Aghanims after, which like makes your Rave split again after it hits the target. But with this lineup, it's very curious because they're all in magic damage. I thought it was going to go right click because they already have the Timber, they already have the Invoker for the magic department. But, you know, sometimes the secret is just go all in.
Yeah, they are going the way of the Gorillas hit Magic City as they'll find themselves. Kaka, can they get this kill? Spirit Vessel's there. Of course they can. Misha gets credit for that one.
They're going to the pit now.
And now into the pit. Yeah, OG, they're like, all right, cool. If you guys don't want this, we'll take it. But they're coming over on the side of RNG. Astro Step, Aether Remnant. This Roche is not too low just yet. They get control of Taiga. Now they'll look over at Chalice. They've got the Spirit Vessel on him. Inkswell running away. Meteor's down. And Chalice in trouble. Chalice still surviving, but the tornado off the mark. Spirit Vessel on him again. Sun striking him down. No, it's Amar. Doesn't want to let BZM do his job.
Yeah, whether he gets cut down or
slammed down by the sun.
Slammed down by the sun, yeah.
Burnt away, eviscerated.
Dead either way. Anti-Mage is into his Manta style already, so he's ready to fight. And this is a very tense moment now in this Roshan. Like, if you commit for it, and RNG steals it somehow, you're in big trouble. But there's no DP for 20.
But they're not committing.
Yeah, they're very, very indecisive right now. They're just kind of walking around the pit. I mean, Amar says let's go, but the rest of the team is kind of like, do we really want to go? And now they commit.
And the scan's there, so RNG knows this is happening, but I mean, they are just a touch too late.
Yeah. And BZM.
Do they go still? Astral Step, Dissimulate, they're looking, they find themselves BZM, and the Aegis is gone just like that. Gale Force pushing them away, trying to help BZM get away from this one, and they'll go, throw the tornado out, it lands on a Ghost, but they've got themselves a Soul Bind. Can they take the mana away from this Timber to make themselves available for a big mana void? No, not just yet. Misha over to the side trying to help out BZM, but he ends up stunning himself. And the right clicks are in from Ghost. They've got Misha without mana with the BKB being popped by Chalice. They've got Kaka moving in, but the Ice Wall is down. They still didn't get the kill on Misha just yet. They've got the mana void hitting on to BZM. The Spirit Siphon's on him, as well as the Silence and the Exorcism. Crypt Swarm for the kill. They'll take out Kaka. It ends up being a trade. But Chalice, you're all by yourself. Where is your team?
How did it end up there?
You are all alone, but not anymore. Here comes Somnus with the Astral Step, as well as the Inkswell. They've got the Tempest Double that runs out of time, and Chalice still surviving.
Wow. I thought for sure it was going to be dead there. Like,
it was all alone.
They played into OG, basically, and OG still lost that fight. Like, that was the Arc Warden Paradise. Raves everywhere. Flux is coming out. And I am not entirely sure how RNG managed to win this fight. How did DP live? Like, he had 100 health, 1v4. Like, Chalice really loves to go in this game. And
such an opposite of what we used to see from him.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to him. He used to be such a, cute, innocent little teddy bear. Now he's more like the kind of like evil anime version. Just runs in
you're
and kills
taking
you.
my farm. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, bro. Wait, what Ghost?
Oh, Ghost. I have farm too, dude. I'm here with you.
Yeah, let's go in together. I have to admit though, I'm gonna be very. Yeah, the DP running in. DP BKB still no answer.
Yeah.
There's nothing they can do.
But it runs down in just a second or two. They've got the Ice Wall down, and he chases BZM here.
Yeah. Gets to kill the Crypt Swarm.
And then this is where it looks like he's just all by himself. But while that's happening, well, there's a fight going on. They get the kill on X, no, but they're going to look over at Ghost. Ghost blinks away, yules up into the air on a Kaka. And he's hit with a Whirling Death and hit with a Quick Death as well. Two heroes gone on the side of RNG as OG, despite the fact that they were pushed away in that fight before. This one's not the same. History does not repeat itself.
Now, this is good, but I'm really worried that
Somnus?
What a burst damage!
Woo. But he's stunned. Somnus, he's in trouble. Is it worth it? Can you work it? Can he flip it down and reverse it? No. Amar taking out Somnus.
Now Somnus is aware of his interaction. If you kill Alchemist as Void Spirit, with your Dissimulate, you're always going to get stunned.
Yeah.
He probably wasn't aware of that because who plays Alchemist a whole lot, Not many people, especially not as a 5. But the big problem is still anti-mage, right? All of your heroes are building into massive mana pools. This Arc Warden is going to sit at 2,000 mana. Mana Void, this game is such a juice box. Like,
What's your favorite juice box?
Like,
you a high C kind of person?
I don't know what I am. I'm just a dude.
What? Who doesn't know their favorite juice box? I mean, mine's Yoo-hoo, so it's not even juice. It's a chocolate drink.
Right. We don't have juice boxes in Germany.
Do you have them in, like, bags? What's going on over there?
I mean, we have like these little packets things.
That sounds like a bag. That sounds like your juice is in a bag.
No, it's not a bag. It's like in a...
You're like Canada with their milk.
It's like a milk thing.
Yeah, exactly. You're just proving my point.
We do not have milk in a bag like Canada, okay? I thought it was ridiculous when I was in Canada, by the way. I drank out of a bag.
Kaka on the run. Using that pig pole, charging up the stun. Gale Force. Oh, okay. I'm just here now. I live in this.
Hello, Kaka. Missed the shackle, though.
And now he gets to survive.
No, he does not.
Well, for a little bit longer. Come on.
Yeah. Don't want to torture him too much. Chalice is running away because he sees the clone. And Arc Warden clones are very scary.
Ghost almost has the Scotty. He is very close.
Yeah. Now, I want Urag to tell me what he's going to
up.
build next. He doesn't have anything queued up yet. Normally, you would go for Axe Scepter at this point.
Radiant's bottom tower
Oh,
is under attack.
and on the Tempest double.
That's a lot of gold. AM into the Scotty soon. And AM is getting scaredy big.
He's 300 gold away. His farm has ramped.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom
Oh, this game is so
tower
scary.
under
Like,
attack.
literally, any of your heroes, or like 4 of them, 1 mana ward can win you the entire game.
And you look at the stat on the gold that they just gave away on the Tempest double.
Which is not that much, actually.
No, he's only giving away 2.
Yeah.
Sometimes you see it be a lot. Some people, they let like the familiars
They're
go
pretty
too
liberal
long.
with it.
Yeah. Their treants go out too far. Their Tempest doubles get out too far.
Yeah, he's been very careful with that.
Which is good, because we've seen at times, like, this can really bite you when you're giving up that much gold so often.
Yeah, for free also.
Yeah.
But yeah, Anti-Mage is looking very scary.
Gleipnir.
And Somnus is looking mighty fine. They also have the shard now on X-Nova, so that Inkswell the spell is absolutely massive for anyone that goes in, right?
Yeah, I think
Especially
that was
Void
the
Spirit.
first thing he got, was that shard. So he's had it for a little while. It's helped him in a couple of those earlier fights.
Yeah, Grimstroke shard is one of the strongest shards in the entire game.
And Chalice wants his shard too. Like, we've seen how strong that fear can be. We talked about it.
Dire's top tower is under
We had a long chat today. We keep saying we talked about it.
Lots of chats every day.
Yeah.
Kaka again.
Yeah, caught out. You're getting the kill on a Kaka, and now you end up trading Ghost. Well, he'll get Taiga. He'll blink the other way, avoids EMP. The Ice Wall doesn't land on him either. And can you really kill Ghost here?
Now, I don't want to say it's like a foreshadowing of what's happening, but if an Anti-Mage can just blink in your back line and kill a guy and get over full health, there's a problem. And Amar's like, I want to deal with that problem. I want to build a Hex. But he's very, very far away from it, 5k gold.
Could be tough, especially Chalice, at least from the few times we've seen it so far, he's been pretty on with the Lotus Orb. You don't want to Hex yourself.
You do not.
Obvious statements brought to you by me. Don't want to Hex yourself.
That would be silly. We want to do that.
Ghost has this Scotty now, and he's going into the Abyssal with 2,200 gold already. He is a farmin'. Some might call him Pepperidge.
Might have to go into the BKB later on against a Hex.
Yeah.
But right now, he doesn't really feel any danger whatsoever. If Amar's not to give... I mean, all of their stuns are really slow. Like, if Ghost is on top of his game, Shackle can be reflected easily. Like this Alex stun, there's no way. There's no way he gets stunned by this.
Blink.
Oh, he stunned himself.
He
Oh,
doesn't
that's
throw
smart.
it. Yeah, all right. Smart
Let's
enough
go.
to make sure that maybe they can get this kill onto Ghost, but still, he's surviving. Taiga dies again.
down.
He's trying to do something with his Gale Force. It's just not enough. Charging up another stun. I mean, that is really smart from Misha to stun himself. Because then you don't throw it.
Arteezy would have mental dodged it anyway, though.
Yeah. Ame would have managed to dodge. Chalice.
And there's another clone gone.
And who's it going to? I didn't see.
Chalice. Went to Chalice.
300 gold.
Yeah, and BZM gets tossed back. Does he have any defensive tool? No
Can he get out of
BKB,
this
nothing.
one? Silence, and he's going to try and run, but it's not likely. Chalice gets credit for that kill and goes in the Exorcism BKB. He wants blood, or maybe he wants titanium because he's going for the timber. Can he cut him down? Can he take him away? Will he clear the forest of Amar? They get the kill on Misha. They'll look for more with the BKB pop by Amar. They'll buy back on Misha. They found the shackle. The shackle lands. Goes too far. 90 seconds. They'll buy back Amar. Change the direction. Went for this anti-mage. Oh, all the magic has beat the anti-mage. As much as you don't like it, it's here.
Now, I am going to admit, it's really hard to counterspell a shackle point blank. Which he literally blinked right next to the wind range. Like, oh, hi, how are you doing? Get shackled. And Sorry for that
He's not gonna
cry
be up
of
in time for
agony,
Roche.
but I felt that death.
You felt it in your anti-mage heart.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I really did feel that. And now suddenly, like every AM death like that, Kaka, can you TP out?
No.
There's no Glaive near. Nope, not gonna try.
He's taking up maybe some time, keep him down here bottom away from the Roche pit.
Yeah.
Knowing that Roche is up soon and
Now this is the scary part though, right? This was AM's timing. Now he died, so this Hex is gonna come in that much closer.
Tornado. Cold snap, and the Gleipnir,
He's
I
out
can
of step,
repeat
bro.
myself. There's the deafening blast, and Yuragi with the kill on Asanis. That is massive. These heroes do not have buyback, and Roche, if I have to guess, might be pretty free here for OG.
Oh my god. This game is getting real scary real soon. Look at what
7K?
Arc Warden has
It was
queued up.
3K a second ago.
A Hex on Arc Warden as well. It's going to be 3 Hexes available suddenly. Anti-Mage needs a BKB. He needs to identify this, and he did. Good job.
Yep.
Very close to his own BKB already. But if you get instant Hex and chain Hex afterwards, it's going to be nasty. Who gets a shot? Yuragi gets a shot.
To build another Lotus Orb. I guess not.
You know,
Only Death Prophet.
The Arc Warden shot is criminally underrated. It gives you 40% magic resistance, and it slows enemies in the bubble as well, and pushes them away too. Like a
Scan lands, and Misha looking for a target. Oh, I don't think he was expecting Ghost. Well, the scan was on X-Nova. Soulbond comes out. Are they going to chase this? EMP is down. Kaka goes in. He's got the toss up into the air. They get the kill on Misha. They look over now. Amar, he's actually trying to play aggressively. Gale Force keeping these heroes close. They go to the Gleipnir, lands on a 2, and they'll put down these Spark Rays. They've landed the Shackle out on an X-Nova. The Whirling Death. Yuragi's got the kill. Mana Void. Yuragi, who loses the Aegis, and now Ghost is going to go for the Tempest Double. But Amar right in. The Shackle Taiga. He's taking a lot of damage. No, can he just stand his ground? Chalice, with the help of Kaka, trying to get the kill on Yuragi as well as BZM, but they take out Yuragi. They lose Kaka. Down goes Chalice, and BZM trying to run, but Somnus gets the kill. BKB from Amar. He'll TP out, and OG trade, but it's not that great of a trade at the end of the day.
Yeah, the Chalice is running in with DP, doing so much damage with the Fear as well. Yuragi just slightly out of position, but you can see how well Anti-Mage deals with Arc Warden if he ever gets on top of him. Oh, this game is getting, yeah, it's getting real tense. I like it. I like it.
7K, 8K, still neck and neck.
Yeah.
The net worth doesn't tell the story.
It really doesn't. But Amar is getting so strong. You just see the pure damage coming out in all of these fights from him. Like, he is dealing an absurd amount of damage. And he has now his BKB, so he doesn't get mana burned. But still, they're all on an anti-mage timer every time, right? Like, you use all your spells. Once all your spells are used, you're like half mana maybe, 1 mana, where you can literally just change the game every time. And they all have to keep that in mind all the time. There's so much mental pressure just by AM existing.
It can be very dangerous. You thought you had the upper hand, you use all your mana, and then here comes Ghost.
And then we go, boom, triple kill.
Goes in slow motion. Mana Void blows him up.
And you're gone. Now BZM also finishes BKB now. Yeah, I believe he had it the last fight already. Now he used 1 charge. Now who's that axe gonna go to? That's the real question. Do you just give it to Yuragi? Or do you give it to Amar?
Amar's already got
He
his.
built his own.
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind. So the Hex was just a bait. Of course he doesn't play utility. He's the carry.
I mean, you said it was good on the Arc Warden.
It is. And he has it completed now. So that Hex is going to make a big difference. Like, if Chalice is not too careful at all, he gets Hexed first, chain Hex, suddenly that whole DP is out of the fight.
Pressuring top, TPs are in, they're looking for the stun. Misha in, stun, thrown over onto Ghost. There's the Gleipnir, and blink away, they get the kill on Misha, they'll take out 1. Gale Force once again trying to pull him back, but Kaka, he's kind of in an odd spot here. Gale Force just on the edge, putting him close to the trees. He's trying to save the forest, but, well, Amar took that offensively and killed him.
Yeah, we have seen it into action, right? The Inkswell, the spell, and the Hex of the Anti-Mage. X-Nova will have to be on top of his game. If anyone gets chain hexed, they're in a lot of trouble.
Chain Hex.
Chain Hex is very dirty.
Could be. RNG looking composed. I don't know how you sit with your knee up like that. I get uncomfortable so quickly.
A lot of Chinese players do that.
Style of sitting.
Do you think he's just gonna give the axe to the Timber Saw so he can like get his own money back? Because I think once if you have an axe and you get the alchemist axe, you get all your money refunded.
Huh.
And then it just goes hex.
He has it queued up again with the blink.
We'll see. Big plans potentially. What's Tiger got so far? He's going for a BKB himself.
He's got that blink. He's got the gem.
Only reason why I'm thinking that he's gonna go and give the axe to the Timber is because BZM has his own queued up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's not getting to this axe that quickly, though.
Yeah, not quickly at all. It's also not the best axe game. Like, there's no real great like cataclysm setup.
Gleipnirs.
Yeah, but
double Gleipnir.
It could be also just a bait. You use cataclysm, suddenly everyone's out. Oh, Kaka is also in trouble.
Yeah, he's in trouble back in the base from the Tempest double that's chasing. Meanwhile, the side of RNG, well, they're trying to make something happen.
He just got solo killed by a clone.
Okay.
No problem.
In his own base.
Very balanced hero. And the clone is just pushing out all the lanes. This is when Arc Warden really just becomes super annoying to deal with. Like, you need a dedicated hero to kill his clones all the time.
I'm scared. Last time we saw an Arc Warden game together, it was that 23 Savage game. That went 110 minutes. Or longer, I forget. But now, looking for the Shackle that's going to get reflected. Gives them a second to jump out of Taiga. They've got the Silence. That was for the Aether Remnant. There it is. They don't latch. They've got the gem on the deck now. BKB's been picked up by this Windrunner, but well, he's dead, so it doesn't matter at the moment. But they do pick up the gem on Amar. Yeah, what was it? It was 23 Savage. He wasn't even controlling the Tempest double at that point.
Yeah, it was like 120 minutes or something.
It was
like 90.
A bunch of Divine Rapiers.
Yeah, and that was a terrible on the other side.
Oh, God.
It was great.
It was a fun game. Refresher. Who was that for? Oh, looking over. And well,
just one clone, and you need 5 heroes there to save your boy.
Seriously.
But it's like permanently up, pretty much.
Kaka falling into a trap. Stun reflected. Chalice was there.
Oh, Ghost burning down.
Yeah, Ghost, he's in some trouble.
He's
He's getting hexed up, and they've got themselves the Gleipnir. He's got themselves the Inkswell, and he'll use that Manta, so he's able to blink away. They look over at the rest. They've got the leech from the Soulbind, but that's only deterring them from coming back in. Kaka now needing to run away.
Chain. Timber Saw with the chain talent looks so goofy. Changed over the entire map.
Ooh, Spell Prism for your OG.
Oh, that's a good one.
Gosh.
Who's it go to? BZM? Might even think about giving it to Amar. Like, he's doing so much in these fights.
He really is.
Tempest double, 50% cooldown reduction. Now that sounds like OS Rock as well.
Both teams got Spell Prism.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is 30 seconds. Okay.
Is under attack.
Minus 50 seconds on the Mana Void, though.
Yeah.
Especially, like you said, with all the mana in the tanks of OG, if he can survive long enough in these fights, Mana Void, blow him up.
There seems to be a big issue, though, right? Like, Ghost has been having a lot of trouble actually getting into a fight. Like, he always gets spammed down half health before it even starts. And then even with BKB, you don't really feel comfortable getting into that fight.
He's been the target of initiation at least the last few fights, and I wonder if RNG can take fights on their terms, if he'll feel more confident going in. Roche is potentially up. It'll be a quick one.
Very quick one.
And they've got the Spark Wraith sitting there.
This is when it becomes very difficult to play against Arc Warden. He just pushes in all the lanes all the time. If they're not too careful, they can just sneak a Roche while they have to defend bot lane.
Tempest double dies bot. Roche is up. It's going to be an Ags blessing on this Roshan.
Ooh, does Kaka scout it?
He will step in. He will see it.
This fight is going to be very deciding.
Ooh, they're coming around the back. They've got this Chalice. BKB's forced out. Now going the other way. Looking to find anybody, but they've got themselves something. Oh, the Shackle on the backline!
Oh my
they call
God.
themselves Summonus as well as Ghost. They're going to get the kill here out of the Void Spirit, but Void Spirit gets away for the moment. Summonus ends up dead, so does Chalice. They don't have the heroes to fight anymore. Gleipnir's on to Kaka. Double Chakram. ripping him down. It carves him like a quarry, and they will get this kill on Takaka, taking out 3. They want more. X-Nova on the run, but here comes Ghost. BZM blown up. He's got buyback. Now Amar hit with the ink swell, right clicks in. He's losing his mana, but Ghost is losing his nerve. He's blinking back and going away. They've got the Hex, they get the kill. They'll take it X-Nova. It's the Tempest Double doing the damage and getting the kill. Gale Force almost pushing Ghost back into the hands of OG. But yet, well, they're right here by the tier 2 tower. At least for now, they'll go for that. But the back door finally whittling away.
It's absolutely silly. He has like a 7-second Hex cooldown on the Tempest Double, thanks to the talent. And but that Shackle, absolutely, potentially even game-winning. But without that Shackle, they don't crush this fight nearly as hard. Like, Somers did nothing in that
now
fight.
They get free.
Chalice.
They get a free Ag's Blessing.
Yeah, who's it gonna go to? That's a big question.
Yuragi? Maybe?
But so who got the free axe from...
Immortality.
So the free axe of Alchemist went to Arc Warden, right?
Wait, what?
Yeah, so Alchemist bought an axe. I think he gave it to Arc Warden. And the blessing is gonna go to...
Oh, it went to the Windrunner.
Yeah, Invoker's gonna take it.
Okay, so I saw that really quickly on my own screen. I saw him get the blessing as...
Oh, it's a lot of damage coming in.
Yeah,
wow.
it is. That is tough to deal with.
Super nasty.
High fives the tower, and then he just disappears into the night. But yeah, I saw Arc Warden get the blessing from the Alchemist, and then he picked up the blessing from Roche. I thought he used it in succession because he gave it over to the Windrunner at the same time. I'm like, oh my god, can you even do that?
Nah, you can't. You can't.
Like, because it seems so split second. I just was so confused.
Oh, the Wind Ranger actually took the axe. Didn't give it to Invoker.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's like, screw you, bro.
That's what I said. Give him the axe. Blind? Enemy slow? Are you gonna run? No.
Oh, that was a close shackle. That hits Chalice.
Does it even need to hit
double
Chalice?
stun.
They've got the Tempest Double just going in, and they're going to run into these heroes. They get the kill on X-Nova, now with the BKB, but you're fighting a Tempest Double. This isn't what you need. Somnus trying to go into the backlines potentially with his own BKB, but again, BKBs for Tempest Double. This feels pretty free for OG. This is not looking good for RNG. As the Tempest Double finally falls, but the rest of the team is still here to play.
They're just getting spammed away from range.
They really are. It feels like recess for OG, and more of like an after-school suspension here for the side of RNG. They'll move forward. They've got Amar going away with the Timber Chain. Again, it's just the Tempest Double that's constantly in. Ghost right-clicking it down. They'll charge up the stun onto Misha. Misha's going to go after Kaka. They get the kill onto the Tiny. He was looking to blink in and maybe get a toss back. He doesn't have buyback available to him, and the right-click's coming through now. Taiga in. Shackle doesn't connect, but maybe they find themselves Yuragi. He's in a little bit too far with the BKB pop by Ghost. They go and get the kill on Misha. He's going to buy back the Mana Void. Hits on both the Tempest Double as well as Yuragi. They look, but they've got the disarm on a Ghost. Now without the BKB, he's trying to run. They've got the Gale Force pushing him back to the hands of OG. Somnus, Hex, he's got the Lotus Orb. He'll go to the Dissimulate. He'll get back out of the high ground. Somnus, no, wait, goes after Taiga instead with the Timber Chain as well as the Chakram. They'll take out this Void Spirit. Gleipnir down. It's on to Ghost. They've got him rooted. Ghost hit with the Sunstrike, but still alive. They'll buy back on Somnus. Somnus going in once again. Aether Run, it lands on Yuragi. He goes back thanks to the Dissimulate and makes his way out. Ghost in for more. He's got the Abyssal. If he can stop any of these heroes from retreating, especially Misha, who just bought back, lays down a ward, looking for the blink as well as the stun.
Trying to go in.
He'll hold this, but can he find anybody? No, he'll find himself, which is good for him. That's a good mental boost.
Yeah, but they still have the Aegis for over 2 minutes, so that siege is going to continue. And the menace of an Arc Warden clone is just like unstoppable. At 4,000 health as well. It's there every 30 seconds.
Oh,
so
Misha, he's in. Starting Kaka as he blinked in. He wanted the toss. They're going to go with Somnus. They'll get the kill on Kaka. He's going to be dead for a minute. They put him up into the air. Misha in trouble. Misha gone. 90 seconds. He bought back while they were trying to fight over bottom. They reflect the shackle that stops Taiga for a second. They've got the exorcism going. But Amar, BZM over to the side, making sure that they can keep Taiga safe. Well, Taiga, he'll be safe, just like Summer. Yuragi, they'll take the Tempest double, they'll look over at BZM, they've got themselves the E-Blade's gonna be thrown over to BZM, popping out the BKB. Taiga back into this, blinking forward, looking for the Shackle. Ghost now right-clicking away, he's got the Soulbind, but it's not gonna connect to anybody on the backline, so is Yuragi looking after X-Nova. They've got themselves a Stroke of Fate, they get the kill on Taiga, they take out X-Nova, they've got themselves a Tempest double with the right-clicks coming in. Ghost, he's got the Mana Void, but he's hit with the Cold Snap, and now he's gonna get Hex on him. He's trying to get away, but he'll fall to BZM. He's got buyback. Amar as well as Yuragi are going to try and take the bottom of tier 3 as well as the Life of Challenge. They get the kill to the Death Prophet. He's got buyback. Now will OG go? No, they'll get hit by the Abyssal Blade that comes out of Amar, and they'll use the Avalanche coming in from Kaka. He's alive again. Amar without a lot of health. Pops the BKB. They've got the Hex on the Ghost once again. They'll eat the cheese and he'll be safe. They have 2 heroes still in the grave for the side of OG. They fall back on Chalice. They'll look over at Kaka. The Sunstrike's going to be avoided, but he was hexed up. Yuragi with a Tempest double, still doing so much damage here. Chalice on the run, hit with the Gleipnir once again for the Tempest double. Ghost goes back in, uses that Mana Void to make sure that he'll keep alive his Death Prophet. BZM in the middle of it all, Yule's up into the air, they've got the Aether Runner onto Amar. They'll use the Astral Step, Timber Chain away, BZM left, he's dead for 100 seconds. He doesn't have buyback. They still have the Aegis here in the hands of Yuragi. Amar on the run, but Ghost, he's got the Abyssal Blade in just a second. Yuragi gets the kill on Akaka while it's all happening, though.
That clone, man, is doing everything.
Double is just too strong.
Overwhelming Blink, 5 seconds cooldown, Hex, 7 seconds cooldown, Gleipnir, 7 seconds cooldown.
It's really nuts.
He just jumps in and out like he wants to.
Overwhelming
damage output.
It's just so disgusting what this Arc Warden's been able to accomplish going after Chalice. Now with just the Tempest double, he goes in with the Lotus Orb, and well, no Tempest double, no gold.
You want just do everything bounty and you get nothing for it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. 2,500 gold, that's more than the 400 we saw before.
Yeah, but how much damage did he do with that? That's the real question. Probably like 50k.
Yeah, if not more.
Like I feel like in every team fight, he's just dealing like what 80% damage of his entire team.
And like fast.
Yeah, and it's just like every Spark Grave. Also, you gotta remember he got an Axe Scepter, becomes another Spark Grave, and it just like snowballs so hard that if you get hexed and out of position, you just die instantly. Overwhelming Blink every time, just like 500 damage AoE.
Yeah, it really is disgusting. What can you accomplish here for RNG?
And look how tanky it is too. 4.4k health.
He's just surviving every single time. Ooh, Tempest double. It's Invis here with the Silver Edge. They've got the Hex. They're gonna try and get the kill. They'll throw down the dome, but now Ghost moving forward, trying to find it. Hex again. These cooldowns are ridiculous. He's got the Silver Edge up once more. Overwhelming Ghost. You're fighting a clone. It's not even the real one.
Man, Silver Edge is also 7 seconds cooldown.
Yeah.
Well, what is this talent?
I mean, when you pull the slot machine enough, you come up 777, and it is the jackpot for Yuragi on this one. Man, this is just so intimidating if you're RNG.
The Tempest cooldown talent is ridiculous.
Yeah, and the thing that I've seen, though, from RNG, they have found Yuragi out a couple times, but they just can't finish him off.
They don't have the damage.
And they lack it a little bit. They're going with the Hex once again. They've got the Gale Force. That's going to be on a Somnus Inkswell, so he'll be fine for the moment. They will go over Taiga. They've got the BKB. Kaka, as well as X-Nova, are in some trouble to get the kill there out onto this Grimstroke. He doesn't have buyback. They're not fortunate enough to have the buybacks this time, but they get the kill on Taiga. They'll take him out with a Mana Void. That's that short cooldown Mana Void. Thanks to the talent, it's only on cooldown for another 15 seconds.
Chalice got the Hex.
Double. They've got the Hex. They'll look over at Chalice. Chalice surviving. He's level 26. Hex again, and down he goes. 2 minutes on the sidelines here for this Death Prophet as Ghost is trying to hold his own with the help of the Void Spirit, who now has that Axe. So maybe the silences will help out. Astral Step takes out Misha standing still AFK, and he is dead for the 16th time. But I say that, he's also got 28 assists. He has been involved a lot. He's made sure he's got the control that his team needs.
Yeah, more clones knocking on the front door. How do you deal with it? You can't jump in and clear it. It's just going to take out your Rex if you do nothing.
Yeah.
Blinks in.
Gleipnir, Hex, trying to go for Ghost. The Meteors are down. He's in between his tier 4s. But he'll be fine for the moment.
Well, guess what? He does it again now.
Somnus jumping in once again, looking for the Aether Ending to lock up this Tempest double, but it's not going to work. And Amar doesn't feel the necessary moment to go in.
Clone expired. Next clone right there.
Yeah, next clone. Overwhelming Blink. Here we go again.
He's about to hit level 30. Then he gets an additional 12 seconds on a clone as well. Like, it's going to be there permanently.
Forever. This is the
It already is.
that never ends.
Blinks in again on the Tiny.
Aether Remnant, Kaka in trouble, and it's such a struggle for them to hold this. Kaka might even just die to the Tempest double, but Amar comes in with a Chakram. He's trying to finish off Kaka, but now they've got the Abyssal Blade. Do they have the damage to get the kill here onto Amar? He's
Nice
so
tornado.
low with the Timber Chain. The Tornado saves him. Ghost is in, first hit bash, but there's the Wind Waker, taking him away from the fight and into the trees and saving him once again.
Somnus
They
got
look
caught.
over at Somnus. They've got themselves the Hex. They're trying to take out the Void Spirit. They'll get him for 2 minutes
buyback.
once again. They're now, well, RNG, Sans Death Prophet, Sans Void Spirit, and Sans Hope, because here comes OG. They want to get the kill on a Ghost, but they're going to force him back. He's got the Blink. Amar's still in here with not a lot of health, but they don't really care. They look over at X-Nova. They got the Ice Wall down. Bring him back into the Ice Wall with the Gale Force. They'll make sure he never leaves. Hex is picked up by BZM, so the Hexes, and the Hexes are all coming through onto the side of RNG. Bottom set of racks, those are getting low. Those will, of course, fall, because, I mean, how do you stop this at this point? Yuragi with the overwhelming blink. Kaka gets caught, Kaka gets killed, and now you're down another hero. You finally have Chalice back, but can Ghost do it all by himself?
This is like, okay, I've never seen Arc One like this. It looks so broken.
Refresher.
Just from
With
Misha.
the BKBs, going after Misha.
He's real angry.
He's really trying to go for this Chalice. He had a good start to this game. They get the kill on Misha. They look over at Tiger. They're looking for the Mana Void, but he doesn't get it off. They've got the Hex coming out from
Hex on
BZM
AM.
as well as the Deafening Blast.
Another Hex on
Sunstrike
AM.
is down. They'll slam down the hopes of RNG, and they'll call GG. OG split the series 1 apiece. It is the overwhelming power of Arc Warden that showcases itself in this second game.
But where did it even start here? Like, first of all, this is the reason why you banned Timbersaw against OG. You never give it to them.
Yeah.
He was countered. Like, they had 5 picks to counter him and didn't care. Like, he still played out of his mind, dealt all the damage in every team fight. Like, he made sure Yuragi actually got to the point where he became ridiculous. Like,
yeah.
Whatever Yuragi did this game, it's absolutely unfair. It's filthy. And I hope we don't see it again, because that was... He just brutalized them. They had no chance. 7 seconds on all of his cooldowns? Like, what is that? I've actually never seen that before. Like, I did not know it was this broken.
7 seconds, 7 seconds. Everything's up. I mean, he was playing with his food against Ghost in that top lane. Oh, Silver Edge. Okay, well, now invisible. So I'll just overwhelming blink back, and then I'll hit you again. I'll hex you again. I'll throw the Gleipnir over once more. Oh, you think you see me? That's right. My Silver Edge is off cooldown again, and I'm going to go invis once more. It was disgusting. And just have the wherewithal to do it all, right? I mean, that is a lot to make happen. A lot of activatable items, a lot of things to keep your eye on. And he shines so bright, you almost forget to talk about the great game that someone like Amar had, where, you know, he's surviving with these Wind Wakers, and he's just always alive. It felt like, oh, the health bar, it's so close. Wind Waker, goodbye, I'm out, I'm fine, I'm just gonna survive here and
Random
make sure
cheese
that
out of nowhere.
even more terrible.
Oh, he lived. Oh, Arc One back in again with double blink. And,
Tempest double, oh,
so
he's
much
just
going
gonna
on.
time out. You're not gonna get that extra gold. Oh, feels bad. Like, it felt like we're gonna throw everything at a Tempest double or a Mar, and then it becomes a big issue because, well, they've used everything and they don't even get the kill. So it ends up being OG getting the game, 1-1 split. They beat RNG. I mean, that game was exciting. I can't take the smile off my face. I'd love to see the smile on Killer Pigeon and the 2 analysts there with him. So we'll throw it back to you guys. Take it away.
Well, I'm sure there is one specific analyst I've got here who's got a big smile on his face. We lost faith at moments in that game, but what an amazing turnaround. OG able to even up the series 1-1 apiece. I'm, of course, joined again by Lacoste and Seb. We've got to start with Seb. I mean, this game must have felt like a roller coaster ride.
Yeah, it was a crazy game. I think it was super entertaining. It was kind of up in the air for the longest time. I feel like both teams really hit like really, you know, interesting like sequences and timings where you couldn't really tell where the game was gonna go. But I mean, I got super surprised also by the Arc Warden. I'll be honest, like at first when I saw the Octarian second item, I wasn't sure where this was heading, especially against an anti-mage that is kind of known, you know, to kind of deal kind of well with magic damage. But then, you know, I mean, this build, when it started coming together, it was crazy. I mean, I don't even know how you play against that.
It's so difficult to deal with that once you get to like 5th item, 6th item on the Arc Warden. It's just permanent uptime on it. But I also want to point out some of the like small things that did happen in the game. Like Fairy's Trinket was kept by Amar throughout the whole game. And That's pretty nuts, because he had Aghanim Scepter and he wanted to dish out as much damage as possible. And to talk about the Timbers, like, this is the reason why this hero is not banned out, 99% of the time when you play against OG. They first phase it, and one death on Amar. Like, I don't know how this just keeps on happening. I think you need to have something different. But speaking of something different, we also wanted to see OG shake things up a little bit, and they completely shook us up with a draft like this.
No, definitely, and I mean, it really paid off. I also want to mention Taiga. I felt like he had these really incredible shackles in the mid game where the game was really like very close and it could have went both ways.
Papa would be proud.
Yeah, I mean, I am proud. I'm very proud because he did hit. I think there were like 2 or 3 fights in the mid game where honestly it looked kind of dire. And I think had he not hit these incredible shackles, the game could have went the other way. And he really stabilized the game and, you know, gave the team like really crucial fights and objectives so that, you know, and then Amar got his BKB timing, you know, BZM got online too, and then obviously the Yuragi Arc Warden, you know, started to shine. But, you know, props to RNG also for playing a pretty solid game. I feel like, you know, they had really strong sequences in this game, and, you know, the AM pick was very good. It kind of showed at some point, and especially DP had a great game too. Kaka, big impact until, I mean, obviously, you know, his score doesn't probably reflect that, but once you play against this awkward and illusion and you get solo killed by it, I mean, how do you even deal with it? It's too much map pressure.
Kaka had 20 deaths on. I don't remember seeing Kaka had such a bad game. Every single, like, even though he had the 2 defensive items, like Force Staff and Dual Scepter, every single time he jumps in, he dies. Like, it doesn't matter. If you Force Staff yourself out, the clone's gonna dish out too much damage. And also one little thing to point out about Misha's Alchemist, he jumps in onto Anti-Mage, and Anti-Mage uses his shield to be able to protect himself, and Misha self-stuns him multiple times and gets a stun. Yeah, there were so many cool plays in this game.
That was very, very cool. Very cool way. I mean, generally, like, that's also the way to play against these kind of in-and-out heroes, like Tiny, you know, Blink Force Staff. Like, they want to get several rounds of, like, getting back in the fight and getting the clutch stuns. So you really want to make sure that they die and they get punished as soon as they enter the fight, which I felt like, yeah, OG was good at doing that, at instantly hexing him, you know, Timber, switching his attention to the Tiny, making sure that he dies. Because, you know, later in the fight, these, like, avalanches and stuff, they can come in really clutch and they can kind of, yeah, turn it completely.
Yeah, you know what? It's appropriate that MVP is shaken because I'm pretty sure RNG was shaken after that one. It had to be the one and only Yuragi we gave it to, right?
And I mean, for anyone that has played Arc, you know, like the amount of micro this requires when you have, like, you know, four items, 5 items that you have to click constantly, shoving the waves, getting the hexes, getting the overwhelming blink, you know, the clutch. I mean, it's a very intense game. It's like kind of like a Tinker game, you know, when you have to click these many items. It must have been, how long was the game? Like, it was almost like 50-minute long, right? And so much micro, so much APM. So yeah, probably it deserves the rest now because, yeah, what an incredible performance.
And just what an incredible combo to always enable it. Like, we were talking a little bit about Gale Force and how insane that spell could still be, but the Ice Wall, the Chakram, all these slows that enabled it further and just meant that you were never running away from that Arc Warden. You were always unwillingly embracing him.
Yeah. No, it was quite a game, quite a game. I really like how the draft came together. I also like what RNG proposed, and, you know, I mean, these two teams are looking good so far.
You think you want the boys to pick out more Arc Warden, or is this a very situational pick for you?
It's definitely situational. I just like the hero in general, so I'm really happy they're looking at it, and I just think it's an underrated hero, and for sure after seeing these games, probably a lot more people would agree with that. Because, yeah, I mean, the impact is insane, and I mean, when you watch it, it is something, and when you play against it, it's something else, right? Then you feel the pressure coming.
And check these scores. We have, of course, had them updated for the end of the day. Looking at these, any big surprises? Someone maybe struggling a little bit too much in your eyes?
I'd say Tundra is the big one. Yeah. You know, there was a talk, I think Skitter interview during the DPC. He said, I'm gonna quote him, Tundra on LAN. Bunch of heralds, and yeah, they so far as kind of expected, at least from their side. I think it's good that they get some more more exposure on LAN before the TI, because that's a big event. I mean, they are missing out the player. I'd say 33 is probably their best player, at least from the way I see things. And yeah, other surprises. TSM FTX, they're the complete opposite of Tundra. Like, they showed that the Stockholm major that they can play some really good Dota, no nerves on LAN, and one more time they're showing it.
So I guess you could also highlight Secret for, you know, showing probably the most dominant performance of the whole day, almost. I mean, I didn't catch as much as Team Spirit versus D-Boosters, but I heard that game 1 was dominant for Team Spirit and the game 2 a little bit closer. So overall, Secret was the team that really completely destroyed their opponent today, and I don't think people really expected that, right? Even though they have big names on their side, but they must be happy with day 1.
And there's been plenty of action on day 1, so why don't we check in on our recap presented by VOV. Oh, it's not video, we just get to talk about it. All right, there we go.
I mean, honestly, like, the way I feel is that you have these teams that are kind of starting to show some playstyle and starting to establish themselves. Obviously, going into day 2, I'm gonna be really, you know, hyped about seeing one of the bigger names here, which is PSG LGD. Everybody's looking at them. Obviously, you know, they came second at TI, and we haven't seen them again in international competition so much. And they've been sitting all day, watching, analyzing, kind of picking what they like, what they don't like. It's going to be quite interesting to see them kind of enter the stage tomorrow.
People wanted to see them on LAN for a very long time, especially after what happened at TI. And we're going to get that TI rematch.
That's hype.
It's going to be Team Spirit against the PSG LGD.
Oh, I'm hyped for it, boys. I mean, just it's only day 1. We've got 4 more days of intense Dota action. But you know what? Before we round this out, got to give a special shout out to our sponsors, of course, LG, which, you know, if you are watching on kind of a low-res monitor or TV, maybe you should upgrade to one of them now. Maybe you should actually contact our other sponsor, MasterCard, to make sure you can afford that. And of course, shout out to Luna. They clearly wanted to sponsor this event simply because we have an amazing hero in Dota called that as well. So big shout out to all the sponsors that made this possible. But let's have a look at tomorrow's schedule, because of course we need to know what Dota we're watching tomorrow. Okay, so there we go. Opening up, we mentioned PSG LGD versus Team Spirit, really hype one. Anything else there kind of teasing you, looking to please you?
A lot of good names here. I mean, considering that Team Secret opened up today with 2 wins, I want to see them how they match up against the PSG LGD, and I'll leave you the OG series for you, Seb.
I mean, quite hype series. I feel like, you know, the OG Liquid, that's a big one. Liquid, obviously, you know, kind of getting the better end of OG at the last of the DPC, as I think they went 4-0 regular season plus tiebreakers. So I'm sure that the OG boys are gonna want to kind of get back at them. Liquid maybe not in full force yet. They had a rocky day 1. They ended up, you know, tying up their series with Nigma, so they're 1-3. So it doesn't look too bad, but they're really close to going 1-0-4 today. So that's a big game that I'm looking forward to, and obviously OG Enigma, that's like a classic. It's usually only Bloodbath Dota, which is my favorite kind of Dota. You know, you're gonna probably see some 30-30 kill score, minute 20. It's not gonna make any sense. It's gonna be chaos all over the place, but that's what we're here for. So that series always like has a special place in my heart.
And of course, there is a second stream. There are plenty of other games going. We're just spoiling you here, folks. You know, one stream is just not enough. As you can see, second stream. I'm sure some people are kind of curious to see if D-Boosters can take a few games. Have they got a chance against Team Secret or Tundra?
I mean, I didn't see it, but you said that there was a bit of a closer game against Team Spirit, so that gives me hope that they could potentially, you know, make an upset, maybe get a W here or there. It's tough because these are one of the best teams in the world, so it's going to be very difficult. On the other side, I think I want to see TSM FTX, how they're going to be matched up against the Chinese teams, because they didn't get to play against them, and RNG, today they looked pretty solid, I would say. You know, this one a bit shaky the last game, but other than that, they look pretty good.
Yeah, they did. I mean, for D-Boosters also, like, I feel like, you know, first day you come on like such a big stage against, you know, big names, big teams. It's probably hard to, you know, feel comfortable and get the flow going. So hopefully day 2, they started getting more comfortable and they're gonna feel like, you know, playing their Dota a little bit more. So I'm looking forward to seeing them pick up a little bit of steam so that they can put up a challenge, kind of start taking a map. You know, who knows? I'm sure we all like upsets, right? Like, you know, I'm not like counting them out yet.
I'm down for some underdog wins.
Hell yeah, let's see if they can make it happen. Well, if you want to catch up the action, remember it does kick off at 11:30. That's +3 GMT, so adjust your clocks accordingly. But we're going to round out the show, and I think the way to round out the show is to leave you with the highlights courtesy of Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib.
For battle.